The long, rolling swells of the Arith Ocean lifted spray and dropped her again, but Bale Doman's planted feet held him steady. He pressed the long brass tube of the looking-glass to his eye, studying the large vessel doggedly following in their wake. It was gaining, slowly but surely. The wind where Spray sailed was fickle, but where the pursuing ship ploughed through the water, its blunt bow throwing up great plumes of spray, the breeze seemed perfect. The dark cliffs and thin ribbons of sand that marked the coast of Toman Head lay to the east. He had stayed too close to shore, and now he feared that caution might cost him. "Strangers, Captain?" Yarin's voice was tight with anxiety. "Is it one of their ships?" Doman lowered the glass, but the image of that tall, squared-off vessel with its strangely ribbed sails was burned into his vision. "Sionkan," he said flatly, and heard Yarin groan in response. He drummed his thick fingers on the rail, thinking. "Bring her in closer," he ordered the helmsman. "That beast of a ship won't dare follow us into the shallows. Spray can dance through Yarin," barked commands. Crewmen scrambled to adjust the sails as the helmsman leaned on the tiller, turning the bow more toward the threatening coastline. Spray slowed, fighting the wind, but Doman was confident they could reach the safety of the shoals before the other ship closed the gap. Even with her holds a third emptier since Tanchico, the fireworks sold in Toman Head's fishing villages for good silver. She rode higher. That silver had come with troubling tales. Villagers spoke of the invaders' blocky ships appearing off their coasts, of defenders being struck by lightning from a clear sky before a single enemy soldier touched shore, of the very earth exploding beneath their feet. Doman had dismissed it as fisherman's folly until he was shown the scorched and shattered ground. He'd seen the proof in too many coves to doubt. The villagers whispered of monsters fighting beside the Xianchan soldiers, and some, with eyes full of superstitious dread, claimed the Xianchan themselves had the heads of giant insects. In Tanchico, the Tarrabonas had spoken with such certainty, boasting that their soldiers would drive the invaders back into the ocean. Yet along the coast, the reality was starkly different. The Xianchan arrived with demands that baffled the locals, insisting they renew oaths long forgotten, though they never bothered to explain when those pledges were broken or what they even meant. Young women were taken one after another for examinations that sometimes ended with them being led onto ships, never to return. A handful of older women vanished too, including some of the town's respected guides and healers. New leadership was imposed by the invaders, mayors and councils chosen without consent. Anyone who dared protest the disappearances or the lack of a voice might find themselves hanging from a rope, bursting into unnatural flame, or simply brushed aside like a nuisance. There was no predicting the punishment until it was too late. Once the people were thoroughly broken, forced to their knees to swear loyalty to the forerunners, to await the return, and to pledge their lives in service to those who come home. The Xianchan would typically sail away, seldom to be seen again. Rumors said only Falmi remained under their firm control. In some villages, a few brave souls whispered about restoring their old councils, but most just watched the horizon with pale, nervous faces, insisting they would keep oaths they didn't understand. Doman had no desire to encounter the Xianchan if he could help it. He was lifting his looking-glass to study the approaching ship when with a deafening roar the sea erupted in a geyser of water and flame barely 100 paces off his port side. Before his jaw could drop, another pillar of fire split the waves to starboard, and as he whirled to look, a third burst ahead. The explosions vanished as fast as they appeared, leaving only spray to mist the deck where they had been. The water churned and steamed as if boiling. We can still make the shallows before they catch us," Yarin said slowly, his eyes carefully avoiding the bubbling sea. Doman shook his head. "Whatever that was, it can shatter us, even if we dash onto the rock." A chill ran through him as he thought of the fire within those fountains, and his own holds packed with fireworks. Fortune prick me, we might not even live long enough to drown. He tugged at his beard, hesitating. This ship and its cargo were all he owned. But finally he forced the words out. Bring her into the wind, Yarin. Take down the sails. Now, man, before they decide we're still trying to run. As the crew scrambled to lower the triangular sails, Doman turned to watch the Xianchan vessel close in. The spray lost momentum, rocking in the swells. The enemy ship loomed taller, with wooden towers fore and aft. Men moved in the rigging, adjusting those unfamiliar sails, while armoured figures stood watch atop the towers. A longboat was lowered and sped toward them, 10 oars driving it forward. It carried armoured shapes, and Doman frowned in surprise, 2 women hunched in the stern. The boat thudded against the spray's hull. The first to climb aboard was one of the armoured men, and Doman understood at once why coastal tales described the Xianchan as monsters. The helmet resembled the head of some giant insect, complete with thin red plumes like feelers. The wearer peered out from between what looked like mandibles, painted and gilded to enhance the effect. The rest of the armour was just as ornate. Overlapping plates in black and red, edged in gold, covered the chest and ran down the arms and thighs. Even the backs of the steel gauntlets were adorned in red and gold. Where metal didn't cover him, the man wore dark leather. The black and red leather scabbard on his back held a heavy, curved, 2-handed sword. When the armoured figure removed its helmet, Doman's breath caught. It was a woman. Her hair was cropped short, her features sharp and unyielding, yet undeniably feminine. He'd never encountered a female soldier outside of tales of the Aiel, and everyone knew the Aiel were mad. Just as unsettling was her appearance, she didn't look so foreign as he'd imagined a Xianchan would. Her eyes were a piercing blue, and her skin was pale, but he'd seen both in ports across the world. In a dress, she might blend into a crowd, though that icy glare and the set of her jaw would draw attention anywhere. Other soldiers filed onto the deck behind her. Doman felt a flicker of relief when some removed their helmets to reveal the faces of men, ordinary men with dark eyes who wouldn't stand out in Tanchico or Ilion. For a moment he'd pictured an entire army of blue-eyed women wielding swords. Aes Sedai with blades, he thought grimly, recalling the sea boiling under unnatural fire. The Xianchan woman scanned the vessel with an air of contempt. Then her gaze settled on Doman. It had to be him or Yarin, given their attire. Yarin's eyes were squeezed shut as he mumbled prayers, which rather pointed the finger. She fixed Doman with a look that felt like a physical jab. "Are there women among your crew or passengers?" Her words were softened by a slur, but her tone was edged with impatience. "Answer, man, if you are the captain. If not, rouse that fool and make him speak." "I am the captain, my lady," Doman replied carefully, uncertain of her title and wary of giving offence. "I carry no passengers, and there are no women in my crew." His mind drifted to the girls and women who had been taken from other ships, and he wondered, not for the first time, what purpose they served. Just then, 2 more figures climbed aboard from the longboat. One, dressed in a blue gown with red panels and forked silver lightning bolts, led the other by a shimmering silver leash. The leash ran from a bracelet on the first woman's wrist to a collar around the neck of the second, who wore plain grey and kept her eyes fixed on the deck. The leash itself seemed both woven and jointed, a single piece with the bracelet and collar. The woman in blue gathered the slack as her companion stepped onto the planks. "Speak slowly," the blue-eyed captain demanded, closing the distance between them. Though she had to look up at him, her presence somehow made her seem larger.
"Your accent is thicker than most in this wretched land, and I am no lady of the blood. Not yet, after the return. I am Captain Aegean." Doman repeated his statement, measuring his words. "I am a peaceful trader, Captain. I mean no harm and take no side in your conflict." He couldn't stop his eyes from drifting back to the leashed pair. Aegean noticed and smiled, a proud, possessive curl of her lips. "You admire my domain?" She was costly but worth every coin.
Few outside the nobility own one. Most belong to the throne. She is powerful, trader. She could have shattered your ship to kindling if I had wished it. Doman stared at the silver leash, his thoughts reeling. He had already linked the woman in the lightning-marked dress to the fiery eruptions in the sea, assuming she was Aedh Sedai. Aegianin's words turned that assumption on its head. No one could possibly control one of them, could they? The very idea felt like a crack in the world he knew. "Is she truly one of the Aes Sedai?" he asked, his voice thick with disbelief. He never anticipated the swift, casual backhand that followed. Staggering from the blow, he tasted blood as her steel-reinforced gauntlet split his lip. "That name is not to be spoken here," Aegianin said, her tone deceptively soft, yet edged with threat. "There are only the domain, the leashed ones, and now they serve in both truth and title." Her gaze was colder than winter ice. Doman swallowed the coppery blood and forced his hands to remain at his sides. Even if he'd held a sword, he wouldn't have led his men to certain death against a dozen armored soldiers, but maintaining a humble tone required real effort. "I intended no disrespect, Captain. I am unfamiliar with your customs. Any offense comes from ignorance, not intent." She studied him for a long moment. "You are all ignorant," she stated flatly. "Yet you will answer for the debts of your ancestors. This land was once ours, and with the return, it will be ours again." Doman held his tongue, his mind reeling. Could those old tales about Artor Hawkwing actually hold truth? The idea seemed ludicrous. "You will sail your vessel to Falme," she continued, cutting off his attempted protest with a sharp glare. "There your ship will be inspected. If you prove to be the peaceful trader you claim, you may depart once you have sworn the required oaths." "Oaths, Captain? What oaths are these?" "To obey, to await, and to serve. Your forefathers would have known them well." She gathered her soldiers, all except one man in unadorned armor, whose deep bow marked his lower rank, and their longboat returned to the larger ship. The remaining Sionchan, named Kaban, offered no orders. He simply sat cross-legged on the deck, sharpening his curved sword as the crew raised sail and got under way. The man showed no fear at being left alone, and Doman would have personally thrown overboard any crewman who threatened him. As the spray moved along the coast, the Sionchan vessel followed a mile out in the deeper water. Escape was impossible. Doman was determined to return this man to Captain Aegianin as safely as if he were a cherished heirloom. The voyage to Falme was long, and Doman eventually coaxed a few words from the Sionchan. Caban was a dark-eyed man of middle years, marked by an old scar above his brow and another on his chin. He spoke with the same distinct slur as Aegianin, but where hers was like silk over iron, his was leather grating on stone. He expressed only contempt for anyone from this side of the Arith Ocean, which gave Doman a fleeting, unsettling thought. Maybe they really are. No, that's pure madness. Caban preferred to talk of battles, ale, and women from his past, leaving Doman often confused about whether he spoke of this land or his homeland. He revealed nothing. Doman actually wished to know. Once, Doman ventured a question about the domain. In a flash, Caban rose and pressed the tip of his sword to Doman's throat. "Mind what your tongue touches, or you'll lose it," he growled, though a grim smile played on his lips. "That matter is for the blood, not for your kind, or mine." He resumed honing his blade, and Doman, touching the bead of blood on his neck, decided not to ask again. As they neared Falme, the number of Sionchan ships grew, tall, square-rigged vessels with bluff bows, larger than any Doman had seen, even among the sea folk. A few local craft with their familiar sharp bows darted across the swells, which offered a faint hope that Aegianin's promise of release might be genuine. But when the spray rounded the headland and Falme came into view, Doman stared, stunned. The harbour and waters beyond were crowded with Xianchan's ships at anchor. He began to count them, but gave up after 100, realizing he wasn't even halfway through. He had witnessed gatherings of ships just as large before in Ilion, Tyr, and even Tanchico. But those fleets had always been a mix of vessels, with plenty of smaller boats among them. Grumbling under his breath, he guided the Spray into the harbour, shadowed by her imposing Xianchan escort. Falme perched on a narrow spit of land at the extreme end of Toman Head, with nothing beyond it to the west but the vast expanse of the Arith Ocean. Steep cliffs flanked the harbour entrance on both sides, and atop one of these, positioned so that every incoming ship passed directly beneath, rose the towers known as the Watchers over the waves. From one tower a cage was suspended over the edge, a despondent figure sitting inside with his legs dangling through the bars. "Who is that up there?" Doman asked. Caban had finally stopped, sharpening his sword, after Doman had started to suspect the man intended to use it for shaving. The Xianchan soldier glanced up to where Doman pointed. That's the first watcher, not the same man who held the post when we arrived, naturally. Each time one dies, they select a new one, and we place him in the cage." "But what's the reason for it?" Doman pressed. Caban's grin was unnervingly wide. "They spent their time watching for the wrong signs. They forgot the lessons they should have kept remembering." Doman forced his gaze away from the Xianchan. The Spray dipped down the final rolling swell of the open sea and into the calmer waters of the harbour. "I am a trader," he reminded himself firmly, "and these matters are not my concern." Falme climbed from the stone docks up the slopes of the bowl-shaped harbour. Doman couldn't decide if the dark stone houses constituted a sizable town or a modest city. He certainly saw no structure to rival even the most minor palace back in Ilion. He manoeuvred the Spray to a berth at one of the docks, and while his crew secured the lines, found himself wondering if the Senshan might be interested in purchasing some of the fireworks stored in his hold. None of my business. To his surprise, Ijanin was rowed to the dock herself, accompanied by her domain. The woman wearing the controlling bracelet this time was different, her dress marked with red panels and forked lightning, but the domain was the same sorrowful woman who never raised her eyes unless directly addressed. Jianin had Doman and his crew marched off the ship to sit on the sun-heated stones of the dock under the watch of 2 of her soldiers. She apparently deemed no more were necessary, and Doman wasn't inclined to argue while others conducted a search of the Spray under her supervision. The domain was part of this inspection. Then something emerged further down the dock. Doman could think of no better word for it. It was a hulking creature, with a leathery grey-green hide and a beak-like mouth set in a wedge-shaped head, and it had 3 eyes. It moved with a heavy, lumbering gait beside a man whose armour was painted with 3 identical eyes. The local folk, dock workers and sailors in their roughly embroidered shirts and knee-length vests, shrank back as the pair passed, but none of the Xianchan paid them any mind. The man appeared to guide the beast with subtle hand signals. Both man and creature eventually turned and disappeared between the buildings, leaving Doman gaping and his crew whispering anxiously among themselves. The 2 Xianchan guards merely watched them with silent contempt. "Not my business," Doman repeated to himself. His business was his ship. The air held the familiar scents of salt and tar. He shifted uncomfortably on the sun-warmed stone, his mind racing with questions. What were the Xianchan looking for? What was the domain sensing? And what in the light was that creature? Overhead gulls cried, circling the harbour. Their calls made him think of the sounds a man in a cage might make. It is not my business. Finally, Igenin led her party back onto the dock. The Xianchan captain was carrying something small, carefully cradled in both hands and wrapped in a piece of yellow silk. Doman eyed it warily as he got to his feet. moving slowly for the benefit of the watching soldiers, though their eyes held the same disdain as Caban's. "You see, Captain, I am merely a peaceful trader. Perhaps your people would have an interest in buying some fireworks." "Perhaps, trader?" There was a palpable, suppressed excitement about her that put him on edge, and her next words only deepened his unease. "You will accompany me?" Iginin motioned for 2 soldiers to follow, and one gave Domon a nudge to get him moving. It wasn't a harsh push. He'd seen farmhands guide a stubborn ox with the same indifferent gesture. Gritting his teeth, he fell into step behind her. The cobblestone street climbed away from the harbour, leaving the scent of salt and fish behind. As they ascended, the slate-roofed houses grew grander, their stone facades speaking of old money and quiet power. What struck Domon was the sheer number of Folmen going about their daily routines, outnumbering the Xianchan soldiers on the street. Now and then, a curtained palanquin carried by bare-chested men would pass. The locals acted as if the occupation was merely a minor inconvenience, almost. Whenever a soldier or a palanquin approached, everyone, from the poorest in their plain, dirt-smudged clothes to the wealthy adorned in vests and dresses embroidered from shoulder to waist with intricate patterns, would bow deeply and hold the pose until the Xiancan had moved on. They offered the same deference to Domon and his guards. Igienin and her soldiers didn't even glance their way. A sudden observation jolted Domon. Several of the locals wore daggers at their belts, and a few even had swords. The sight was so unexpected he spoke without thinking. "Are some of them on your side?" Igienin glanced over her shoulder, a faint frown of confusion on her face. Without breaking stride, she followed his gaze and gave a slight, understanding nod. "You mean the Blades? They are our people now, trader. They have sworn the oaths." She stopped abruptly, pointing at a tall, broad-shouldered man in an elaborately embroidered vest, a sword hanging from a simple leather baldric. "You?" The man froze, 1 foot still in the air, his hardened features suddenly etched with fear. He looked as if he wanted to bolt. Instead, he turned and bowed deeply, hands on his knees, eyes locked on her boots. "How may this one serve the captain?" he asked, his voice strained. "You are a merchant?" Egianin inquired. "You have sworn?" "Yes, Captain, I have." "What do you tell the people when your wagons travel inland? That they must obey the forerunners, await the return, and serve those who come home. And do you never think to turn that sword against us?" The man's knuckles went white where he gripped his knees, and a sheen of sweat was audible in his reply. "I have sworn the oaths, Captain. I obey, await, and serve. You see?"
Giernin said, turning back to Domon with a tone that was almost cheerful, a stark contrast to the merchant's terror. "There's no need to disarm them. Trade must flow, and merchants require protection from bandits. We let the people come and go as they please, so long as they remember to obey, await, and serve. Their ancestors forgot their vows, but this generation has learnt its lesson." She resumed her climb, and the soldiers urged Domon forward. He looked back.
The merchant remained bent until Egianin was a good 30 feet up the street. Then he straightened and scurried away, nearly leaping down the slope in his haste. Neither Egianin nor the guards looked back when a troop of mounted Xianchan passed them, heading uphill. The soldiers rode creatures that resembled monstrous horse-sized cats, but with lizard scales, a rippling bronze hide visible beneath the saddles. Clawed feet clicked against the cobblestones. One beast turned a 3-eyed head to stare at Domon as it passed. The gaze felt far too intelligent and assessing for his comfort. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing. All along the street, the Folmen pressed themselves flat against the building fronts, some squeezing their eyes shut. The Xianchan riders paid them no mind whatsoever. In that moment, Domon understood the true depth of the Xianchan's control. It wasn't about visible chains. It was a cage woven from fear and oaths, reinforced by the monsters they commanded. He wondered, with a cold knot in his stomach, if he would have had the courage to resist. Domain monsters. He found himself morbidly curious if anything could possibly halt the Sionkan advance all the way to the spine of the world. Not my business, he reminded himself harshly, forcing his mind to the practical matter of how to navigate a future in trading while avoiding these invaders entirely. The thought was a small, fragile shield against the unsettling reality now surrounding him. They crested the rise where the town ended and the wild hills began, no wall marking the boundary. Ahead lay the inns and wagon yards that catered to merchants heading inland. The houses here were grand enough to be minor lords' manors back in Ilion. The most imposing one had a guard of Sion-chan soldiers at the door and a banner flying above it, a golden hawk with wings spread against a blue-edged field. Iganin handed over her sword and dagger before leading Domon inside, her 2 soldiers remaining in the street. Domon felt a cold sweat begin. Dealing with a lord on his own turf was never wise. It always tilted the scales against you. In the entry hall, Iganin left Domon by the door and spoke quietly with a servant, a local man by the cut of his full sleeves and the spiral patterns stitched across his chest. Domon thought he caught the term High Lord before the servant scurried off. When he returned, they were led to what must have been the largest room in the house. It had been stripped bare, no furniture, no rugs, only a stone floor polished to a high shine. Folding screens painted with exotic birds concealed the walls and windows. Iganin halted just inside and shot Domon a warning glare when he tried to speak, her expression so fierce he fell silent. She stood perfectly still, yet she seemed to thrum with tension, clutching the silk-wrapped object from his ship as though it were a holy relic. Domon's mind raced. What could possibly be inside? Then a soft gong echoed through the room. At once, Egianin dropped to her knees, placing the bundle carefully beside her. She flicked her eyes toward Domon, and he hastily knelt as well. Lords had their odd rituals, and Sion-chan lords, he suspected, took strangeness to another level entirely. 2 men appeared in the far doorway. One had the left side of his head shaved clean, the remaining pale gold hair braided over his ear to his shoulder. His robe was a deep yellow, just brushing the floor. The other wore a sweeping blue silk robe, brocaded with birds, so long it trailed behind him. His head was completely shaved, and his fingernails were grown at least an inch long, the first 2 on each hand lacquered a vivid blue. Domon's jaw went slack. "You are in the presence of the High Lord Turak," the man with the braid announced, his voice solemn. "Who leads those who come before and succors the return?" Ijin immediately pressed herself flat against the floor, arms at her sides. Domon hurriedly did the same, thinking that not even the High Lords of Tyr would expect such grovelling from the corner of his eye. He saw Iganin actually kiss the polished stone. Well, there's a line I won't cross, he decided. They can't even see if I do it. But when Iganin suddenly stood, Domon began to rise as well, only to freeze at a low growl from her and a look of utter shock from the braided man. He dropped back down, face to the floor, muttering curses under his breath. "I wouldn't do this for the King of Ilion and the whole Council of 9 combined." "Your name is Iganin?" The voice was slurred, almost musical. It had to be the man in the blue robe. "I was so named on my sword day." "High Lord," she answered humbly. "This is a fine specimen, Iganin, quite rare. Do you wish a payment?" "That the High Lord is pleased is payment enough. I live to serve. I will mention your name to the Empress. After the return, new names may be called to the blood. Prove yourself worthy, and you may exchange Egianin for a higher one. The High Lord honors me." "Yes. You may leave." Domon saw only the backs of her boots as she retreated, pausing at intervals to bow. The door closed softly behind her. Silence stretched. He was watching sweat drip from his forehead onto the gleaming stone when Turak spoke again. "You may rise, trader." Doman pushed himself to his feet and saw what the High Lord now held between those long lacquered nails. The Quendilla disc was formed in the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. Recalling how Aegean had reacted at the mere mention of those women, Doman felt a cold sweat begin to bead on his skin. The High Lord's dark eyes held no malice, only a mild interest, but Doman had never trusted nobility. "Are you familiar with this object, trader?" "No, High Lord." Doman's voice was as solid as stone. A merchant who couldn't lie calmly and convincingly didn't last long in any port. Yet you concealed it. "I collect antiquities, High Lord relics from earlier ages. There are those who would take such items if they were left in plain sight." Turek studied the black and white disc for a moment. "This is Quendilla. Do you recognize the term? And it is far older than you might realize. Accompany me." Doman followed warily, his confidence growing slightly. In any land he knew, if guards were to be called, they would have arrived already. But the Siankan did nothing as other people did. He kept his expression carefully blank. They entered another chamber furnished with pieces that must have been brought by Turak himself. Everything curved, with not a single straight line, the wood polished to highlight unusual grains. A single chair rested on a silk carpet woven with birds and blossoms, and a large circular cabinet stood against one wall. Folding screens created temporary partitions. The man with the braid opened the cabinet doors to reveal shelves crowded with an odd assortment. Figurines, cups, bowls, vases, no two alike in size or shape. Doman's breath hitched as Turak gently placed the disc beside its perfect duplicate. "Quendilla," Turak stated. "That is what I collect, trader. Only the Empress herself possesses a finer assortment." Doman's eyes widened. If every item on those shelves was genuine Quendilla, it represented wealth enough to purchase a kingdom or establish a powerful noble house. Even a king might bankrupt himself to acquire so much, if he could ever find it. Doman forced a smile. "High Lord, please accept this piece as a humble gift. Letting it go pained him. But it was better than angering this Sianchan. Perhaps the Dark Friends would turn their attention to him now. I am only a simple trader. I wish only to conduct my business. Allow me to sail." And I swear Turak's expression remained unchanged, but the man with the braid cut in sharply. "Unshaven dog, you speak of giving the High Lord what Captain Aegeanin has already presented. You bargain as if the High Lord were some common merchant. You will be flayed alive over 9 days. The slightest motion of Turak's finger silenced him. "I cannot permit you to depart, trader," the High Lord said. "In this land of shadows and broken oaths, I find no one capable of conversing with a man of refinement. But you are a collector. Perhaps your company will prove diverting." He settled into the chair, leaning back into its curves to observe Doman. Doman offered what he hoped was a suitably humble smile. "High Lord, I am a plain trader, a simple man. I have no practice in speaking with great lords." The man with the braid glowered, but Turak appeared not to notice. From behind one of the screens, a slender, pretty young woman emerged on silent feet, to kneel beside the High Lord, presenting a lacquered tray that held a single handleless cup filled with steaming black liquid. Her round, dark face faintly recalled the sea folk. Turak took the cup carefully between his long, nailed fingers, never glancing at the young woman, and inhaled the aroma. Doman caught one look at the girl and jerked his eyes away with a stifled gasp. Her white silk robe was embroidered with flowers, but so sheer he could see straight through it, and she wore nothing beneath. "The scent of calf," Turak remarked, "is nearly as pleasing as the taste. Now, trader, I have learned that Quendilla is even rarer here than in Xianchan. Tell me how a simple trader came to possess a piece." He took a sip and waited. Doman drew a steadying breath and began the delicate work of fabricating an escape from Falme. In the chamber shared by Hurin and Loyal, Rand stared out the window at the rigid geometry of Carrion, its stone terraces, slate roofs, and regimented streets. The Illuminator's guild hall was nowhere in sight, blocked by the city's high walls and the mansions of the nobility. Even days after that strange night, when only a single firework had burst prematurely in the sky, the city still buzzed with gossip about the incident. A dozen conflicting tales swirled through the taverns and markets, each more embellished than the last, yet none touching the truth. Rand turned from the view. He hoped no one had been injured in the blaze, though the Illuminators themselves refused to even acknowledge a fire had occurred. They guarded their secrets fiercely.
"I'll take over the watch when I return," he told Hurin. "There's no need, my lord."
Hurin bowed with a formality that rivaled any Kerhinin courtier.
"I can manage the watch. Truly, it's no trouble."
Rand exchanged a weary glance with Loyal. The Ogier merely shrugged. Lately, the sniffer had grown stiffer and more ceremonious with each passing day. Loyal had only remarked that humans often behaved in puzzling ways. "Hurin," Rand said, trying to keep his voice even, "you once called me Lord Rand? You didn't used to bow every time I glanced your way." Lord Rand, he thought, with a surge of disbelief. "Light, we need to leave this city before I start expecting the bows. Would you please sit? Watching you stand at attention is exhausting." Hurin remained rigid, poised as if ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of a command. He did not sit. "It wouldn't be proper, my lord." "We must show these Carrianin. We understand decorum as well as—" "Will you stop saying that?" Rand's shout echoed in the small room. "As you wish, my lord." Rand fought the urge to sigh. "Hurin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled." "It is your right, my lord," Hurin replied plainly. "If I fail to meet your wishes, you have every right to shout." Rand nearly reached for the man's collar to shake some sense into him when a sharp knock at the connecting door froze them all. He noted, with a flicker of relief, that Hurin didn't wait for permission before gripping his sword. Rand's own hand went to the heron-mark blade at his waist. He waited as Loyal settled onto his long bed, carefully arranging his coat-tails to better conceal the chest hidden beneath, then yanked the door open. The innkeeper, Quale, stood there quivering with excitement, thrusting a tray toward Rand. On it lay 2 sealed parchments. "Forgive the intrusion, my lord," Quale gasped. "I couldn't wait until you came down. You weren't in your room, and, well, forgive me, but he jiggled the tray insistently." Rand snatched the invitations they'd received so many lately, without examining them, took Quale by the arm and steered him toward the hall. "Thank you, Master Quale. That will be all for now. But, my lord," the innkeeper sputtered, "these are from—" "Thank you," Rand repeated, guiding the man into the corridor and shutting the door firmly. He tossed the parchments onto the table. "He's never done that before. Loyal, do you think he was listening at the door?" "You're beginning to think like these Kerhienin," Loyal chuckled, though his tufted ears twitched thoughtfully. "Then again, he is Kerhienin, so it's possible. I don't believe we said anything he shouldn't have heard." Rand tried to recall their conversation. They hadn't mentioned the Horn of Valere or Trollocs or Dark Friends. But then he caught himself wondering what meaning Quale might twist from their ordinary words, and he gave a firm shake of his head. "This place is getting to you, too," he muttered under his breath. Outside, a sudden commotion rose from the street. A vendor's cart had overturned, spilling bright fruits across the cobblestones, a brief, chaotic contrast to the calculated order of the city, and a reminder of the world moving on without them. "My lord?" Hurin held the sealed parchments, his eyes wide as he studied the wax impressions. "My lord, these bear the mark of Lord Barthanes, high seat of House de Modred," and from his voice fell to a reverent whisper, "The king himself." Rand dismissed them with a wave. "They burn like the others unopened, but my lord Hurin," Rand said, keeping his tone even, "you and Loyal have taught me enough of this great game. If I attend wherever these summons me, the Kerienin will weave it into some grand scheme and assume I'm a player in their plots. If I stay away, they'll invent meaning in that, too. A reply will be picked apart for hidden messages, and silence will be interpreted just as fiercely. With half the city spying on the other half, every move I make becomes public knowledge. I burned the first invitations, and I'll burn these." He remembered the day a dozen such seals had vanished into the common room flames unread. "Whatever they decide it means, at least it's consistent. I am not for any faction in Kerhien, and I am not against any." "I have attempted to explain," Loyal rumbled, "but I fear it does not function so logically. Whatever action you take, the Kerhienen will perceive a plot behind it. At least, that is what Elder Haman often told me." Hurin extended the sealed letters, as if they were bars of precious metal. "My lord, this one carries Goldrin's own seal. His personal mark, my lord, and this, the personal seal of Lord Barthanes, who stands second only to the king in influence. Burn these, and you make enemies as powerful as any in the land. Burning the others worked thus far because the lesser houses are all watching, wondering what game you play, and assuming you must have formidable backing to risk such insults." "But Lord Barthanes and the king, offend them, and they will act. There will be consequences." Rand dragged his hands through his hair. "What if I refuse them both? It will not serve, my lord. Every major house has sent you an invitation by now. If you decline these two, well, certainly some other house will reason that if you are not allied with the king or Lord Barthanes, then they can answer the insult of their own burned letter. My lord, I hear the houses in Kerhien employ assassins now. A blade in a shadowed alley, an arrow from a high window, a subtle poison in your cup." "You could accept both," Loyal offered, though his expression was doubtful. "I understand your reluctance, Rand, but it might even prove enjoyable, an evening at a lord's estate or within the royal palace itself. Rand, the Shienarans placed their faith in you." Rand's face tightened. He knew it was mere coincidence that the Shienarans had mistaken him for nobility, a similarity of names, servant gossip, and the meddling of Moiraine and the Amelin seat. But Selene had believed it too. A treacherous, hopeful thought whispered that she might be at one of these gatherings. Hurin, however, was shaking his head in fierce disagreement. "Builder, you don't grasp Days Daemar as it's played here. Not in these times. With most houses, there is a surface courtesy. Even when they plot each other's ruin, they smile in public. But not these two. House de Modred held the Sun Throne until Laemon lost it, and they hunger to reclaim it. The king would smash them if they were not nearly as strong as he is. You will find no bitterer rivalry than between House Riatin and House de Modred. If my lord accepts both houses will know it the moment his replies are sent, and each will believe he is a piece in the other's scheme against them. The knife and the poison would come as swiftly as a glance, and I suppose," Rand growled, the frustration sharpening his voice, "if I accept only one, the other will assume I've thrown my lot in with their rival." Hurin nodded grimly. "And they will likely try to kill me to end whatever they think I'm involved in." Another nod from Hurin. "Then do you have any suggestion for how I avoid making any of them wish me dead?" Hurin could only shake his head. "I wish I'd never tossed those first two into the fire." "Indeed, my lord, but I doubt it would have changed much in the end. No matter who you chose to accept or decline, the Kerhinen would find some hidden meaning in it." Rand extended his hand, and Hurin placed the two folded parchments into his palm. One was sealed not with the Damodrid house emblem of the tree and crown, but with Barthanes' personal charging boar. The other bore Galdrian's stag. These were private invitations. It seemed that by doing absolutely nothing, he had managed to capture the attention of the most powerful figures in the city. "These people are completely mad," he muttered, scrambling for a way to escape the situation. "Yes, my Lord Hurin replied. I'll let them see me holding these in the common room," Rand said slowly. Anything witnessed there at midday would spread through 10 noble houses by nightfall and reach every last one by the next morning. I won't break the seals. That way, they'll know I haven't committed to either one yet. As long as they're all waiting to see which way I'll jump, maybe I can buy a few more days. Ingtar has to arrive soon. He must. "Now you're thinking like a true Kerhinen, my lord," Hurin said with a grin. Rand shot him a withering look before stuffing the parchments into his pocket, right on top of Celine's letters. "Let's go, Loyal. Maybe Ingtar is already here." When he and Loyal entered the common room, not a single person glanced in their direction. Quale was polishing a silver tray with a frantic intensity, as if his life depended on its shine. The serving girls darted between tables, acting as though Rand and the Ogier were invisible. Every patron sat staring into their mugs, as if the secrets to ultimate power were hidden in the wine or ale. The silence was so thick you could almost touch it. After a moment, Rand pulled the 2 invitations from his pocket, studied the seals with deliberate slowness, and tucked them away again. Quale gave a little jump as Rand turned toward the door. The moment it closed behind them, a wave of conversation erupted inside. Rand set off down the street at such a brisk pace that Loyal, with his long legs, had no need to shorten his stride to keep up. "We need to find a way out of this city, Loyal. This invitation trick won't buy us more than 2 or 3 days. If Ingtar hasn't arrived by then, we leave anyway." "Agreed," Loyal rumbled. "But how?" The Ogier began counting off points on his thick fingers. "Fane is out there, or we wouldn't have faced Trollocs in the foregate. If we ride out alone, they'll be on us the moment we're out of sight of the walls. If we join a merchant train, they'll attack it without hesitation. No merchant caravan carried more than a handful of guards, and those would likely flee at the first sight of a Trolloc. If only we knew how many Trollocs Fane commands, and how many dark friends serve him." "You have reduced his numbers." Loyal didn't mention the Trolloc he himself had killed, but from the way his long eyebrows drooped against his cheeks, he was clearly thinking of it. "The exact number doesn't matter," Rand said flatly. 10 are as bad as 100. If 10 Trollocs come at us, I don't think we'll escape a second time. He pushed away the thought of how he just might handle 10 Trollocs. That power had failed him when he tried to aid Loyal after all. I don't believe we could escape either. We likely lack the coin to book passage very far, but even if we tried for the foregate docks, well, Fane surely has dark friends watching. If he thought we were taking a ship, I doubt he'd care who saw his Trollocs. Even if we somehow fought free, we'd have to explain ourselves to the city guard, and they would never believe we can't open the chest. So we are not letting any Kerhinen lay eyes on that chest. Loyal. The Ogier nodded gravely. And the city docks are no use to us. The city docks were reserved for grain barges and the pleasure craft of nobles. No one approached without permission. You could look down on them from the wall, but the drop would kill even someone as sturdy as Loyal. Loyal wiggled his thumb as if searching for another point to make. "It's a shame we can't reach Stedding Sofu. Trollocs would never dare enter a steading. But I don't suppose they'd let us travel that far without attacking." Rand offered no reply, his mind already racing down darker, more desperate paths. The walls of Kerhian, once a promise of shelter, now felt like the bars of a very elegant cage. They stood before the main guardhouse just inside the city gate, where they had first arrived in Kerhian. Beyond the walls, the foregate was a churning sea of activity, with 2 guards keeping a wary eye on the crowd. Rand caught a glimpse of a man in what looked like faded Shinaran garments slipping back into the throng, but he couldn't be certain. There were too many people from too many lands, all moving with urgent purpose. He climbed the steps into the guardhouse, passing armored sentries on either side of the door. Inside, the anteroom held hard wooden benches occupied by quiet, patiently waiting commoners in plain, dark clothes. A handful of brighter, threadbare foregaters sat among them, likely hoping for permission to seek work within the city walls. Rand walked directly to the long table at the rear, where a single clerk sat, not a soldier, but a plump man with 1 green bar on his coat. The fellow fussed with his papers, adjusted his inkwell twice, and finally offered a thin, unconvincing smile. "How may I assist you, my lord?" "The same way I hoped you could assist me yesterday," Rand replied, keeping his tone steadier than he felt. "And the day before that, and the day before that, has Lord Ingtar arrived." "Lord Ingtar, my lord," Rand drew a slow breath. "Lord Ingtar of House Shinoa, from Shinar, the same man I've asked about each day I've come here." "No one by that name has entered the city, my lord." "Are you certain? Shouldn't you check your records at least?" "My lord, the lists of foreign arrivals are circulated among the guardhouses at dawn and dusk, and I review them promptly. No Shianaran lord has come to Carrion in quite some time. And the Lady Selene, before you ask, I don't know her house, but I've given you her name and described her 3 times. Isn't that enough?" The clerk spread his hands apologetically. "Without knowing her house, it becomes very difficult." His expression remained bland, and Rand wondered if the man would tell him even if he knew. Just then a movement at a door behind the desk caught Rand's eye, a man beginning to step into the room, then turning away quickly. "Perhaps Captain Caldevwyn could help me," Rand said sharply. "Captain Caldevwyn, my lord? I just saw him behind you." "I'm sorry, my lord. If there were a Captain Caldevwyn here, I would know of it." Rand held the man's gaze until Loyal touched his shoulder. "Rand, I think we should go." "Thank you for your help," Rand said tightly. "I'll return tomorrow. It is my pleasure to do what I can," the clerk replied, with that same hollow smile. Rand strode out so briskly that Loyal had to hurry to catch up in the street. He was lying, Loyal, Rand said, not slowing his pace. If anything, he walked faster, as though he could burn off his frustration through motion. Caldevwyn was there. He could be lying about all of it. Ingtar might already be here searching for us. And I'd wager he knows exactly who Selene is, too. "Perhaps, Rand. Day's Daymar, light. I'm sick of hearing about the great game. I don't want to play it. I don't want any part of it." Loyal walked beside him in silence. "I know," Rand said finally, his steps gradually slowing until he stopped altogether. "They think I'm a lord, and here in Carrion, even an outland lord gets pulled into the game." "I wish I'd never put on this coat," he thought bitterly of Moiraine. She was still making trouble for him, even now. Almost reluctantly, though, he admitted she wasn't entirely to blame. There had always been some reason to pretend, first to keep Hurin's spirits up, then to impress Selene. After Selene there had seemed no way back to simplicity. "When Moiraine let me go," he murmured, "I really thought things would be simple again." Even with the horn to find, and everything else pressing down on him, Rand had imagined it would be straightforward. Even with Sedin whispering in his mind. "Light," he muttered. "I'd give anything for things to be simple again." "Tavren?" Loyal started, but Rand cut him off. I don't want to hear about that right now." He quickened his pace. "All I want is to hand Mat the dagger and give Ingtar the horn. And then what? Go mad? Die? If I die before the madness takes me, at least I won't hurt anyone. But I don't want to die. Lan talks about sheathing the sword, but I'm just a shepherd. If I can just avoid touching it," he whispered, "maybe there's a chance. Owen almost managed. "What was that, Rand?" "Nothing," Rand said, exhaustion heavy in his voice. "I just wish Ingtar would arrive, and Matt and Perrin too." They walked in silence for a while, Rand lost in grim thought. Thom's nephew had held out for nearly 3 years by only channeling when he felt he absolutely had to. If Owen could limit it, then it must be possible to avoid it altogether, no matter how seductive the call of Sedin became. "Rand," Loyal said suddenly, "look, there's a fire ahead." Shaking off the dark thoughts, Rand peered into the city. A thick, black column of smoke was rising above the rooftops. He couldn't see its source, but it was far too close to the inn. "Dark friends," he said, staring. Trollocs couldn't get inside the walls without being spotted, but dark friends, his heart lurched. "Hurin." He broke into a run, Loyal easily, matching his stride. As they drew closer, his fears were confirmed. Rounding the final corner, they saw the defender of the Dragon Wall, smoke pouring from its upper windows and flames now punching through the roof. A crowd had gathered out front. The innkeeper, Quale, was shouting and gesturing wildly, directing men who were hauling furniture into the street. A bucket brigade stretched toward a well down the way, but most people simply stood and watched. When a fresh burst of flame tore through the slate, they let out a collective gasp. Rand pushed through to Quale. "Where's Hurin? Careful with that table. Don't scrape the finish." Quale yelled before turning to blink at Rand, his face smudged with soot. "My lord? Who?"
"Your manservant. I haven't seen him. I'm sure he stepped out. You there, don't drop those there silver." He scurried off to berate the men carrying out his belongings. "Hurin wouldn't have left," Loyal said, lowering his voice as some in the crowd stared curiously at the Ogier. "He wouldn't have abandoned the—" He trailed off, glancing around. "I know," Rand said, and he plunged into the inn. The common room was surprisingly orderly considering the building was ablaze above.
The bucket line snaked up the stairs, and men were still clearing the last of the furniture. But the smoke here was no worse than a kitchen mishap. Pressing upstairs, however, the air grew thick and acrid. Coughing, Rand hurried upward. The line stopped short of the second-floor landing, men on the stairs hurling their water into a hallway choked with black smoke, where flames danced red against the walls. One of the men grabbed Rand's arm. "You can't go up there, my lord." "It's lost above this point." Ogier talked some sense into him. Rand hadn't realized Loyal had followed. "Go back, Loyal. I'll get him out." "You can't carry Hurin and the chest both, Rand," Loyal said. He gave a resigned shrug. "Besides, I won't let my books burn." Then stay low under the smoke. Rand dropped to his hands and knees on the stairs and scrambled up the remaining steps. The air near the floor was clearer, still hot enough to sear his lungs and thick enough to make him cough, but he could breathe it. He gulped the scorching air through his mouth, feeling his tongue go dry. The water the men tossed splashed over him, drenching his clothes. The brief chill vanished almost instantly, swallowed again by the relentless heat. He kept moving forward on his hands and knees, the sound of Loyal's ragged coughing somewhere behind him, the only proof he wasn't alone. Flames had claimed nearly one entire wall of the corridor, and the floorboards beside it were starting to smoulder, adding new threads to the thick haze overhead. He was grateful he couldn't see the ceiling through that smoke. The threatening snaps and groans from above painted a clear enough picture. The door to Hurin's room hadn't caught fire yet, but it was searing hot. It took him 2 attempts, his palms stinging to shove it open. Hurin lay motionless on the floor just inside. Rand scrambled over and turned him over, finding a plum-sized knot on the man's temple. Hurin's eyelids fluttered open, his gaze cloudy and distant. "Lord Rand," he whispered, his voice thin. "Heard a knock, thought it was more of those visitors." Then his eyes closed again, rolling back. Rand's fingers fumbled for a pulse at his throat, and he nearly crumpled with relief when he felt the steady thrum. "Rand!" Loyal called out, coughing. The osier was by his bed, the blankets tossed aside to show the floor beneath. The chest was missing. Overhead, the ceiling let out a sharp crack, and burning fragments of wood rained down. "Grab your books," Rand said. "I'll get her in now." He moved to haul the unconscious sniffer over his shoulders, but Loyal gently took the man from him. "The books must stay, Rand. You cannot carry him and crawl. If you try to stand, you will never make the stairs." The osier heaved Hurin onto his broad back, the man's limbs dangling. Another loud, splintering crack came from above. "We have to go, Rand." "Go, Loyal. I'm right behind you." Loyal crawled into the fiery hallway with his burden. Rand began to follow, then halted, his eyes locked on the connecting door to his own room. The banner was still in there. The dragon banner. Let it burn, he thought fiercely. But another thought answered, cool and clear in his mind, as if Moiraine herself had whispered it. "Your life may depend on it. She is still trying to use me. Your life may depend on it, and Aes Sedai never lies." With a groan of frustration, he rolled across the floor and kicked the door open. His room was an inferno. The bed was a raging bonfire, and fiery lines were creeping across the floorboards. Crawling through that was impossible. He pushed himself to his feet and ran in a low crouch into the room, wincing against the blistering heat, each breath a cough. Steam hissed from his damp coat. One side of the wardrobe was already alight. He yanked the door open. Inside, his saddlebags remained, one side swollen with the banner of Luz Therin Telemon, the wooden flute case beside them. For one reckless second he hesitated. I could still leave it, let it all turn to ash. The ceiling directly above him groaned in protest. He snatched up the saddlebags and the flute case and hurled himself backward through the doorway, landing hard on his knees as a section of burning ceiling timber smashed down right where he had been standing. Hauling his salvaged gear, he crawled back into the hall. The whole floor shuddered with the impact of more falling beams. The men with the buckets had vanished by the time he reached the stairwell. He half slid, half fell down the steps to the next landing, stumbled to his feet, and ran through the deserted building out into the street. A crowd of onlookers gawked at him, his face smudged with soot and his coat filthy. He staggered across to where Loyal had propped Hurin against the wall of a house. A woman from the crowd was gently wiping Hurin's face with a damp cloth, but his eyes remained shut, his breathing labored and uneven. "Is there a wisdom nearby?" Rand demanded. "He needs help." The woman looked at him, uncomprehending. He racked his brain for the other titles he'd heard. "A wise woman. Someone you call mother, a woman who knows herbs and healing." "I am a reader, if that's what you mean," the woman said, her tone weary. "But all I can do for this one is make him comfortable. I fear something is broken inside his head." "Rand, it is you." Rand turned, startled. It was Matt, working his way through the crowd, leading his horse, his strung bow slung across his back. Matt's face was pale and tight, but it was still Matt, managing a weak grin despite everything. Behind him came Perrin, his golden eyes catching the firelight and drawing almost as much attention as the flames themselves. Then Ingtar appeared, dismounting in a high-collared coat rather than armor, though the hilt of his sword still rose above his shoulder. A shiver ran through Rand. "You're too late," he told them, his voice hollow. "It's all over." And with that, he sank down right there in the street and began to laugh, a raw, broken sound that seemed to startle even him. He didn't notice Verin until the Aes Sedai was already cupping his face in her hands. For an instant he saw genuine concern in her eyes, maybe even fear, and then a sensation like icy water washed over him, not wet, but sharp and tingling. One violent shudder later, his laughter cut off. Verin released him and moved to kneel beside Hurin. The reader watched her warily, and so did Rand. "What is she doing here?" he thought bitterly. "As if I need to ask. Where did you go?" Matt's voice was rough and strained. "One minute you were there, the next you'd vanished, and now you're in Carrion ahead of us. Loyal?" The Ogier gave an uneasy shrug, his ears flicking nervously as he glanced at the gathering crowd. Many of the onlookers had turned from the fire to study the newcomers, a few edging closer to eavesdrop. Rand accepted Perrin's hand and pulled himself up. "How did you find the inn?" He shot another look toward Verin, who was now focused on the sniffer. "Through her. In a manner of speaking," Perrin answered. "The guards at the gate asked for our names. A man coming out of the guardhouse jumped when he heard Ingtar's. Claimed he didn't recognize it, but his smile was so false you could spot it a mile off." "I think I know who you mean," Rand said. "He always smiles like that." "Verin showed him her ring," Matt added, his voice thin and feverish. Despite his sickly appearance, he forced another grin, and Rand noticed, not for the first time, how sharp his cheekbones had become. I couldn't catch what she whispered to him, but he looked ready to either choke or faint on the spot. "Suddenly, he couldn't help us enough. Told us exactly where you were staying, even offered to guide us himself." He seemed downright relieved when Verin refused. Matt let out a dry snort. "Lord Rand of House Althor. It's a long story," Rand said, brushing it aside. "Where are Uno and the others? We'll need them in the foregate." Matt studied him, his expression wary. "Uno said they'd rather stay outside the walls from what I've seen." "I don't blame them, Rand. Why do we need Uno?" "Have you found them?" This was the moment Rand had been dreading. He drew a slow breath and met his friend's gaze. "Matt, I had the dagger, and I lost it. The Dark Friends took it back." He heard gasps from the nearby Kerhirnin, but he paid them no mind. Let them play their great game if they wished. Ingdar was here now, and Rand was done with pretending. They can't have gotten far, though. Ingdar, who had been quiet until now, stepped forward and gripped Rand's arm. "You had it? And the other item?" He glanced meaningfully at the listeners. "They took that, too," Rand said softly. Ingtar slammed a fist into his palm and turned away, his expression so fierce that several onlookers retreated. Matt chewed his lip, then shook his head. "I didn't even know it had been found, so it's not like I lost it again. It's just still lost." He was clearly speaking of the dagger, not the horn. "We'll track it down. We have 2 sniffers now. Perrin's one as well. He followed the trail all the way to the foregate after you disappeared with Hurin and Loyal. I thought maybe you'd just run off well, you know. But how did you get so far ahead? That man said you'd been here for days." Rand glanced at Perrin. "He's a sniffer," and found Perrin watching him intently. He thought he heard Perrin mutter something under his breath. "Shadow killer." He must have misheard. Perrin's golden eyes held his for a long moment, heavy with unspoken secrets. Rand tried to convince himself he was imagining things. "I'm not going crazy. Not yet," and forced his gaze away. Verin was assisting a wobbly Hurin to stand. "I feel light as a feather," Hurin was saying. Just a bit worn out, but his voice faded as he seemed to truly notice Verin for the first time, grasping what had just occurred. "The fatigue will linger a few hours," she informed him. "The body exerts itself to mend quickly." The reader from Kerhian stood. "Aes Sedai?" she whispered. Verin gave a slight nod, and the reader dropped into a deep curtsy. Though spoken softly, the words Aes Sedai rippled through the onlookers in a mix of reverence, dread, and anger. Now every eye was on them. Even Quayle ignored his blazing inn, and Rand had decided a bit of prudence might be wise. "Have you secured rooms yet?" he asked. "We need to speak privately. We can't do it here." "A sound plan," Verin replied. "I've lodged at the great tree before. We'll head there." Loyal went to retrieve the horses. The inn's roof had fully collapsed, though the stables were untouched, and soon they were moving through the streets. All mounted except Loyal, who insisted he'd grown accustomed to walking again. Perrin held the lead rope of one pack-horse they'd brought south. "Hurin," Rand said, "how soon can you pick up their trail again? Can you still follow it? The men who attacked you and set the fire left a trace, didn't they? I can follow it now, my lord. I caught their scent in the street. It won't hold long, though. No Trollocs were with them, and they didn't kill anyone. Just men, my lord. Dark friends, I expect, but scent doesn't always confirm that, a day perhaps before it fades." "I doubt they can open the chest either, Rand," Loyal added, "or they'd have taken just the horn. That would be far simpler than hauling the entire chest." Rand nodded. "They must have loaded it onto a cart or a horse. Once they're past the foregate, they'll surely rejoin the Trollocs. You'll be able to track that, Hurin." "I will, my lord." "Then rest until you're fully recovered," Rand told him. The sniffer appeared steadier, but rode slumped, weariness etched on his face. "At most, they're only a few hours ahead. If we push hard abruptly," he noticed the others watching him. Verin and Ingtar, Mat and Perrin. He realized what he'd been doing and flushed. "I apologize, Ingtar. I suppose I've grown used to taking charge. I'm not trying to overstep." Ingtar nodded slowly. "Moraine chose well when she had Lord Egelmar name you my second. Perhaps the Amelin should have given you the command from the start." The Shianaran gave a short laugh. "At least you've actually laid hands on the horn. After that," they rode in silence. The great tree could have been a mirror of the defender of the Dragon Wall, a tall, square stone building with a common room lined in dark wood and accented with silver, a large, gleaming clock on the fireplace mantel. The innkeeper might have been Qualei's sister. Mistress Tiedra shared the same pleasantly plump build and smooth manner, and the same sharp eyes, the same sense she was listening to what lay behind your words. But Tiedra knew Verin, and her welcoming smile for the Aes Sedai was genuine. She never said Aes Sedai aloud, but Rand was certain she knew. Tiedra and a flurry of servants tended their horses and settled them into rooms. Rand's chamber was as fine as the one that had burned, but he was far more interested in the large copper bathtub 2 attendants maneuvered through the door and the buckets of steaming water kitchen maids carried up. One glance in the washstand mirror showed a face smudged as if with charcoal, and his coat was streaked with black marks across the red wool. He stripped off and climbed into the tub, though he spent as much time thinking as washing Verin was present. She was one of only 3 Aes Sedai. He felt he could rely on not to attempt gentling him on the spot, or handing him over to those who would, or so he hoped. She was among those who seemed intent on convincing him. He was the dragon reborn, aiming to wield him as a false dragon. She's Moiraine's eyes on me, Moiraine's hand trying to guide my steps. But I've severed those ties. His belongings had been brought to the room, including a bundle from the pack-horse with clean attire. After drying himself, he unwrapped the bundle and let out a weary breath. He'd forgotten that his other 2 coats were just as elaborately decorated as the one he'd discarded for cleaning. After a moment's hesitation, he selected the black coat, matching his somber mood. Silver herons adorned the high collar, and silver rapids cascaded down the sleeves, depicting water churning against sharp rocks. As he transferred items from his old coat, his fingers brushed against the parchments. He tucked the invitations absently into his pocket, while studying Celine's 2 letters. How could I have been so foolish, he wondered. She was the stunning daughter of a noble family. He was a shepherd being manipulated by Aes Sedai, a man destined for madness if death didn't claim him first. Yet just seeing her handwriting made his pulse quicken, and he could almost catch the scent of her perfume lingering in the air. "I'm a shepherd," he whispered to the letters, not some grand figure. If I could marry anyone, it would be Egwene, but she's set on becoming Aes Sedai. How can I bind myself to any woman, love any woman, when madness awaits me and I might one day harm her? Still, no words could dull the memory of Celine's beauty, or the warmth that spread through him at her gaze. The sensation grew so vivid that he half expected to find her standing there, her perfume filling the room. He glanced around and laughed bitterly at his own solitude. "Imagining things like I'm already losing my mind," he muttered. Suddenly, he tilted back the lampshade on the bedside table, lit the wick, and held the letters to the flame. Outside, the wind howled, seeping through the shutters and breathing life into the fire until the parchment was fully engulfed. He hastily tossed the burning pages into the cold hearth, just as the heat nipped at his fingers. He waited until the last blackened fragment turned to ash before buckling on his sword and leaving the room. Verin had secured a private dining chamber, where shelves along the shadowed walls displayed even more silver than the common room. Mat was attempting to juggle 3 boiled eggs, striving for an air of casual indifference. Ingtar stood peering into the unlit fireplace, his expression troubled. Loyal, with a few books from Faldara still tucked in his pockets, was reading intently by the lamplight. Perrin sat slouched at the table, staring at his clasped hands to his sensitive nose. The room carried the scent of beeswax used on the polished panelling. "It's him," Perrin thought. "Rand is the shadow killer. Light, what is becoming of us all?" His hands tightened into solid, square fists, hands meant for a smith's hammer, not for wielding an axe. He looked up as Rand entered, sensing a new determination in his friend's demeanour, as if he had settled on a path. The Aes Sedai gestured for Rand to take the high-backed armchair opposite her. "How is Hurin?" Rand asked, adjusting his sword as he sat. "Is he resting?" "He insisted on going out," Ingtar replied, not turning from the fireplace. "I instructed him to follow the trail only until he caught the scent of Trollocs. We can pick it up from there tomorrow." "Unless you wish to pursue them tonight," Ingtar, Rand said, with a touch of unease. "I truly wasn't trying to take charge. I just didn't think it through." Yet Perrin noted the response lacked the old nervousness. "Shadow killer? We're all changing." Ingtar offered no reply, his gaze fixed on the empty hearth. "There are matters that intrigue me greatly, Rand." Verin said softly. "One is how you disappeared from Ingdar's camp without leaving a trace. Another is how you arrived in Kerhin a full week ahead of us. That Clark was quite certain you would have needed to fly. One of Mat's eggs fell and cracked on the floor. He didn't even glance down. Rand's gaze was fixed on him, and Ingtar had turned in his seat. Loyal kept his nose in his book, but his tufted ears stood straight up, betraying his unease. Perrin caught himself staring as well. "He didn't sprout wings," Perrin muttered. "I don't see any feathers. Maybe he's got bigger news for us." Verin's eyes flicked toward him briefly. He met her look, but had to glance away first. An Aes Sedai. Light? What were we thinking, trailing after one of them? Rand shot him a thankful nod, and Perrin managed a grin. This wasn't the old Rand. Somehow that embroidered coat fit him now, as if he'd grown into it. But underneath, he was still the same boy from home. Shadow killer. A man the wolves feared and revered, a man who could channel.
"It's fine,"
Rand said, and launched into his story. Perrin listened, his jaw going slack. Portal stones, other worlds where the ground itself seemed to twist. Hurin tracking the scent of where dark friends would be, and a woman in trouble straight out of a gleeman's ballad. Mat let out a low, astonished whistle, and she brought you back, using one of those stones? Rand paused briefly. "She must have," he replied. "That's how we got so far ahead." When Fane showed up, Loyal and I slipped in after dark, and took back the horn of Valere. We rode hard for Caerhien. I didn't think we could slip past them once they were alert, and I knew Ingtar would keep pushing south and reach the cities sooner or later. Shadow Killer. Rand's eyes narrowed, and Perrin realized he'd said the name out loud. Thankfully, no one else seemed to hear. He felt a sudden urge to confess everything about the wolves to Rand. "You know my secret. It's only right you know yours." But Verin was sitting right there. He couldn't speak of it in front of her. "Fascinating," the Aes Sedai remarked, wearing a pensive look. "I would very much like to meet this young woman. If she can operate a portal stone, even the name is scarcely known." She gave a slight shake of her head. "But that's a matter for another day. A tall girl shouldn't be hard to locate among the Caerhienin nobility. Ah, here comes our supper." Perrin caught the scent of roast lamb even before Mistress Tiedra entered, leading a line of servers carrying laden trays. His mouth watered more for the meat than for the peas, squash, carrots, cabbage, or the warm, crusty rolls. Vegetables still tasted good, but lately he'd catch himself dreaming of red meat, sometimes even raw. It was unsettling to think the perfectly pink slices of lamb the innkeeper carved were overdone. He piled his plate with a little of everything, and 2 helpings of the lamb. The meal passed quietly, each person wrapped in their own thoughts. Perrin found it hard to watch Matt eat. Matt's appetite was as fierce as ever, despite the feverish glow on his cheeks, and the way he shoveled food in made it seem like a final feast before the end. Perrin kept his eyes on his own plate as much as he could and wished they'd never left Eamon's Field. After the maids cleared the table, Verin insisted they all stay together until Hurin returned. "He may bring word that requires us to move immediately." Matt went back to juggling and loyal to his book. Rand asked the innkeeper if she had any other volumes, and she brought him The Travels of Jane Farstrider. Perrin had always liked that one too, with its tales of adventures among the sea folk and journeys to the lands beyond the Aiel Waste, where silk originated. He wasn't in the mood to read, though, so he set up a stones board and challenged Ingda. The Shienaran played with a bold, aggressive style. Perrin had always been a stubborn, defensive player, but now he found himself matching Ingtar's recklessness move for move. Most games ended in draws, but he won just as many as Ingtar did. By early evening, when the sniffer finally returned, the Shienaran was studying him with a fresh layer of respect. Hurin's expression was a mix of victory and confusion. "I located them, Lord Ingtar." "Lord Rand?" "I followed their trail right to their hiding spot." "Hiding spot?" Ingtar's voice was sharp. "Are you saying they're concealed nearby?" "Yes, my lord. The ones who stole the horn, I tracked them directly there. The place reeked of Trolloc, but it was a cautious, hidden stench, as if they were afraid to be noticed even in their own refuge, and it's no surprise why." The sniffer drew a long breath. "It's the grand new manor house that Lord Barthane's just completed. Lord Barthane's." Ingdar burst out, stumbling over his words. "But his dark friends exist among the powerful, just as they do among the common folk," Verin stated calmly. "The strong surrender their souls to the shadow as readily as the weak." Ingdar frowned, visibly disturbed by the idea. "There are guards," Hurin continued. "With 20 men, we won't get in and out alive. 100 could manage it, but 200 would be safer. That's my assessment, my lord." "What about the king?" Matt interjected. "If Barthane's is a dark friend, surely the king will assist us." "I have little doubt," Verin replied with a dry tone, "that Galdrian Riatin would eagerly act against Barthane's Damodred on the mere rumour of his being a dark friend, welcoming any pretext. I am equally certain Galdrian would never relinquish the Horn of Valere once it was in his possession." He'd parade it on feast days to impress the populace, boasting of Carian's greatness, and it would never see the light of day otherwise. Perrin stared in disbelief. But the horn must be present for the last battle. He couldn't simply hoard it. I don't claim to understand Carian in politics deeply, Ingdar told him, but I've heard enough about Galdrian. He would host a feast in our honor, shower us with gold, and adorn us with titles. Then, if we attempted to leave with the horn, he'd have our decorated heads removed without a second thought. Perrin ran a hand through his hair. The more he learned about kings, the less he trusted them. What about the dagger? Matt asked hesitantly. He wouldn't have any interest in that, would he? Ingdar shot him a stern look, and Matt shifted uneasily. I understand the horn is crucial, but I won't be fighting in the last battle. That dagger, though. Verin rested her hands on the arms of her chair. Galdrian shall not have it either. Our challenge is gaining entry to Barthanes' manor. If we can locate the horn, we might also devise a way to reclaim it. Yes, Matt, and the dagger. Once it's known an Aes Sedai is in the city. Well, I typically avoid such gatherings, but if I casually mention to Tiedra that I wish to see Barthanes' new estate, an invitation should arrive within days. Bringing some of you along shouldn't be too difficult. What is it, Hurin? The sniffer had been fidgeting anxiously since she mentioned an invitation. Lord Rand already has one, from Lord Barthanes. Perrin gaped at Rand, and he wasn't alone. Rand withdrew 2 sealed parchments from his coat and handed them to the Aes Sedai without a word. Ingtar peered over her shoulder at the seals, his eyes widening. Barthanes and... Galdrian Rand, how did you obtain these? What have you been involved in? Nothing, Rand stated flatly. I haven't done a thing. They were simply delivered to me. Ingtar released a long, slow breath. Matt's jaw had gone slack. It's the truth, Rand said quietly, a new dignity in his bearing. He regarded the Aes Sedai and the Shianaran Lord as equals, and Perrin shook his head inwardly. You're growing into that coat. We're all being reshaped. Lord Rand burned all the others, Hurin added, a note of pride in his voice. They arrived daily, and daily he destroyed them, until these 2, of course. Every day, invitations from increasingly powerful houses. The wheel of time weaves us all into the pattern as it wills, Verin remarked, her eyes on the parchments before her. Yet sometimes it provides what we need before we even realize we need it. With a casual gesture, she crumpled the king's invitation and tossed it into the fireplace, where it lay stark and white against the cold logs. Breaking the other seal with her thumb, she scanned the contents. Yes, this will serve our purpose quite well. How can I possibly go? Rand asked, a note of desperation in his voice. They'll know I'm no lord. I'm a shepherd and a farmer. Ingdar looked openly skeptical. I am, Ingdar, I told you the truth. Ingdar merely shrugged, his expression still doubtful. Hurin stared at Rand with plain disbelief. Burn me, Perrin thought. If I didn't know him, I wouldn't believe it either. Matt watched Rand with his head tilted, frowning as if studying some strange new creature. He sees it now, too. You can do this, Rand, Perrin said firmly. You can. It will help, Verin advised, if you stop telling everyone what you are not. People see what they expect to see. Beyond that, look them directly in the eye and speak with confidence. The way you've been addressing me, for instance, she added with a dry tone, causing Rand's cheeks to flush, though he held her gaze. The actual words hardly matter. They'll attribute any oddity to your being an outlander. It will also help if you recall how you behaved before the Amerlin. If you summon that same arrogance, they'll believe you're a lord, even if you're dressed in rags. Matt let out a snicker. Rand threw his hands up in surrender. Fine, I'll do it, but I still think they'll see through me 5 minutes after I start speaking. When is this supposed to happen? Barthanes has suggested 5 possible dates. One of them is tomorrow night. Tomorrow, Ingtar exploded, the horn could be 50 miles downriver by tomorrow night, or... Verin cut him off. Uno, and your soldiers can keep watch on the manor. If they attempt to move the horn, we can follow easily and perhaps retrieve it with less difficulty than if we were inside Barthanes' walls. Perhaps, Ingtar agreed grudgingly. I simply dislike waiting now that the horn is nearly within my grasp. I will have it. I must. There is no other choice. Hurin stared at him, troubled. But Lord Ingtar, that isn't the way of things. What happens, happens, and what is meant to be, will. Ingtar's sharp glare silenced him, though Hurin continued to mutter under his breath. It isn't the way talking of must like that. Ingtar turned back to Verin, his posture stiff. Verin Sedai, the Kerhionin, are exceedingly strict about protocol. If Rand does not send a reply, Barthanes may be so insulted he will refuse us entry, even with that parchment. But if Rand does reply, well, Fane at least knows him. We could be warning them to set a trap. We will surprise them, she said, her brief smile devoid of warmth. But I believe Barthanes will want to see Rand regardless. Dark friend or not, I doubt he has abandoned his schemes against the throne. Rand, he mentions you, took an interest in one of the king's projects, but he doesn't specify. What does he mean? I don't know, Rand said slowly. I haven't done anything since arriving. Wait. Perhaps he means the statue. We passed through a village where they were excavating a colossal statue from the Age of Legends, they claimed. The king intends to move it to Kerhion, though I've no idea how he'll transport something that immense. All I did was ask what it was. We passed it by daylight and did not stop to inquire, Verin said, letting the invitation rest in her lap. Not a wise endeavour for Guldrian, perhaps, unearthing such a thing. Not that there is any true danger, but it is never wise for those who lack understanding to meddle with relics from the Age of Legends. What is it? Rand asked. A Sa'angreal, she replied, her tone suggesting it was of little consequence. Yet Perrin suddenly felt the two of them had entered a private dialogue, speaking of matters no one else could fully comprehend. One of a pair, the two largest ever made, that we know of, and an odd pair at that. One, still buried on Tremorking, can only be used by a woman. This one can only be used by a man. These artifacts were forged in the War of the Powers, intended as weapons of immense destruction. Yet, if there is any mercy to be found in the cataclysm that ended that age and brought about the breaking of the world, it is that the conflict concluded before they could ever be unleashed. Used in tandem, they could wield enough force to shatter the world once more, perhaps even more completely than the first breaking Perrin's hands clenched into fists. He kept his gaze averted from Rand, though from the edge of his vision he could see the tight, pale line of Rand's lips. He sensed fear in Rand, and he couldn't fault him for it. Ingtar, too, appeared deeply unsettled, as well he should. That thing ought to be buried once more, Perrin said, under mountains of stone and earth. What if Loghain had discovered it? Or any man who can channel, much less one declaring himself the dragon reborn? Verin Sedai, you must warn King Galdrian of the danger he's courting. Oh, I doubt that's necessary, Verin replied thoughtfully. The two must be used together to wield enough of the one power to break the world. That was the design in the Age of Legends. A man and a woman channeling in unison could achieve 10 times the strength of either alone. And what Aes Sedai today would ever assist a man in such a way? One artifact alone is formidable, but I can name only a handful of women strong enough to survive the flow of power through the one kept on Tremorking. The Armelin seat, certainly, Moiraine and Elida. Perhaps one or two others. As for Loghain, it would have demanded all his strength merely to avoid being consumed, leaving nothing for actual use. No, Ingtar, I wouldn't trouble yourself over it, at least not until the true dragon reborn is revealed, and then we'll all have more than enough to worry about. Let us focus instead on what we must do once inside Barthanes' manor. She was speaking directly to Rand. Perrin knew it, and from the uneasy glint in Mat's eye, he did as well. Even Loyal fidgeted in his chair. Light, Rand, Perrin thought desperately. Don't let her manipulate you. Rand's hands pressed against the tabletop, his knuckles bone-white, yet his voice remained steady, his eyes locked on the Aes Sedai. First, we reclaim the horn and the dagger. After that, it's finished, Verin. Then it's done. Watching Verin's small, enigmatic smile, Perrin felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. He doubted Rand understood even half of what he believed he did. Not even half. The manor of Lord Barthanes loomed in the darkness like a great stone toad, sprawling across the grounds with the footprint of a fortress, yet it was no stronghold tall. Lit windows dotted its walls, and the distant sounds of music and laughter floated out into the night. Still, Rand spotted guards patrolling the towers and roof walks, and not a single window was within easy reach of the ground. Dismounting from Red, he adjusted his coat and sword belt. The others followed suit at the base of broad, pale stone stairs that led up to the manor's ornate doors. They were accompanied by 10 Shienarans under Uno's command. The one-eyed soldier exchanged a brief nod with Ingtar before leading his men to join the other escorts, where ale flowed and a whole ox turned on a spit over a large fire. The remaining 10 Shienarans had stayed behind, along with Perrin. Verin had insisted everyone attending must have a clear purpose, and Perrin had none to serve that evening. An escort was needed for appearances in the eyes of Caer Hienin nobility, but more than 10 might arouse suspicion. Rand was present because he held the invitation. Ingdar attended to lend the weight of his title, while Loyal joined because Ogier were prized curiosities among Caer Hienin high society. Hurin posed as Ingtar's manservant, his real task to seek out the scent of dark friends and Trollocs. The Horn of Valeri would likely be near them. Mat, still muttering complaints, pretended to be Rand's servant. He could sense the dagger when it was close. If Hurin failed, perhaps Mat could locate the dark friends instead. When Rand questioned Verin about her presence, she simply offered a knowing smile and replied, "To ensure the rest of you stay out of mischief." Climbing the stairs, Mat grumbled under his breath. "I still don't understand why I have to play the servant." He and Hurin trailed the group. "By the light, if Rand gets to be a lord, I could certainly wear a fine coat too." A servant, Verin stated, without turning, "can access spaces others cannot, and most nobles will look right through him. You and Hurin have your roles to fulfill." "Quiet now, Mat," Ingtar interjected, "unless you wish to reveal us." They neared the doors, guarded by 6 soldiers bearing the tree and crown of House de Modred on their tunics, alongside an equal number of attendants in dark green livery with the same emblem on their sleeves. Rand drew a steadying breath and extended the invitation. "I am Lord Rand of House Althor," he announced quickly, eager to have it done. "These are my companions, Verin Aes Sedai of the Brown Ajar, Lord Ingdar of House Shinoa from Shienar, Loyal son of Arent, son of Halan, of Stedding Shangtai." Loyal had preferred his Stedding remain unmentioned, but Verin insisted every formality was necessary. The servant who reached for the invitation with a routine bow gave a slight start at each name. His eyes widened noticeably at Verin's title. In a strained voice he declared, "Welcome to House de Modred, my lords. Welcome Aes Sedai. Welcome friend Ogier." He gestured for the other servants to swing the doors open and ushered Rand's party inside, where he hastily handed the invitation to another liveried man and whispered urgently. This man, whose green coat prominently displayed the tree and crown on its chest, bowed deeply with his long staff, nearly touching his head to his knees for each of them. "Aes Sedai, my lords. Friend Ogier. I am Ashin. Please follow me." The entrance hall was occupied only by servants, but Ashin guided them to a grand chamber crowded with nobles. A juggler performed at one end and tumblers at the other, while the sounds of voices and music from adjoining rooms hinted at more guests and diversions elsewhere. The nobles stood in small, careful clusters, sometimes mixed, sometimes segregated by gender, always maintaining a polite distance to prevent eavesdropping. The guests wore the sombre hues favoured in Cairn, each adorned with vibrant stripes descending at least midway down their chests, some reaching all the way to their waists. The women sported towering arrangements of curls, every hairstyle uniquely elaborate, and their dark skirts were so voluminous they would need to turn sideways to pass through most doorways. None of the men had the shaved heads of soldiers. Instead, they wore dark velvet hats over long hair, some bell-shaped, others flat-brimmed. Like the women, their hands were nearly concealed by lace ruffles, the colour of dark ivory. Ashin rapped his staff and announced them loudly, beginning with Verin. All eyes turned toward them. Verin wore her brown-fringed shawl embroidered with grapevines. The proclamation of an Aes Sedai stirred a murmur among the lords and ladies, and caused the juggler to fumble a hoop, though no one was watching his act any more. Loyal attracted nearly as many stares, even before Ashin spoke his name. Compared to the Cairhienin, Rand's stark black coat, despite its silver embroidery on the collar and sleeves, made him stand out sharply, and both his and Ingtar's swords drew frequent assessing glances. None of the other lords appeared armed. Rand caught the phrase "Heron Mark Blade" more than once. Some of the looks directed his way seemed disapproving. He suspected these came from men whose invitations he had burned. A slender, handsome man with greying long hair approached. His deep grey coat was crossed from neck to hem by multicoloured stripes. Barthanes de Modred stood with a Cairhienin's unusual height, barely half a head shorter than Rand himself. He carried himself in a manner that added to his stature, chin lifted, as if perpetually looking down on those around him. His eyes were like chips of dark stone, yet a flicker of wariness showed when his gaze settled on Verin. "Your presence honours my hall, Aes Sedai," he said, his voice deep and confident. His attention shifted across the group. Lord Ingdar, friend Ogier. He offered each a slight, calculated nod, a man fully aware of his own standing. "And you, Lord Rand. The city whispers about you, and the great houses take note. Perhaps we might speak tonight." His tone suggested the opportunity mattered little to him, that the whispers were of no real interest, yet his eyes, just for an instant, darted toward Ingtar, Loyal, and Verin before he steadied them. "You are all welcome here." A woman with lace at her sleeves and rings on her fingers took his arm, drawing him away, but as he went, his glance drifted back to Rand. Around them, the murmur of conversation resumed. The juggler sent his hoops spinning in a high, narrow arc that nearly brushed the ornate plaster ceiling 4 spans above. The tumblers, never having paused, continued their display. One woman launched from a partner's cupped hands, her oiled skin gleaming under the lamplight as she twisted in the air, landing squarely on the palms of a man already balanced on another's shoulders. He raised her upward as the man below lifted him in turn, and she stretched out her arms as if awaiting applause. None of the Cairhienin guests appeared to pay any mind. Verin and Ingtar melted into the crowd. The Shienaran drew a few cautious looks. Some watched the Aes Sedai with wide eyes, while others frowned with the unease of someone finding an unpredictable creature suddenly within reach. The worried expressions came more often from the men, though several women approached Verin to speak. Rand noticed then that Mat and Hurin had already slipped away toward the kitchens, where the servants accompanying the guests would be gathered until called for. He hoped they could manage to leave unnoticed. Loyal leaned close, his voice for Rand alone. "Rand, I can sense a waygate. It is near, so this was once an Ogier grove?" Rand kept his voice low. Loyal gave a slow nod. The steading Sofu was still lost when this was planted. The Ogier who helped raise Alcair Rahin Allen would have needed a grove to remember the feel of a steading. All this was forest when I last passed through Cairhien, and it belonged to the crown. Barthanis likely claimed it through some scheme. Rand glanced around uneasily. Though everyone seemed engaged in talk, more than a few were watching him and the Ogier. He could no longer see Ingtar. Verin stood encircled by a cluster of women. "I wish we didn't have to separate." Verin advised against staying together, Rand, Loyal murmured. She said it would breed suspicion and resentment, as if we held ourselves apart. We must soothe their doubts until Matt and Hurin discover what they can. I heard her same as you, Loyal, but if Barthanes serves the Shadow, he likely already knows why we're here. Wandering off alone is practically inviting a blow to the back of the head. Verin believes he will not act until he determines whether he can use us.
Just follow her guidance, Rand.
Aes Sedai understand these matters. With that, Loyal moved into the crowd, immediately drawing a circle of lords and ladies before he had taken 10 steps. Others began drifting toward Rand now that he stood alone, but he turned abruptly and hurried in the opposite direction. Aes Sedai might know what they're doing, but I wish I did. I don't like any of this light. I wish I knew whether she was being straight with us. They never lie. But the truth you get might not be the truth you think you're hearing. He kept walking, avoiding any chance of being drawn into conversation with the nobles. The manor house seemed to pulse with life, every chamber packed with nobles and their companions, each space alive with performers. Gleemen in their colourful cloaks shared the air with jugglers and acrobats, while musicians filled the halls with sound. Flutes, bitterns, dulcimers and lutes competed with an array of fiddles, horns of every shape from straight to curled, and drums ranging from small timbres to great kettle drums. Rand's gaze lingered on the players with coiled horns, but the instruments were simple brass, nothing more. "You're being a fool," he chided himself. The horn of Valere wouldn't be displayed here unless Barthanes planned to raise dead heroes as part of the evening's amusement. Even a bard moved through the crowd, his Terran boots silver-stitched, his yellow coat bright, plucking a harp and occasionally pausing to recite in high chant. He cast a scornful look at the gleemen and avoided rooms where they performed, though Rand saw little to separate them save the quality of their clothing. Without warning, Lord Barthanes fell into step beside him. A servant in livery bowed and presented a silver tray. Barthanes selected a delicate blown glass goblet of wine. The man then stepped backwards, bowing again as he offered the tray to Rand until a shake of the head sent him fading into the press of guests. "You appear restless," Barthanes remarked, taking a sip. "I prefer to keep moving," Rand replied. Remembering Verin's counsel about his audience with the Amelin, he deliberately settled into the stance called Cat Crosses the Courtyard. It was the most arrogantly casual walk he knew. Barthanes' lips thinned slightly. Perhaps it was too much, Rand thought, but with no other guide he held to it. To soften the edge, he added in a conversational tone, "This is a remarkable gathering. You've many friends here, and I don't think I've ever seen so many entertainers in one place." "Many friends indeed," Barthanes agreed. "You may inform King Goldrian of their number and their names. Some might surprise him. I've never met the king, my lord, and I don't expect I ever will. Naturally, you merely happened to be in that insignificant village. You weren't there to observe the recovery of that statue. A substantial endeavour that, yes." Rand's thoughts returned to Verin, wishing she had offered guidance on speaking with a man who assumed every word was a lie. Almost without thinking, he added, "It's risky to meddle with artifacts from the Age of Legends if you don't understand what you're handling." Barthanes peered into his wine as if Rand had uttered something deeply meaningful. "Are you suggesting you do not support Goldrian in this venture? I told you, I've never met the king." Of course I hadn't realized. Andor men played the great game with such skill. We see few of your countrymen here in Cairhien. Rand drew a slow breath to keep anger from his voice. The river is full of grain barges from Andor. Merchants and traders, who pays attention to such people? One might as well notice beetles on the leaves. Barthane's tone held equal disdain for both, yet he frowned again, as if Rand had hinted at something more. Not many men travel in the company of an Aes Sedai. You seem too young for a warder. I suppose Lord Ingtar serves as Verin Sedai's warder? We are who we said we are, Rand stated, then grimaced inwardly. Except for me, Barthanes was now studying his face almost openly. Young, rather young to bear a heron-marked blade. I am less than a year old, Rand said automatically, and instantly regretted it. It sounded absurd to his own ears, but Verin had advised him to act as he had with the Armerlin's seat, and that was the answer Lan had given him once. A borderman counted the day he received his sword as his true Nam-day. I see. An Andorman, yet trained in the borderlands, or perhaps trained as a warder. Barthane's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I understand Queen Morghese has but one son. Gorwyn, I believe he is called. You must be near him in age. I have met him, Rand answered carefully. Those eyes, that hair, I've heard the royal family of Andor has hair and eyes, almost like the Aiel, Barthanes remarked. Rand nearly tripped on the smooth marble floor. I'm not Aiel, Lord Barthanes, and I'm certainly not royalty. Of course, Barthanes replied, his tone suggesting he believed otherwise. You've given me much to consider. I suspect we may discover shared interests when we speak again. He raised his glass in a brief toast before turning to a grey-haired noble whose coat was slashed with numerous coloured stripes. Rand shook his head and moved away, eager to avoid further conversation. Dealing with one Cairhien lord had been exhausting. Facing another was unthinkable. Barthanes seemed to uncover hidden significance in the simplest remarks. Rand now understood just enough of the great game to realize he had no idea how to play it. Mat, Hurin, find what we need quickly so we can leave. These people are insane. Then he walked into the next room, and there at the far end was Tom Merrilin, plucking his harp and reciting a story from the Hunt for the Horn. Rand froze. Tom's gaze swept over him twice, but the gleeman gave no sign of recognition. It appeared Tom had meant what he said about a clean break. Rand turned to leave, but a woman glided smoothly into his path and placed a hand on his chest, lace falling back from her wrist. She was a head shorter than him, though her elaborate curls nearly reached his eyes. Her dark blue gown had a high neck with ruffles beneath her chin, and the front below her bust was covered in stripes. I am Elaine Chuliandrid, and you are the celebrated Rand al'Thor. I suppose in Barthanes' own home he has the right to speak to you first, but we are all fascinated by the stories about you. I even heard you play the flute. Can that be true? I play, Rand said. How did she know? Caldevwyn light, gossip travels fast in Cairhien. If you'll excuse me, I've heard some outland nobles perform music, but I never quite believed it. I would love to hear you play. Perhaps we could talk about this and that. Barthanes seemed utterly captivated by your conversation. My husband spends his days sampling wines from our vineyards and leaves me quite alone. He is never around for conversation. You must miss him, Rand said, attempting to sidestep her and her wide skirts. She let out a light, tinkling laugh, as if he'd said something hilarious. Another woman slipped in beside Elaine, placing a hand on Rand's chest as well. She wore just as many stripes and was about the same age, a good decade older than Rand. Do you intend to keep him all to yourself, Elaine? The two women exchanged smiles that didn't reach their eyes, which flashed with hostility. The second woman turned her smile on Rand. I am Beliver Osielin. Are all Andoran men so tall and so handsome? He cleared his throat. "Ah, summer tall, please, if you'll just. I saw you speaking with Barthanes. They say you know King Goldrian as well. You must visit me and talk. My husband is away inspecting our southern estates. You have the subtlety of a tavern maid." Elaine hissed, then instantly beamed up at Rand. "She lacks refinement. No man could appreciate a woman with such a coarse manner. Bring your flute to my manor and we'll talk. Perhaps you could teach me to play." What Elaine calls subtlety, Belliver said sweetly, is merely a lack of nerve. A man who carries a heron-mark blade must be brave. That truly is a heron-mark sword, isn't it? Rand tried to back away. "If you'll just excuse me, I—" They matched him step for step until his back pressed against the wall. The spread of their skirts formed a barrier in front of him. He flinched as a third woman joined the group, her skirts completing the enclosure. She was older, but just as striking, with an amused smile that didn't soften her sharp gaze. She wore half again as many stripes as Elaine and Belliver. The two younger women offered tiny, sullen curtsies and glared at her. "Are those two spiders attempting to weave you into their webs?" The older woman chuckled. "More often than not, they end up more entangled than anyone they pursue. Walk with me, young Andoran, and I'll share the complications they'd bring into your life. For starters, I have no husband to fret over. Husbands invariably stir up trouble." Over Elaine's shoulder, Rand spotted Tom finishing a bow that went entirely unnoticed. With a scowl, the gleeman snatched a goblet from a passing servant's tray. "I see someone I need to speak with," Rand told the women, slipping free just as the third reached for his arm. All three watched him go as he made his way to Tom, who eyed him over the rim before taking another long drink. "Tom, I know you advised a clean break, but I had to escape those women. They kept talking about their absent husbands, but their hints were already veering elsewhere." Tom choked on his wine, and Rand thumped his back. "You always drink too quickly, Tom. They're convinced I'm scheming with Barthanes or Guldrian, and nothing I say will change their minds. I just needed an excuse to leave." Tom smoothed his long moustaches with a knuckle, studying the three women across the room. They remained clustered, watching both of them intently. "I know that trio, boy. Breen Tabberwyn alone could provide an education every man should experience once, if he survives it. Worried about their husbands. I appreciate that touch, boy." Suddenly his gaze sharpened. "You told me you were free of Aes Sedai. Yet half the chatter tonight is about an Andoran lord appearing out of nowhere with an Aes Sedai beside him. Barthans and Guldrian. This time you've let the White Tower drop you right into the boiling pot. She only arrived yesterday, Tom. Once the horn is secure, I'll be free of them again. I intend to make sure of it." "You say that as if it isn't safe now," Tom said slowly. "You didn't sound so uncertain before." "Dark friends stole it, Tom. They brought it here. Barthanes is one of them." Tom appeared to study his wine, but his eyes flickered to ensure no one was within earshot. Though other groups pretended to converse while casting sidelong glances, each cluster maintained a careful distance. Still, Tom kept his voice low. "A dangerous claim if false, and even more dangerous if true, accusing the most powerful man in the kingdom. You say he has the horn. I suppose you're after my help again, now that you're tangled with the White Tower once more." No. Rand had decided Tom was right, even if the gleeman didn't know the full reason. He couldn't drag anyone else into his troubles. "I just needed to get away from those women." The gleeman blew out a breath, his moustaches fluttering in surprise. "Well, good. That's wise. Last time I helped you, I ended up with a limp, and here you are, tied to Tar Valon's strings again. You'll have to untangle yourself this time." He sounded as though he were trying to convince himself. "I will, Tom, I will, just as soon as the horn is safe and Matt has that cursed dagger back. Matt, Hurin, where are you?" As if the thought had summoned him, Hurin appeared at the edge of the room, his eyes scanning the lords and ladies. They looked right through him. Servants were invisible until needed. Spotting Rand and Tom, he wove between the noble clusters and bowed to Rand. "My lord, I was sent to inform you. Your manservant took a fall and twisted his knee. I don't know how severe it is, my lord." For a moment, Rand stared blankly before understanding dawned. Aware of the watching eyes, he spoke loudly enough for nearby nobles to hear. "Clumsy fool! What use is he to me if he can't walk? I suppose I'd better go see how badly he's injured himself." It seemed to be exactly what the situation required. Hurin's posture relaxed as he gave another bow. "As you command, my lord, if you would accompany me." "You carry the role of a lord convincingly," Tom murmured, his voice low. "But keep in mind, while the Caerhienin may practice the game of houses, it was the White Tower that crafted the great game originally. Be cautious, lad." He shot a sharp look toward the gathered nobility, placed his empty goblet on a servant's passing tray, and ambled away, his fingers already finding the strings of his harp. The opening verses of Goodwife Millie and the Silk Merchant drifted behind him. "Lead the way," Rand told Hurin, a flush of foolishness warming his cheeks. As he trailed the sniffer from the room, the weight of countless watching eyes pressed upon his back. A message from the dark. "Did you locate it?" Rand asked, keeping close behind Hurin as they descended a narrow, twisting staircase. The kitchens were somewhere below, and all the servants attending the guests had been directed there. "Or is Matt truly injured?" "Matt's well enough, Lord Rand." The sniffer's expression grew troubled. "He sounds fine. Complains with the vigor of a healthy man. I didn't wish to alarm you, but I required a reason to bring you down here. I picked up the trail without difficulty. The men who torched the inn all entered a walled garden behind this manor. Trollocs joined them there, went right in with them. That was yesterday, I believe, possibly even the night before." He paused, his voice dropping. "Lord Rand, they never came back out. They must still be inside." At the base of the stairs, the boisterous sounds of servants at leisure echoed down the corridor, laughter, singing, the lively strum of a bittern, accompanied by clapping, and the rhythmic thud of dancing feet. Here there was no decorative plaster or elegant tapestry, only unadorned stone and simple wood. Rush torches provided a flickering light, their smoke darkening the ceiling, spaced so far apart that shadows pooled heavily between them. "I'm relieved you're speaking to me normally again," Rand said. "With all that bowing and scraping, I'd started to think you'd become more Caerhienin than the Caerhienin themselves." Hurin's face reddened. "Well, about that." He glanced toward the noisy hall and looked as if he wished to spit. "They all act so proper and polished, but, Lord Rand, every one of them claims loyalty to their master or mistress. Yet they all hint they're ready to sell whatever they know or have overheard. And after a few drinks, they'll whisper things in your ear about the nobles they serve, things that would make your hair stand on end. I know they're Caerhienin, but I've never heard of such carryings-on." "We'll be away from this place soon, Hurin," Rand said, hoping it was true. He noticed a faint, unfamiliar scent in the air, like old parchment and damp earth that hadn't been there moments before. "Where is this garden?" Hurin turned into a side passage leading toward the manor's rear. "Have you already brought Ingdar and the others down?" The sniffer shook his head. Lord Ingdar had been cornered by 6 or 7 of those so-called ladies. I couldn't get near enough to speak to him. And Verin Sedai was with Barthanes. She gave me a look when I approached. Such a look that I didn't dare try to tell her anything. They turned another corner and found Loyal and Matt waiting, the Ogier standing somewhat stooped beneath the low ceiling. Loyal's broad grin nearly divided his face. "There you are, Rand. I've never been so glad to escape anyone as those people upstairs. They kept asking if the Ogier were returning, and if King Galdrin had agreed to pay what was owed. Apparently, all the Ogier stonemasons left because Galdrin stopped paying them, offering only promises. I told them repeatedly I knew nothing of it, but half seemed to think I was lying, and the other half believed I was hinting at some deeper scheme.
"We'll be out of here soon," Rand assured him, though a knot of unease tightened in his stomach. He turned to his friend. "Matt, are you all right?" Matt's face appeared more gaunt than Rand remembered, even from their time at the inn, his cheekbones sharp beneath his skin. "I feel perfectly fine," Matt replied, with a familiar grumpiness, though I'll admit slipping away from the other servants wasn't exactly difficult. They were all too busy swapping gossip and toasting each other's misfortunes to notice. The people who didn't assume you were starving me seemed to think I was ill and kept their distance. "Any sign of the dagger?" Rand asked. Matt shook his head, his expression gloomy. "The only thing I've felt is a constant sense of being watched. These locals are as stealthy as Fades, I swear. I almost jumped out of my boots when Hurin said he'd picked up the Dark Friend's trail." "I've searched this entire cursed building from top to bottom, Rand. The dagger isn't here." "That doesn't mean it's gone," Rand countered. "Remember, I placed it in the chest with the horn. Perhaps the chest itself masks its presence. I doubt Fane knows how to open it. If he did, he wouldn't have burdened himself with its weight fleeing Faldara. Even that much gold pales next to the horn of Valere. Where we find the horn, we'll find your dagger. You have my word."
"Just so I can stop playing the servant," Matt muttered under his breath. "And so you don't lose your mind and—" He let the sentence hang, his mouth twisting into a grimace. "Rand is not mad, Matt," Loyal interjected firmly. "The Carrianan would never have admitted him here if he were not a lord. If anyone is mad, it is them." "I'm not mad," Rand stated, his tone sharp. "Not yet. Hurin, take me to this garden. This way, Lord Rand."
They exited into the cool night through a small, low door. Rand had to duck. Loyal was forced into a deep, uncomfortable stoop. Faint yellow light from the manor's upper windows spilled onto brick pathways weaving between orderly flower beds. The dark silhouettes of stables and outbuildings loomed to either side. Snippets of music, from servants' quarters or noble entertainments, drifted on the air. Hurin guided them along the paths until even the dim window glow faded, leaving only moonlight to navigate by. Their boots made soft, crunching sounds on the brick. Flowering bushes, vibrant by day, now formed odd, shadowy mounds. Rand's hand rested on his sword hilt, his eyes constantly moving. 100 trollocs could be concealed in this darkness. He knew Hurin would have scented them, but that was little comfort. If Barthanes was a dark friend, then surely some of his household were as well, and Hurin couldn't always sniff out a dark friend. An ambush here would be just as deadly there, Lord Rand. Hurin whispered, pointing ahead. A stone wall, not much taller than Loyal, enclosed a square space in the shadows. Rand estimated it was about 50 paces across. The gardens appeared to continue beyond it. He wondered why Barthanes would wall off a section of his own grounds. No roof was visible above the stones. Why would anyone go in there and remain? Loyal bent down, his voice a low rumble near Rand's ear. "I told you this was once an osier grove. Rand, the waygate is inside that wall. I can sense it." A despairing sigh came from Matt. "We can't quit now," Rand said. "I'm not quitting," Matt retorted. "I just have the good sense to dread traveling the ways again. It's a miracle we survived it the first time. We may have no choice," Rand told him. "Go find Ingtar and Verin. Get them alone, use any excuse, and tell them I believe Fane has taken the horn through a waygate. Make sure no one else overhears. And don't forget to limp. You're supposed to have taken a fall." It astonished him that even Fane would dare the ways, but it was the only explanation. They wouldn't just sit in a walled garden for a full day and night. Matt executed an exaggerated, low bow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "At once, my lord. Your every wish is my command. Shall I fetch your banner as well, my lord?" He turned and started back toward the manor, his grumbles fading into the night. First a limp, next it'll be a broken neck, or worse. He's only anxious about the dagger, Rand, Loyal said. I know, Rand replied quietly, but his own worry lingered. How long before Matt, without meaning to, let slip the truth of what he was becoming? He couldn't bring himself to think Matt would knowingly turn against him. That much of their bond still held true. Loyal, give me a lift so I can see past this wall. Rand, if any of those dark friends are still around, they're gone. Just boost me up. The three gathered near the stone barrier, and Loyal laced his fingers into a step. With surprising ease, the Ogier raised Rand until his eyes cleared the top. The sliver of moon offered little illumination, leaving most of the enclosed square in deep shadow. There were no flower beds or bushes inside, just a solitary marble bench, positioned as if for a single watcher to gaze upon the massive upright slab that dominated the center. Rand gripped the wall's edge and hauled himself over. Loyal hissed a warning and snatched at his boot. But Rand twisted free, rolling down to land on the other side. His boots met neatly trimmed grass. He absently wondered if Lord Barthanes kept sheep here to graze. His focus was locked on the shadowed stone form of the waygate, so the thud of boots beside him made him jump. Hurin landed lightly and brushed off his coat. You ought to watch yourself, Lord Rand. Could be anything waiting in a place like this. The sniffer peered into the gloom, his hand instinctively moving toward his belt, where his weapons would have been, if servants in Carrion were allowed to carry them. Leap before you look, and you'll find a snake every time. You'd catch their scent, Rand said. Maybe, Hurin replied, drawing a deep breath. But I smell what they've done, not what they plan. A scraping sound came from above, and Loyal lowered himself down the wall. The Ogier barely had to stretch his arms before his feet touched the ground. Reckless, he muttered into the dark. You humans are always rushing headlong, and now you've got me doing it too. Elder Hayman would have strong words for me, and my mother, though his face was hidden. Rand was certain his ears were twitching anxiously. Rand, if you don't start showing a little caution, you're going to land all of us in serious trouble. Rand approached the waygate, circling it slowly. Up close, it resembled nothing more than an immense block of stone, taller than a man. The back was smooth and cool. He only let his fingers brush it briefly, but the front was a masterwork of carving. Vines, leaves, and blossoms covered it with such lifelike detail they almost seemed to breathe in the faint light. Kneeling, he felt the ground before it. The grass was worn away in two sweeping arcs, as though great gates had recently swung open. Is that really a waygate? Hurin asked, voice tinged with doubt. I've heard the stories, but he sniffed again. The trail ends right here, Lord Rand. How do we follow now? They say, if you enter a waygate, you come out mad, if you come out at all. It can be done, Rand said, his eyes never leaving the carved foliage. I've done it. So have Loyal, Matt, and Perrin. He knew one leaf was different from all the others, the trefoil leaf of Avendesora, the legendary tree of life. His hand found it. I'd wager you can still trace their scent along the ways. Wherever they run, we can follow. Part of him needed to prove he could still force himself to step through one of these gates. I'll show you. He heard Hurin's soft groan. The leaf looked as fixed as the rest, but it came free in his palm. Loyal groaned as well. Suddenly, the stone carvings lost their stillness. Leaves seemed to rustle. Flowers gained hints of colour even in the dark. A vertical line split the centre, and the two halves began to swing inward. Rand stepped back, letting the waygate open before him. He did not see the familiar dull silver shimmer beyond the opening gates, nor the opposite side of the walled square. Instead, the widening gap revealed an absolute blackness, a void so profound it made the surrounding night seem pale. This pitch darkness seeped outward like a living stain as the gates continued to part. Rand stumbled backward with a cry, the precious Ovendezora leaf slipping from his grasp. Loyal's booming voice rose in alarm. "Machin Shin, the black wind is here." A howling gale erupted, flattening the grass in waves toward the walls and whipping dirt into the air. Within that wind, a cacophony of mad voices swelled, thousands upon thousands, gibbering and wailing over one another. Rand tried to shut them out, but fragments pierced through sweet blood, so sweet to taste the dripping red. "Lovely eyes, bright eyes, I have no eyes. Let me pluck yours instead. Crush the bones, snap the bones inside the skin. Suck the marrow as you begin to scream. Scream for me, sing your screams." Woven through the chaos was a relentless whispering thread. Althor. Althor. Althor Rand threw himself into the void, ignoring the seductive, sickening glow of Sedin that hovered just beyond perception. The black wind was the greatest terror of the ways, a thing that consumed souls and shattered minds, but it was bound to those pathways, it could not escape them. Yet here it was, pouring into the open night, and it knew his name. The waygate wasn't fully open. If they could just retrieve the leaf. He glimpsed Loyal on all fours, desperately patting the dark grass. Sedin flooded into him. His bones hummed with the torrent. He burned and froze simultaneously, more vibrantly alive than he ever felt without the power, and beneath it all slithered the oily taint. No, a part of him screamed from beyond the emptiness. "It's coming for you. It will kill us all." He hurled everything, he knew not what or how, at the bulging darkness, which now protruded a full pace from the gate. At the heart of that blackness, a scintillating geyser of light erupted. Machin Shin shrieked, 10,000 voices blending into a single howl of agony. Inch by grudging inch, the bulge diminished. The oozing darkness reversed, drawn back into the still open waygate. The power raged through Rand like a flash flood. He could feel the link between himself and Sedin, a raging river, and between himself and the pure fire blazing within the black wind, a torrential cascade. The heat within him intensified beyond white-hot to a shimmering fury that could melt stone and vaporize steel. The cold deepened until he felt his very breath should freeze solid in his lungs. He could feel himself eroding, his essence wearing away like soft clay beneath a relentless current. Can't stop. If it gets out, I have to destroy it. I can not stop. He clung to fragments of his identity. The one power roared through him. He was a splinter tossed in raging rapids. The void itself began to melt and steam with paradoxical cold. Then the motion of the waygate halted and reversed. Rand stared, the dim thoughts floating outside the void, barely believing what he saw. The stone gates drifted back together, forcing the substance of the black wind inward, as if it were solid. The inferno still blazed in its core. With a distant sense of wonder, Rand saw Loyal scrambling backward on hands and knees. The gap narrowed, vanished. Leaves and vines merged seamlessly back into solid, unbroken stone. The link to the fire snapped. The flow of power ceased. A moment longer, and it would have erased him completely. Trembling, he fell to his knees. It was still inside him, Sedin, no longer flowing, but present a deep and perilous pool. He was a pool of the one power, and he shook with the terrifying knowledge of it. The scent of grass, soil, and stone filled his senses. In the pitch black, every blade of grass stood out, distinct and complete, all visible at once. He felt the slightest shift of air against his skin. His mouth soured with the lingering taint. His stomach clenched and twisted. Desperately, he dragged himself back from the void, remaining on his knees, motionless until he broke free. All that remained was the fading bitterness on his tongue, the cramping in his gut, and the memory. So He was alive. "You saved us, Builder." Hurin's back was flat against the wall, his voice rough. "That thing, the black wind, it was worse than anything. Was it about to throw that fire at us, Lord Rand? Are you hurt? Did it touch you?" He rushed forward as Rand stood, offering a steadying hand. Loyal was also rising, brushing dirt from his hands and knees. "We'll never track Fane through that now." Rand placed a hand on Loyal's arm. "Thank you. You really did save us. You saved me at least. It was destroying me." Destroying me, and it felt incredible. He swallowed hard. A faint, unpleasant film still coated his mouth. "I need a drink." "I only found the leaf and replaced it." Loyal replied with a shrug. It seemed if we couldn't close the way gate, it would finish us. "I'm afraid I'm not much of a hero, Rand. I was so terrified I could barely think straight." "We were both scared," Rand said. "Maybe we're a sorry pair of heroes, but we're what's here. Good thing Ingtar is with us." "Lord Rand," Hurin said hesitantly, "could we go now?" The sniffer fretted about Rand going over the wall first, not knowing who might be waiting on the other side, until Rand reminded him he carried their only weapon. Even then, Hurin looked uneasy as Loyal helped boost Rand up to grasp the top of the wall and pull himself over. Rand landed with a soft thud, listening and scanning the night. For a second, he thought he saw a shadow shift and heard the scuff of a boot on the brick path, but neither sound or movement came again, so he chalked it up to nerves. He figured he'd earned a little nervousness. He turned to help Hurin down. "Lord Rand," the sniffer said, as soon as his feet were firmly planted, "how do we follow them now from what I've heard about those gates? The whole group could be anywhere in the world by now, headed in any direction." "Verin will know a way." Rand almost laughed to find the horn and the dagger, if they could even be found now. He had to return to the Aes Sedai. They had set him free, and here he was, circling back. "I won't let Matt die without trying everything." Loyal joined them, and they headed back toward the manor. At the small door, Matt swung it open, just as Rand reached for the handle. "Verin says you're not to do anything else. If Hurin found where the horn was kept, she says that's all we can manage for now. She says we'll leave as soon as you return and make a plan. And I'm telling you, this is the last time I play messenger. If you want to talk to someone, do it yourself from now on." Matt leaned past them, peering into the dark. "Is the horn out there somewhere, in a shed? Did you see the dagger?" Rand turned him around and guided him back inside. "It's not in an outbuilding, Matt. I hope Verin has a solid plan now, because I'm fresh out of ideas." Matt seemed full of questions, but he allowed himself to be nudged along the dim hallway. He even remembered to limp as they started up the stairs. When Rand and the others stepped back into the rooms crowded with nobles, they drew several glances. Rand wondered if they somehow knew what had happened outside, or if he should have sent Hurin and Matt to wait in the front hall. Then he realized the looks were no different from before, curious, calculating, wondering what the young lord and the Ogier had been up to. To these people, servants were practically invisible. No one approached them since they stayed together. There appeared to be an unspoken etiquette to the intrigues of the great game. Eavesdropping was one thing, but outright interruption was another. Verin and Ingtar stood together, forming their own isolated island in the room. Ingtar wore a slightly stunned expression. Verin's gaze swept over Rand and his companions, her brow furrowing briefly at their tense faces before she adjusted her shawl and turned toward the exit. They had barely reached the grand entry hall when Lord Barthanes materialized, as if summoned by their departure. "Must you leave so early?" "Verin Sedai, surely I can persuade you to stay a while longer." Verin gave a firm shake of her head. "Our business is concluded, Lord Barthanes. It has been some time since I last visited Caerhien. I appreciated your invitation extended to young Rand. The evening has been most illuminating." Then may the light guide you safely back to your inn. The great tree, if I recall. I do hope you will grant me the pleasure of your company again. The honour would be mine, Verin said I, and yours as well, Lord Rand, Lord Ingdar, and you, loyal son of Arent. His bow was slightly more pronounced for the Aes Sedai, though it remained a mere tilt of his head. Verin offered a nod in return. Perhaps the light illumine you, Lord Barthanes. She moved toward the doors. As Rand turned to follow the others, Barthanes caught his sleeve lightly, detaining him. Mat hesitated, looking like he might stay, but Hurin ushered him along after Verin and the rest. You are immersed in deeper currents of the game than I realized, Barthanes murmured, his voice low. When I first heard your name, I found it difficult to credit, yet here you are, matching the description perfectly. I was entrusted with a message for you. I believe I shall deliver it after all. A cold prickle had crept up Rand's spine during Barthanes' speech, but the mention of a message made him stare. A message from whom? Is it from Lady Selene? From a man. Not the sort of person for whom I typically act as a courier, but he possesses certain leverage I cannot disregard. He offered no name, but he was from Lugard. Ah, you know him. I know him. Fane left a message. Rand's eyes scanned the vast hall. Mat, Verin, and the others waited by the doors. Liveried servants stood at rigid attention along the walls, seemingly deaf and blind to all. The distant murmur of the party drifted from the manor's depths. It hardly seemed the setting for a dark-friend ambush. What is the message? He claims he will await you on Toman Head. He has what you are searching for, and if you desire it, you must pursue him. Should you refuse, he vows to hunt your blood, your people, and those you hold dear until you are forced to confront him. It sounds like the raving of a madman, of course, a fellow of his station threatening a lord, and yet there was something about him. I believe he is mad. He even had the gall to deny you are a lord, which is plain for anyone to see, but that unsettling quality remains. What is it he transports, guarded by Trollocs? What is it you seek? Barthanes appeared startled by his own bluntness. The light illumine you, Lord Barthanes. Rand managed a bow, though his legs felt unsteady as he rejoined the group. He wants me to follow, and he'll target Eamon's Field, Tam, if I refuse. Rand harboured no doubt that Fane was both capable and willing. At least Egwene was safe within the White Tower. Vile images flooded his mind. Hordes of Trollocs sweeping into his home village. Fades with their eyeless gaze hunting Egwene. But how can I possibly follow him? How? Then he was out in the cool night air, swinging onto Red's saddle. Verin, Ingtar, and the others were already mounted, with the Shienaran escort forming a protective ring around them. What did you discover? Verin demanded immediately. Where is it hidden? Hurin cleared his throat pointedly, and Loyal shifted in his tall saddle. The Aes Sedai studied them. Fane has taken the horn to Toman Head through a waygate, Rand replied, his voice flat. By now he's likely already there, waiting for me. We will discuss this further later, Verin stated with such finality that the entire ride back to the city and the great tree passed in heavy silence. At the inn, Uno, after a quiet word from Ingtar, led the soldiers away, returning to their quarters in the foregate. Hurin caught one glimpse of Viren's expression in the common room's lamplight, mumbled something about needing a drink, and hurried to claim a solitary table in the corner. The Aes Sedai ignored the innkeeper's polite inquiry about her evening, and without a word, guided Rand and the others to the private dining chamber. Perrin glanced up from his copy of the Travels of Jane Fastrider as they entered, his brow furrowing at their grim looks. It didn't go well, he stated, shutting the leather-bound volume. The room was brightly lit by an array of lamps and beeswax candles. Mistress Tiedra charged a premium, but she didn't cut corners. Verin meticulously folded her shawl and draped it over a chair back. "Repeat it for me. The Dark Friends used a waygate to take the horn at Barthane's estate." "The land beneath that manor was once an ogier grove," Loyal began. "When we constructed, his voice faded and his ears drooped under her steady gaze. Hurin tracked them directly to it." Rand sank wearily into a chair. "I have no choice but to follow now, but how? I opened the gate to prove to Hurin that the trail continued and the black wind was waiting. It tried to reach us, but Loyal got the gates shut before it could fully emerge." He flushed slightly at the admission, though Loyal had indeed been the one to close them. For all Rand knew, Mechin Shin might have broken free regardless. "It was standing guard." "The black wind," Matt whispered, halting as he was about to sit. Perrin stared at Rand, as did Verin and Ingtar. Matt dropped heavily into his chair. "You must be mistaken," Verin said finally. "Mechin Shin cannot be compelled to guard anything. No one has the power to force the black wind to obey." "It's a creature of the Dark One," Matt said, his voice hollow. "They're Dark Friends. Maybe they knew how to ask for its aid, or to make it serve them." "No one truly knows what Mechin Shin is," Verin replied. "Unless it is, perhaps, the very essence of madness and cruelty. It cannot be reasoned with, Matt, or bargained with, or spoken to. It cannot even be coerced, not by any Aes Sedai alive today, and possibly not by any who ever lived." "Do you honestly believe Padan Fain could accomplish what 10 Aes Sedai could not?" Matt shook his head. A palpable sense of despair settled over the room. A feeling of hope and purpose slipping away, their objective had vanished, and even Verin's face showed a rare flicker of uncertainty. "I would never have credited Fain with the courage to enter the ways," Ingdar said, his tone almost calm before he suddenly slammed his fist against the wall. "I do not care how or even if Mechin Shin serves Fain. They have taken the Horn of Valere into the ways, Aes Sedai. By now they could be in the Blight, or halfway to Ter or Tanchico, or beyond the Isle Waste. The Horn is lost. I am lost." His hands fell to his sides, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "I am lost." "Fain is taking it to Toman Head," Rand said, instantly drawing every eye in the room. Verin studied him intently. "You said that earlier? How can you be certain?" "He left a message with Barthanes," Rand answered. "A deception," Ingtar scoffed. "He would not tell us where to pursue him." "I don't know what the rest of you intend to do," Rand declared, "but I'm going to Toman Head. I have to. I leave at first light." "But, Rand," Loyal said, "it will take us months to reach Toman Head. What makes you think Fain will wait there for us?" "He will wait. But how long before he decides I'm not coming? Why set that guard if he wants me to follow?" "Loyal, I plan to ride as hard as possible, and if I ride my horse to exhaustion, I'll buy another or steal one if necessary. Are you certain you still wish to come?" "I've stayed with you this long, Rand. Why would I stop now?" Loyal produced his pipe and pouch, beginning to fill the large bowl with tobacco. "You see, I like you. I would like you even if you weren't Teverin. Maybe I like you in spite of it. You do have a knack for landing me in situations well over my head. I'm coming with you no matter what." He drew on the pipe to check the airflow, then plucked a splinter from the jar on the mantel and held it to a candle's flame. "And I don't believe you're in any position to prevent it." "Well, I'm going," Matt stated flatly. "Fain still has that dagger, so I'm going, but all that servant nonsense ends tonight." Perrin let out a slow breath, a thoughtful distance in his golden eyes. "Guess I'll be coming along as well." After a pause, a grin touched his lips. "Somebody has to keep Matt from stumbling into trouble. Not even a clever ruse," Ingdar grumbled under his breath. "Somehow I'll get Barthanes alone, and I will learn the truth. I mean to have the Horn of Valere, not chase after phantom lights." It may not be a trick, Verin said carefully, her gaze appearing to study the floorboards near her feet. Certain writings were left behind in the dungeons at Faldara, items that suggested a link between the events of that night, and she shot a swift, hooded glance toward Rand. Toman Head, I do not yet grasp their full meaning, but I am convinced we must travel to Toman Head, and I believe that is where we will find the horn. Even if they are bound for Toman Head, Ingtar argued, by the time we arrive, Fane, or some other dark friend, could have sounded the horn 100 times over. The heroes called back from the grave would then ride for the shadow. Fane could have blown the horn 100 times since departing Faldara, Verin replied. And I suspect he would have if he could open the chest. Our true concern is that he might find someone who does know how to open it. We must pursue him through the ways. Perrin's head jerked up, and Matt shifted uneasily in his chair. Loyal emitted a low groan.
Even if we could somehow slip past Barthanes' guards, Rand said. I believe Mashin Shin will still be waiting. We cannot use the ways. How many of us could secretly infiltrate Barthanes' estate? Verin said dismissively. There are other waygates. Stedding Sofu lies not far from the city, to the south and east. It is a young Stedding, rediscovered only some 6 centuries ago, but the Ogier elders were still cultivating the ways at that time. Stedding Sofu will possess a waygate.
We go there, and we ride at first light. Loyal made a slightly louder noise, and Rand wasn't certain whether it referred to the waygate or the Stedding. Ingtar still seemed unconvinced. But Verin was as smooth and as unyielding as an avalanche on a mountain slope. You will have your soldiers prepared to ride, Ingtar. Send her in to inform Uno before he retires. I suggest we all seek our beds as soon as possible. These dark friends have gained at least a day on us already, and I intend to reclaim as much of it as we can tomorrow. The plump Aes Sedai's manner was so firm that she was already guiding Ingtar toward the door before she finished speaking. Rand followed the others out, but he lingered beside the Aes Sedai at the threshold, watching Matt retreat down the candlelit hallway. "Why does he look like that?" he asked her. "I thought you healed him enough to buy him some time at least." She waited until Matt and the others had ascended the stairs before answering. Apparently, it was not as effective as we believed. The illness follows a curious path in him. His physical strength endures. I expect he will retain that until the end, but his body continues to waste away. Another few weeks at most is my estimate. You see, there is reason for urgency. I require no additional motivation. Aes Sedai, Rand said, making the title sound like stone. Matt, the horn, Fane's threat. Light, Egwene? Burn me. I don't need another spur. And what of you, Rand al'Thor? Do you feel well? Do you still resist it, or have you surrendered to the pattern's weave? I ride with you to find the horn, he told her, his voice low and final. Beyond that purpose, there is nothing between me and any Aes Sedai. Do you understand me? Nothing. She offered no reply, and he turned away from her. But when he glanced back from the stairway, she was still watching him, her dark eyes sharp and appraising. The first hint of dawn was just beginning to soften the sky, when Tom Merrilin finally made his way back toward the bunch of grapes. Even in the busiest part of the foregate, there was a brief, quiet moment just before the city stirred, a collective holding of breath. In his current state, Tom wouldn't have noticed if the deserted street were ablaze. Some of Lord Barthanes' more insistent guests had kept him long after the host himself had retired, long after the other revellers had departed. It was his own doing, really. He'd abandoned the epic tales like the Great Hunt of the Horn and switched to the simpler village stories, Mara and the Three Foolish Kings, the legend of how Susa tamed Jane Farstrider, fables of Anla the Wise Counselor. It was meant as a silent jab at their dull minds, a private joke he never imagined they'd actually appreciate. And appreciate it they did, in their own way. They demanded more, But their laughter landed in all the wrong places, aimed at all the wrong things. They laughed at him too, clearly thinking he was either too dense to notice or that the weighty purse they'd stuffed into his pocket would soothe any insult. He'd been tempted to fling the coins into the gutter twice already. But the heavy purse chafing his pride wasn't the only source of his black mood, nor was it merely the nobles' thinly veiled contempt. They'd asked questions about Rand, not even bothering to cloak their curiosity around a mere gleeman. Why was the boy in Caerhien? Why had an Andoran noble taken a gleeman aside for a private word? Too many questions. Tom feared his answers hadn't been clever enough. His instincts for the great game had grown dull with disuse. Before heading to the inn, he detoured to the great tree. In Caerhien, finding where someone lodged was never hard if you greased a few palms with silver. He still wasn't sure what he'd meant to say. Rand was gone now, off with his friends and the Aes Sedai. It left a hollow, unfinished feeling in Tom's chest. The boy's on his own now. Burn me, I'm completely out of it. He strode through the tavern's common room, eerily empty for once, and took the stairs 2 at a time, or tried to. His old injury made his right leg stiff, and he nearly stumbled, cursing under his breath. He climbed the rest more carefully. He opened the door to his room softly, not wanting to wake Dina. A faint smile touched his lips despite himself, seeing her lying on the bed, facing the wall, still in her dress. Fell asleep, waiting for me. Fool girl. The thought was tender. He wasn't sure there was anything she could do that he wouldn't eventually forgive. On a sudden, impulsive decision, he resolved that tonight would be the night. He'd finally let her perform for the first time. He set his harp case down gently and reached to shake her shoulder. To wake her with the news, her body rolled limply onto its back. Glazed, lifeless eyes stared up at him from above a horrific gash across her throat. The side of the mattress hidden by her body was a dark, soaked ruin. Tom's stomach lurched. If his throat hadn't constricted, cutting off his breath, he would have retched or screamed. A faint creak from the wardrobe doors was his only warning. He spun, knives flashing from his sleeves and flying from his hands in one fluid motion. The first blade took a fat, balding man in the throat. The man staggered back, a wet, bubbling sound escaping as he clutched the wound, his own dagger falling forgotten. The violent spin on his bad leg threw Tom's second throw-off, however. It sank into the right shoulder of a heavily muscled, scar-faced man who was clambering from the other wardrobe. The big man's knife clattered to the floor from a suddenly useless hand, and he turned to lumber toward the door. He only managed a single step before Tom produced another blade and slashed him hard across the back of his leg. The man roared in pain and stumbled. Tom seized a fistful of greasy hair and slammed the man's face into the wall beside the doorframe. The man screamed again as the knife hilt, protruding from his shoulder, struck the solid wood with a sickening thud. Tom held the knife steady, its tip a hair's breadth from the man's dark eye. The network of scars across the man's face spoke of a violent life, yet he stared at the blade without flinching, his body rigid. Behind them, the fat man slumped halfway into the wardrobe, gave one final twitch, and fell still. "Before I end you," Tom said, his voice a flat, hollow sound that matched the emptiness inside him, "tell me why." The man answered swiftly, his accent rough and common, though his clothes were a touch too new and fine for a man from the foregate. "The great game," he said. "Nothing personal, you understand? It's just the game." The game, Tom's numb disbelief sharpened into anger. "I'm no player in Days Daymar. Who would mark me for death over it?" The man hesitated, and Tom pressed the blade forward until a single blink would have cut the man's lashes. "Who?" "Barthanes," the man rasped. "Lord Barthanes. We weren't to kill you. He wants information. We were just to find out what you know. There's gold in it for you, a fat golden crown, maybe 2 for your knowledge." "You lie," Tom spat. I was in Barthany's own manor last night, as close to him as I am to you now. If he wanted anything from me, I'd be dead already. I swear it, the man insisted, trying to ease his head back from the knife. Tom shoved him harder against the wall. We've been searching for you, or anyone who knows of this Andoran lord, for days. I didn't even learn your name until last night downstairs. Barthanes is generous. It could be 5 crowns. What Andoran lord? Tom demanded, though a cold dread was already coiling in his gut. He knew Rand of House Elthor, tall, young, carries himself like a blade master. I know he came to see you, him and an Ogier. You spoke. Tell me what you know. I might even add a crown or 2 from my own purse. You fool, Tom whispered, the words tasting like ash. Denna died for this light. She's gone. A wave of grief threatened to drown him. The boy's a shepherd in a fancy coat with Aes Sedai circling him like wasps around jam, just a shepherd. He tightened his fist in the man's hair. Wait, listen. The man gasped, his free hand inching toward his belt. You could make more than 5 or 10 crowns. 100, likely. Every major house wants to know about this Rand al'Thor. 2 or 3 have already approached me. With what you know, and my knowing who wants to know it, we could both fill our pockets to bursting. And there's been a woman, a lady of quality, I've spotted more than once while asking after him. If we can learn who she is, why, we could sell that too. You made one real mistake in all of this, Tom said, his tone chillingly calm. Mistake? The man's hand finally darted for the dagger at his belt. Tom ignored the movement. You should never have touched the girl. The man convulsed once as Tom's blade found its mark. Tom let the body slump away from the door and stood for a long moment, breathing heavily before bending with a weary sigh to retrieve his knife. The door suddenly burst open, and he spun with a feral snarl. Zira stumbled back, a hand flying to her throat, her eyes wide. That fool Ella just told me, she said, her voice unsteady, that 2 of Barthanes' men were asking after you last night. With the rumors I heard this morning, I thought you said you were done with the game. They found me, he replied, exhaustion weighing down every word. Her gaze dropped from his face, and her eyes widened further at the sight of the 2 dead men. She hurried into the room, shutting the door firmly behind her. This is bad, Tom. You have to leave Cairhien now. Her eyes then found the bed, and her breath hitched. Oh, no. Oh, Tom, I'm so sorry. I can't leave yet, Zira. He hesitated, then moved to the bed, gently drawing a blanket over Dina to cover her still face. The simple act felt like sealing a tomb. I have another man to kill first. The innkeeper gave herself a sharp shake, forcing her eyes away from the bed. Her voice was thin and breathy. If you mean Barthanes, you're too late. The whole city is buzzing with it. He's dead. His servants found him this morning, ripped apart in his own bedchamber. The only way they recognized him was his head mounted on a spike above the fireplace. She placed a hand on his arm. Tom, you can't conceal that you were there last night, not from anyone determined to find out. Add these 2 bodies to the mix, and there won't be a soul in Cairhien who doubts your involvement. Her final words held a faint, questioning tone, as if she herself was uncertain. It hardly matters now, I suppose, he replied numbly, unable to tear his gaze from the blanket-draped form on the bed. Maybe I'll return to Andor, to Caemlyn. She gripped his shoulders, turning him away. You men, she sighed, always led by your muscles or your hearts, never your heads. Caemlyn is just as perilous for you as Cairhien. In either place you'll wind up dead or in a cell. Do you believe she'd want that? If you wish to honor her memory, then stay alive. Will you handle the... He couldn't finish the sentence. Growing old, he thought, going soft. He drew the heavy purse from his pocket and pressed it into her hands. This should cover everything. It might also help when the questions about me begin. I will manage it all, she said gently.
You must leave, Tom, now.
He gave a reluctant nod and slowly began packing a few belongings into a pair of saddlebags. As he worked, Zara finally got a clear look at the portly man, slumped partly inside the wardrobe, and she let out a sharp gasp. He glanced at her, puzzled. In all the years he'd known her, she'd never been one to swoon at the sight of blood. "These aren't Barthanes' men, Tom, at least that one isn't," she gestured toward the corpulent figure. "It's the worst-kept secret in the city that he serves House Riatin for Galdrian." "Galdrian," he stated flatly. "What has that damned shepherd dragged me into? What have the Aes Sedai entangled us both in?" But it was Galdrian's men who had killed her. Some of his thoughts must have shown on his face, for Zira said sharply, "Dina wanted you to live, you fool. If you try to kill the king, you'll be dead before you get within 100 yards of him, if you even come that close." A thunderous roar erupted from the city walls, as if half of Carrion was shouting at once. Frowning, Tom peered out his window. Beyond the tops of the grey walls above the foregate rooftops, a thick, dark column of smoke was climbing into the sky, far beyond the walls. Beside the first black pillar, a few grey tendrils swiftly swelled into another, and more wisps appeared further along. He gauged the distance and drew a sharp breath. "Perhaps you should consider leaving as well. It appears someone is setting the granaries ablaze. I've survived riots before. Go now, Tom." With one last look at Dina's covered form, he gathered his things, but as he moved to leave, Zara spoke once more. "There's a dangerous glint in your eyes, Tom Merrilin. Picture Dina sitting here, alive and well. Think what she would tell you. Would she let you rush off to get yourself killed for nothing?" "I'm just an old gleeman," he said from the doorway. "And Rand al'Thor is just a shepherd, yet we both do what we must. Who could I possibly be a threat to?" As he pulled the door shut, concealing her and Dana from view, a cold, wolfish grin spread across his face. His leg ached, but he scarcely noticed it as he moved purposefully down the stairs and out of the inn. Elsewhere, Padan Fain drew his horse to a halt atop a hill overlooking Falme, within one of the sparse thickets that dotted the landscape. The pack-horse carrying his precious load bumped against his leg, and he kicked it in the ribs without a glance. The animal snorted and jerked back to the end of its tether. The woman had been reluctant to surrender her mount, just as all the dark friends who followed him had dreaded being abandoned in the hills with the Trollocs without Fain's protection. He had resolved both issues simply. Meat in a Trolloc cookpot had no need of a horse. The journey through the ways had left the woman's companions thoroughly rattled, and the sight of Trollocs preparing their evening meal had rendered the remaining dark friends utterly compliant. From the shelter of the tree line, Fain surveyed the unwalled settlement with contempt. A small merchant convoy was just entering the maze of stables, paddocks, and wagon yards that fringed the town, while another departed, their wheels stirring only a fine powder from the earth packed hard by generations of traffic. Though the drivers and outriders wore local garb, the mounted men were armed with swords on baldricks, and some even carried spears and bows. The few Sianchan soldiers, he observed, paid no apparent heed to these armed men they had supposedly conquered. In his day and night on Toman Head, Fain had pieced together a picture of these invaders from the defeated locals. It was always simple to find someone alone, and they always answered questions when properly persuaded. Men hoarded information about the Sian Khan as if they believed they might one day act on it, which made them occasionally reticent. Women, generally more concerned with the daily rhythm of life, regardless of who ruled, noticed finer details than men, and, once their initial terror subsided, proved more voluble. Children babbled the fastest, but their chatter was rarely useful. He had dismissed most of what he heard as wild rumour and growing legend, but now, watching the town, he reconsidered some of those conclusions. Entry into Falme, it seemed, was granted to anyone. A sudden, jarring realization confirmed another fragment of nonsense as a score of soldiers rode from the town gates. He couldn't discern their mounts clearly, but they were definitely not horses. They moved with a liquid, predatory grace, their dark hides glinting scale-like in the morning light. He strained to watch them vanish toward the inland plains, then nudged his own horse toward the town. The locals among the wagon yards and horse lots barely glanced his way. He paid them no mind either, riding onward into Falmey itself, his horses' hooves clattering on the cobblestone streets that descended toward the harbour. The harbour lay open before him, dotted with the bizarre alien shapes of Siankan's ships at anchor. No one challenged him as he navigated streets that were busy but not crowded. There were more Siankan soldiers here. The townsfolk moved with downcast eyes, bowing hastily whenever soldiers passed, but the conquerors ignored them completely. On the surface, it was a scene of subdued order despite the armoured presence and the foreign ships. Yet Fane could feel the taut, simmering fear beneath the calm. He always thrived where men were anxious and afraid. He reined in before a large house guarded by more than a dozen soldiers, except for one officer resplendent in gold, red, and green armour. The rest were clad in unadorned black, their helmets grotesquely reminiscent of insect heads. Flanking the doorway were two leathery, three-eyed creatures with horny beaks, squatting like monstrous toads. The soldier stationed beside each beast had 3 eyes painted on his breastplate. Fane's gaze lifted to the blue-bordered banner snapping above the roof, a hawk with spread wings gripping lightning bolts. A silent, mirthless laugh bubbled within him. Across the street, women connected by silver leashes came and went from another house. Domain, he knew from the villagers' terrified whispers. They might have their uses later, but not now. The soldiers were watching him, particularly the ornate officer, forcing a servile smile onto his lips. Fane made a deep, obsequious bow. "My lords, I bring something that will be of great interest to your master. I guarantee he'll want to see it, and me in person." He motioned toward the bulky, square-shaped object strapped to his pack-horse, still concealed beneath the large, striped blanket his companions had used to wrap it. The officer gave him a long, appraising look. "Your accent marks you as a stranger here. Have you sworn the required oaths?" "I obey, I await, and I will serve," Fane answered, without hesitation. Everyone he'd spoken to mentioned these oaths, though no one seemed clear on their exact meaning. If oaths were what these people demanded, he was ready to swear to anything. He'd lost track of how many pledges he'd made over the years. The officer signaled 2 of his men to inspect what lay beneath the blanket. Surprised grunts escaped them as they struggled with its weight, lowering it from the saddle, but those sounds turned to sharp intakes of breath when they pulled the blanket aside. The officer's face remained impassive as he stared at the ornately crafted golden chest, adorned with silver filigree now resting on the cobblestones. Then his eyes shifted back to Fane. "A gift worthy of an empress. You will accompany me." One soldier conducted a brisk, invasive search, which Fane endured in silence. He noted, however, that the officer and the 2 men who lifted the chest surrendered their swords and daggers before entering the building. Any detail he could learn about these people, no matter how minor, might prove useful, though he was already confident in his scheme. Arrogance was his constant companion, but it burned brightest in situations where rulers feared betrayal from their own ranks. As they passed through the doorway, the officer shot him a puzzled frown, and for a moment Fane wondered why. Then it struck him. The creatures? Whatever they were, they couldn't be worse than Trollocs, and they were nothing compared to a Myrddraal. He hadn't even glanced at them twice. It was far too late to feign fear now. The Cientian officer said nothing, merely guiding him further into the residence, and so Fane found himself face down on the floor in a sparsely furnished room, its walls hidden by folding screens, while the officer relayed the details of his arrival and his offering to the High Lord Turak. Servants scurried in, their slippers whispering against the floor, to place a table where the chest could be displayed, ensuring the High Lord wouldn't have to bend. Fane waited, simmering with impatience. A time would come when he wouldn't be the one bowing. Eventually the soldiers were dismissed, and Fane was commanded to rise. He did so slowly, studying the High Lord with his shaved head, long polished fingernails, and blue silk robe embroidered with floral patterns. The scent of roses drifted from him. Beside him stood another man, his pale hair partly shaven and partly braided, wearing an unassuming green coat. Fane pegged him as a servant, albeit a high-ranking one, and such individuals could be useful if they held their master's trust. A remarkable gift, Turak said, his gaze lifting from the chest to Fane. Yet the question presents itself, how does a man like you come to possess a chest that many nobles could not afford? Are you a thief? Fane plucked at his threadbare, soiled coat. Sometimes a man must appear less than he is, High Lord. My current dishevelment allowed me to deliver this to you without interference. This chest is ancient, as old as the age of legends. Inside lies a treasure few eyes have ever beheld. Soon, very soon, High Lord, I will be able to open it and present you with that which will allow you to claim these lands as far as you desire to the spine of the world, the Aill waste, even the territories beyond. Nothing will stand against you once I—" He broke off as Turak began tracing the chest's intricate designs with his long nails. "I have seen chests from the age of legends before," the High Lord remarked, though none so finely wrought. "They are designed to open only for those who know the correct sequence. But ah!" He pressed a combination among the ornate scrollwork and bosses. A sharp click echoed in the room, and he lifted the lid. A flicker of what might have been disappointment crossed his face. Fane bit the inside of his cheek until he tasted blood, fighting back a snarl. It weakened his position that he hadn't been the one to unlock it. He could still salvage his plan, if only he could master his impatience. But patience was a thread worn dangerously thin. Turak lifted the objects from the chest, the horn with its elegant curl in one hand, the dagger with its ruby-set hilt in the other, Fane's hands clenched into white-knuckled fists at his sides to keep from snatching the blade back. Relics from the age of legends? Turak mused, his voice a low murmur. He used the dagger's point to trace the silver script inlaid around the horn's bell. For a fleeting moment, genuine surprise broke through his impassive mask. A crack Fane had never seen before, but it was smoothed away as quickly as it appeared. "Do you comprehend what this is?" "The Horn of Valere, High Lord," Fane replied, his tone oily with satisfaction as he noted the stunned expression of the man with the braided hair. Turak merely gave a slow, thoughtful nod and turned. Confused, Fane began to speak, but a sharp gesture from the yellow-haired guard silenced him. He followed instead, entering a neighboring chamber stripped of its original decor. Now it held only folding screens, a single chair, and a tall, round cabinet. Turak, still holding both artifacts, glanced at the cabinet before dismissing it. Without a word from him, the other Sien Khan barked orders. Servants in plain wool robes appeared from behind the screens, carrying a small table. They were followed by a young woman whose hair was the pale shade of winter moonlight. Her gown was of sheer white silk, revealing the outline of her form, but Fane had no eyes for her. His entire being was fixed on the dagger. The horn was merely a tool, a key to a door, but the dagger felt like a piece of his own soul, severed and now within reach. At a slight touch from Turak on one of the polished wooden stands the woman carried, she placed it at the table's center. The chair was repositioned to face it. The lower servants, their hair cut squarely at their shoulders, scurried out with deep, abject bows, setting the horn upright on the stand. Turak placed the dagger on the table before it and settled into the chair. The sight was too much. Fane's hand darted out. Instantly, the yellow-haired man seized his wrist in a grip like iron. "You unshaven dog, know this. The hand that touches the High Lord's property unbidden is forfeit. It is mine. Fane snarled, the words torn from him. Patience! He had been patient for so cursed long. Turak, reclining lazily, lifted a single blue lacquered fingernail. Fane was dragged aside so the High Lord's view of the horn was clear. Yours? Turak's voice was cool, found in a chest you could not open. Perhaps, if you prove sufficiently interesting, I may grant you the dagger. Even from the age of legends, such a trinket holds little appeal for me. But first, you will answer. Why have you brought the horn of Valere to me? Fane dragged his yearning gaze from the blade, wrenched his wrist free, and rubbed it as he offered a stiff bow. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on him. Here he was, bowing and scraping, playing the grovelling supplicant, while every fibre of his being screamed to reclaim what was his. It was almost funny, in a bitter, twisted way. "So that you may sound it, High Lord," he said, forcing conviction into his voice. "Then this land, all lands, will be yours to command. You could shatter the White Tower itself, and grind the Aes Sedai to dust, for not even their power can stand against heroes called back from the grave. I am to sound it, and break the White Tower." Turak's tone was utterly devoid of inflection. Again, I ask why. You speak of obedience and service, but this is a country of oath-breakers. Why surrender your homeland to me? Do you nurse some private grievance against these women? Fane shaped his words carefully, patient as a burrowing insect. "High Lord, my family has carried a tradition through countless generations. We served the High King Artur Pendrag Tanriel, and when he was slain by the witches of Tar Valon, we did not forsake our vows. While others warred and shattered the empire Artur Hawkwing built, we held true to our oath. We suffered for that loyalty, but we held fast. This is our legacy, passed from father to son, mother to daughter, through all the long years since the High King was murdered. We await the armies Artur Hawkwing sent across the Arith Ocean to return, and we await the blood of Artur Hawkwing himself to reclaim what belonged to the High King and shatter the White Tower. When that blood returns, we will offer our service and counsel, just as we did for the High King. My lord, the banner flying above us, save for its border, is the very banner of Luther, the son of Artur Pendrag Tanriel, who led those armies over the sea." Fane sank to his knees, performing a convincing display of overwhelmed devotion. "My only wish, High Lord, is to serve and advise the blood of the High King." Turak remained silent for so long that Fane started to question whether more persuasion was needed. He had plenty more prepared, ready to lay out whatever was necessary. At last the High Lord spoke. "You appear to know things that no one, high or low, has spoken of since we first sighted this shore. The locals whisper it as one rumour among many. But you know, I see it in your eyes, I hear it in your voice. I might almost think you were placed here to lead me into a snare. But who, holding the horn of Valere, would use it in such a way? None of the blood who came with the Hyleni could have possessed it, for the legends say it was hidden here. And certainly any lord of this land would turn it against me, not place it into my hands. How did the horn of Valere come into your possession? Do you proclaim yourself a hero from the old tales? Have you performed valorous deeds?" "I am no hero, High Lord." Fane attempted a humble smile, but Turak's expression did not shift, so he let it fade. "The horn was discovered by one of my forefathers in the chaos following the High King's death. He knew the secret to opening the chest, but that knowledge was lost with him during the War of the 100 Years, which tore Artur Hawkwing's empire apart. All that has been passed down is that the horn rested inside and must be guarded until the High King's blood came back to claim it. I am almost inclined to believe you believe it, High Lord. Once you sound the horn, do not spoil what little persuasion you have managed. I will not sound the horn of Valere. When I return to Siamkan, I will present it to the Empress as the greatest of my trophies. Perhaps she will choose to sound it herself. But, High Lord, Fane objected, you must. The next thing he knew, he was on his side, his head throbbing. Only when his vision cleared did he notice the man with the pale braid massaging his knuckles and understand what had occurred. Some words, the man said quietly, are never spoken to the High Lord. In that instant, Fane decided exactly how that man would die. Turak glanced from Fane to the horn as calmly as if he had witnessed nothing. Perhaps I shall give you to the Empress along with the horn of Valere. She may find you entertaining, a man who claims his family kept faith when all others broke their oaths or forgot them entirely. Fane concealed his sudden surge of triumph while pushing himself back to his feet. He hadn't even known an empress existed until Turak mentioned her, but the prospect of reaching a ruler again, it unveiled fresh avenues, new schemes, access to a ruler who commanded the might of the Xianchan and would hold the horn of Valere. That was far better than elevating this Turak to some lofty throne. He could afford to wait on certain parts of his design. Gently now. Must not let him see how badly you want this. After so long, a little more patience costs nothing. As the High Lord wishes, he said, striving to sound like a man whose sole desire was to serve. You seem almost eager, Turak observed, and Fane barely stifled a flinch. I will tell you why I will not sound the horn, nor even keep it, and perhaps that will temper your eagerness. I do not wish a gift of mine to offend the Empress by his conduct. If your eagerness cannot be cooled, it will never be fulfilled, for you will never depart these shores. Do you know that whoever sounds the horn of Valere is bound to it thereafter? That so long as that person lives, it is nothing more than a simple horn to anyone else? He did not seem to expect answers, and indeed he did not pause to receive any. I hold the 12th position in the line for the crystal throne. Should I retain possession of the horn of Valere, every individual standing between me and that seat would assume my ambition is to leap to the front of the line. While the Empress, may she live forever, does encourage our rivalries to ensure the strongest and most shrewd succeeds her. Her current favor rests with her second daughter, Tuon. Any perceived threat to Tuon's position would not be viewed kindly. Even if I were to sound the horn and present this entire land to her, with every Aes Sedai from the White Tower leashed and kneeling, the Empress would still be convinced my aspirations extended beyond merely becoming her heir. Fane barely stopped himself from pointing out how achievable such ambitions could be with the horn's power. Strangely, something in the High Lord's tone hinted he genuinely meant that wish for the Empress's eternal life, a notion Fane found difficult to credit. Patience, he reminded himself. A worm must work slowly within the root. The Empress's listeners could be anywhere. Turak continued, his voice a low murmur. They could be anyone. Consider Juan here. Born and bred within the house of Aladon, his family's loyalty stretching back 11 generations. Yet even he could be a listener. The man with the intricate braid, Juan, twitched as if to object before forcing himself back to rigid stillness. Even a high lord or lady may discover their most private thoughts are known, may awaken to find themselves delivered to the seekers for truth. Truth is elusive, but the seekers spare no effort or agony in its pursuit, and they pursue as long as they suspect a need. He took a deliberate pause, letting the silence weigh in the perfumed air. They take great care, of course, not to allow a high lord or lady to die under their ministrations, for no hand may lawfully shed the blood of our Tuor Hawkwing's lineage. If the Empress must decree such a death, the condemned is sealed alive within a silken sack, which is then suspended from the Tower of the Ravens until time and the elements reduce it to dust. No such courtesy would be extended to one like you. At the court of the 9 Moons in Sandar, a person of your station could be handed to the seekers for a sideways glance, a poorly chosen word, or a mere passing fancy. Does your eagerness persist? Fane manufactured a convincing tremble in his legs. My only desire is to serve and to offer counsel, High Lord. I possess knowledge that may prove valuable, this Siandar court sounded like precisely the kind of treacherous garden where his own schemes could take root and flourish. Until my return voyage to Sianchan, Turak said, waving a dismissive hand, you will divert me with stories of your family and its traditions. It is a relief to encounter a second man in this dreary, light-forsaken country, capable of providing amusement, even if you both trade in lies, as I suspect. You may go. No further command was given, but the girl with hair the colour of pale moonlight and a robe of sheer silk appeared swiftly, kneeling to present a single steaming cup on a lacquered tray. "High Lord," Fane said. Juan moved to grip his arm, but Fane shook him off, earning a flash of anger in the man's eyes. Fane delivered his deepest bow yet. I will kill him slowly, he promised himself. High Lord, I must warn you, there are those who pursue me. They seek the horn of Valere, dark friends, High Lord, and creatures far worse. They cannot be more than a day or two behind my trail. Turek took a delicate sip of the dark liquid, the thin cup balanced on his long-nailed fingers. Few dark friends endure in Sisianchan. Those who evade the seekers for truth eventually meet the headsman's axe. It might provide a moment's diversion to encounter one. High Lord, they are perilous, Fane insisted, leaning forward slightly. They command Trollocs. Their leader is a young man who names himself Rand Althor, vile in the service of the Shadow beyond telling, with a tongue adept at lies and deceit. He has falsely claimed many titles in many places, but wherever he goes, Trollocs inevitably follow, and they slaughter. Trollocs, Turak mused, as if recalling a distant text. We had no Trollocs in Sienchan. The armies of the night there wielded other fouler allies. I have often pondered whether a Grolm could best a Trolloc in combat. He sighed, a sound of profound boredom, and inhaled the fragrant steam from his cup. Very well, I will order a watch for your Trollocs and your dark friends, provided they are not another of your fabrications. This land wearies me to my soul with its monotony. Fane allowed the scowling Juan to drag him from the chamber, barely registering the growled warnings about the dire consequences should he ever overstay his welcome with Lord Turak again. He scarcely felt the shove that sent him stumbling into the street, a single coin pressed into his palm alongside orders to report back the next day. All that mattered was that Rand Althor was finally within his grasp. I will watch him die, and then the world will feel the weight of every wrong done to me. A low, breathy chuckle escaped him as he gathered his horse's reins and headed into the town, his eyes already scanning for the sign of an inn. The river hills surrounding Caerhien gradually flattened into open plains and dense woodlands after a half-day's ride, the Shianaran soldiers' armour still carefully stowed on the pack animals. They followed no proper road, only a web of faint cart trails, passing few homesteads or villages. Verin maintained a relentless pace, and Ingtar, who muttered incessantly that this was all a ruse, that Padan Fane would never have revealed his true destination, yet also complained they were riding away from Toman Head, as if part of him believed the madman's tale, nevertheless pushed the party to match her speed. The grey owl banner snapped in the wind of their passage. Rand rode with a hardened focus, keeping his distance from Verin. He had this task to complete, this duty, as Ingtar would name it, and then he could be finally and utterly free of Aes Sedai. Perrin seemed locked in a similar silence, his gaze fixed on some distant point ahead. When they made camp at the forest's edge in the deepening twilight, Perrin turned to Loyal with quiet intensity, asking if wolves, like Trollocs, would refuse to enter a steading. Loyal answered tersely that only creatures touched by the shadow were repelled by such places. And Aes Sedai, of course, for they could not reach the true source or channel the one power within a steading's bounds. The Ogier himself seemed the most hesitant of all to journey to Stedding Sofu. In stark contrast, Matt was almost feverishly eager, his skin pallid and cheeks sunken, despite his claims of feeling fit for a sprint. Verin laid her hands on him for healing each evening and morning, but it did nothing to restore his vigour, a fact that even Hurin noted with a concerned frown. On the second day, with the sun high overhead, Verin abruptly straightened in her saddle, her gaze sweeping the trees. Beside her, Ingtar gave a jolt. To Rand, the forest appeared unchanged, a mix of oak, hickory, and beech, dotted with the occasional pine or the stark white bark of a paperbark tree. But as he passed a certain point, a shocking, bracing chill shot through him, vivid and sudden as a plunge into a winter stream. It vanished instantly, leaving behind a peculiar sensation of renewal, coupled with a vague, inexplicable sense of absence. Each rider reacted upon crossing that invisible line with a jerk or a soft oath. Hurin's jaw went slack. Uno managed a muttered, bloody, flaming before shaking his head, words failing him. A look of understanding dawned in Perrin's golden eyes. Loyal drew a long, deep breath and released it slowly. It feels right to be back in a steading. Rand scanned the woods, frowning. He had expected the steading to feel profoundly alien, but aside from that initial chill and the lingering sense of being oddly rested, everything looked the same. Then an osier woman stepped smoothly from behind the broad trunk of an ancient oak. She was slightly shorter than Loyal, which still placed her a full head and shoulders above Rand, and she shared the same distinctive features. Wide, thoughtful eyes, a broad nose, and tufted ears that framed a solemn face. Erith's eyebrows were not as lengthy as Loyal's, and her face appeared more delicate in comparison, the tufts on her ears finer and softer. She was dressed in a flowing green gown with a matching cloak adorned with embroidered flowers, and she held a cluster of silver bell blossoms as if she had just been picking them. She observed the group with a serene patience. Loyal practically tumbled from his tall horse in his haste to bow, with Rand and the others following suit, though not as swiftly. Even Verin offered a respectful nod. Loyal introduced everyone formally, yet carefully omitted the name of his own steading. The young osier woman, Rand, felt certain she was close to Loyal in age, considered them for a moment before her expression warmed into a smile. "You are welcome in Stedding Tsofu," she said, her voice a gentler, lighter echo of Loyal's, like the hum of a smaller bee. "I am Erith, daughter of Iva, who is daughter of Alar. We have seen so few human guests since the stonemasons departed Cairhien, and now here you all are at once. Why, we even hosted some of the travelling people recently, though they chose to leave when the— Oh, I do run on. I will escort you to the elders." However, she scanned the party, her gaze finally settling on Verin. "Aes Sedai, you have many armed men with you. Would you mind leaving some of them outside the steading? Please forgive the request, but a large number of armed humans within our home always feels unsettling." "Of course, Erith," Verin replied smoothly. "Ingtar, would you arrange it?" After Ingtar relayed the orders to Uno, only he and Hurin remained to accompany Erith further into the steading among the Shinarans. Walking alongside his horse, Rand glanced up as Loyal drew near, the osier stealing frequent looks toward Erith, who walked ahead with Verin and Ingtar. Hurin strolled between, his mouth slightly agape as he stared in wonder at their surroundings, though Rand wasn't entirely sure what captivated him so. Loyal leaned down to whisper, "Isn't she beautiful, Rand? Her voice is like a song," Matt let out a quiet snort, but when Loyal turned a questioning look his way, he said, "Very pretty. Loyal, a bit tall for my usual taste, you understand, but undoubtedly pretty." Loyal's brow furrowed briefly before he nodded. "Yes, she is." His expression then brightened, a palpable relief washing over him. "It truly feels good to be within a steading again. Not that the longing had begun to grip me, you understand?"
"The longing?" Perrin asked.
"I'm not sure I follow, Loyal." "We Ogier are tied to the steading, Perrin," Loyal explained, his tone turning reflective. It is said that before the breaking of the world, we could wander freely for as long as we wished, much like humans, but the breaking changed everything. Our people were scattered, and all the steading were lost to us. The very world was remade. Mountains shifted, rivers changed course, even the seas were altered. Everyone knows about the breaking, Matt said with a hint of impatience. What's that got to do with this longing? It was during that exile, while we wandered lost and homeless, that the longing first took root within us. Loyal continued, a somber note entering his voice. A deep yearning to find our steading again, to know our true homes. Many perished from it. He shook his head, his large eyes sad. More died than lived. When we finally began to rediscover the steading one by one, during the time of the covenant of the 10 nations, we thought we had overcome the longing. But it had already changed us, planting a seed in our very nature. Now, if an Ogier remains outside for too long, the longing returns, he weakens, and he will die if he does not come home. "Do you need to stay here for a while?" Rand asked, concern tightening his voice. "There's no need to risk your life by continuing with us." "I will know when it begins," Loyal assured him, his laughter returning, though it held a forced cheer. "It will be a long time before it grows strong enough to truly harm me. Why, Dalar once spent a full 10 years living with the sea folk without ever setting foot in a steading, and she returned home perfectly safe." His attempt at reassurance felt a bit hollow, a brave face put on for his friends. Just then, another Ogier woman emerged from among the trees. She paused to exchange a few words with Irith and Verin. Her eyes appraised Ingtar thoroughly before seemingly dismissing him, which made the Shienaran lord blink in surprise. Her gaze swept over Loyal, passed briefly over Hurin and the boys from Eamon's field, and then she disappeared back into the forest. Loyal, for his part, suddenly seemed very interested in positioning his horse between himself and where she had been, as if trying to make himself less conspicuous. "Besides," he added, glancing carefully over his saddle after her, "life in the steading can feel a bit slow compared to being on the road with 3 Tavren. If you're going to bring that up again," Matt grumbled, but Loyal quickly interjected, "3 friends, then. I do hope you consider me a friend." "I do," Rand replied plainly, and Perrin gave a nod. Matt let out a laugh. "How could I not be friends with someone who rolls dice so poorly?" He threw his hands up when both Rand and Perrin shot him a look. "Fine. All right. I like you, Loyal. You're my friend. Just don't keep going on about it. Sometimes you're almost as difficult to be around as Rand." His voice dropped to a mutter. "At least here in the steading we're safe." Rand winced, understanding exactly what Matt meant here, where he couldn't channel. Perrin gave Matt's shoulder a light punch, then looked regretful when Matt turned his gaunt face toward him with a grimace. It was the music that caught Rand's attention first, the distant sound of flutes and fiddles playing a cheerful tune that wove through the trees, accompanied by deep, laughing voices singing, "Clear the field, make it smooth. Let no weed or stalk remain. Here we work. Here we strive. Here the mighty trees will rise." At almost the same moment he realized the enormous shape visible through the trees was itself a tree, with a thick, ridged trunk that had to be 20 paces across. Staring in awe, he traced it upward, past the forest canopy, to branches spreading like a giant mushroom fully 100 paces above the ground. And beyond it stood others even taller. "Light burn me," Matt whispered. "You could build 10 houses from just one of those. Maybe 50. Cut down a great tree?" Loyal sounded both shocked and genuinely upset. His ears went stiff, his long eyebrows drooping toward his cheeks. "We never cut one down, not unless it dies, and they almost never do. Only a few survived the breaking. Some of the largest were mere saplings back in the Age of Legends." "I'm sorry," Matt said. "I was only remarking on their size. I wouldn't harm your trees." Loyal nodded, seeming somewhat appeased. More Ogier began to appear, moving among the trees. Most seemed focused on their tasks. Though they glanced at the newcomers with friendly nods or small bows, none stopped to speak. They moved in a curious way, blending a thoughtful deliberateness with a kind of light-hearted joy. They appeared completely at peace with themselves and their surroundings, knowing and loving exactly who they were and where they belonged. Rand felt a pang of envy watching them. Few of the Ogier men stood much taller than Loyal, but the older ones were easily distinguished by their long moustaches, matching the length of their drooping eyebrows and narrow beards beneath their chins. The younger men, like Loyal, were clean-shaven. Many of the men worked in shirt sleeves, carrying shovels, mattocks, saws, or buckets of pitch. Others wore simple, high-bottomed coats that flared at the knees like kilts. The women often wore embroidered flowers, and many had fresh blossoms woven into their hair. The embroidery adorned the cloaks of the younger women, while the older women's dresses were richly decorated with floral patterns from neck to hem, some with vines and blooms covering the entire garment. A number of Ogier, mostly women and girls, took particular notice of Loyal as they passed. He kept his eyes fixed ahead, but his ears twitched more vigorously the farther they walked. Rand was surprised to see an Ogier emerge, as if from the earth itself, stepping out of one of the grassy, flower-covered mounds scattered among the trees. Then he noticed windows set into the mounds, and an Ogier woman at one, calmly rolling out pie crust, and understood these were their homes. The window frames were stone, yet they looked so natural they might have been shaped by wind and rain over countless years. The immense great trees, with trunks like towers and roots as broad as draught horses, required vast spaces between them, yet a number grew directly within the settlement. Earthen ramps carried the walkways over the sprawling roots. In truth, the only immediate visual distinction between the town and the surrounding forest was a vast open clearing at its heart, dominated by what could only be the remains of a great tree. Its stump, nearly 100 yards across, had a surface polished to a floor-like smoothness, with steps constructed at various points. Rand was trying to fathom the original height of such a giant when Aerith's voice, raised to carry, cut through his thoughts. Our other guests are arriving. 3 human women appeared from behind the colossal stump. The youngest carried a wooden bowl. "Aiel," Ingtar stated flatly. "Maidens of the Spear, a good thing I left Masamar behind." He nonetheless shifted away from Verin and Aerith, his hand moving to loosen the sword at his back. Rand studied the newcomers with a mix of unease and sharp curiosity. These were the people so many had wrongly claimed he descended from. 2 were women of mature years. The third barely more than a girl, yet all 3 stood tall. Their hair, cropped short save for a narrow shoulder-length tail at the back, varied from a sun-bleached brown to a pale gold. They wore loose trousers tucked into soft boots, their attire all in muted shades of brown, grey and green, garments he guessed would blend into stone or foliage nearly as well as a warder's cloak. Short bows rose over their shoulders, quivers and long knives hung at their belts, and each bore a small round hide shield and a sheaf of short-shafted spears with wicked long points. Even the girl moved with a lethal, practiced grace. Suddenly aware of the other humans, the Aiel showed a flash of surprise at their own surprise, then moved with shocking speed. "Shienarons!" the youngest cried, carefully placing her bowl behind her. The 2 older women swiftly pulled brown cloths from their shoulders to wrap around their heads, then raised black veils, hiding all but their eyes. The youngest hurried to follow suit. Assuming low crouches, they advanced with a terrifying deliberation, shields forward, spears at the ready. Ingtar's blade slid free with a hiss. "Stand aside, Ace Sedai." Aerith moved back. Hurin drew his swordbreaker, his free hand darting between cudgel and sword hilt before finally gripping the sword, his eyes fixed on the approaching spears. "You must not do this," the Ogier girl pleaded, wringing her hands as she looked desperately from Ingtar to the Aiel. "You must not." Rand found the heron-marked sword in his own hands. Perrin had his axe half drawn, his face a mask of conflict as he shook his head. "Have you both lost your minds?" Mat exclaimed, his bow still across his back. "I don't care who they are, they're women." "Stop this at once," Verin commanded, her voice sharp with frustration as the Aiel continued their unwavering advance. Mat stepped backward, putting a foot in his stirrup. "I'm getting out of here," he announced. "You hear me. I'm not staying to be skewered, and I am not shooting a woman." Loyal's booming voice rose above the chaos. "The pact! Remember the pact!" His shouts, like the continued pleas from Verin and Irith, had no effect. Rand noted that both the Aes Sedai and the Ogier girl were prudently keeping their distance. For a moment, Mat's plan seemed the only sane one. The very idea of harming a woman, even one intent on killing him, tied his stomach in knots. What settled it was the cold calculation that even if he reached his saddle, the Aiel were now barely a stone's throw away, and he had a grim certainty those short spears could cover the distance with ease as the Aiel women edged closer, still low to the ground with their spears poised. Rand's concern shifted from avoiding harm to them to preventing them from harming him. Anxious, he reached for the void and it answered, but it was only the void. The familiar glow of Sedin was absent. This emptiness felt deeper and wider than any he could recall, a yawning hunger that threatened to swallow him whole. There should have been more. There was supposed to be something more. Suddenly, an Ogier stepped between the two parties, his narrow beard trembling with indignation. "What is happening here? Lower your weapons at once." He sounded utterly appalled. "For you." His stern gaze swept over Ingdar, Hurin, Rand, and Perrin, and did not excuse Mat, despite his empty hands. There might be some justification. But for you? He turned on the Aiel women who had halted their advance. "Have you forgotten the pact?" The women hurriedly uncovered their heads and faces, as if hoping to erase the fact they had ever been veiled. The young woman's cheeks flushed crimson, and the others appeared deeply chastened. An older woman with reddish hair spoke, her grey eyes, so like Rand's own, meeting the Ogier's. "Forgive us, Tree Brother. We remember the pact, and we never meant to bear steel, but we are in the land of the tree killers, where every hand is turned against us, and we saw armed men." The Ogier replied gently, "You are within a steading now, Rian. Here all are safe. There is no fighting in a steading, no hand raised in violence." She nodded, shamefaced, and the Ogier looked back to Ingdar and the others. Ingdar slid his sword into its sheath, and Rand followed, though not as swiftly as Hurin, who looked nearly as embarrassed as the Aiel. Perrin had only half drawn his axe. As Rand released his grip on the hilt, he also let go of the void and shuddered. The emptiness faded, but it left behind a lingering echo, a hollow craving for something to fill it. The Ogier turned to Verin and bowed. "Aes Sedai, I am Jean, son of Lesel, son of Lord. I have been sent to escort you to the elders. They wish to understand why an Aes Sedai enters our home, accompanied by armed men, and one of our own young people." Loyal hunched his shoulders as if trying to vanish. Verin cast a regretful glance toward the Aiel, as though she longed to speak with them, then gestured for Jean to lead on. He guided her away without another word and without so much as a look at Loyal. For a moment, Rand and the others stood facing the three Aiel women in uneasy silence. Rand certainly felt unsettled. Ingtar remained as steady and expressionless as stone. Though the Aiel had unveiled, they still held their spears, studying the four men as if trying to peer into their very souls. Rand, in particular, drew increasingly hostile stares. He heard the youngest woman mutter, "He carries a sword," her voice a blend of horror and scorn. Then the three were gone, pausing only to collect a wooden bowl before disappearing among the trees, glancing back until they were out of sight. "Maidens of the spear," Ingdar murmured. "I did not think they would halt once they veiled, certainly not on account of a few words." He looked at Rand and his friends. "You should witness a charge by the Red Shields or the Stone Dogs. They are as unstoppable as an avalanche." "They would not break the pact," once reminded, Aerith said with a smile. "They came for Sung Wood." A note of pride entered her voice. "We are fortunate to have 2 tree singers here in Stedding Sofu. They are rare in these times. I have heard Stedding Shangtai boasts a talented young tree singer, but we have 2. Loyal blushed, though she did not seem to notice. "If you will follow me, I will show you where you may wait until the elders have finished their counsel." As they walked behind her, Perrin muttered under his breath, "Sungwood, my eye." "Those Aiel are hunting for he who comes with the dawn," and Matt added with dry sarcasm, "They're looking for you, Rand." "For me, that's insane." He cut her off as Aerith led them down the steps of a guest house blanketed in wildflowers, a place clearly intended for human visitors. The rooms were spacious, 20 paces from one stone wall to the other, with painted ceilings soaring a good 2 spans overhead. The Ogier had tried their best to make humans comfortable, yet everything felt slightly oversized. The chairs were tall enough to lift a man's heels from the floor, the tables stood higher than Rand's waist, and even Hurin could have walked upright into the stone fireplace, which looked more like it had been carved by flowing water than built by hands. Aerith gave Loyal a worried look, but he dismissed her concern with a wave and dragged a chair into the corner farthest from the door. Once the Ogier girl departed, Rand pulled Matt and Perrin aside. "What do you mean they're looking for me? Why would they?" "They stared right at me and just walked away." "They looked at you," Matt said with a grin, "like you hadn't bathed in a month and had rolled in sheep dip for good measure." His smile faded. "But they could be searching for you. We ran into another Aiel out there." Rand listened, increasingly stunned as they recounted their encounter in Kinslayer's dagger. Matt did most of the talking, with Perrin cutting in now and then. When the embellishments grew too wild, Matt played up how dangerous the Aielmen had been and how close they'd come to a fight. "And since you're the only Aiel we know," he finished, "well, it might be you. Ingtar says Aiel never live outside the waste, so you must be the only one." "That isn't funny, Matt," Rand growled. "I am not Aiel." The Amelin said. "You are, Ingtar thinks you are," Tam said. But Tam had been feverish out of his mind. Between the Aes Sedai and Tam's ramblings, every root he thought he had was severed. They had cut him loose to tumble in the wind, then handed him new labels to cling to: false dragon, Aiel. He couldn't accept those as roots. He wouldn't. "Maybe I don't belong to anyone, but the 2 Rivers is the only home I've ever known." "I didn't mean anything by it," Matt protested. "It's just burn me, Ingtar says you are. Masema says you are. That Urian fellow could have been your cousin, and if Rian put on a dress and claimed to be your aunt, you'd probably believe her. Fine, all right. Don't give me that look, Perrin. If he wants to say he isn't, let him. What does it matter anyway?" Perrin only shook his head. Ogier girls soon arrived with water, towels, cheese, fruit and wine, served in pewter goblets, just a little too large to hold comfortably. Then other Ogier women appeared, one after another, their dresses finely embroidered. A dozen came in total, each asking if the humans were comfortable or needed anything. Before leaving, everyone turned her attention to Loyal. He answered respectfully, but in the fewest words Rand had ever heard from him, standing rigid with a large, wood-bound book clutched to his chest like a shield. Once they were gone, he hunched in his chair, holding the book up to hide his face. The one thing in the house not sized for humans. "Just breathe this air, Lord Rand," Hurin said with a smile, swinging his feet like a boy from one of the oversized chairs. "I never thought most places smelled bad, but this Lord Rand, I don't believe there's ever been any killing here, not even any hurting except by accident. The stories say the steading are safe for everyone, Rand replied, though his eyes stayed on Loyal. He swallowed the last of his cheese and walked over with Matt trailing behind, goblet in hand. What's wrong, Loyal? Rand asked. You've been jumpier than a cat in a kennel ever since we got here. It is nothing, Loyal murmured, casting an uneasy glance toward the door. Loyal's ears twitched nervously as he glanced around, the tufts vibrating with each anxious movement. Please, don't say that so loudly, he whispered urgently. If anyone overhears and word gets back, well, it would be a disaster. He let out a long, weary sigh and slumped against his seat, his large eyes shifting between Rand and Matt. I'll never understand how you humans manage these things. For Ogier, it's all very formal. If a young woman takes an interest in a young man, she confides in her mother. Sometimes it's the mother who spots a suitable match first. Either way, once there's agreement, the girl's mother approaches the boy's mother, and before the boy even knows what's happening, his wedding is completely arranged. Wait, the guy doesn't get any say at all? Matt asked, his voice full of disbelief. None whatsoever, Loyal replied, shifting uncomfortably. The women always claim that if it were left to us, we'd end up married to the trees instead. About half of our marriages happen between different steading groups of young Ogier travel from one community to another, so they can be seen and evaluated. If the elders find out I left steading Shangtai without their permission, they'll almost certainly decide that what I need is a wife to make me more responsible. In no time at all, they'd send word to my mother, and she'd arrive here and have me wed before she even unpacked her travelling bag. She's always said I'm too impulsive and that a wife would steady me. I suspect she was already looking for candidates when I departed, and whichever wife she selects for me, well, any wife would insist I stay inside the steading until there's grey in my beard. Wives always argue that no man should be allowed outside until he's mature enough to keep his temper in check. Matt let out a loud burst of laughter that turned several heads, but at Loyal's frantic waving, he lowered his voice. Where we come from, it's the men who do the choosing, and no wife can stop a man from doing what he decides to do. Rand frowned, lost in thought. He remembered how Egwene had started following him around. When they were both children, around that same time, Mistress Alvere had begun paying him special attention, more than she did any of the other boys. Later, at festival dances, some girls would dance with him and some wouldn't, and the ones who would were always Egwene's friends, while the ones who refused were girls Egwene didn't care for. He also had a vague memory of Mistress Alvere taking Tam aside once, muttering something about Tam not having a wife to discuss things with. After that, Tam and everyone else had started acting as if he and Egwene were practically engaged, even though they'd never formally pledged themselves before the women's circle. He'd never really examined it before. Things between him and Egwene had just always been the way they were, and that was that. I think maybe we're not so different after all, he muttered. When Matt laughed, Rand added, Can you remember a single time your father ever did something your mother was truly set against? Matt opened his mouth with a confident grin, then paused, his expression turning thoughtful, and closed it again without a word. Just then Juin descended the steps from outside. If you would all come with me, please, he said. The elders wish to speak with you. He avoided looking directly at Loyal, but Loyal nearly fumbled the book he was holding anyway. If the elders try to make you stay, Rand said firmly, we'll tell them we need you to come with us.
I bet this isn't even about you, Matt chimed in. I bet they're just going to tell us we can use the Waygate. He gave a slight shudder, and his voice dropped to a murmur. We really have to go through with it, don't we? It wasn't a question. Stay here and get married, or travel the ways. Loyal offered a rueful, grimacing smile. Life becomes remarkably unpredictable when you're friends with Tavren.
Chapter 36. Among the elders, as Juin led them through the Ogier town, Rand noticed Loyal's anxiety mounting with every step. Loyal's ears stood as stiff as his posture. His eyes widened each time another Ogier glanced his way, particularly the women and girls, and a surprising number of them did seem to be taking note of him. He looked as though he were marching toward his own sentencing. The bearded Ogier gestured toward a broad set of steps that descended into a grassy mound, far larger than any other. It was practically a small hill, nestled almost at the foot of one of the great trees. "Maybe you should wait out here, Loyal," Rand suggested quietly. "The elders," June started to say, but Rand cut him off. "They likely just want to see the rest of us," Matt chimed in. "Why can't they leave him be?" Loyal gave a vigorous nod, his ears twitching nervously. A group of Ogier women, ranging from white-haired elders to young ones around Erith's age, had gathered nearby. They were chatting among themselves, but every eye was fixed on him. He glanced toward the broad door at the bottom of the stone steps and nodded again, more to himself. "Yes, I'll stay out here and read. That's what I'll do," he fumbled in his coat pocket, pulling out a small book. Settling himself on the mound beside the steps, he opened it, though his ears kept flickering as if he could feel their gazes. "I'll just sit right here and read until you return." Juin shook his head with a slight shrug, then gestured toward the steps. "If you would, the elders are waiting inside the mound." The windowless chamber was built to Ogier scale, with a ceiling of thick beams rising over 4 spans high, a space that could rival any palace for sheer size. 7 Ogier sat on a dais directly across from the entrance, their imposing presence making the room feel slightly smaller, yet Rand still felt as though he stood in a vast cavern. The floorstones were smooth and sombre, though large and irregular, while the rough grey walls resembled the face of a cliff. The ceiling beams, roughly hewn, looked like enormous roots. Aside from a high-backed chair where Verin sat facing the dais, the only furnishings were the heavy vine-carved chairs of the elders. The Ogier woman at the centre occupied a seat slightly elevated above the others, flanked by 3 bearded men in long flaring coats to her left and 3 women in embroidered dresses to her right, each garment detailed with vines and flowers from neck to hem. All had aged faces, pure white hair, even the tufts on their ears, and an air of immense dignity. Hurin stared openly, and Rand fought the urge to do the same. Not even Verin possessed the profound wisdom reflected in the elders' large eyes, nor Morgase in her crown their quiet authority, nor Moiraine their serene calm. Ingtar was the first to bow with a formality Rand had rarely seen from him, while the others remained rooted in place. "I am Allah," the woman on the highest chair announced, once they had taken their positions beside Verin, eldest of the elders of Stedding Tsofu. "Verin has informed us of your need to use the waygate here. To recover the Horn of Valere from Dark Friends is indeed a great need, but we have permitted no one to travel the ways in over a century, not us nor the elders of any other steading." "I will find the horn," Ingtar declared, a hint of anger in his voice. "I must, if you refuse us the waygate." He fell silent under Verin's sharp look, though a scowl remained etched on his face. Allah offered a faint smile. "Do not be so hasty, Shianaran. You humans never pause to think. Only decisions made in calm can be certain." Her smile faded into seriousness, yet her voice retained its measured tone. "The dangers of the ways are not to be met with a sword in hand, as you would charge Aiel or ravening Trollocs. I must warn you that to enter the ways is to risk not only death and madness, but perhaps your very souls." "We've encountered Mashin Shin," Rand said, with Matt and Perrin murmuring agreement, none sounding eager for a repeat. "I will follow the horn to Sheol Ghul itself if necessary," Ingtar stated firmly. Hurin simply nodded, aligning himself with Ingtar's resolve. "Bring trail," Allah commanded. Juin, who had remained by the door, bowed and exited. "It is not enough," she told Verin, "to merely hear what may happen. You must see it, know it in your heart." An uneasy silence settled over the room until Juin returned, accompanied by two Ogier women guiding a dark-bearded Ogier of middle years. The man shuffled between them, his movements unsteady, as if he had forgotten how to use his own legs. His features went slack, utterly devoid of expression, and his large eyes were hollow and still, not fixed on anything, not truly looking, not even appearing to register the world. A woman tenderly dabbed spittle from the edge of his lips. When they took his arms to halt him, his foot lifted, paused uncertainly, then dropped back with a dull thud. He appeared as willing to remain standing as to move, or perhaps simply indifferent to either. Trail was among the final ones of our people to travel the ways, Allah murmured quietly. He emerged as you find him now. Will you lay hands on him, Verin? Verin studied her for a long moment, then stood and walked over to Trail. He did not react as she pressed her palms against his broad chest, not a twitch, not even a glance to acknowledge the contact, with a sudden, sharp intake of breath. She pulled back, her eyes locked on his face before she spun to confront the elders. He is hollow. This form breathes, but there is nothing within it, nothing at all. Each elder wore a mask of profound sorrow. Nothing, echoed an elder seated to Allah's right, her voice soft. Her gaze seemed to hold all the anguish Trail could no longer feel. No consciousness, no spirit, nothing of Trail endures except the shell. He was a gifted tree-singer, a man said with a weary sigh. Allah gestured, and the two women guided Trail to turn him toward the exit. They had to steer him before he began to wander off on his own. We understand the dangers, Verin stated. Yet regardless of the peril, we must pursue the Horn of Valere. The eldest gave a slow nod. The Horn of Valere? I cannot decide which tidings are more grim, that it rests in the grasp of dark friends, or that it has been recovered at all. Her eyes travelled along the line of elders. Each nodded in agreement, though one man first tugged at his beard with visible hesitation. So be it. Verin informs me haste is essential. I shall lead you to the waygate personally. Rand was caught between relief and trepidation when she added, you travel with a young Ogier. Loyal son of Arent, son of Hallan, of steading Shangtai. He is a long way from his home. We require him, Rand said swiftly. His words faltered under the startled looks from the elders and Verin, but he pressed on with determination. We need him to accompany us, and he wishes to. Loyal is a friend, Perrin said, just as Matt chimed in. He doesn't cause trouble, and he pulls his own weight. Both shifted uneasily as the elders' attention turned to them, but neither retreated. Is there some particular reason he should not join us? Ingtar inquired. As Matt notes, he has proven capable. I cannot say he is essential, but if he desires to come, why? We do require him, Verin interjected smoothly. Knowledge of the ways has faded, but Loyal has devoted himself to their study. He can interpret the guidings. Allah considered each of them in turn, her gaze finally settling on Rand. She looked as though she held deep knowledge. All the elders did, but she most of all. Verin tells me you are Taveran, she said finally, and I can sense it within you, that I am able to perceive it means you must be powerfully Taveran indeed, for such talents have always been faint among our kind if they exist at all. Have you drawn Loyal, son of Arent, son of Hallan, into Tamaralelan, the web the pattern weaves about you? I only wish to recover the horn and Rand. Let the sentence fade. Allah had not brought up Matt's dagger. He did not know if Verin had shared that with the elders, or kept it secret for her own reasons. He is my friend? Eldest? Your friend, Allah repeated. He is young by our reckoning. You are also young, yet you are Taveran. You will watch over him, and when the weaving is complete, you will ensure he returns safely to steading Shangtai. I will, he told her. It carried the weight of a pledge, the solemnity of an oath. Then let us proceed to the waygate. Outside, Loyal rose quickly as they emerged. with Allah and Verin at the front. Ingtar sent Hurin running to summon Uno and the other soldiers. Loyal watched the eldest with a cautious eye, then fell into step beside Rand at the back of the group. The Ogier women who had been observing him earlier had all departed. Did the elders speak of me? Did she? He peered anxiously at Allah's broad back as she instructed Juin to have their horses prepared. She began speaking quietly with Verin as Juin was still bowing his retreat. Mat, following behind with Loyal, adopted a mock-serious tone. She instructed Rand to look after you, he said, and ensure you returned home as safely as a newborn. Honestly, I don't see why you can't just settle here and find a nice Ogier to marry. She said you were welcome to join us. Rand cut in, shooting Mat a sharp look that only made his friend chuckle softly, a strange, raspy sound from such a weary face. Loyal was absent-mindedly turning a true heart blossom between his thick fingers. "Did you stop to gather flowers?" Rand asked. "Irith gave it to me," Loyal replied, his eyes fixed on the spinning yellow petals. "She is quite lovely, you know, even if Mat remains blind to it. Does that mean you've changed your mind about coming with us?" Loyal jumped slightly. "What? Oh, no, I mean, yes, I still wish to go. It was only a flower, just a simple gift." Yet he pulled a book from his pocket and carefully pressed the blossom inside the front cover. As he tucked the book away, he murmured almost too softly for Rand to catch, and she did mention I was handsome as well. Mat let out a strangled wheeze, bending over as if in pain while clutching his sides. Loyal's cheeks flushed a deeper green. "Well, she said it. I didn't." Perrin reached over and rapped Mat smartly on the crown of his head with his knuckles. "No one's ever called Mat handsome. He's just jealous." "That isn't true," Mat protested, straightening up abruptly. "Marisa Ayelin thinks I'm handsome. She's told me so plenty of times. Is Marisa pretty?" Loyal inquired innocently. "She has a face like a startled goat," Perrin stated blandly. Mat sputtered, struggling to form a retort, and Rand couldn't help but grin. Marisa was nearly as pretty as Egwene, and for a moment this easy teasing felt almost like old times back home, when a shared laugh and poking fun at one another were the most important things in the world. As they moved through the town, Ogier bowed or curtsied to their eldest, eyeing the human visitors with open curiosity. Allah's stern expression, however, prevented anyone from approaching to speak. The only sign they had left the town was the gradual absence of the great earthen mounds. Ogier were still visible among the trees, inspecting trunks or carefully trimming dead branches with saws and axes, their work gentle and reverent. Juin rejoined them, leading their horses, and Hurin arrived shortly after with Uno and the other soldiers, the pack horses in tow. Just then Allah pointed ahead. "It is over there." The light-hearted banter died abruptly. Rand felt a flicker of surprise. The waygate had to be outside the steading, since the ways were crafted with the one power and could not have been made within its boundaries. Yet there was no visible line they had crossed. Then he realized the difference. That lingering sense of absence he had felt since entering the steading was gone. Seddon was there again, waiting. The awareness sent a fresh chill through him. Allah guided them past a towering oak into a small clearing. There stood the massive slab of the waygate, its face intricately carved with a dense tapestry of vines and leaves from countless plants. A low stone coping bordered the clearing, looking as though it had grown naturally from the ground, its shape subtly suggesting a ring of tangled roots. The design made Rand uneasy, and it took him a moment to recognize why the implied roots were those of bramble, briar, burning leaf, and itch oak plants no one would wish to stumble into. The eldest halted, well short of the coping. "The wall serves as a warning to any who come near. Few of us do. I will not cross it myself, but you may." Jin lingered even farther back, rubbing his hands nervously on his coat and refusing to look directly at the waygate. "Thank you," Verin said to Allah. "The need is great, or I would never have asked this of you." Rand tensed as the Aes Sedai stepped over the stone border and approached the waygate. Loyal drew a deep, steadying breath and muttered under his own. On their horses, Uno and the other soldiers shifted restlessly, hands going to the hilts of their swords. There was nothing in the ways that a sword could fight, yet holding the weapon gave them a fragile sense of readiness. Only Ingtar and the Aes Sedai appeared unshaken. Even Ella clutched her skirt with white-knuckled hands. As Verin removed the Avendazora leaf, Rand leaned forward, a sudden urge to embrace the void and touch Sedin prickling at his mind. The carved foliage on the waygate stirred, leaves trembling without a breeze, and a seam appeared down its centre as the two halves began to swing apart. Rand peered into the growing gap. There was no silvery sheen, only an absolute lightless black. "Close it!" he yelled. "It's the Black Wind! Shut the gate!" Verin cast one shocked glance and jammed the three-pointed leaf back into the stone tapestry. It held as she snatched her hand away and retreated. The moment the leaf settled, the waygate shuddered and began to seal. The crack vanished, vines and leaves knitting together until only lifelike stone remained, the terrible darkness of Makin Shin hidden once more. Allah released a trembling breath. Makin Shin so very close. It didn't try to come through, Rand observed. Juin made a choked noise. As I have explained, Verin said, her tone measured. The Black Wind is bound to the ways. It cannot leave them. She sounded calm, but Rand noticed her wiping her palms on her skirt. He started to speak, then stopped. And yet, she continued, its presence here is peculiar, first at Kerhian, now here. I do wonder, she shot Rand a fleeting, sidelong look that made him flinch. It was so quick he doubted others saw, but to him it felt like a thread, tying him directly to that darkness. I have never known this, Allah said slowly. Machin Shin lying in wait at an opened gate. It was always aroma, but times have changed, and perhaps its hunger has grown, hoping to snatch someone unawares. Verin, you cannot use this gate, and though your need is great, I confess I am not sorry. The ways belong to the shadow now. Rand studied the stone, a cold thought forming. Is it following me? The questions piled up. Could Fane have commanded the Black Wind? Verin claimed it was impossible. And why would Fane demand he follow, only to block his path? He knew only that he believed the message. Toman Head was his destination. Even if they found the Horn of Valere and Mat's dagger under a bush tomorrow, he had to go. Verin stood motionless, eyes distant in thought. Mat sat on the coping with his head in his hands, while Perrin watched him with concern. Loyal looked both relieved they could not enter and ashamed of that relief. "We are finished here," Ingdar declared. "Verin Sedai, I followed you against my judgment, but I go no further. I return to Kerhian. Barthanes will tell me where the Dark Friends went, and I will find a way to make him speak." Fane went to Toman Head, Rand said, weariness weighing his words. "Where he is, the horn and the dagger will be." "I guess," Perrin said with a reluctant shrug, "we could try another waygate. Maybe at a different steading." Loyal stroked his broad chin, speaking rapidly as if to compensate for his earlier relief. Stedding Cantwine lies north of the river Irelel, and Stedding Taijing is to the east, in the spine of the world. But the gate in Camelin, where the grove stood, is nearer, and the one in the Tar Valon grove is closest of all. Whichever gate we attempt, Verin murmured, still distracted. I fear we will find Machin Shin waiting. Allah gave her a questioning look, but the Aes Sedai said nothing more aloud. Instead, she muttered to herself, shaking her head as if in a silent argument. "What we need," Hurin said hesitantly, "is one of those portal stones." He glanced at Allah, then Verin. And when neither objected, he went on, his voice growing steadier. Selene had explained that ancient Aes Sedai once studied those other worlds, and that knowledge was what allowed them to create the ways. Considering the place we just experienced, where we covered 100 leagues in under 2 days, imagine if we could use a portal stone to reach a world like that. We could make it to the Arith Ocean in a week or two, then return right to Toman Head. It might not be as fast as the ways, but it's certainly quicker than riding west for months. What's your take, Lord Ingtar? Lord Rand? Verin was the one who replied. What you're imagining could be done, Sniffer, but hoping to find a usable portal stone is as futile as wishing this waygate would open to a path clear of Meshin Shin. I know of none nearer than the Aiel Waste. We could, of course, ride back into Kinslayer's dagger if you or Rand or Loyal believe you could locate that stone again. Rand glanced at Matt. His friend had perked up at the mention of the stones. Verin said it might take only a few weeks. If they simply kept riding west, Matt wouldn't survive long enough to see Toman Head. I can find it, Rand admitted, though he hated saying it. He felt a pang of shame. Matt is dying. Dark friends have stolen the Horn of Valeri. Fane will bring harm to Emansfield if we don't pursue him, and here I am, scared to channel the one power, once to go, once to return. 2 more times won't push me over the edge into madness. What truly frightened him, though, was the sudden eager thrill that surged inside at the thought of channeling again, of feeling that raw power flood through him, of feeling utterly, vibrantly alive. I do not grasp this, Allah said slowly. The portal stones have not been touched since the Age of Legends. I did not believe anyone alive still understood their use. The brown Adger retains many secrets, Verin replied with dry amusement, and I happen to know the method of using the stones. The eldest gave a solemn nod. Truly, the White Tower holds wonders beyond our imagining. But if you can wield a portal stone, there is no need to ride all the way back to Kinslayer's dagger. There is one such stone not far from where we stand now. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, Verin murmured, the distant look vanishing from her eyes, and the pattern provides what is necessary. Her tone turned brisk. Take us to it. We have wasted more than enough time as it is. Allah led them away from the waygate at a measured pace, though Juin clearly could not wait to put distance between himself and that dark opening. Matt, for his part, looked ahead with eager anticipation, while Hurin maintained a steady confidence. Loyal's main worry seemed to be that Allah might reconsider letting him leave the steading. Rand walked slowly, leading Red by the reins. He doubted Verin intended to activate the stone herself. The grey stone column stood upright beside a massive beech, a tree that would have seemed enormous had they not just walked among the great trees. No warning coping marked the spot, only a scatter of wildflowers pushing through the damp forest mulch. The portal stone was worn by weather, but the symbols carved into its surface remained legible. The Shienaron soldiers on horseback formed a loose ring around the stone, and those on foot. We set it upright when we found it years ago, Allah explained. But we did not try to move it. It resisted being shifted. She stepped close and laid a broad hand against the stone. To me, it has always stood as a reminder of what was lost, of knowledge forgotten. In the Age of Legends, people could study it and comprehend its purpose. To us, it is merely rock. Let us hope it is more than that today, Verin said, her voice taking on a businesslike edge. Eldest, thank you for your aid. Forgive our abrupt departure, but the wheel waits for no one. At least we will no longer disturb the peace of your steading. We recalled our stonemasons from Kerhien. Allah replied, Yet news from the outside still reaches us. False dragons, the great hunt of the Horn. We hear of these things and they flow past us, but I do not believe Tarmon Gaidon will simply flow past. It will not leave us in peace. Travel safely, Verin Sedai. All of you farewell, and may you find shelter in the Creator's palm. Juin? She offered a brief glance toward Loyal and one final, meaningful look at Rand before the Ogier vanished into the forest. Leather saddles creaked as the soldiers adjusted their positions. Ingdar scanned the gathered circle. "Is this truly necessary, Verin?" said I. "Even if such a thing is possible, we have no certainty the Dark Friends have taken the horn to Toman Head."
I remain convinced I could persuade Barthanes. If we lack certainty, Verin interrupted gently, then Toman Head is as reasonable a place to search as any. More than once I've heard you swear you would ride to Sheol Gul itself to reclaim the horn. Do you hesitate now before this?
She indicated the smooth-barked tree and the stone beside it. Ingdar's spine straightened. "I do not hesitate. Take us to Toman Head, or take us to Sheol Gul. If the horn of Valere awaits, I will follow."
That is well, Ingdar. Now, Rand, your experience with a portal stone is more recent than my own. Come here.
She motioned him forward, and he led his horse, Red, to the stone.
You've actually used one.
He glanced back, ensuring no one else was within earshot. "Then you don't intend for me to?" A wave of relief washed over him. Verin regarded him with a placid expression. "I have never used a stone. That is precisely why your use is more recent. I understand my limits quite clearly. Attempting to channel the power required would destroy me long before I succeeded, but I possess some knowledge. Enough to guide you, perhaps." "But I know nothing," he protested, leading his horse in a slow circle around the monolith. "The only thing I remember is the symbol for our own world. Celine showed me, but I don't see it here." "Naturally not. You won't find that symbol on a stone within our world. Those markings are for navigating to other worlds." She shook her head, a flicker of scholarly hunger in her eyes. "What I would not give to speak with this girl of yours. Or better yet, to examine her book. It is widely believed no complete copy of Mirrors of the Wheel survived the breaking. Seraphel often insists more lost books await discovery than I could ever imagine, but there's no profit in fretting over the unknown. I do know some things. The symbols on the upper portion represent different worlds. Not all possible worlds, of course. It seems not every stone connects to every reality, and the Aes Sedai of the Age of Legends theorized some possible worlds remain entirely untouched by the stones. Do you see anything that stirs a memory?" Nothing. If he could find the correct symbol, he could track Fane and the Horn, rescue Mat, and prevent Fane from bringing harm to Eamon's Field. But finding it meant embracing Sedin. He desperately wanted to save his friend and stop the threat. Yet the very thought of touching that power filled him with a cold dread and a deeper, shameful hunger that gnawed at him constantly. "I don't remember anything." Verin released a soft sigh. "The symbols at the base denote other stones in other locations. With the proper knowledge, you could transport us not to this same stone in another world, but to one of those distant stones, either there or even here in our own world. It was akin to travelling, I believe, but like travelling itself. That trick is lost to us. Attempting it without that understanding could easily mean our end." She pointed to a specific carving low on the column. Two parallel wavy lines intersected by an odd squiggling mark. "That signifies a stone on Toman Head. It is one of only 3 such symbols I recognize, and the only one I have personally visited. And what I learned from that journey, after nearly being trapped by snow in the mountains of mist and freezing my way across the Almuth plain, was precisely nothing." Her tone shifted, becoming almost conversational. "Tell me, Rand al'Thor, do you gamble dice or cards? Mat's the gambler. Why do you ask?" "Yes." "Well, I think we'll leave him out of this particular wager." Verin traced a rectangle on the stone with her finger, highlighting 8 carvings. Each one featured a circle and an arrow. Though the designs varied in some, the arrow was enclosed within the circle, while in others it pierced straight through the arrows, pointed in every direction, left, right, up and down. Encircling each symbol was a line of script, all flowing curves that abruptly turned into sharp, jagged hooks, a language Rand did not recognize. I know these symbols, Verin continued, her voice measured. Each represents a world studied by those who eventually created the ways. These aren't all the worlds they explored, only the ones whose symbols I've learned. Here's where we gamble. I have no idea what any of these places are actually like. Some theories suggest worlds where a single day here equals a year there, or vice versa. There might be worlds with air too toxic to breathe, or realities so thin they can barely hold form.
I wouldn't want to guess what might happen if we stepped into one of those. The choice is yours. As my father used to say, it's time to roll the dice. Rand shook his head, a cold dread settling in his chest. Any choice I make could end us all. Aren't you willing to take that chance for the Horn of Valere, for Matt? Why are you so eager to risk it? I don't even know if I can make it work. Sometimes Sedin is just there.
I can feel it, but touching it feels as impossible as grabbing the moon. And what if I succeed only to take us somewhere we can't breathe? How does that help Matt or the Horn? You are the dragon reborn, she said softly, almost gently. Yes, you can die, but I doubt the pattern will allow that until it has finished with you. Of course, the shadow now stains the pattern itself, so who can say how the weaving twists? All you can do is walk the path laid before you. I am Randall Thor, he growled, the words tight in his throat. I am not the dragon reborn. I refuse to be some false prophet. You are what you are. Will you choose, or will you stand here until your friend dies? Rand heard his own teeth grinding and forced his jaw to relax. The symbols might as well have been identical for all the sense they made to him. The script looked like nothing more than chicken scratches. Finally, he picked one, an arrow pointing left, because it aimed toward Toman Head, and an arrow that broke free from the circle, mirroring his own desperate desire for freedom. He almost laughed, to think their lives hinged on such trivial details. Gather closer, Verin instructed the others. It will be better if you're near, they obeyed, though with noticeable hesitation. It is time to begin, she announced as they formed a loose circle. She threw back her cloak and placed her hands on the column, but Rand caught her watching him from the corner of her eye. Around the stone he was aware of nervous coughs, a curse from Uno directed at someone lagging behind, a weak attempt at a joke from Matt, and a loud, anxious gulp from Loyal. He sought the void. It came easily now, almost too easily. The flame consumed his fear, his passion, and vanished almost before he could fully grasp it, leaving only emptiness and the shimmering, sickening, tantalizing presence of Sedin he reached. And it flooded into him, a torrent of life and power that made every nerve feel alive. He stood perfectly still, yet inwardly he quivered with the raw energy of the one power. Beyond the void, the symbol he had chosen, an arrow piercing a circle, glowed as solid and real as the stone it was carved upon. He channeled the power toward it. The symbol began to shimmer and flicker. "Something is happening," Verin murmured. Something, the world itself flickered. The iron lock clattered across the farmhouse floorboards. Rand fumbled the steaming kettle as a massive horned silhouette filled the doorway, the bitter cold of winter night at its back. "Run, boy!" Tam roared. His blade flashed silver and the Trolloc fell, but its dying grasp tangled with Tam's legs, dragging him down. More poured into the opening, hulking shapes in black mail, their human-like faces twisted by snouts and beaks, wielding cruelly curved swords and spiked axes that stabbed and swung. Tam's blood was already bright on the steel. "Father!" Rand shrieked. He tore his belt knife free and vaulted the table, a desperate cry tearing from his throat as the first sword point punched through his ribs. The taste of copper filled his mouth, and a cold whisper threaded through his mind. "I have won again," Luz Therin flicker. The one power surged through him, a torrent of life and agony. Flicker. For a time Rand found contentment. He married Egwene, and fought to keep the darker moods at bay, those restless whispers that something was missing, that his life was meant to be a different shape. News from beyond the mountains arrived with the peddlers and wool merchants, always tales of fresh wars and false dragons. Then came a year when no travellers came at all. When they returned, they brought word that Arthur Hawkwing's legions had returned, or their heirs. The old nations were shattered. The new rulers, who used chained Aes Sedai as weapons of war, had raised the White Tower and sown salt over the ruins of Tar Valon. The Aes Sedai were gone. It meant little in the quiet rhythm of the two rivers. Crops needed planting, sheep needed shearing. Tam lived to bounce grandchildren on his knee in the expanded farmhouse before he was laid to rest beside his wife. Egwene became the village wisdom, and most agreed she surpassed even Nene Valmira. It was just as well, for her miraculous cures, which healed others so completely, could only barely keep Rand alive against the wasting sickness that forever shadowed him. His dark moods worsened. He would rage that this was not the life intended for him. Egwene grew fearful during these spells, for strange events sometimes followed, lightning storms she had not foretold, sudden wildfires in the westward. But her love was a steady anchor. She kept him sane, though neighbours muttered that Rand al'Thor was touched and dangerous after her death. He spent long, silent hours by her grave, his tears dampening his greying beard. The sickness returned with a vengeance. He withered, losing fingers, his ears becoming mere ridges of scar tissue. People whispered that he carried the scent of decay. His despair became a bottomless well. Yet, when the terrible news came, no one refused to stand beside him. Trollocs and Feydays and horrors never imagined had poured from the blight. The world's new masters were being driven back, despite all their power. So Rand took up the bow he could still barely knock and limped north with the others, men from every village and farm, armed with bows, axes, and rusted heirloom swords. Rand wore a sword, too, its blade marked with a heron, found after Tam's passing, though he knew nothing of its use. Women marched as well, bearing whatever weapons they could find. Some laughed with a nervous edge, saying they had the uncanny feeling they'd done all this before. At the Tarren River, the people of the two rivers faced the endless ranks of the invaders. Trollocs and nightmare Fades stood beneath a banner of dead black that seemed to devour the daylight. Rand looked upon that standard, and a grim, clear certainty cut through the fog of his grief. This, he thought with a calm that felt like madness, was what he had been born for. He loosed each shaft with unwavering focus, his aim true despite the chaos swirling around him. The threat of Trollocs breaching the river or the fallen defenders nearby never entered his mind. It was a lone, snarling beast that finally found its mark, driving a spear through him before charging onward, hungry for more carnage. Collapsing on the muddy bank of the Tarren, he felt the world dim as his breaths grew shallow, and a cold, familiar voice whispered in his mind, "I have won again, Lews Therin." A flicker of distortion, the symbol of the ancient Aes Sedai warping into jagged lines, threatened to overwhelm him before he forced it back. He could barely make out Verin's distant murmur. Right? Something. The one power churned within him, wild and untamed. Another flicker. He was back in Eamon's Field, where Tam offered quiet comfort after Egwene's sudden, mysterious death just days before the wedding. Even Nynaeve, usually so sure, was shaken and helpless, unable to name the illness that stole the young woman's life. Rand had sat vigil outside Egwene's home, her final agonized cries echoing in his mind until he felt he could find no peace anywhere in the village. He knew he had to leave. Tam presented him with a heron-marked blade offering scant explanation for how a simple shepherd came to own such a weapon, but patiently teaching him its use. On the morning of his departure, Tam pressed a letter into his hand, suggesting it might secure him a place in Ilion's army. Pulling him into a firm embrace, Tam said, "You're the only son I've ever wanted. Find a good wife out there if you can, lad, but whatever happens, you make your way home." His journey began with misfortune in Baerlon, where he was robbed of his coins, his letter, and nearly his sword. There he also met Min, whose unsettling visions about his future so unnerved him that he fled the city to escape her words. His travels eventually led him to Camelin, where his newfound skill with the blade earned him a position in the Queen's guards. He would sometimes catch himself watching the daughter, heir, Elaine, and a strange, hollow feeling would settle over him, a sense that his life was meant to be something grander, that threads of destiny had been clumsily severed. Elaine, of course, never noticed a lowly soldier. She later wed a prince from Tyr, though rumours suggested the marriage brought her little joy. Rand was just a guardsman, a former shepherd from a remote western village that most maps barely acknowledged as part of Andor. He also carried a grim reputation for volatile anger. Whispers called him mad, and in calmer days that alone might have seen him dismissed, but the world was unravelling. False dragons sprouted everywhere, each defeat spawning two more, plunging every nation into war. Rand's standing grew, for he had uncovered the source of his instability, a terrifying secret he guarded fiercely. He could channel. In the heat of battle, he learned to mask tiny, subtle weaves within the confusion, bending chance in his favour just enough. It was unreliable, but it worked often. He accepted his madness, even welcomed it. A slow sickness began to waste his body, but he paid it no mind, nor did anyone else, for greater terrors had arrived. The legendary armies of Artur Hawkwing were said to be returning. Rand commanded 1,000 men when the Queen's guards marched across the mountains of mist. The two rivers never called to him, he rarely thought of home anymore, and he led the battered remnants in their desperate retreat back over those same peaks. Fighting a long, losing campaign across Andor amid tides of refugees, he finally staggered back to Camelin. The city was half deserted, its people fleeing, and many officers urged further withdrawal. But Elaine was queen now, and she vowed she would not abandon the capital. She could not bear to look upon his face, now ravaged by scars from his sickness, yet he could not abandon her. So, with the last of the Queen's guards, he steeled himself to make a final stand for a ruler who would not meet his eyes, while her people ran for their lives. The surge of the power hit him during the desperate fight for Camelin. Lightning and fire erupted from his hands, the very ground tearing open beneath the enemy's advance. Yet, even as he unleashed this raw force, a deeper, more unsettling certainty settled in his bones, a feeling that this destruction was not his true purpose. For every invader he struck down, 3 more took their place, and among their ranks were others who could wield the same terrible energies. A final, searing bolt of lightning, not his own, tore him from the palace ramparts. He crashed to the stones below, his body broken and scorched, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. As the world dimmed, a cold, familiar whisper slithered into his fading consciousness. "I have won again, Lews Therin." Flicker. The void within him trembled, a fragile bubble under the relentless hammering of reality itself. He fought to cling to a single stable symbol as 1,000 others skittered across the surface of his mind, each one a door to another possibility. He was grasping at smoke. Something is wrong. Verin's voice was a distant scream, the power was a raging flood, and he was drowning in it. Flicker, flicker, flicker. He was a soldier dying on a forgotten field. He was a shepherd watching his flock under a peaceful sun. A king in silks, a beggar in rags. He felt the calluses of a farmer, the thrill of a gleeman's performance, the salt spray of a sailor's life. In one life he was born into the Isle waste, lived by its harsh code, and died with honor. In another, madness consumed him in a locked tower. In yet another, sickness rotted him from within. A cheering multitude watched his head roll from the executioner's block. He once raised the dragon's banner defiantly against a stormy sky. Another time, he spent decades hiding from his own nature, a coward to the end. He resisted the taint for a lifetime, only to succumb in a single brutal season. Sometimes Moiraine arrived at Eamon's Field, her serene presence altering everything. Sometimes she never came at all. Sometimes different, Aes Sedai, their faces cold and unfamiliar, found him first. Sometimes it was the Red Ajar. Egwene was his wife in one life, her smile his solace. In another, a stern Amelin seat, Egwene coldly ordered him gentled. In a third, a weeping Egwene drove a dagger into his chest, and his last act was to thank her for the mercy. He loved others. Elaine, Min, a cheerful farmer's daughter with sun-bleached hair he met travelling to the city. Women whose faces were strangers until the moment he loved them. 100 lives, 1,000, more than any mind could hold. And at the close of each one, as the final darkness closed in, that same smug, hateful whisper was there. I have won again, Luz Therin. Flicker, 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 flicker. The world became a strobing nightmare of might-have-beens, a frantic, silent film of every possible failure. Then, silence. The void shattered. The connection to Sedin snapped like a cut cord, and he dropped heavily onto cold, unyielding stone, the impact jarring his already numb limbs. Rough, ancient rock pressed against his cheek. He was aware of Verin nearby, clumsily pushing herself up from the ground. The sound of retching reached him. He lifted his head to see Uno on his knees, wiping his mouth with a shaky hand. Chaos surrounded him. Everyone was down. The horses stood rigid, their eyes rolling white with terror. Ingtar was on his feet, sword drawn, the blade trembling in his white-knuckled grip as he stared blankly at nothing. Loyal sat in a dazed heap, his large eyes stunned. Mat was curled into a tight ball, arms locked over his head. Perrin had his hands clawed at his own face, as if trying to tear out the visions he'd witnessed. The soldiers were no better. Masima wept without shame, and Hurin's gaze darted around wildly like a cornered animal seeking escape. What? Rand's throat was dry. He swallowed hard, his fingers tracing the half-buried rounded stone beneath him. The portal stone. What happened? A wild surge of the one power, Verin said, her voice unsteady as she wobbled upright and pulled her cloak close. It felt as though we were being shoved, propelled through possibilities. It came from nowhere. You must learn control, boy. That much of the power could have turned you to ash where you stood. Verin, I lived. I died. He pushed himself to his feet, his legs unsteady. I don't know how many times. Each life was different, but it was always me. It was me, he said, his own voice sounding strange in his ears. Verin was murmuring, almost to herself. The lines that connect the worlds that might be woven by those who understood the numbers of chaos. She gave a visible shudder. I've never experienced it, but it stands to reason we would exist in those other realities. The lives we lived there, however, would be entirely different. Of course, different choices, different chances, different lives entirely. Is that what we saw? Rand asked, his mind reeling. For a moment, another voice had echoed in his head, a triumphant whisper that was not his own. He pushed it down fiercely. I am Rand al'Thor. We saw how our lives could have turned out. Verin collected herself with an effort, focusing on him. Does it truly shock you that your path might diverge based on a single decision or a twist of fate? I never imagined I would. Well, the point is, we are here now, though not in the manner we intended.
Where is here? He demanded, looking around.
The familiar woods of Stedding Sofu had vanished. They stood now on open, rolling ground. A line of forest darkened the western horizon, with a few low hills breaking the landscape. The light was all wrong. It had been midday when they gathered around the portal stone, but here the sun hung low and pale in a dull grey sky, casting long, thin shadows. The scattered trees nearby were either skeletal or clung to a few brilliantly coloured leaves. A bitter wind cut from the east, sending a rustling carpet of leaves skittering past their boots. "This is Toman Head," Verin stated. "The location I keyed the stone to. You should not have attempted to guide the journey. I don't know what went awry. I likely never will, but judging by the trees, it is now late autumn. Rand, we haven't saved any time. We've lost it. I estimate we've lost roughly 4 months in the transit." "But I didn't." "You must allow me to advise you in these matters," she interrupted, her tone turning uncharacteristically sharp. "I cannot instruct you in the power, true, but perhaps I can stop you from getting us all killed, or worse, by reaching for more than you can grasp. Think, boy, if the dragon reborn burns himself out like a spent candle, who is left to stand against the Dark One? Who?" She didn't wait for his reply, turning instead to Ingtar. The Shianaran warrior flinched at her touch, his eyes wide and desperate. "I walk in the light," he rasped. "I will find the horn of Valere and break the power of Sheol Ghul. I swear it." "Of course you will," Verin soothed. She cupped his face in her hands, and he drew a sharp, sudden breath, the frantic tension leaving his frame as if released by a latch. Only a haunted recollection remained in his gaze. "There now," she said. "That should suffice for you. Let me see to the others. The horn may still be within our reach, but the road to it has undoubtedly grown more treacherous." As she moved among the others, pausing briefly with each, Rand went to his friends. When he tried to help Matt to his feet, Matt jerked away, then seized the front of Rand's coat with both hands. "Rand, I'd never tell anyone about you. I wouldn't betray you. You have to believe me." He looked dreadful, but Rand thought it was more terror than sickness.
"I do believe you," Rand said quietly. He wondered what other versions of Matt Cothan had witnessed, and what those shadows of his friend had done. One of them must have revealed the secret, or this Matt wouldn't be so desperate to swear his silence. Rand found he couldn't blame him. Those were other men in other lives. And after some of the alternatives he had glimpsed for himself, he pushed the thought away. Perrin? Perrin lowered his hands from his face with a heavy sigh.
His forehead and cheeks were marked with red lines where his own nails had pressed. His golden eyes were unreadable. "We don't have many real choices, do we, Rand? No matter what happens, no matter what we do. Some things they just keep turning out the same." He exhaled slowly, the sound weary. "Where are we? Is this another one of those worlds you and Hurin spoke of?" "It's Toman Head," Rand told him. "In our own world. At least that's what Verin says. And it's autumn." Matt looked alarmed. "How could?" "No, I don't want to know how. But how are we supposed to find Fane and the dagger now? He could be anywhere by this time." "He's here," Rand said, with more confidence than he felt. Fane had had months. He could have taken a ship anywhere. He could have ridden to the 2 rivers, or to Tar Valon. Please, light, Rand thought, a silent, desperate prayer. Let him have grown impatient. Let him still be here. Rand's thoughts were a storm of worry and anger. If Egwene or anyone in Eamon's Field had been harmed, he would... Light, he had tried to get here in time. "The main settlements on Toman Head are all to the west of our position," Verin declared, her voice carrying clearly to the group. Everyone was standing again, except for Rand and his companions. She approached and placed her hands on Matt as she continued. "Though, to be honest, there aren't many places populous enough to truly be called towns. If we hope to find any sign of the Dark Friends, westward is where we must look. and I believe we should not waste the remaining daylight by lingering here." After Matt blinked and rose, he still appeared unwell, but his movements were surprisingly nimble. She turned her attention to Perrin. Rand took a step back when she reached for him. "Don't be foolish," she told him. "I don't want your assistance," he replied, his voice low, "or the help of any Aes Sedai." Her mouth gave a slight, almost imperceptible twitch. "As you wish." They were in their saddles and riding west almost immediately, leaving the strange portal stone behind. No one raised an objection, least of all Rand. Light, please don't let me be too late. Sitting cross-legged on her narrow bed, the white novice dress pooled around her, Egwene guided 3 minuscule spheres of light in an intricate dance above her palms. She knew she wasn't supposed to practice like this without an accepted present to supervise. But Nynaeve, currently pacing like a caged lion before the small fireplace, did wear the serpent ring of the accepted. Her own white dress was edged with the coloured bands, even if she wasn't yet permitted to instruct anyone. Over these past 13 weeks, Egwene had discovered she simply couldn't resist the pull. She understood now how effortless it was to reach for Cedar. It was a constant presence, a tantalizing sensation, like the scent of blossoms on a spring breeze or the cool slide of silk against skin, perpetually beckoning her. And once she touched that source, she found it nearly impossible to stop herself from channeling, or at least attempting to. She failed almost as often as she succeeded, which only fueled her determination to try again. The intensity of her own desire terrified her. The world felt dull and colourless when she wasn't channeling, a stark contrast to the vibrant, humming clarity she experienced when she was. She wanted to immerse herself in it completely, to drink it all in, despite every stern warning about the dangers of burning herself out. That raw craving was perhaps the most frightening thing of all. There were moments she almost wished she had never set foot in Tar Valon. Yet not even that fear, nor the threat of being discovered by an Aes Sedai or another accepted, could keep her from it for long. Here in her own room, she felt it was safe enough. Min was present, perched on the 3-legged stool and watching her. But Egwene knew Min well enough now to be certain she would never tell. She considered herself fortunate to have found 2 such steadfast friends since arriving at the White Tower. The room was small and windowless, like all novice quarters. Nynaeve could cross it in 3 brisk strides from one white-plastered wall to the other. Nynaeve's own room was larger, but as she had formed no friendships among the other accepted, she often came to Egwene's room when she needed company, even times like now when she said nothing at all. A modest fire on the narrow hearth did a decent job of holding the first bite of approaching autumn at bay, though Egwene doubted it would be sufficient come winter. A small table for studying completed the sparse furnishings. Her few belongings hung neatly from a row of wall pegs or rested on the short shelf above the table. Novices were typically kept too occupied to spend much time in their rooms, but today was a free day, only the 3rd she and Nynaeve had been granted since coming to the tower. "You know," Min said, balancing her stool on its back 2 legs, "I saw Else making what could only be described as calf's eyes at Galad today while he was training with the warders." The tiny orbs of light above Egwene's hands wavered for a heartbeat. "She's free to look at whomever she pleases," Egwene replied, aiming for a tone of utter disinterest. "I can't imagine why I would possibly care." "No reason at all, I suppose," Min said, her voice dripping with mock innocence. "He is remarkably handsome, if you can overlook how painfully rigid he is. Quite a pleasant sight, particularly when he's not wearing a shirt." The light balls began to spin with furious energy. "I have absolutely no interest in looking at Galad," Egwene stated firmly, with his shirt on, off, or anywhere in between. A genuine note of remorse entered Min's voice. "I shouldn't tease you like that. I'm sorry." "You certainly enjoy watching him. Don't give me that look. And so does almost every woman in the White Tower who isn't a Red. I've noticed Aes Sedai, Greens especially, finding excuses to visit the practice yards when he's training. They claim to be checking on their warders, but the crowd thins considerably when Galad isn't around. Even the kitchen staff and chambermaids find reasons to linger and watch. The glowing spheres halted abruptly, and Egwene stared at them in surprise before they winked out. A soft laugh escaped her. "He is handsome, isn't he? The way he moves, even a simple walk, looks graceful, like he's gliding to music." Her cheeks flushed a deeper pink. "I know I shouldn't watch him so much, but I just can't seem to stop." "Neither can I," Min admitted, "and I have a clearer view of what lies beneath that surface. But if his heart is good—" "Egwene, Galad is so devoted to his idea of goodness, it would drive you mad. He'd sacrifice someone for a greater good without a second thought. He might not even register the pain he caused, too focused on the principle, and if he did notice, he'd assume the injured party should understand and agree it was justified." "I suppose you'd know," Egwene said quietly. She had witnessed Min's unique talent for seeing truths about people. Min didn't share everything she perceived, and sometimes she saw nothing at all, but there had been enough instances to earn Egwene's trust. She glanced over at Nynaeve, still pacing and muttering to herself, then reached for the One Power again, idly resuming her light juggling. Min gave a slight shrug.
"I might as well tell you." He was completely oblivious to what else was trying.
"He just asked her if she knew whether you might be walking in the South Garden after supper. Since it's a free day, I actually felt a bit sorry for her."
"Poor Else,"
Egwene murmured, and the orbs above her hands grew brighter and more animated. Min chuckled. The door suddenly flew open, caught by a gust of wind. Egwene gasped and let the lights vanish before she realized it was only Elaine. The daughter heir of Andor, her golden hair slightly windswept, pushed the door shut and hung her cloak on a peg. "I've just heard," she announced. "The rumors are true. King Galdrian is dead. That means a war of succession has begun." Min let out a derisive snort. "Civil war, war of succession, just a lot of fancy titles for the same ugly mess. Can we please not talk about it? It's all anyone discusses. War in Caerhien, war on Tommen Head. They may have captured the false dragon in Saldair, but there's still conflict brewing in Tyr. Half of it is probably rumour anyway. Yesterday I overheard one of the cooks swearing she'd heard that Artur Hawkwing himself was marching on Tanchico. "Artur Hawkwing, can you believe it? I thought you didn't want to talk about it," Egwene pointed out. "I saw Logain," Elaine said, her tone shifting. "He was sitting on a bench in the inner court, weeping. He ran when he noticed me. I can't help but feel pity for him." "Better he cries than the rest of us have to, Elaine," Min replied flatly. "I understand what he was," Elaine said with calm conviction. "What he was, he isn't that man anymore, and pity is what I feel." Egwene leaned back heavily against the wall. Rand Logain always made her think of Rand. It had been months since she'd had one of those vivid dreams about him, not like the ones on the River Queen. Anaya still had her record every dream, and the Aes Sedai sifted them for signs or links to world events. But there was never anything about Rand, except what Anaya called missing him dreams. Strangely, she had begun to feel an odd emptiness, as if he had simply faded from the world not long after she arrived at the White Tower, vanishing along with those dreams. And here I am, musing about Galad's elegant stride, she thought, with a sharp pang of guilt. Rand has to be safe. If he'd been captured and gentled, surely I would have heard that thought, as always, sent a cold dread through her. The image of Rand gentled, broken and weeping like Logain, wishing for an end. Elaine settled on the bed beside her, tucking her feet beneath her. "If you're sighing over Galad, Egwene, you'll get no sympathy from me. I'll have Nynaeve brew you one of those awful potions she's always threatening us with." She frowned toward Nynaeve, who had paid no attention to her arrival. "What in the world is wrong with her? Don't tell me she's gone and started pining for Galad as well." Min leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. That lanky, accepted Irella told her she was as graceful as a plough horse and had half the skill, and Nynaeve boxed her ears for it. Elaine flinched in sympathy. Precisely, Min murmured. They had her hauled up to Shariam's office faster than you could snap your fingers, and she's been unbearable ever since. It seemed Min's attempt at secrecy had failed, for a low growl came from Nynaeve's direction. The door suddenly flew open again, and a fierce gust of wind roared into the chamber. While it left Egwene's bedclothes untouched, it sent Min and her stool tumbling against the wall. The wind vanished as quickly as it came, leaving Nynaeve standing there with a horrified expression. Egwene rushed to the doorway and glanced out. The midday sun was baking away the final traces of the previous night's storm. The damp balcony encircling the novices' court was deserted, every door along the row of novice quarters firmly shut. The novices who had enjoyed the free day in the gardens were likely still catching up on sleep. No one could have witnessed it. She shut the door and resumed her seat beside Elaine as Nynaeve helped Min to her feet. "I am so sorry, Min," Nynaeve said, her voice strained. "My temper just... I can't expect you to forgive me for this." She drew a sharp breath. "If you feel you must report me to Shariam, I will accept it. It's what I deserve." Egwene wished she hadn't heard that confession. Nynaeve could become terribly touchy about such vulnerabilities. Desperate for a distraction, something to make it seem she hadn't been listening, she found herself reaching for Cedar once more and started juggling the spheres of light. Elaine joined her instantly. Egwene saw the luminous aura envelop the daughter heir even before 3 small orbs materialized above her palms. They began passing the glowing spheres back and forth in ever more complex patterns. Occasionally one would flicker out when one of them faltered, only to reappear a moment later slightly changed in hue or size. The one power surged through Egwene, vibrant and alive. She could smell the faint scent of rose soap from Elaine's morning bath. She felt the texture of the rough plaster walls and the smooth floor stones as keenly as the bed beneath her. She could hear Min and Nynaeve's breathing, let alone their hushed words. "If we're talking forgiveness," Min said, "maybe you should pardon me. You have a temper, and I've got a big mouth. I'll forgive you if you forgive me." With murmured, sincere-sounding forgivens, the 2 women embraced. "But if you pull that again," Min added with a chuckle, "I might just box your ears." "Next time," Nynaeve retorted, "I'll aim a pillow at your head." She was laughing too, but her laughter cut off abruptly as her gaze landed on Egwene and Elaine. "You 2 stop that this instant, or I'll be marching a pair of someones to the mistress of novices." "Nynaeve, you wouldn't," Egwene exclaimed. But seeing the determined look in Nynaeve's eyes, she hastily severed her connection to Cedar. "All right, fine. I believe you. No demonstration necessary." "We have to practice," Elaine insisted, her face a mask of calm, though she had released the power as quickly as Egwene. "The demands keep increasing. If we didn't practice on our own, we'd fall hopelessly behind." Nynaeve's expression turned grave. "And what happens when you draw too much?" she asked, "with no one there to pull you back? I wish you were more cautious. I am. Don't think I don't understand the temptation. It's always there, whispering, and you want to let it fill you completely. Sometimes stopping myself is the hardest thing I do. I want to grasp all of it. I know it would consume me, and still I crave it." She gave a slight shudder. "I just wish you held a healthier fear of it." "I am afraid," Egwene admitted with a sigh. "I'm terrified, but the fear doesn't seem to help." "What about you, Elaine?" "The only thing that truly terrifies me," Elaine replied with a breezy wave of her hand, "is the prospect of washing dishes. A mountain of them after a feast, with cold water and a dull scrub brush. Now, that is a horror to contemplate it. Feels like I'm stuck washing dishes forever," Egwene complained, tossing a pillow at her friend. Elaine caught it and flung it back, but then her expression fell. All right, fine. I'm terrified, honestly. Elida warned me I'd be so scared I'd dream of running off with the travelling people, but I never really grasped it until now. They push us harder than any ox driver would dare push his animals. He'd be outcast for it. I'm worn out from sunrise to sunset, and sometimes I'm so afraid I'll lose control and channel more of the power than I can manage that I just... She stared down at her hands, leaving the sentence unfinished. Egwene understood what went unspoken. Their rooms were adjacent, and like many in the novice quarters, a tiny, nearly invisible hole had been drilled in the wall between them long ago, perfect for whispered conversations after lights out. Egwene had heard Elaine crying herself to sleep on more than one night, and she was certain Elaine had heard her own tears as well. The idea of leaving with the travelling people is appealing, Nynaeve admitted, though her tone was grudging. But no matter where you go, it won't change what you are. You can't escape Cedar. She didn't seem pleased to be saying it. What do you see for us, Min? Elaine asked, trying to sound light. Are we all destined to become mighty Aes Sedai, or will we be scrubbing pots as novices forever, or... She trailed off with an uneasy shrug, unwilling to voice the other possibility being sent away. 2 novices had been expelled since Egwene arrived, and they were spoken of in hushed tones, as if they had vanished from the world. Min fidgeted on her stool. I don't like doing readings for friends, she murmured. It clouds my vision. I start trying to put a positive spin on things, and that's why I stopped doing it for you 3. Besides, nothing about your futures has shifted that I can. She narrowed her eyes, studying them, and her face suddenly tightened. That's different, she whispered. What is it? Nynaeve demanded. Min paused before answering. Peril! All of you are wrapped in some kind of danger, or you will be very soon. I can't see the shape of it clearly, but it's there. Nynaeve turned to the 2 girls on the bed. You see, you have to be cautious. We all do. You both must promise not to channel again without a guide present. I don't want to discuss this any more, Egwene said firmly. Elaine nodded in quick agreement. Yes, let's talk about something else, Min. If you wore a dress sometime, I bet my brother Gawain would ask you to walk with him. I've seen him glance your way, though I think the breeches and that coat of yours might be putting him off. I wear what I like, Min replied distractedly, still frowning at them with that intent look. It was an old argument. Sometimes it's handy to be mistaken for a boy. No one who takes a second look believes you're a boy, Elaine said with a forced smile. Egwene felt uneasy. Elaine was straining for cheerfulness. Min was barely listening, and Nynaeve wore the stern expression of someone itching to deliver another warning. When the door swung open again, Egwene jumped up, relieved to have a task, but before she could reach it, a dark-eyed Aes Sedai, with a cascade of blonde braids, entered the room. Gwaine stared in surprise, both at seeing any Aes Sedai here, and at it being Liandrin. She hadn't heard Liandrin had returned to the White Tower, but more than that, novices were usually summoned if an Aes Sedai wanted them. A sister coming in person rarely meant anything good. The small room felt cramped with 5 people in it. Liandrin paused to adjust her red-fringed shawl, her gaze sweeping over them. Min remained seated, but Elaine stood, and the 3 who were on their feet offered curtsies, though Nynaeve's was little more than a stiff dip of the knee. Egwene doubted Nynaeve would ever truly accept having authority figures over her. Liandrin's eyes settled on Nynaeve. The chill in Liandrin Sedai's voice cut through the room. Explain your presence in the novices' quarters, child. Nynaeve's reply was strained. I am here to see my friends. She forced out the title a moment later. Liandrin Sedai. An accepted has no business forming friendships with novices. This is a lesson you should have learned by now, yet your being here is convenient. Her finger pointed sharply at Elaine and Min. You 2 will leave? Min stood with deliberate slowness, a grin playing on her lips as she sauntered past the Aes Sedai, who ignored the display entirely. Elaine cast a concerned glance at Egwene and Nynaeve before offering a curtsy and slipping out. Once the door clicked shut, Liandrin's gaze settled heavily on the two remaining women. Egwene shifted uncomfortably under the inspection, but Nynaeve stood her ground, her cheeks only slightly flushed. "You both hail from the same village as those young men who travelled with Moiraine?" Liandrin stated abruptly. "Is that not correct? Have you heard from Rand?" Egwene burst out, then immediately corrected herself. "Forgive me, Aes Sedai. I spoke out of turn. Do you have news of them?" Nynaeve's tone was just shy of an order. "What is your concern for them?" "It is good that you care. They are in peril, and you may be positioned to offer aid. How can you possibly know they're in trouble?" Nynaeve demanded, the pretense of deference gone. Liandrin's mouth tightened, but her voice remained an icy pool. "Moiraine Sedai has sent correspondence to the Tower regarding you. She worries for you and for your youthful companions. These boys face a grave threat. Do you wish to assist them or abandon them to their fate?" "Yes," Egwene exclaimed, while Nynaeve asked, "What sort of threat? And why involve yourself?" Nynaeve's eyes flicked to the red fringe on the shawl. "I was under the impression you held no fondness for Moiraine." "Do not overstep, child," Liandrin snapped. "To be accepted is not to be Aes Sedai. You listen when a sister speaks, and you obey." She took a breath, her tone returning to that frozen calm, though angry spots of white bloomed on her cheeks. "One day you may serve a cause. You will learn then that service requires working alongside even those you despise. I have collaborated with many I would not choose to share a room with. Would you not stand beside your greatest enemy if it meant saving your friends?" Nynaeve gave a grudging nod. "You still haven't told us the nature of the danger," Liandrin Sedai. "The shadow from Sheol Ghul hunts them as it has before. If you accompany me, certain threats may be mitigated. Do not ask how, for I cannot say, but I tell you plainly it is true." "We will come," Egwene declared. "Come where?" Nynaeve pressed. Egwene shot her an irritated look. "To Toman Head." Egwene's jaw went slack. Nynaeve muttered, "There's a war brewing on Toman Head. Is this danger tied to the rumours of Artur Hawkwing's legions? You lend credence to tavern tales. But even if they were true, would that deter you? I thought you named these men friends." A subtle twist in her words implied she would never be so foolish. "We will come," Egwene repeated firmly. Nynaeve began to protest, but Egwene spoke over her. "We are going, Nynaeve, if Rand needs us, and Mat and Perrin we must help." "I know that," Nynaeve retorted, a new sharper edge of suspicion in her voice. It wasn't just about the danger anymore. It was the peculiar feeling of being a piece on a board, moved by unseen hands. "But why us? What can we possibly do that, Moiraine, or you cannot?" The white in Liandrin's cheeks deepened. Egwene realized Nynaeve had again omitted the honorific, but her reply was measured. "You share their roots. You are connected to them in a manner I do not fully comprehend. Beyond that, I will say no more. I will tolerate no further foolish questions. Will you join me for their sake?" She waited, a visible tension leaving her only after they nodded. "Good. Meet me at the northern edge of the Ogier Grove an hour before sunset. Bring your horses and whatever you will need for the journey. Tell no one. But we aren't allowed to leave the tower grounds without permission," Nynaeve said carefully. "You have my permission. Tell no one, not a soul. The Black Ager walks these very halls." Egwene gasped and heard Nynaeve do the same, though Nynaeve recovered faster. "I thought all Aes Sedai denied that thing even existed." Liandrin's lips twisted. "Many do, but Tarmon Gaidan draws near. The time for comfortable denials is past. The Black Ager is the utter corruption of all the tower stands for. But it is real, child. It is everywhere. Any sister you trust could belong to it, for it serves the Dark One. If your friends are hunted by the shadow, do you believe the Black Ager will let you live to aid them? Tell no one, or you may not survive the journey to Toman Head. 1 hour before sunset, do not fail me. With that she was gone, the door shutting firmly behind her. Egwene sank onto her bed, hands on her knees. Nineve, she's Red Ager. She can't know about Rand, if she did. She cannot know, Nineve agreed, her voice low. I wish I understood why a Red would want to help. Or why she'd ever work alongside Moiraine. I'd have sworn neither would toss the other a rope if she were drowning. You think she's lying? She is Aes Sedai, Nineve said flatly. I'd bet my last silver pin that every word she spoke was technically true, but I wonder if we understood what we actually heard. The Black Ager. Egwene shivered. There was no misunderstanding that part. May the light protect us? None at all, Nineve said. And she's cleverly cut us off from asking anyone for counsel. After hearing that, who in this tower can we trust? The light help us indeed. The door burst open as Min and Elaine hurried in, closing it firmly behind them. Are you really going? Min asked, while Elaine pointed to a small gap in the stonework near the ceiling. We listened from my room. We heard everything. Egwene exchanged a worried look with Nynaeve. If they pieced together anything about Rand. You must keep this secret, Nynaeve warned them. I assume Liandrin has secured Shiriam's approval for us to go, but even if she hasn't, even if the tower is turned upside down searching for us tomorrow, you cannot speak a word of it. Keep it secret? Min said. You have no worries there. I'm coming with you. My days are spent trying to explain my viewings to one brown sister after another, and I don't understand half of them myself. I can't take a simple stroll without the Armelin appearing, asking me to read every soul we pass. When that woman requests something, there's no refusing. I've read the futures of half the tower for her, and she always wants another show. I only needed a reason to leave, and this is it. Her determined expression brooked no argument. Egwene briefly wondered why Min was so set on joining them, rather than slipping away alone, but before she could ponder it, Elaine declared, I am going as well. Elaine, Nynaeve said, her tone softening. Egwene and I are from the boys' village. You are the daughter heir of Andor. If you vanish from the White Tower, it might start a war. Mother wouldn't start a war with Tar Valon, even if they pickled me, which they might be trying to do. If you three are off having an adventure, you can't expect me to stay behind washing dishes, scrubbing floors, and being scolded by some accepted because my weave of fire wasn't the precise shade of blue she imagined. Gorwyn will be green with envy when he finds out. Elaine grinned and gave a playful tug on a lock of Egwene's hair. Besides, if Rand is left unattended, I might just get a chance to claim him for myself.
I don't believe either of us will end up with him, Egwene replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Then we'll track down whoever he does pick and make her existence thoroughly unpleasant. But he can't possibly be that foolish to choose another when he could have one of us. Oh, come on, smile a little. I know he belongs to you. It's just that I feel, she paused, searching for the right word. Unbound. I've never experienced a real adventure before.
I'd wager neither of us will be weeping into our pillows out there, and if we do, we'll simply insist the storytellers omit those parts entirely. This is utter nonsense, Nynaeve stated firmly. We are travelling to Toman Head. You've heard the reports and the whispers. It will be perilous. You need to remain here. I also heard what Liandrin Sedai said concerning the Black Ager. Elaine's voice fell to a hushed tone at the mention. How secure will I truly be here if they are present? If my mother even suspected the Black Ager was real, she'd toss me into the heart of a conflict just to distance me from them. But Elaine, there's only one way you can prevent me from joining you. That's by informing the mistress of novices. We would create quite a scene, all three of us standing in her study. Actually, all four. I doubt Min would avoid getting caught up in this. So, since you aren't going to report this to Shuriam Sadai, I am coming along." Ninaive threw her hands up in exasperation. "Perhaps you can talk some sense into her," she said, turning to Min. Min had been leaning against the doorframe, studying Elaine with a narrowed gaze, and now she simply shook her head. "I believe she needs to come as much as any of you, as much as any of us. I can perceive the threat surrounding all of you more distinctly now, not clearly enough to define it, but I think it's connected to your decision to depart. That's why it's sharper, because the path is more fixed. That's not a valid reason for her to join us," Nynaeve argued, but Min shook her head once more. "She is tied to those young men as much as you, or Egwene, or I am. She's woven into this, Nynaeve, whatever this is, a part of the pattern as an Aes Sedai might phrase it." Elaine appeared both startled and intrigued. "I am? What role do I play, Min?" "I can't see the details clearly," Min admitted, her eyes dropping to the floor. "Sometimes I wish I didn't have this sight at all. Most people aren't content with what I perceive anyway." "If we are all committed to going," Nynaeve said, shifting gears, "then we should focus on practical arrangements. Once a decision was made, Nynaeve always moved straight to logistics. What supplies they required, how frigid the temperatures would be by the time they reached Toman Head, and how to retrieve their horses from the stables without raising suspicion." As she listened, Egwene found herself wondering about the specific danger Min had sensed for them, and what particular threat loomed over Rand. She could think of only one peril that truly endangered him, and the thought sent a chill through her. "Hold on, Rand! Hold on, you stubborn fool! I'll find a way to help you." Their journey through the White Tower required careful navigation. Egwene and Elaine offered polite, brief nods to each cluster of women they passed. It was fortunate, Egwene reflected, that so many outsiders filled the tower today, too many for each to be escorted by an Aes Sedai or an accepted. Whether alone or in small parties, dressed in finery or humble attire, in fashions from various nations, some still bearing travel dust from their journey to Tar Valon, they kept to themselves, awaiting their turn to pose questions or present petitions to the Aes Sedai. Some women, nobles, merchants, or merchants' wives, were accompanied by maids. Even a handful of men had arrived with petitions, standing apart, looking uncomfortable within the White Tower and eyeing everyone with wariness. Leading the way, Nynaeve kept her gaze fixed ahead, her cloak sweeping behind her, walking with a purposeful air as if she knew exactly where she was headed, which she did, provided no one stopped them, and as if she had every right to be there, which of course was an entirely different question. Clad in the fine garments they had brought with them to Tar Valon, they no longer resembled inhabitants of the White Tower. Each had selected her finest riding dress, the skirts cleverly divided, and cloaks of embroidered wool that spoke of wealth. So long as they avoided anyone familiar, and they had already sidestepped several who might know them, Egwene believed they had a chance. This attire is more suited for a stroll in a noble's garden than a journey to Toman Head. Nynaeve had remarked wryly as Egwene fastened the buttons on her grey silk dress, adorned with golden thread and pearled blossoms across the bodice and sleeves. Yet it may be our ticket to slipping away unseen. Now, adjusting her cloak and smoothing her own green silk dress, detailed with gold embroidery, Egwene glanced at Elaine in her blue and cream. She hoped Nynaeve was correct. Thus far, everyone had mistaken them for petitioners, nobles, or wealthy women, but she still felt they should somehow stand out. The realization struck her. She felt oddly uncomfortable in such finery after months in a novice's plain white. A small group of village women in sturdy, dark woolens offered curtsies as they passed. Once beyond them, Egwene looked back at Min. Min had kept to her breeches and loose shirt beneath a boy's brown cloak and coat, an old wide-brimmed hat hiding her short hair. Someone has to play the servant. Min had said with a laugh, "Ladies dressed as you are always have at least one. You'll envy my breeches if we need to run." She was laden with 4 sets of saddlebags stuffed with warm clothes, for winter would surely arrive before their return, along with packets of food quietly taken from the kitchens.
"Are you certain I cannot help carry some of that, Min?" Egwene asked softly. "They're awkward, not heavy," Min replied with a grin, treating it all as a grand game, or pretending to. And people would certainly wonder why a fine lady was hauling her own gear. "You can carry yours, and mine too, if you wish, once we—" Her smile disappeared, replaced by a fierce whisper. "Aes Sedai." Egwene's gaze snapped forward.
An Aes Sedai, with long, smooth, black hair and skin like aged ivory, was approaching down the corridor, listening to a woman in patched farm clothes. She had not yet noticed them, but Egwene recognized her. Takima of the Brown Ajar, a history instructor who could spot one of her students from a distance. Without breaking stride, Nynaeve turned down a side hallway, only to encounter an accepted, a lanky woman with a perpetual frown, dragging a red-faced novice by the ear. Egwene had to swallow before she could speak. That was Irella and Else. Did they see us? She couldn't bring herself to look back. "No," Min said after a pause. "They only saw our clothes." Egwene released a long, relieved breath, hearing Nynaeve do the same. "My heart may give out before we reach the stables," Elaine murmured. "Is adventure always like this, Egwene? Your heart in your throat and your stomach somewhere near your boots?" "I suppose it is," Egwene answered slowly. It was difficult to recall a time when she had eagerly craved adventure, longing for the dangerous excitement found in tales. Now she believed the excitement was mostly something you remembered later, while the stories conveniently omitted a great deal of discomfort. She shared this thought with Elaine. Still, the daughter heir said firmly, "I've never had any real excitement before, and likely never would as long as Mother has a say, which she will, until I take the throne myself."
"Both of you quiet," Nynaeve said. For once the hallway was empty in both directions. She pointed to a narrow staircase descending into shadow. "That should be what we're looking for. And remember, if anyone asks, we're simply 3 ladies and their escort taking the air, a story that feels thinner by the minute." Nynaeve led the way down the stairs with a confidence that defied her own muttered doubts about their winding path.
The others trailed behind, emerging through a small door into the sun-dusted yard of the south stable, where novices' horses were kept for those who owned them, typically until they either gained the shawl of an accepted or were sent home in disappointment. The immense, shining bulk of the White Tower loomed at their backs, its sprawling grounds enclosed by walls that rivaled those of many a city. Without hesitation, Nynaeve marched into the stable, as though she held the deed. The air inside was rich with the honest scents of hay and horseflesh, the long rows of stalls receding into shadow, striped here and there by light from the high vents. To Egwene's relief, shaggy Bila and Nynaeve's dapple-grey mare were stalled conveniently near the entrance. Bila nudged her nose over the stall door and greeted Egwene with a soft whicker. The only groom present was a pleasant-faced man with silver threading his beard, idly chewing on a piece of straw. "Saddle those 2 for us," Nynaeve commanded in her most authoritative tone. "Min, locate your horse and Elaine's." Min set down the saddlebags and guided Elaine deeper into the stable's shadows. The groom watched them go, then slowly removed the straw from his mouth. "There must be some mistake, my lady. Those animals are ours," Nynaeve stated firmly, crossing her arms to make the great serpent ring on her finger unmistakable. "You will saddle them now." Egwene held her breath. This was a desperate gambit. Nynaeve pretending to be Aes Sedai for the benefit of someone who might actually be fooled. No real Aes Sedai or accepted would be deceived, nor likely even a novice. But a stableman. The man blinked, his eyes darting from the ring to Nynaeve's stern face. I was told to expect 2, he finally said, sounding wholly unimpressed. 1 accepted and a novice. Nobody said anything about 4 of you. A near hysterical laugh bubbled in Egwene's throat. Of course, Liandrin wouldn't have imagined they could retrieve their horses alone. Nynaeve's expression soured with disappointment, and her voice took on a sharper edge. You will fetch and saddle those horses immediately, or you'll be in such need of Liandrin's healing that you'll beg for it if she's feeling generous. The groom's lips silently formed Liandrin's name, but one look at Nynaeve's hardened gaze sent him scurrying to work with only a few inaudible mutters for company. Min and Elaine returned with their mounts, just as he finished tightening the last girth, Min astride a tall, dusty-coated gelding, and Elaine on a refined bay mare with a proudly arched neck. Once they were all mounted, Nynaeve fixed the stableman with a final stare. You were instructed to keep this quiet. That hasn't changed, whether we are 2 or 24. If you're tempted to gossip, consider what Liandrin will do to you for breaking a confidence. As they rode out, Elaine flipped the man a silver coin and said softly, For your trouble, goodman, you've handled this well outside. She caught Egwene's eye and smiled. My mother always says a touch of honey works better with the stick than the stick alone. I just hope we don't need either at the gates, Egwene replied. I hope Liandrin spoke to the guards as well. At Tarleman's gate, which pierced the tall southern wall of the tower grounds, it was impossible to tell if anyone had prepared the guards or not. The men waved the 4 women through with little more than a glance and a perfunctory bow. Their duty was to keep danger out, not to keep anyone in. A cool breeze coming off the river gave them a plausible reason to draw up their cloaks' hoods as they guided their horses at a leisurely pace through the city streets. The rhythmic clatter of hooves on the paving stones was swallowed by the murmur of the bustling crowds and the occasional strain of music drifting from nearby buildings. The streets were a river of humanity, flowing around the 4 riders as they pressed forward at a crawl. The crowd was a tapestry of every fashion imaginable, from the severe, dark attire of Caerhien to the vibrant, flowing silks of the travelling people. Egwene paid no mind to the impossible architecture soaring around them, towers connected by bridges that seemed to hang in the very air, structures that resembled frozen waves or wind-carved stone. Her focus was razor-sharp, scanning the sea of faces for the composed ageless features of an Aes Sedai. A chance encounter here could unravel everything. She soon noticed the others were just as vigilant, their eyes constantly moving, yet a palpable wave of relief washed over her when the osier grove finally appeared ahead. The great trees dominated the skyline, their colossal crowns 100 spans above the rooftops, making the towering oaks and elms at their base seem like mere shrubs. The grove was encircled not by a true wall, but by an endless row of graceful stone arches, each wide enough for several riders to pass through. Outside, the city's clamour continued unabated. Inside lay a serene, wild beauty. It felt less like a cultivated park, and more like the essence of a perfect forest, as if nature herself had designed her most ideal woodland. Patches of early autumn colour, vibrant orange, gold and crimson, stood out against the green, and to Egwene they looked precisely as fall leaves ought to. A handful of people wandered near the arches, but no one gave a second glance as the 4 women guided their horses beneath the ancient boughs. Almost instantly, the city vanished, its noise first muffled, then swallowed entirely by the deep quiet of the grove. Within 10 paces, they might have been 100 miles from any settlement. She said, the northern edge. Nynaeve muttered, twisting in her saddle to peer into the shadows. But there isn't a spot here that's more north than... Her words died as 2 horses exploded from a thicket of black elder trees. A sleek, dark mare reared, its hooves slicing the air as Liandrin savagely checked its reins. The Aes Sedai's face was a rigid mask of fury. I said to tell no one, Not a soul. Egwene's gaze flickered to the pack-horse, noting the odd presence of pole lanterns tied to its load. "These are our friends," Nynaeve began, her spine going rigid, but Elaine smoothly cut in. "Please forgive us, Liandrin Sedai. They didn't tell us. We overheard. We never intended to eavesdrop on matters not meant for us. But we wish to help Rand al'Thor too, and the other young men, of course," she added hastily. Liandrin studied Elaine and Min, their faces shadowed by their cloaks in the late afternoon light filtering through the branches. "So," she said at last, her eyes still fixed on them, "I had made certain arrangements for your well-being. But since you are here, you are here. 4 can travel this path as well as 2. "Arrangements? Liandrin Sedai?" Elaine asked, a thread of confusion in her voice. "I don't understand." "Child," Liandrin's tone was chillingly matter-of-fact, "you and that other girl are known companions of these 2. Do you imagine no one would come asking questions when they are discovered missing? Do you believe the Black Ager would show you mercy simply because you were born to a throne? Had you stayed in the White Tower tonight, you might not have seen the dawn." A heavy silence fell upon them all, broken only by the rustle of leaves. Then, with a sharp gesture, Liandrin wheeled her horse. "Follow me." She led them deeper into the timeless woods, the peace of the grove now feeling like a fragile illusion. They eventually reached a formidable barrier, a tall, curving fence of black iron, its top bristling with vicious spikes. It disappeared into the trees in both directions, enclosing some vast, unseen space. A heavy lock secured a single gate. Liandrin produced a large key from her cloak, opened it with a decisive click, and waved them through. Once they were inside, she locked the gate behind them, and immediately urged her horse ahead without a backward glance. A squirrel scolded them from an overhanging branch, and the distant, rapid tapping of a woodpecker echoed through the trees. "Where exactly are you taking us?" Nynaeve demanded. Liandrin remained silent, so Nynaeve turned a furious glare on the others. "We're just riding deeper into the forest. To leave Tar Valon, we need a bridge or a ship, and I don't see either one out here." "There is this," Liandrin declared, interrupting her. "The fence protects the foolish from themselves, but today we have a purpose." She gestured toward a tall, thick slab of what appeared to be stone, standing upright and intricately carved with vines and leaves. Egwene's throat constricted. She suddenly understood why Liandrin had brought the lanterns, and the realization filled her with dread. She heard Nynaeve whisper, "A waygate." Both of them remembered the ways all too vividly. "We managed it before," Egwene said, as much to reassure herself as Nynaeve. "We can manage it again. If Rand and the others are in danger, we have to help. There's no other choice." "Is that truly?" Min began. Her voice strained and could not finish. "A waygate," Elaine murmured. "I thought the ways could no longer be used, or at least that their use was forbidden." Liandrin had already dismounted and removed the trefoil avendesora leaf from the carving. Like massive doors woven from living vines, the gates swung inward, revealing what looked like a tarnished silvery mirror that returned their reflections faintly. "You are not required to follow," Liandrin stated. "You may wait here safely within the fence until I return. Or perhaps the Black Ager will discover you first." Her smile was unpleasant. Behind her, the waygate opened fully and then halted. "I never said I wouldn't come," Elaine replied, though she cast a long, uneasy glance back at the shadowed woods. "If we're doing this," Min said, her voice rough, "then let's get on with it." She was staring fixedly at the waygate, and Egwene thought she caught her muttering, "The light burn you, Rand al'Thor." "I must be the last to enter," Liandrin instructed. "All of you go in, I will follow." She was now scanning the woods herself, as if she suspected they might have been followed. "Quickly, do not dawdle." Egwene had no idea what Liandrin expected to see, but if anyone appeared, they would likely prevent them from using the waygate. Rand, you impossible fool, she thought. Why must you always find trouble that forces me to play the part of some storybook heroine? She dug her heels into Bela's sides, and the shaggy mare, restless from too much time confined, sprang forward. "Slow down!" Nynaeve shouted, but it was too late. Egwene and Bela rushed toward their own dim reflections. Two shaggy horses seemed to meet and blend into one. Then Egwene was merging with her own image in a wave of icy shock. Time seemed to distort, the cold spreading over her with agonizing slowness, as if each individual hair were being frozen in place over long minutes. Abruptly, Bela was stumbling in utter blackness, moving so fast the mare nearly somersaulted. She recovered and stood trembling as Egwene hurriedly dismounted, feeling the mare's legs in the dark, to check for injury. She was almost grateful for the darkness which hid her flushed cheeks. She knew that both time and distance worked differently beyond a waygate. She had acted without thinking. There was only blackness in every direction, save for the rectangle of the open waygate, which from this side resembled a window of smoked glass. It admitted no light. The darkness pressed right against it, but through it, Egwene could see the others moving with excruciating slowness, like figures trapped in a bad dream. Nynaeve was insisting on distributing the pole lanterns and lighting them. Liandrin was conceding with obvious impatience, clearly urging haste. When Nynaeve finally came through the waygate, leading her grey mare with painstaking care, Egwene nearly ran to embrace her, and at least half of her relief was for the lantern Nynaeve carried. The lantern's glow felt weaker than it should have, as if the darkness itself was a heavy, living thing pushing back against the light. Egwene could almost feel its weight pressing on her shoulders. She pushed the thought aside, focusing on the practical. "Bella's fine," she said, "and I didn't break my neck, which is more than I deserved after that stumble long ago." Light had filled the ways, but that was before the corruption. The Dark One's stain on the male half of the power used in their creation began to seep into the very stones. Nynaeve handed her the lantern pole and dug out another from her saddle. "As long as you know you deserved it," Nynaeve murmured. "Then you probably didn't." A low chuckle escaped her. "Sometimes I think riddles like that are what earned women the title of wisdom in the first place. Here's another for you. You break your neck, and I'll mend it, just so I can have the satisfaction of breaking it again myself." The words were meant lightly, and Egwene laughed despite the oppressive surroundings, a laugh that died in her throat as she remembered where they were. Nynaeve's brief amusement faded just as quickly. Min and Elaine emerged cautiously from the waygate, leading their horses and holding their own lanterns aloft as if expecting some shadowy beast to leap from the void. Their initial relief at seeing only emptiness soon turned to unease. The sheer weight of the dark had them shifting nervously. Their boots scraping on the strange stone liandrin sealed the gate behind them, the Avendesora leaf slotting back into place. Without a word or a glance, she tossed the pack horse's lead to Min and started forward, her lantern illuminating a faint white line on the pitted, acid-eaten floor. Egwene hurriedly mounted Bela, but she was no more eager than the others to follow the Aes Sedai into that nothingness. The world had shrunk to the circle of lantern light and the sound of hooves on rough stone. The line led straight to a large slab inscribed with intricate Ogier script in silver, the metal scarred and broken in places. A guiding, Elaine whispered, twisting in her saddle to peer into the dark. "Elida taught me a little of the ways she was never very forthcoming." She sighed, the sound swallowed by the silence. "Perhaps she told me too much, or not nearly enough." With detached efficiency, Liandrin compared the markings on the slab to a parchment from her cloak, then tucked it away before Egwene could get a proper look. Their light ended in sharp, unnatural edges, but it was enough to reveal a massive, crumbling stone balustrade as Liandrin led them away from the guiding. Elaine called it an island. In the dark, it was impossible to gauge its true size, though Egwene guessed it might span the length of a field. Stone bridges and ramps, each marked by a post with a single osier glyph, pierced the balustrade, vanishing into the abyss. The Aes Sedai chose a downward-leading ramp without hesitation, and soon there was only the curve of stone underfoot and the pressing void. A thick, muffling silence settled over them. Egwene felt certain the clatter of their travel was absorbed almost immediately, lost just beyond the lantern's reach. The ramp spiraled down and down, eventually opening onto another nearly identical island with its own damaged balustrade and guiding stone. The solidity of the stone underfoot was a small comfort, undercut by the unsettling certainty that the first island was now directly above their heads. Nynaeve suddenly gave voice to the thought, her tone attempting steadiness but wavering slightly. "It feels like we're right underneath where we started."
It might be true," Elaine replied, her voice thin.
Her eyes flicked upward before she quickly looked down again, a shiver running through her. "Elida said the normal rules don't apply here. Gravity, direction, they're just suggestions in the ways. At least, not in the manner they do beyond these walls." "Light," Min whispered, then spoke louder. "How long do you intend to keep us trapped in this place?" The Aes Sedai's honey-gold braids swayed as she turned a cool gaze upon them. "Until I decide otherwise," she stated plainly. "Your interruptions will only prolong it." She returned to her examination of the parchment and the guiding. Egwene and her companions fell quiet. Liandrin moved from one guiding to the next, following ramps and bridges that appeared to hang in the endless dark without support. The Aes Sedai gave them little notice, and Egwene caught herself wondering if Liandrin would even bother to look back should one of them slip away. The others seemed to share the unspoken fear, for they all kept their mounts close behind the dark mare's heels. To her surprise, Egwene could still feel the pull of Sedar, both the presence of the female half of the true source and the deep yearning to touch it, to channel its flow. Somehow she had assumed the shadow's corruption within the ways would mask it entirely. She could sense that taint in a vague, unsettling way. It hung separate from Sedar, a greasy stain in the air, and she knew that reaching for the power here would be like plunging her hand through foul smoke to grasp something clean. Anything she channeled would be contaminated for the first time in weeks. The temptation to embrace Sedar held no power over her. It was deep into what would have been night outside when Liandrin suddenly dismounted on an island and declared they would stop for a meal and rest, pointing out the supplies on the pack-horse. "Divide it among yourselves," she said, not bothering to delegate. "Toman Head is nearly 2 days' ride. I would not have you arrive weak from hunger, especially since you were foolish enough not to bring your own provisions." Efficiently, she tended to her mare, then settled on her saddle, clearly expecting to be served. Elaine brought Liandrin her share of flatbread and cheese. The Aes Sedai made no effort to hide her disinterest in their company, so the others ate their modest supper slightly apart, huddled on their saddles in the gloom. The oppressive darkness beyond their lanterns made for a poor seasoning. After a while, Egwene ventured, "Liandrin Sedai, what if we meet the Black Wind?" Min formed the words silently, puzzled, but Elaine let out a small gasp. "Moraine Sedai said it cannot be killed, or even truly harmed, and I can feel the taint here waiting to warp anything we do with the power." "You will not so much as brush against the source, unless I command it," Liandrin snapped. "Why, if someone as untrained as you tried to channel here, you might end up as mad as any man. You lack the skill to withstand the corruption those men left behind. Should the Black Wind appear, I will handle it." She pursed her lips, inspecting a piece of pale cheese. Moraine does not know half of what she believes. She popped the cheese into her mouth with a thin, satisfied smile. "I don't trust her," Egwene muttered, keeping her voice too low for the Aes Sedai to hear. "If Moraine can tolerate working with her," Nynaeve said softly, then we must as well. Not that I have any fondness for Moiraine either, but if they're manipulating Rand and the others again? She trailed off, pulling her cloak tighter. The darkness wasn't cold, yet it carried a chill that seeped into the bones. "What is this black wind?" Min asked, after Elaine explained, adding generous details from Elida's lectures and her mother's warnings. Min sighed. "The pattern owes us more than a few answers. I'm not sure any man is worth this kind of trouble."
"You didn't have to come," Egwene reminded her. "You could have left any time. No one would have stopped you from walking away from the tower."
"Oh, certainly," Min replied dryly. "I could have just strolled off as easily as you or Elaine. The pattern rarely asks what we want. Egwene, what if after everything you're enduring for him, Rand doesn't choose you in the end? What if he ends up marrying a woman you've never even met, or Elaine, or me?" Min pressed. "What happens then?" Elaine let out a light laugh. "My mother would absolutely never allow it." Egwene stayed quiet for a long moment. Rand might not survive long enough to marry anyone. And if he did, she couldn't picture Rand deliberately causing harm. But what about after he loses his mind? There had to be a method to prevent it, some way to alter that fate. The Aes Sedai possessed vast knowledge and power. If they could stop it, why wouldn't they? The only logical answer was that they couldn't, a conclusion she refused to accept. She forced a lighter tone into her voice. "I likely won't be the one marrying him. Aes Sedai rarely marry, as you know, but I wouldn't advise either of you to pin your hopes on him. I don't believe." Her voice hitched, and she covered it with a cough. "I don't believe he will ever marry, but if he does, I would wish happiness for whoever is with him, even if it's one of you." She hoped she sounded sincere. He's as stubborn as an old mule and can be incredibly wrong-headed, but his heart is gentle. Her voice trembled, but she twisted it into a shaky laugh. "However much you claim not to care," Elaine said, "I think you'd object more fiercely than my mother ever could. He is fascinating, Egwene, more so than any man I've ever encountered, shepherd or not. If you're foolish enough to let him go, you'll have no one to blame but yourself if I decide to stand against both you and Mother." It wouldn't be the first time a Prince of Andor came to the throne without a prior title. But you aren't that foolish, so stop pretending you are. You'll probably choose the Green Ager and make him your warder. The only Green sisters I know with just one warder are married to them. Egwene made herself play along, joking that if she did become a Green, she'd have 10 warders. Min watched her with a frown, while Nynaeve observed Min thoughtfully. Their conversation faded into silence as they changed into travel clothes from their saddlebags. Maintaining any cheer in that oppressive place was a struggle. Sleep came slowly to Egwene that night, fitful and haunted by nightmares. She didn't dream of Rand, but of the man with eyes of fire. This time his face was unmasked, horrifically scarred by nearly healed burns. He merely stared at her and laughed, a sound more chilling than the dreams that followed, dreams of being forever lost in the ways of the black wind hunting her. She was almost grateful when Liandrin's riding boot prodded her ribs to wake her. She felt utterly unrested. Liandrin drove them relentlessly through the next stretch of darkness, their lanterns a poor substitute for the sun, not permitting rest until they were nearly falling from their saddles. The stone floor provided a miserable bed, and after only a few hours, Liandrin roused them without mercy, barely waiting for them to mount before riding on. Ramps, bridges, islands, and guidings blurred together in the endless pitch black until Egwene lost all count of them, along with any sense of hours or days. Liandrin allowed only the briefest stops for food and to rest the horses, the perpetual darkness a physical weight on their shoulders. They slumped in their saddles like sacks of grain, all except Liandrin. The Aes Sedai appeared untouched by fatigue or the gloom, as crisp and cold as she had been back in the White Tower. She refused to let anyone see the parchment she checked against the guidings, tucking it away with a sharp, "It is nothing you would understand." When Nineve asked, then, as Egwene blinked through her weariness, Liandrin abruptly rode away from a guiding. She wasn't heading toward another bridge or ramp, but down a worn, pitted white line that vanished into the dark. Egwene exchanged a wide-eyed look with her friends before they all hurried to catch up. Ahead, illuminated by her lantern, the Aes Sedai was already removing the Avendesora leaf from the carvings on a waygate. "We have arrived," Liandrin announced, a smile touching her lips. "I have finally brought you to the place you must be." Chapter 40. Domain. As the waygate swung open, Egwene slid from her saddle. When Liandrin gestured them forward, she guided her shaggy mare cautiously through the opening. Both she and Bela stumbled over the crushed undergrowth, flattened by the gate's emergence, the world seeming to slow around them. A thick wall of shrubs had concealed the waygate, with only a scattering of nearby trees. A morning wind stirred leaves that held a touch more colour than those in Tar Valon. She was watching her companions follow her out, standing there for a full minute before she realized others were already present, waiting just beyond the gate's sightline. When she finally noticed them, she stared in confusion. They were the strangest assembly she had ever encountered, and the rumours from the war on Toman Head echoed uneasily in her mind. At least 50 armoured men sat their horses or stood beside them, their chests covered in overlapping steel plates, their heads encased in dull black helmets shaped like insect skulls. They stared at her, at the emerging women, at the waygate itself, muttering among themselves. The only bareheaded man among them, tall with a dark, hook-nosed face, stood with a gilded and painted helmet resting on his hip, looking utterly astonished by the scene. There were women with the soldiers as well. 2 wore plain, dark grey dresses and wide silver collars, gazing intently at those exiting the gate, each with another woman hovering close behind as if ready to whisper advice. 2 other women stood slightly apart, clad in wide divided skirts that ended well above their ankles, their bosoms and skirts adorned with embroidered panels of forked lightning. Strangest of all was the final woman, reclining on a palanquin carried by 8 muscular, bare-chested men in loose black trousers. The sides of her scalp were shaved clean, leaving only a wide crest of black hair flowing down her back. Her long, cream-coloured robe, intricately worked with flowers and birds on blue ovals, was arranged to display pleated white skirts beneath, and her fingernails were a full inch long, the first 2 on each hand lacquered a vivid blue. "Liandrin Sedai," Egwene asked, her voice tight with unease. "Do you know these people?" Her friends fidgeted with their reins, clearly wondering if they should mount and flee, but Liandrin calmly replaced the Avendesora leaf and stepped forward as the waygate began to seal shut.
"The High Lady Suroth,"
Liandrin said, the words hovering between question and statement. The woman on the palanquin gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "You are Liandrin." Her speech was oddly slurred, and Egwene had to concentrate to understand. "Aes Sedai," Suroth added, her lips twisting with a hint of scorn. A low murmur rippled through the soldiers. "We must be quick here, Liandrin. Patrols are about, and discovery would be inconvenient. You would find the attentions of the seekers for truth as unpleasant as I would. I intend to return to Falme before Turak realizes I am absent. What is this about?" Nineve demanded, her voice sharp. "What is she talking about, Liandrin?" Liandrin placed a hand on Nineve's shoulder and another on Egwene's. "These are the 2 you were informed of, and there is another." She nodded toward Elaine. "She is the daughter heir of Andor." The 2 women with the lightning motifs on their dresses began moving toward the group before the waygate. Egwene noticed they carried coils of some silvery metal in their hands, and the bare-headed soldier accompanied them. He did not reach for the sword hilt rising above his shoulder, and his smile seemed casual, but Egwene watched him with deep suspicion. Liandrin showed no sign of alarm. If she had, Egwene would have vaulted onto Bella's back immediately. "Liandrin Sedai," she said urgently, "who are these people? Are they here to help Rand and the others as well in a sudden, violent motion?" The hook-nosed man seized Min and Elaine by the scruffs of their necks, and then everything erupted into chaos at once. A man's curse ripped through the air, followed by a woman's scream, or maybe several. Egwene couldn't tell. Without warning, the gentle breeze exploded into a furious gale, tearing Liandrin's furious shout away in a whirl of dirt and leaves, forcing the trees to bow and groan. Horses reared, their panicked cries piercing the chaos. In that moment of tumult, one of the women stepped close and fastened something cool and unyielding around Egwene's neck. Her cloak whipped around her like a loose sail as she fought to keep her footing against the wind. Her fingers flew to her throat, finding a collar of seamless, smooth metal. There was no clasp, no seam she could exploit. A silvery cord which the woman had been carrying now trailed from the collar over Egwene's shoulder, its other end connected to a gleaming bracelet on the woman's wrist. Fury and fear surged in equal measure. Egwene balled her hand into a fist and drove it into the woman's face, aiming for her eye. The impact sent Egwene staggering to her knees, her own head ringing as if a giant had backhanded her. Dazed, she blinked until her vision cleared. The wind had vanished as suddenly as it came. Horses milled about nervously, including Bella and Elaine's mare. Soldiers cursed and clambered to their feet from where they'd been thrown. Liandrin stood apart, meticulously brushing dust and leaves from her dress as if nothing of consequence had occurred. Min was on her hands and knees, shaking her head, trying to push herself up. The hook-nosed man loomed over her, his hand bleeding freely. Min's knife lay just beyond her fingertips, its blade smeared red. Nynaeve and Elaine were gone, so was Nynaeve's horse, along with several soldiers and one pair of the strange women. The remaining two women were still present, and Egwene now saw each was linked to the other by an identical silver cord, just like the one that bound her to the woman now squatting beside her. That woman rubbed her cheek, a dark bruise already blooming around her left eye. She had long dark hair and large brown eyes, and she might have been a decade older than Nynaeve. There was a startling lack of malice in her voice, something almost resembling friendliness. "Consider that your first lesson," she said firmly. "I won't punish you further for now, as I should have expected such spirit from a newly caught Damain. Understand this. You are a Damain, a leashed one. I am a Suldam, a holder of the leash. When we are joined, any hurt I feel, you feel twice over. It can even kill you. So you must learn never to strike a Suldam, and you must protect me more fiercely than you protect yourself. My name is Renna. What are you called?" "I am not what you called me," Egwene muttered, tugging uselessly at the collar. She briefly considered tackling Renna to wrest the bracelet free, but a cold dread settled in her stomach. The soldiers paid them no mind, but the pain in her own face confirmed Renna's claim. Touching her left eye made her wince. It wasn't swollen, but it ached sharply. Her left eye just like Renna's. She raised her voice, desperation creeping in. "Liandrin Sedai, why are you allowing this?" Liandrin merely dusted off her hands, refusing to even glance Egwene's way. "The very first thing you must learn," Renna continued, her tone still deceptively pleasant, "is to obey without hesitation." Egwene gasped. A searing, prickling sensation erupted across her skin, from her scalp to the soles of her feet, as if she'd plunged into a bed of stinging nettles. She tossed her head, trying to escape the intensifying burn. "Many Suldam," Renna went on conversationally, "don't believe Damain should keep their own names. They prefer to give new ones. But since I court you, I will oversee your training, and I will allow you to keep your name, provided you do not displease me too greatly. You have mildly upset me already. Do you truly wish to continue until I become angry?" Trembling from head to toe, Egwene clenched her jaw until it ached. She dug her nails into her palms, fighting the overwhelming urge to claw at her burning skin. "Fool! It's just a name." Egwene forced the words out, her throat tight. "I am Egwene Alvera." The searing, crawling sensation vanished at once, leaving her gasping for a shaky breath. "Egwene?" Rena repeated, a note of approval in her voice. "That is a fine name." To Egwene's utter humiliation, Rena then patted her head as one might a well-behaved pet. The realization hit her like a physical blow. That subtle warmth in the woman's tone wasn't for an equal, but the condescending affection reserved for a creature being housebroken. Rena gave a low chuckle. "You're seething again. If you feel the need to lash out, do recall that any blow you land will rebound upon you twice as fiercely, and do not even think of channeling. You will never touch the source again unless I expressly permit it." A dull, persistent ache pulsed behind Egwene's eye. She climbed to her feet, trying to block out Rena's presence. A futile effort when the woman held the literal leash attached to the collar at her throat. Her face flushed hot as another amused chuckle reached her ears. She desperately wanted to go to Min, but the slack Rena allowed wasn't nearly enough. "Min," she whispered, "are you hurt?" Min pushed herself up slowly, then winced, pressing a hand to her temple as if the movement pained her. Without warning, a jagged bolt of lightning split the clear blue sky, striking the distant tree line. Egwene flinched, but then a grim smile touched her lips. Nynaeve was still out there, and Elaine, if anyone could find a way to rescue them, it was Nynaeve. That brief hope hardened into a smouldering glare directed at Liandrin. Whatever the Aes Sedai's twisted reasons for this betrayal, there would be a reckoning someday. The glare was wasted. Liandrin's attention remained fixed on the ornate palanquin. The bare-chested bearers knelt, lowering their burden, and Suroth descended, fussily adjusting her robes before gliding toward Liandrin on silent, slippered feet. The two women stood eye to eye, one set of brown eyes locked with the other's black. "You promised me two," Suroth stated flatly. "I have one, while two run wild, one of them far more potent than your report suggested. She will draw every patrol for miles." "I delivered 3, Liandrin replied, her calm utterly unshaken. "If you lack the competence to keep them, perhaps our master should seek a more capable servant from among your ranks. You panic over nothing. Should patrols come, eliminate them." Another flash of lightning erupted closer this time, followed not by thunder, but by a deafening roar and a geyser of dirt and debris. Neither woman so much as glanced toward the disturbance. "I could still depart for Falme with 2 new domain," Suroth mused. "It truly vexes me to allow an Aes Sedai." She spat the title like a curse to remain at liberty. Liandrin's expression remained placid, but Egwene saw a sudden, dangerous halo of power spring to life around her. "Take care, High Lady," Rena called out sharply. "She is prepared to strike." The soldiers shifted uneasily, hands going to sword hilts and lance shafts, but Suroth merely steepled her fingers, smiling over her long, lacquered nails. "You will take no action against me, Liandrin. Our master would be most displeased, as my presence here is currently more vital than yours. You fear his displeasure far more than you fear the prospect of wearing a collar yourself." Liandrin's answering smile was thin, white spots of fury standing out on her cheeks. "And you, Suroth, fear him more than you fear me, reducing you to ashes where you stand." "Precisely. We share that healthy terror, yet our master's requirements will evolve. All Marath Damani will be leashed in time. Perhaps I shall be the one to fasten the Adam around your own delicate neck." As you say, Liandrin conceded, her voice icy. His needs will change. I will be sure to remind you of this conversation on the day you kneel before me. A towering leather-leaf tree, perhaps a mile off, abruptly erupted into a pillar of flame. This grows tedious, Suroth declared. Elbar, sound the recall. The hook-nosed man produced a small horn, its blare harsh and piercing. You must locate the woman Nynaeve, Liandrin insisted, her sharp tone cutting through the horn's echo. Elaine held no significance in their plans, but the woman and this girl were to be taken aboard the ships when they departed. I am fully aware of the orders, Marath Damane, though I would give much to understand the reasoning behind them, Suroth replied coolly. You know precisely what you have been told, child, Liandrin said, with a contemptuous curl of her lip. That is all you are permitted to know. Remember your place. You serve and obey. These two must be transported across the Arith Ocean and held there. Suroth gave a dismissive sniff. I will not stay here hunting for this Nynaeve. My value to our master ends if Turak delivers me to the seekers for truth. Liandrin began to retort, but Suroth cut her off sharply. The woman will not remain at large for long. Neither of them will. When we sail next, we will take every woman on this wretched peninsula who can channel even a spark, each leashed and collared. If you wish to stay and search, do so. Patrols will arrive soon, expecting to engage the rabble still hiding in the countryside. Some patrols bring domain with them, and they will not care which master you claim. Should you survive such a meeting, the leash and collar will teach you a new way of life, and I doubt our master will bother to rescue one foolish enough to be captured. If either is left behind, Liandrin said through clenched teeth, our master will turn his attention to you, Suroth. Take them both or face the consequences. She strode to the waygate, gripping her mare's reins, and soon the portal sealed behind her. The soldiers who had pursued Nynaeve and Elaine returned at a gallop. The two women now linked by leash, collar, and bracelet, the Domain and Suldam riding together. 3 men led horses bearing armoured bodies slung over their saddles. Egwene felt a flicker of hope. They had not captured Nynaeve or Elaine. Min tried to push herself up, but the hook-nosed man planted his boot between her shoulders, driving her back into the dirt. She lay gasping, barely able to move. I beg permission to speak, High Lady, he said. Suroth gave a slight wave of her hand. This peasant cut me, High Lady, if you have no further use for her. Suroth gestured again, already turning away, and he reached for the hilt of his heavy, curved sword. No, Egwene cried out. She heard Renna mutter a curse, and suddenly a searing, itching pain enveloped her skin, worse than before, but she did not stop. Please, High Lady, I beg you. She is my friend. Agony she had never imagined racked her body. Every muscle cramped and twisted. She fell forward into the dirt, whimpering, yet she could still see Elbar draw his blade and raise it with both hands. Please, O Min, then, as suddenly as it had come, the pain vanished, leaving only the memory. Suroth's blue velvet slippers, now dust-stained, appeared before her eyes, but Egwene stared fixedly at Elbar. He stood frozen, his sword held high, all his weight pressed onto the foot, pinning Min down. "This peasant is your friend?" Suroth asked. Egwene started to rise, but at Suroth's arched eyebrow she remained prone, only lifting her head. She had to save Min. If grovelling is what it takes, she forced her lips apart, hoping her clenched teeth might resemble a smile. Yes, High Lady, and if I spare her, if I allow her to visit you now and then, you will work diligently and learn as you are instructed. I will, High Lady. She would have promised far more to prevent that sword from cleaving Min's skull. I'll even keep my word, she thought bitterly, for as long as necessary. Put the girl on her horse, Elbar, Suroth commanded. Tie her in place if she cannot sit upright. Should this domain prove disappointing, perhaps then I will let you have the girl's head. She was already moving toward her palanquin. Renna hauled Egwene roughly to her feet and shoved her toward Bella. But Egwene's eyes stayed locked on Minalbar, treated Min with the same harshness Renna showed Egwene, yet Egwene felt Min was managing. At least Min had refused to be tied across a saddle, mounting her gelding with only minimal assistance. The strange procession moved west, with Suroth at the front and Elbar positioned just behind her palanquin, ready to respond instantly to any command. Egwene, Renna, and Min rode at the rear, trailed by the other Suldam and Domain and the soldiers. The woman who had tried to collar Nynaeve earlier now stroked her coiled silver leash, her expression one of simmering anger. The landscape was a sparse, rolling forest, and the smoke from the burning leatherleaf soon faded to a distant smudge.
"You were honored," Renna remarked after a while, "to have the High Lady address you directly. Under other circumstances, I might have allowed you a ribbon to mark the occasion. But since you drew her attention to yourself—" Egwene gasped as a searing pain lashed across her back, then her leg, then her arm. Invisible blows rained from all sides. Though she knew there was nothing physical to block, her arms flailed helplessly. She bit her lip to hold back cries, but tears streamed down her face. Bella whinnied and shifted uneasily, yet Renna's firm grip on the silver leash prevented the mare from bolting. Not a single soldier glanced back. "What are you doing to her?" Min yelled. "Egwene, make it stop. You exist here on sufferance. Min, is it?" Renna said, her tone almost conversational. "Let this be a lesson for you as well. Any attempt to interfere will only prolong it." Min raised a clenched fist, then let it drop in defeat. "I won't interfere. Just please stop. Egwene, I'm so sorry." The unseen assault continued for a few more moments, a cruel demonstration that Min's plea had changed nothing, then finally ceased. Egwene couldn't stop trembling. This time the pain didn't vanish. She pushed up her sleeve, half expecting to see welts, but her skin was unmarked, yet the phantom sensation remained. She swallowed hard. "It wasn't your fault, Min." Bella tossed her head, eyes wide, and Egwene patted the mare's shaggy neck. "And it wasn't yours either." "It was entirely your fault, Egwene," Renna said, her voice dripping with a patient, almost kindly condescension that made Egwene want to scream. "When a domain is punished, it is always her doing, even if she doesn't understand why. A domain must learn to anticipate her Suldam's desires. But in this case you do know. Domain are like furniture or tools, always present, always ready, but never drawing attention to themselves, especially not the attention of one of the blood. Egwene bit her lip until she tasted blood. This is a nightmare. It can't be real. Why did Liandrin betray us? Why is this happening? May I ask a question?" "You may ask me," Renna replied with a smile. "Many Suldam will hold your leash over the years. There are always more Suldam than Domain, and some would have your hide for daring to look up or speak without permission. But I see no harm in letting you speak, provided you choose your words with care." One of the other Suldam gave a derisive snort. She was linked to a pretty dark-haired woman of middle years, who kept her gaze fixed on her own hands. Liandrin, Egwene refused to grant her any title ever again, and the High Lady spoke of a master they both serve. A sudden unwelcome image flashed in her mind, a man with nearly healed burns scarring his face, eyes, and a mouth that sometimes flickered with flame. Even as a figure from her dreams, the thought was too monstrous to dwell on. Who is he? What does he want with me, and with Min? She knew it was foolish to avoid saying Nynaeve's name. These people wouldn't forget her just because it went unspoken, especially not the blue-eyed Soldam still stroking her empty leash. But it felt like the only tiny act of defiance she could muster. Renna's voice was cool and detached. "Matters concerning the blood are not my concern, and they are certainly not yours.
The High Lady will inform me of what she chooses, and I will pass along what I decide you should hear. Anything else you might witness or overhear must be treated as though it never occurred. That is the path to safety, especially for a domain. You are too valuable to be executed without cause, but you could still find yourself severely disciplined, perhaps even without a tongue to speak or hands to write. A domain can still serve without them. A shiver ran through Egwene, though the breeze was mild as she drew her cloak tighter. Her fingers brushed the silver leash, and she flinched. "This is monstrous," she whispered. "How can you do this to another person? What kind of twisted mind first imagined it?" The Soldam with the pale blue eyes and the coiled leash snarled. This one could do with losing her tongue right now. "Rena." Rena merely smiled. A patient, almost pitying expression. Monstrous, could we possibly allow someone with the abilities of a domain to wander freely? Occasionally, men are born who would have been Marath domain if they were women. Yes, it happens here as well, I'm told, and those men must be put to death. But the women do not go mad. Isn't it better for them to be leashed than to stir up chaos, fighting for power? And as for the mind that conceived the Adam, it belonged to a woman who called herself Aes Sedai. Disbelief must have been plain on Egwene's face, because Rena laughed softly. When Luther Pendrag Mondwyn, Hawkwing's son, first confronted the armies of the night, he found many among them claiming to be Aes Sedai. They schemed for power and wielded the one power in battle. One of them, a woman named Dane, believed she would fare better serving the future emperor since he had no Aes Sedai in his ranks. She came to him with a device she had crafted, the very first Adam fastened around the neck of one of her own sisters. Though that woman had no wish to serve Luther, the Adam compelled her obedience. Dane produced more Adam. The first Suldam were chosen, and women who called themselves Aes Sedai discovered they were truly Marath domain, those who must be leashed. Legend says that when Dane herself was finally leashed, her screams echoed through the towers of midnight. But of course she too was Marath damane, and such women cannot be permitted to roam free. Rena's tone turned almost conversational. "Perhaps you will be one of those rare domain who can craft Adam. If so, you would be indulged and cared for. You have my word on that." Egwene's gaze drifted longingly toward the passing landscape. The terrain was growing rougher, with low hills beginning to rise and the woods thinning to isolated patches of brush. She felt certain she could vanish into one of those thickets if given half a chance. "Am I meant to be grateful?" she asked bitterly. "To look forward to a life of pampering, like a prized hound on a chain. A lifetime bound to people who see me as nothing more than a trained creature." "Not men," Rena corrected with a light chuckle. "All Soldam are women. If a man were to put on this bracelet, most of the time it would be as inert as if it hung on a wall hook. And sometimes the sharp-featured Soldam cut in, her voice like cracked ice. Both he and the domain would die screaming. On occasion, the Empress amuses the court of the 9 moons by linking a nobleman to a domain. It makes the Lord sweat and provides entertainment. The Lord never knows until the moment arrives whether he will survive, and neither does the domain. Her laugh was short and cruel. Only the Empress can afford to waste domain so recklessly, Alwyn. Rena snapped. "I do not intend to train this one, only to have her thrown away on a noble's whim." "I've seen little training so far, Rena. Only endless talk, as if you two were childhood companions sharing secrets." "Perhaps it is time," Rena said, her eyes settling on Egwene with renewed focus, "to see what she is capable of." Rena gestured toward a solitary oak tree standing tall on a distant hilltop. "Do you have the control to channel that far?" Egwene studied the tree, which was perhaps half a mile from the column of soldiers and Suroth's palanquin. She had never attempted anything beyond arm's length, but the possibility felt just within reach. "I'm not sure," she admitted. Try, Renna instructed, her voice firm. Reach out and feel that tree. Sense the sap flowing within it. I want you to generate so much heat that every drop of sap in every branch turns to steam in an instant. Do it now. A startling urge to obey surged through Egwene. It had been 2 days since she had last channeled or even touched Cedar. The craving to fill herself with the one power made her tremble. Aye! She quickly abandoned the defiant will not. The memory of invisible welts was still too sharp for such recklessness. Cannot, she finished. The distance is too great, and I've never attempted anything like that. A harsh laugh came from one of the soldam nearby, and Olwyn remarked, she didn't even make an effort. Renna shook her head with a hint of pity. After years as a soldam, she explained to Egwene, you learn to read a domain even without the bracelet. But with the bracelet, I always know if you've tried to channel. You must never lie to me, or to any soldam, not even by the slightest omission. Suddenly, the invisible switches returned, striking her from all sides. Egwene cried out and swung a fist at Renna, but the soldam easily deflected the blow, making Egwene's arm feel as if it had been struck by a club. She dug her heels into Bela's sides, but Renna's grip on the leash nearly yanked her from the saddle. In a frantic, desperate move, Egwene reached for Cedar, intending to make Renna feel the same pain she was enduring. Renna only gave a wry shake of her head, and Egwene screamed as her own skin seared with a sudden, scalding heat. The burning only began to fade when she completely released Cedar, yet the unseen blows continued without pause. She tried to shout that she would attempt the channeling if only the punishment would stop, but all that emerged were raw screams as she twisted in agony. Distantly, she was aware of Min shouting in fury, trying to ride to her, of Alwyn wrenching the reins from Min's hands, and of another soldam speaking sharply to her own domain, who then fixed her gaze on Min. Soon Min was also crying out, arms flailing as if swatting at a swarm of stinging insects. In her own suffering, Min's pain felt remote. Their combined cries drew the attention of some soldiers, who glanced back, laughed, and turned away again. How soldam disciplined their domain was no business of theirs. The ordeal felt endless, but it finally ceased. Egwene lay limp across her saddle, tears streaking her cheeks, sobbing into Bela's mane. The mare whickered softly, unsettled. "It's good that you have spirit," Renna said, her tone calm and almost approving. "The best domain are those with a strong will to be shaped and moulded." Egwene squeezed her eyes shut. She wished she could block her ears as well, to silence Renna's voice. "I have to escape, but how, Nineve? Please help me. Light, someone, anyone help me. You will become one of the finest," Renna stated with satisfaction, her hand stroking Egwene's hair like an owner comforting a pet. Nearby, concealed behind a thicket of prickly shrubs, Nynaeve leaned from her saddle to scan the landscape. She saw scattered trees, some leaves already shifting to autumn hues, and wide stretches of grass and brush that appeared empty. Nothing moved that she could detect except a thinning column of smoke, wavering in the breeze, rising from a patch of scorched leather leaf. That had been her doing, the leather leaf, along with the lightning summoned from a clear sky, and a few other weaves she had only learned when those two women had used them against her. She sensed they must work in tandem somehow, though their connection puzzled her. One wore a collar, yet the other seemed just as securely leashed. Nynaeve felt certain that one or both of the women she had glimpsed were Aes Sedai. She had never caught a clear enough view to see the telltale glow of channeling, but it had to be the case. The thought of informing Shiriam about this brought a dry, bitter amusement. Aes Sedai aren't supposed to wield the power as a weapon, are they? Yet she had done exactly that. Her lightning strike had at least thrown the two women to the ground, and she had watched one of the soldiers, or what remained of him, burn from the fireball she had shaped and hurled. But it had been a while since she had spotted any of their pursuers. Sweat gathered on her brow, only partly from exertion. Her connection to Cedar had vanished, and no effort could restore it. In that first surge of fury upon realizing Liandrin's betrayal, the one power had flooded into her almost unbidden. In that moment, anything had seemed possible. The rage of being hunted like a wild creature had sustained her as long as the chase lasted. Now the pursuit had faded. The longer she went without a visible enemy to confront, the more her anxiety grew, fear that they were creeping up on her. Fear for what might be happening to Egwene, Elaine, and Min. Reluctantly, she admitted that what filled her now was plain fear, for her friends and for herself. What she needed was anger, but it would not come. A rustle sounded from behind a tree. Her breath hitched as she scrambled to grasp Cedar. But none of Shiriam's exercises worked, not the blossoming images, not the mental streams held like riverbanks. She could sense the source, shimmering just out of reach, but she could not touch it. Then Elaine stepped cautiously from behind the trunk, and Nynaeve sagged in relief. The daughter heir's dress was soiled and torn, her golden hair a nest of tangles and leaves. Her eyes were wide with fright, yet her grip on the short dagger remained steady. Nynaeve gathered her reins and rode forward. Elaine jumped, then pressed a hand to her throat, drawing a shaky breath. After dismounting, the two women embraced, drawing strength from finding one another. For a moment, Elaine said as they parted, "I thought you were one of them. Did you see where they went? 2 men were following me. Another minute, and they would have caught me. But a horn sounded, and they wheeled their horses and galloped away. They saw me, Nynaeve, and they just left. I heard the horn too. I haven't seen any of them since. Have you seen Egwene or Min?" Elaine shook her head and sank to the ground. Not since that man struck Min, knocked her down. And one of those women was trying to fasten something around Egwene's neck. I saw that much before I ran. I don't think they escaped, Nynaeve. I should have done something. Min cut the hand that held me, and Egwene tried to fight. I just ran. I realized I was free, and I ran. My mother had better marry Gareth Brine and have another daughter quickly. I am not fit to be queen. Don't be foolish, Nynaeve said sharply. Remember, I have sheep-stung root in my herb pouch. Elaine merely buried her face in her hands, not even murmuring a reply. Listen to me. Did you see me stand and fight 30 armed men, plus the Aes Sedai? If you had stayed, you'd most likely be a captive now or dead. They seemed interested in Egwene and me for some reason. They might not have cared whether you lived or died. Why us? Why did Liandrin betray us? The questions circled with no answers. If I had died trying to help them, Elaine began. You'd be dead, Nynaeve finished bluntly, and then you'd be no help to anyone, least of all yourself or them. Now get up and dust off your dress. She turned to rummage in her saddlebags for a hairbrush, the ordinary task a small anchor in the chaos. Around them, the forest had grown eerily quiet, as if holding its breath.
And do something about that hair of yours.
Elaine rose with deliberate slowness, accepting the brush with a soft chuckle.
You're starting to sound just like Lini, my old nurse.
She began to work the brush through her long locks, grimacing as it caught on snarls.
But Nynaeve, how can we possibly help them?
You might channel with the strength of a full sister when you're furious, but they have women who can channel as well. I doubt they're actual Aes Sedai, but they might as well be. We don't even know which way they went. West, Nynaeve stated firmly, that creature Suroth mentioned Falmi, and that's the westernmost point on Toman Head. We're going to Falmi. I dearly hope Liandrin is there. I'll make her regret the day her parents ever met. But first, we need to find some local clothing. I've seen Tarabana and Domani women in the tower, and their attire is nothing like ours. We'd stick out in Falmi like sore thumbs. I wouldn't mind trying a Domani dress, though Mother would absolutely have a fit if she ever found out, and Linny would never stop lecturing me. But even if we find a village, can we afford new gowns? I've no idea what funds you have, but I'm down to 10 gold marks, and maybe twice that in silver. That might last us 2 or 3 weeks, but then what? Nineve laughed. A few months as a novice in Tar Valon hasn't cured you of thinking like a crown princess. I don't have a tenth of what you do, but together it'll keep us comfortable for 2 or 3 months longer, if we're frugal. I'm not planning to buy dresses, and they certainly won't be new. My grey silk gown should serve us well with all those pearls and that gold thread. If I can't find a woman willing to trade us 2 or 3 sturdy outfits for it, I'll give you this ring and volunteer to be the novice myself. She swung up into her saddle and offered a hand to pull Elaine up behind her. "What is our plan once we reach Falmey?" Elaine asked, adjusting herself on the mare's hindquarters. "I won't know that until we get there," Nynaeve admitted, pausing to let the horse stand still. "Are you certain you want to do this? It will be dangerous. More dangerous than what Egwene and Min are facing. They'd come for us if our situations were reversed." "I know they would. Are we going to stand here all day?" Elaine nudged her heels, and the mare started forward. Nineveh guided the horse until the morning sun, not yet at its peak, shone at their backs. "We'll have to be cautious. The Aes Sedai we know can sense a woman who can channel, just by being near her. These so-called Aes Sedai might pick us out of a crowd if they're looking, and we should assume they are. They were certainly hunting for Egwene and me. But why? Yes, cautious. You were right before, too. We won't do them any good by getting captured ourselves." Elaine was quiet for a moment. "Do you think it was all lies, Nynaeve? What Liandrin said about Rand being in danger? And the others? Aes Sedai do not lie." It was Nynaeve's turn for silence, recalling Sheriam's explanation of the oaths a woman takes upon being raised to full sisterhood, oaths sworn while holding a terangriel that binds her to them. To speak no word that is not true, that was one, but everyone knew an Aes Sedai's truth might not be the truth you thought you heard. I expect Rand is currently warming his boots by Lord Agelmar's hearth in Fal Dara, she said, a hint of forced cheer in her voice. "I can't afford to worry about him now. Egwene and Min need my focus." "I suppose he is," Elaine replied with a sigh. She shifted uncomfortably. "If it's a long way to Falmey, Nynaeve, I expect to ride in the saddle half the time. This is not a pleasant perch. We'll never get there if you let this horse amble along at her own pace the entire journey." Nynaeve urged the mare into a brisk trot, and Elaine let out a surprised yelp, clutching tightly at Nynaeve's cloak for balance. Nynaeve resolved that she would take her turn riding behind Elaine without complaint, even if the other woman urged their horse into a gallop. For now, she mostly tuned out the gasps and jostling of the woman clinging to her back. Her mind was fixed on a single hope, that by the time they reached Falmey, the cold knot of fear in her stomach would finally thaw into a hot, cleansing anger. A brisk, cool wind picked up, carrying the sharp promise of colder days ahead. Thunder growled ominously across the leaden sky. Rand tugged his cloak hood forward, a futile effort to shield himself from the relentless, icy rain. His horse, red, slogged through deepening puddles with grim determination. The hood was already a soaked weight around his head, his fine black coat clinging to him, chilled and saturated. It wouldn't take much more of a temperature drop for this rain to turn to sleet or snow. Locals in the last village had muttered about 2 early snows already. Shivering violently, Rand found himself almost wishing for snow. At least it wouldn't seep into his bones like this cold water. The entire column moved in a miserable, vigilant plod, eyes scanning the wet, rolling hills. Ingter's banner, the grey owl, hung limp and heavy in the gusts. Hurin occasionally pushed back his cowl to sniff the air, insisting neither rain nor cold could mask the foul trail he sought, though he had found nothing yet. Behind him, Rand caught the rough texture of Uno's muttered curses. Loyal fussed constantly with his saddlebags, less concerned with his own soaking than with the safety of his precious books. The only one who seemed untouched by the misery was Verin. She rode lost in thought, her hood fallen back, rain streaming unnoticed down her face. "Can't you do something about this?" Rand demanded, his voice sharp with discomfort. A treacherous, seductive whisper stirred in the back of his mind. He could do it himself. All it would take was to seize Sedin, to embrace the one power. The temptation was dizzyingly sweet to be filled with that energy, to become one with the storm itself. He could force the clouds to break, or instead ride their fury, whipping the winds to scour the whole of Toman Head clean. Embrace it. He crushed the longing with a brutal internal grip. Verin gave a slight jump, as if waking from a deep sleep. What? Oh, the weather. I suppose I could mitigate it somewhat. A storm this vast is beyond my control alone, but I could ease its effects right here around us. She wiped rain from her cheeks, seeming to notice her displaced hood for the first time, and adjusted it absently. Then why don't you? Matt's voice was surprisingly vigorous, though the face peering from under his drenched hood was pale and shivering. We're freezing out here. Because, Verin replied, her mouth tightening into a thin line. Using that much of the power would be like lighting a beacon. Any Aes Sedai, or worse, any Seanchan within 10 miles with their leashed domain would sense it immediately. Do you really want to bring that down on us? Their brief stop at Artuan's mill had provided chilling, fragmented answers. The villagers had spoken in terrified bursts, then clammed up, glancing fearfully over their shoulders. Their terror of the Seanchan's return, with their monstrous creatures and collared women who should have been Aes Sedai, was palpable. What truly froze their blood, however, were the grim examples the invaders had left behind. The village had buried its dead, but no one would touch or even speak of the large, charred patch in the square. Hurin had been sick the moment they rode in and refused to go near the blackened earth. Atuan's mill was half empty. Some had fled to Falme, hoping for milder treatment in an occupied town, while others had simply vanished eastward, and many who remained were nervously packing to follow. The conflict on Almouth Plain was a clash of men, Taraboners against Domani by all accounts, and the fires that consumed homes and barns there were set by human hands wielding torches. Even a conventional war felt more comprehensible, something you could stand against, unlike the actions of the Seanchan and the horrors they might yet unleash. Why would Fane bring the horn to this place? Perrin muttered under his breath. It was a question each of them had voiced in turn, met only with silence and speculation. With a war raging, these Seanchan invaders and their creatures, why here of all places? Ingdar twisted in his saddle to regard them, his face drawn and weary, rivaling Matt's own gaunt appearance. In times of war, there are always men who see chaos as an opportunity for personal gain, he said. Fane is that sort. He likely believes he can steal the horn back, even from the Dark One himself, and turn it to his own advantage. The father of lies does not weave straightforward plots, Verin observed, her tone measured. It is entirely possible he desires Fane to bring the horn here for a purpose known only in the depths of Sheol Ghul. Monsters, Matt snorted. His cheeks were hollow, his eyes shadowed pits, making his robust voice a cruel mockery of his condition. They probably just saw some Trollocs or a Fade. Why wouldn't they be here? If the Seanchan have women who can channel fighting for them, why not Fades and Trollocs too? He noticed Verin's steady gaze and flinched slightly. Well, they can channel, leashed or not. That makes them Aes Sedai in my book. His eyes flicked to Rand, and he let out a ragged, humorless laugh. And I suppose that makes you Aes Sedai too. The light help every last one of us. The drumming of hooves approached through the mud and relentless rain as Massima galloped back from the vanguard. He reined in beside Ingtar. "Another village lies ahead, my lord," he reported. His gaze swept past Rand, his eyes tightening almost imperceptibly before fixing firmly on Ingtar. "It's deserted. No villagers, no Xianchan, not a soul. The structures seem intact, save for 2 or 3 that, well, they are simply gone, my lord." Ingtar raised a hand, signalling the party to a trot. The village clung to the slopes of a low hill, a paved square at its crown encircling a ring of ancient stone walls. The houses were built of local stone, flat-roofed and mostly single-story. On one side of the square, where 3 larger buildings had once stood, only mounds of blackened rubble remained, scattered with shattered stone and charred timbers. Loose shutters banged fitfully in the wind. Ingtar dismounted before the sole sizable building still standing. A weathered sign above its door, creaking in the damp air, depicted a woman juggling stars, though it bore no name. Rainwater streamed from its corners in twin steady curtains. Verin hurried inside, while Ingtar issued orders. "Uno, search every dwelling. If anyone remains, they may tell us what transpired here, and perhaps more of these Xianchan. Secure any food or blankets you find." Uno nodded and began selecting men for the task. Ingtar then turned to Hurin. "What does your nose tell you? Did Fane pass this way?" Hurin, rubbing his nose thoughtfully, shook his head. "Not his trail, my lord, and not Trollocs either. But whoever did that," he said, pointing toward the wrecked houses, "left a powerful stench of violence behind. There were people in those buildings when they fell. Xianchan work?" Ingtar growled. "Let's get inside. Ragan, see to the horses, find some shelter for them." Inside the common room, Verin had already kindled fires in the 2 large hearths at opposite ends. She was warming her hands at one, her soaked cloak draped over a nearby table on the tiled floor. She had scavenged a few candles, now burning steadily in their own pooled wax on another table. The emptiness and quiet, broken only by distant thunder, combined with the flickering shadows to give the spacious room a cavernous, lonely feel. Rand shed his own wet cloak and coat onto a table and joined her by the fire. Only Loyal seemed more concerned with checking the condition of his precious books than with chasing away the chill. "We will never recover the Horn of Valeri like this," Ingtar said, frustration edging his voice. 3 days have passed since our arrival here." Ingtar shuddered, running a hand through his damp hair. Rand wondered what grim visions the Shienaran warrior had witnessed in other turnings of the wheel. "It's been days already, with at least another 2 days' ride to Falme ahead of us, and we've found no trace of Fane or his dark friends. There are countless villages dotting this coast. He could have taken shelter in any of them and found passage on a ship by now, if he was ever in this region at all." "He is here," Verin stated, with unsettling calm, "and his destination is Falme." "And he remains here," Rand added, the unspoken thought hanging in the air, "waiting for me. Please, Light, let him still be waiting. Hurin hasn't caught his scent yet." Ingtar countered. The sniffer gave a helpless shrug, as if the failure were a personal shortcoming. "But why choose Falme? If the local folk are to be trusted, Falme is under the control of these Xianchan. I'd trade my finest hunting dog to learn who they truly are and where they sprang from. Their identity is not our primary concern." Verin knelt, unfastening her saddlebags to retrieve dry garments. "At least we have rooms to change in, though it will hardly matter if this rain does not let up. Ingtar, the villagers may well be correct. They could be the returned descendants of Artur Hawkwing's armies. What is relevant is that Pedan Fane has gone to Falme, the writings discovered in the dungeon at Faldara, never specifically named Fane." "Forgive my bluntness, Aes Sedai, but that could have been a deliberate deception as easily as some dark prophecy. I find it difficult to believe even Trollocs would be foolish enough to detail all their plans in writing before executing them. She twisted to look up at him, her expression unreadable. And what, then, do you intend to do if you disregard my counsel? I intend to recover the Horn of Valere, Ingtar stated, his voice firm.
You must forgive me, but I must trust my own judgment over words scrawled by a Trolloc. A Midral, most likely, Verin murmured, though he continued without pause, or a dark friend who appears to betray himself so conveniently. I mean to search every inch of ground until Hurin catches a scent, or we lay hands on Fane himself. I must have the horn, Verin said I must. That isn't the way to think of it, Hurin said softly, almost to himself. Not must. What will be, will be.
No one seemed to hear him. We all have our duties, Verin murmured, sifting through her belongings, yet some purposes may hold even greater weight than that. She offered nothing more, but Rand felt a familiar frustration. He ached to be free of her subtle prods and veiled hints. I am not the Dragon Reborn, Light. I wish I could just be free of Aes Sedai entirely. Ingtar, Rand said. I believe I will ride on to Falme. Fane is there, I feel it in my bones, and if I do not confront him soon, he intends to bring harm to Eamon's Field. He had not voiced that fear aloud before. His declaration drew every eye. Mat and Perrin frowned, their expressions a mix of worry and calculation. Verin looked at him as if a missing piece of a puzzle had just clicked into place. Loyal appeared astonished, while Hurin seemed merely confused. Ingtar's disbelief was plain. Why would he target your home? The Shienaran asked. I don't know, Rand lied, the words bitter on his tongue, but it was part of the message he left with Lord Barthanes. And did Barthanes claim Fane was bound for Falme? Ingtar pressed. No, but it wouldn't matter if he had, Rand replied with a hollow laugh. Dark friends lie as easily as they draw breath. Rand, Mat said, if I knew a sure way to stop Fane from hurting Eamon's Field, I would, if I was certain he meant to. But I need that dagger back, Rand, and Hurin is our best chance of finding it. I will ride with you wherever you go, Rand. Loyal rumbled. He had finished ensuring his books were dry and was peeling off his soaked coat, but I failed to see how a delay of a few more days will alter the course of events now. For once, try not to be quite so hasty. Whether we go to Falme now, later, or not at all makes little difference to me, Perrin said with a shrug, though his golden eyes were serious. But if Fane truly is threatening our home, well, Mat's right. Hurin is our surest path to finding him. I can find him, Lord Rand, Hurin insisted, a spark of determination cutting through his earlier dejection. Give me one clean sniff of his trail, and I'll lead you straight to him. No one else leaves a trail quite like his. The decision is yours alone, Rand, Verin replied thoughtfully. But keep in mind that Falme is occupied by invaders we understand very little about. If you go there by yourself, you could end up captured or worse. And that helps no one. I trust you'll choose wisely. Taverin, Loyal murmured in his deep voice. Rand sighed in frustration, running a hand through his hair. Just then, Uno entered from the square, shaking rainwater from his cloak. Not a single soul out there, my lord. Looks like they all bolted like scared rabbits. All the livestock is gone, and there isn't a cart or wagon left either. Half the homes have been cleared right down to the floorboards. I'd bet my next month's wages you could track them by the furniture they dumped along the road once they realized it was just slowing them down. What about clothing? Ingtar asked. Uno blinked his single eye, caught off guard. Just scraps and leftovers, my lord. Mostly things they decided weren't worth the trouble to carry. They'll have to do. Hurin, I want you and a few others dressed like locals, as many as we can manage, so you don't draw attention. Fan out wide, north and south, until you pick up the trail. More soldiers filtered in, gathering around Ingtar and Hurin to listen. Rand rested his hands on the fireplace mantel, staring into the flames. They reminded him of Baalzamon's eyes, flickering with a malevolent light. "Time is running out," he said quietly. "I can feel it. Something pulling me toward Falme, and there isn't much left." He noticed Verin watching him and added sharply, "Not that. It's Fane I need to find. This has nothing to do with the other." Verin gave a slow nod. The wheel weaves as it wills, and each of us is part of the pattern. Fane has had weeks, maybe months, ahead of us. A few more days likely won't change what is meant to happen. "I'm getting some sleep," Rand muttered, grabbing his saddlebags. They can't have taken every bed in the place. Upstairs he found beds still standing, but only a few had mattresses, and those were so lumpy he wondered if the floor would be softer. He finally settled on one where the mattress sagged deeply in the middle. The room was bare, except for a wobbly-legged table and a single wooden chair. After changing into dry clothes, since there were no sheets or blankets, he propped his sword near the head of the bed. With a grim smile, he considered that the only dry covering he had was the dragon's banner, but he left it secured inside his saddlebags. Rain hammered the roof. Thunder rumbled and lightning occasionally flashed beyond the window. Shivering, he tossed and turned on the uncomfortable mattress, debating whether to use the banner as a blanket after all, or whether he should just ride for Falme now and be done with it. He shifted onto his side and froze. Baalzamon stood beside the chair, the pure white length of the dragon's banner draped across his hands. The space around him seemed darker, as if he were wrapped in a haze of thick, oily shadow. Nearly healed burns marked his face, and as Rand watched, his pitch-black eyes vanished for an instant, replaced by pits of endless flame. Rand's saddlebags lay open at his feet, the flap thrown back where the banner had been hidden. "The hour draws near, Luz Therin." Baalzamon's voice was like grinding stone. "1,000 threads are pulling taut. Soon you will be bound and trapped, set upon a path you cannot alter. Madness, death before the end. Will you destroy everything you love yet again?" Rand's eyes flicked toward the door, but he didn't move except to sit up on the edge of the bed. What was the point in running from the Dark One? His throat was dry as dust. "I am not the dragon, father of lies," he croaked. The darkness behind Baalzamon swirled, and the sound of roaring furnaces filled the air as he laughed. "You flatter me and underestimate yourself. I know you intimately. I have stood against you 1,000 times before, 1,000 upon 1,000. I know the wretched depths of your soul, Luz Therin Kinslayer." The laughter came again, a furnace blast that forced Rand to shield his face from the searing heat of that fiery maw. "What is it you seek? I will not be your servant. I refuse to act on your desires. I would choose death first. Death you shall have, insect. How many deaths have you tasted through the long turn of the ages, you imbecile, and what has any of them gained you? The grave is a chill, solitary place, home only to the crawling things. The grave belongs to me. This turning, there will be no rebirth for your kind. This time the wheel will be shattered, and the world reforged in the shadow's own likeness. This time your end will be absolute."
"Which do you prefer, an eternity of oblivion, or life without end, coupled with dominion?"
Rand found himself standing without conscious thought. The void enveloped him, Sedin awaited, and the one power flooded his being. That sensation nearly fractured his focus. Was this truly happening? A dream? Could one channel in a dream? Yet the raging current pouring into him washed all uncertainty aside. He launched it at Baalzamon, hurled the pure essence of the one power, the very force that turns the wheel, a strength that could set oceans ablaze and reduce mountains to dust. Baalzamon retreated a half-step, gripping the banner like a shield before him. Flames danced in his gaping eyes and mouth, and a darkness wrapped around him like a shroud woven from the shadow itself. The power plunged into that black haze and disappeared, absorbed like water into sun-baked desert sand. Rand drew deeper on Sedin, pulling for more, and then more still. His skin was so cold it felt ready to fracture. It also burned as if it might vaporize. His bones ached, on the verge of crystallizing into frigid ash. He did not care. It was like swallowing pure vitality. "You reckless fool," Ba'alzamon bellowed. "You will annihilate yourself." Mat. The thought surfaced somewhere beyond the all-consuming deluge. The dagger, the horn, Fane, Emond's field. I cannot die yet. He was uncertain how he managed it, but abruptly the torrent ceased, Sedin vanished, and the void with it. Shuddering violently, he collapsed to his knees beside the bed, arms clutching himself in a futile attempt to still their convulsions. "That is more sensible, Lews-Therin." Ba'alzamon cast the banner to the floorboards and placed his hands upon the chair back. Thin tendrils of smoke curled up from between his fingers. The shadow no longer clung to him. "There lies your banner, Kinslayer. May it bring you all the fortune it can muster. 1,000 threads, laid over 1,000 years, have drawn you to this point. 10,000 cords woven across the ages bind you like a lamb for the slaughter. The wheel itself imprisons you within your fate, cycle after cycle. Yet I can sever those bonds, you snivelling coward. I alone in all this world can instruct you in wielding the power. I alone can prevent it from killing you before madness claims you. I alone can halt the descent into insanity. You have served me in turnings past. Serve me once more, lose therein, or face obliteration for all time. My name," Rand forced out through chattering teeth, "is Rand al'Thor." A violent shudder made him squeeze his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, he was alone. Ba'alzamon was gone. The shadow had vanished. His saddlebags rested against the chair, buckles fastened, one side swollen with the shape of the dragon's banner, exactly as he had left them. Yet, upon the chair back, faint wisps of smoke still rose from the charred, finger-shaped impressions. Nynaeve shoved Elaine back into the tight alley between a cloth merchant's establishment and a potter's workshop as the two women connected by a gleaming silvery leash moved past, making their way down the cobbled street toward Falmey's harbour. They dared not let that pair draw too near. The townsfolk cleared a path for those two even more swiftly than they did for Xianchan soldiers or the occasional curtained palanquin of a noble, now sealed tight against the autumn chill. Even the street sketchers refrained from offering to draw their likeness in chalk or charcoal, though they pestered nearly every other passer-by. Nynaeve's lips pressed into a thin line as she tracked the Suldam and her damain through the bustling crowd. Even after weeks in this accursed town, the sight turned her stomach. Perhaps it sickened her even more now, the grotesque normalcy of it all, a fresh insult each day. She could not conceive of treating any woman that way, not even Moiraine or Liandrin. Well, perhaps Liandrin, she conceded with a bitter taste in her mouth. In the cramped, fish-scented room they had rented above the fish-seller's stall, nighttime often brought dark, inventive fantasies of what she would do to Liandrin once she had her in her grasp. Those thoughts sometimes shocked her with their cruelty, even as a secret part of her admired her own creativity. Liandrin ranked above Suroth in her mind. Keeping her eyes on the two figures ahead, her gaze snagged for an instant on a gaunt man farther down the lane before the moving crowd swallowed him again. All she caught was the impression of a prominent nose on a thin face. He wore a bronze velvet robe in the Xiancan style over his garments, but something about him felt wrong. Not Xiancan, though the servant trailing him certainly was, a high-ranking one with a shaved temple. The locals had not adopted Xianchan fashions, especially that particular look. That man looked like Padan Fain, she thought, disbelief rising. It couldn't be him, not here. Nynaeve, Elaine murmured, "Can we please keep moving? That apple seller is studying his table as if it held fewer apples a moment ago, and I would rather he didn't start wondering what's in my pockets. Both women wore long sheepskin coats, fleece turned inward, embroidered with vivid crimson spirals across the chest. It was country attire, but it blended well enough in Falmey, where plenty of folk had come in from outlying farms and hamlets. Among so many newcomers, the two of them had melted into the crowd without notice. Nineve had undone her braid, and her gold ring, the serpent biting its own tail, now rested beneath her dress alongside Lan's weighty ring on the leather cord around her neck. The deep pockets of Elaine's coat bulged conspicuously. "You stole those apples?" Nineve whispered sharply, tugging Elaine into the flow of the crowded street. "Elaine, we don't need to steal, not yet at least, don't we? How much coin do we have left? You've been claiming you're not hungry at meals rather often these past few days." "Well, I am not hungry," Nineve retorted, trying to ignore the hollow feeling in her stomach. Every single thing cost more than she had anticipated. She'd overheard townsfolk grumbling about how prices had climbed since the Xianchan arrived. "Hand me one of those." The apple Elaine produced from her pocket was small and firm, but it crunched with a burst of sweet tartness when Nineve bit into it. She licked the juice from her lips. "How did you even?" She pulled Elaine to a stop and searched her face. "Did you? You didn't?" With so many people streaming past, she couldn't find the words, but Elaine understood. "Only a touch." I nudged that pile of overripe melons to topple, and while he was busy gathering them up to Nineve's irritation, Elaine displayed no blush, no hint of shame. Munching calmly on an apple, she shrugged. "There's no call to glare at me like that." I checked carefully to make sure no domain was nearby. She sniffed in disdain. "If I were held captive, I wouldn't lift a finger to help my jailers enslave other women. But look at these people. You'd think they'd been lifelong servants of the very ones who ought to be their mortal enemies." Her gaze swept over the passers-by with open scorn. You could trace the path of any Xianchan, even common soldiers, by the wave of bows spreading through the crowd. They should be resisting. They should fight back. How against all that? They had to step aside with everyone else as a Xianchan patrol advanced up the street from the harbour. Nineve executed the bow, hands on knees, face carefully blank, while Elaine was slower, her curtsy tinged with a sour twist of her lips. The patrol numbered 20 armoured men and women on horseback, a sight for which Nineve felt a grim flicker of relief. She could never grow accustomed to the sight of people mounted on creatures that resembled bronze-scaled, tailless cats, and the appearance of a rider on one of those flying beasts always left her feeling light-headed. She was thankful such sightings were rare. Even so, 2 leashed animals moved with the patrol, resembling wingless birds covered in rough, leathery skin, their sharp beaks rising higher above the cobblestones than the helmets of the soldiers. Those long, muscular legs seemed built for speed no horse could match. Once the Xianchan had passed, she rose slowly from her bow. Around her, some who had also bowed now hurried away almost at a run. No one felt at ease around the Xianchan's creatures except the Xianchan themselves. "Elaine," she murmured as they continued upward, "if we are captured, I swear on my knees I will beg them to let me take the strongest switch I can find and stripe you from head to toe before they decide our fate. If you still cannot grasp caution, perhaps it's time to consider sending you back to Tar Valon or home to Camelin, or anywhere far from here." I'm cautious. At least I checked to make sure no domain was nearby. "What about you? I've watched you channel right in front of one." I made certain they weren't looking my way, Nineve muttered. It had taken every bit of her fury. Anger at seeing women leashed like animals to steady her hand. And I only did it that one time, and it was barely a thread. A thread? We spent 3 full days shut in our room. breathing in the stink of fish, while they turned the town upside down, searching for whoever had done it. You call that cautious? I had to learn whether those collars could be opened. She believed it might be possible. Testing one more collar would be necessary to be sure, and the thought filled her with dread. Like Elaine, she had assumed every domain must be a prisoner longing for escape. But it was the collared woman herself who had raised the alarm. A man pushing a cart that rattled over the stones moved past them, calling out his service to sharpen scissors and knives. They ought to resist somehow, Elaine said bitterly. They behave as if they're blind to anything involving the Xianchan. Nineve merely sighed. It didn't help that she partly agreed with Elaine. Initially, she had believed the people of Falmi's submission might be an act, but she had uncovered no trace of resistance whatsoever. She had looked at first, hoping to find allies to help free Egwene and Min, but the slightest hint of opposition sent people into a panic, so she stopped asking before she attracted dangerous notice. Honestly, she could not picture how these people could possibly fight back. Monsters and Aes Sedai. How do you fight monsters and Aes Sedai? Up ahead stood 5 tall stone houses, among the largest in the town, clustered together to form an entire block. One street before reaching them, Nynaeve spotted an alley beside a tailor's shop where they could watch at least some of the entrances to the large houses. It wasn't possible to see every door. She didn't dare let Elaine wander off alone to watch more, but getting closer would be unwise. Above the rooftops on the next street, the golden hawk banner of the High Lord Turak snapped in the wind. Only women entered or left those houses, most of them Suldam, alone or leading domain. The Xianchan had taken over the buildings to house the domain. Egwene had to be inside, and Min was probably there as well. They had seen no sign of Min yet, though it was possible she was simply lost in the crowded streets. Nynaeve had heard countless stories of women and girls taken from the streets or brought in from outlying villages. They all ended up in those houses, and if they reappeared they wore a collar. Settling onto a crate beside Elaine, she reached into the other woman's coat and pulled out a handful of small apples. The number of local people in the streets here had thinned noticeably. Everyone understood the purpose of those houses and gave them a wide berth, much like they avoided the Xianchan stables where their creatures were kept. Watching the doors through the gaps in the foot traffic was simple enough, just 2 women pausing for a quick meal, merely another pair who couldn't manage the cost of an inn. Nothing to draw more than a casual look. Eating without thought, Nynaeve struggled again to form a strategy. Being capable of removing the collar, if she truly could, meant nothing unless she could actually reach Egwene. The apples had lost their sweetness. From the small window of her cramped room under the roof, one of many hastily partitioned spaces, Egwene had a view of the combined garden where domain were led by their Suldam. It had been several separate gardens before the Xianchan tore down the dividing walls and claimed the larger houses for their domain. The trees were nearly bare, yet the domain was still brought out for air, willing or not. Egwene kept her eyes on the garden because Renna was down there, speaking with another Suldam, and as long as Renna remained in sight, she wouldn't suddenly appear inside. Another Suldam might come. There were far more Suldam than domain, and each was eager for her turn, wearing a bracelet. They referred to it as feeling whole, but Renna still oversaw her training, and it was Renna who fastened the bracelet 4 times out of 5. If anyone entered, they would find nothing blocking the door. Domain rooms had no locks. Gweny's room contained only a firm, narrow cot, a washstand with a cracked pitcher and bowl, a single chair, and a small table. There was no space for anything more. Domain required no comfort, privacy, or belongings. Domain were property. Min occupied a nearly identical room in a different house, but Min could come and go largely as she pleased. The Xianchan were obsessed with regulations. They imposed more rules on everyone than the White Tower did on novices. Egwene stayed well back from the window. She did not want any woman below to glance up and notice the faint glow she knew enveloped her as she channeled the one power carefully probing the collar around her neck in a hopeless search. She couldn't even discern if the band was woven or linked. At moments it seemed one, then the other, yet it always felt seamless. It was only the smallest thread of the power, the faintest trickle she could manage, but it still brought sweat to her brow and twisted her stomach. That was one of the Ardam's traits. If a domain channeled without a soldam wearing her bracelet, she grew ill, and the more power she drew, the worse she felt. Lighting a candle just beyond her reach would have made Egwene retch. Once, Renna had commanded her to juggle her little spheres of light while the bracelet lay on the table. The memory alone made her shiver. Now the silver leash trailed across the bare floor and up the plain wooden wall to where the bracelet hung on a peg. The sight of it dangling there filled her with a cold, simmering rage. A dog, left leashed so carelessly, could have bolted. But if a domain moved her bracelet even a foot from where a suldam last touched it, Renna had forced her to try that too, had made her carry her own bracelet across the room, or attempt to... She was certain it had only been minutes before the suldam clamped the bracelet onto her own wrist. But to Egwene, the screaming and the crippling cramps that left her writhing on the floor had felt like hours. A light tap came at the door, and Egwene startled, then realized it couldn't be a suldam. None of them would bother to knock. She released Sedar anyway. She was starting to feel genuinely queasy. "Min." "Reporting for my weekly visit," Min said, slipping inside and closing the door. Her cheerful tone rang slightly hollow, but she always made an effort to lift Egwene's spirits. "How does it look?" Min gave a quick twirl, the dark green wool of her Xianchan-style dress flaring around her. A heavy cloak in the same shade was draped over her arm, and a green ribbon, almost comically, tied back her short, dark hair. The knife at her belt remained, a familiar anchor in the strange new costume. Egwene had been startled when Min began wearing the blade openly, but it seemed the Xianchan extended a brittle trust to everyone, at least until someone stepped out of line. "It's lovely," Egwene said carefully. "But why are you wearing it?" "Don't worry, I haven't joined the other side," Min replied with a sharp smile. "It was this or find a room in the town and probably never see you again." She moved to straddle the chair as she would in breeches, caught herself with a rueful headshake, and turned it around to sit properly. "Everyone has a place in the pattern," she recited in a mocking drone, "and that place must be clear for all to see that old battle-axe Mulan finally got tired of wondering what to do with me and decided I rank with the serving women." She presented me with a choice. "You should see the outfits some of the high-born servants wear. Quite daring, really. Might be amusing, but not without a wedding band on my finger. Anyway, it's done. Mulan made sure of it by burning my coat and breeches." She grimaced, then snatched up a stone from a small pile on the table, tossing it from palm to palm. "It's not all terrible," she admitted with a laugh, "except I keep forgetting how to walk in skirts. I've nearly face-planted 3 times today." Egwene understood that feeling of loss. She, too, had watched her own clothes burn, the beautiful green silk among them. It made her grateful she hadn't brought more of the fine garments Lady Amalisa had given her, though she might never see any of them, or the White Tower again. Now she wore the same dull grey as every other domain. Domain have no possessions, Mulan had explained in that nasal, relentless voice. The dress, the food, even the bed were all gifts from the Suldam. Should a Suldam choose for a domain to sleep on a stable floor? That was her right. Mulan was viciously attentive to any domain who forgot a single word of her tedious lectures. "I don't think there's any going back for me, Min. Not ever." Egwene sighed, sinking onto her narrow cot. She nodded toward the stones. Renna tested me yesterday, blindfolded. I had to pick out the iron ore and the copper every time she mixed them. She left them here as a reward, a reminder of my brilliant success. Couldn't you have just lied? Min asked, the rock stilling in her hand. Told her you couldn't tell the difference? It doesn't sound worse than the rest, certainly better than creating those awful explosions. You still don't understand, Egwene said, her fingers rising to brush the cold, seamless collar at her throat. Pulling did nothing. Channeling against it was worse. When Renna wears that bracelet, she knows exactly what I'm doing with the power, and what I'm not. Sometimes she even seems to know when the bracelet is off. She says, Suldam develop an affinity. The word tasted sour. No one thought to test me on this earlier. Earth was always one of the power's strongest in men. After I identified the rocks, she took me outside the town. I pointed straight to an old, overgrown iron mine. No opening visible, just weeds and rubble, but I could feel the ore still in the ground. Played out for a century, but I knew it was there. I couldn't lie, Min. She knew the moment I sensed it. Egwene felt her cheeks flush with a humiliated heat. She was so thrilled. She promised me a pudding with supper, apparently. She finished, the words biting and sardonic. I've become too precious a resource to waste on fireworks. Any domain can perform that task, but only a select few possess the ability to locate ores deep within the earth. By the light, I despise causing explosions, though I sometimes wish that were the extent of my capabilities. A flush rose in her cheeks. She truly loathed it, the act of rending trees into splinters and making the ground heave and rupture. Such violence was meant for warfare, for taking lives, and she wanted no part in that. Yet, any opportunity the Xianchan permitted was another precious moment to touch Cedar, to feel the surging flow of the power within her. She detested the tasks Renna and the other Suldam forced upon her, but she was certain her capacity to channel had grown stronger since her days in Tar Valon. She knew techniques with the power that no Aes Sedai in the White Tower had ever conceived. They would never have imagined tearing the earth asunder to destroy men. Perhaps you won't have to endure this much longer, Min said with a sudden grin. I've secured us passage on a ship, Egwene. The captain has been detained here by the Xianchan, and he's prepared to sail, with or without their blessing. If he'll take you, Min, you should go, Egwene replied, her voice heavy with fatigue. I've told you I'm considered valuable now. Renna says in a few days they're sending a ship back to Xianchan, specifically to transport me. Min's grin disappeared instantly, and the two women locked eyes in silent understanding. Abruptly, Min hurled the stone in her hand at the collection on the table, sending them clattering in all directions. There has to be a way out of this place. There has to be a way to remove that cursed thing from your neck. Egwene let her head fall back against the wall. You know the Xianchan have gathered every woman they could find who can channel even a spark. They come from everywhere, not just Falme, but from the coastal fishing villages and the farming settlements inland. There are Tarrabona and Domini women among them, even passengers from ships they've intercepted. There are 2 Aes Sedai here as well. Aes Sedai, Min exclaimed, then instinctively glanced around to ensure no Xianchan had overheard her uttering the forbidden name. Egwene, if there are Aes Sedai here, they could help us. Let me speak with them, and they cannot even help themselves, Min. I spoke with one. Her name is Rima, the Suldam, don't call her that, but she insisted I know it, and she told me of another. She shared this between fits of weeping. She is Aes Sedai, and she was sobbing, Min. She wears a collar, they call her Pura, and she is as powerless against it as I am. They captured her when Falme fell. She cried because she is beginning to surrender, because she can no longer endure the punishments. She cried because she wishes to end her own life, and cannot even do that without permission. Light, I understand that feeling all too well. Min shifted uncomfortably, smoothing her dress with suddenly anxious hands. Egwene, you must not consider. Egwene, you cannot think of harming yourself. I will find a way to free you, I swear it. I'm not going to kill myself, Egwene stated flatly, a trace of dark irony in her tone. Even if I were able. Let me have your knife. Come now. I won't injure myself. Just hand it over. Min hesitated before slowly drawing the knife from the sheath at her waist. She extended it cautiously, clearly poised to intervene. Egwene took a steadying breath and reached for the hilt. A faint tremor travelled through the muscles of her arm. As her hand came within a foot of the blade, a violent cramp suddenly twisted her fingers. Gritting her teeth, she tried to force her hand closer. The cramp seized her entire arm, knotting muscles all the way to her shoulder. With a pained groan, she sank back, rubbing her arm and fiercely concentrating on not touching the knife. Gradually, the agony began to subside. Min stared at her, utterly bewildered. What? I don't understand. Domain are forbidden to touch any kind of weapon, Egwene explained, working the stiffness from her arm. Even our food is cut for us. I have no desire to harm myself, but I could not if I wished. No domain is ever left unattended where she might leap from a height. That window is nailed shut, or cast herself into a river. Well, I suppose that's beneficial. I mean, Min trailed off, shaking her head. Oh, I don't know what I mean any more. If you could just leap into a river, you might get away. Egwene continued in a flat, weary tone, as though Min hadn't spoken at all. They are conditioning me, Min. The Showdown and this collar are conditioning me. I can't even touch anything I start to think of as a weapon. A few weeks back, I considered hitting Renna with that water pitcher, and for 3 days I couldn't pour a single drop. Once the idea was in my head, I had to stop thinking about using it against her entirely. I had to convince myself I would never, under any circumstances, strike her with it before my fingers could even brush the handle again. She knew exactly what had happened, told me what I had to do to fix it, and made sure I could only wash using that specific pitcher and basin. You're fortunate it happened between your visits. Renna ensured I spent those days laboring from dawn until I collapsed at night, utterly spent. I am fighting them, but they are training me just as thoroughly as they are training Pura. She clapped a hand over her mouth, a low groan escaping. Her name is Rima. I must remember her real name, not the one they've forced on her. She is Rima of the Yellow Adja, and she resisted them as long and as fiercely as she was able. It is no failing of hers that her strength is finally gone. I wish I knew the name of the other sister Rima spoke of. Remember us both, Min Rima of the Yellow Adja, and Egwene Alvere. Not Egwene the Damane, Egwene Alvere of Eamon's Field. Will you promise me that? Stop this. Min's voice cracked like a whip. Stop it right now. If they ship you off to Sionchan, I'll be on that boat beside you, but I don't believe they will. You know, I've seen things around you, Egwene. I don't grasp most of it, I rarely do, but I see visions that tie you to Rand and Perrin and Mat, and yes, even to that walking sculpture Galad. May the light help you for having such terrible taste. How can any of that possibly happen if the Sionchan drag you across the ocean? Perhaps they intend to conquer the entire world, Min. If they rule everything, there's no reason Rand and Galad and the others couldn't all end up in Sionchan too. You absolute fool. I am being realistic, Egwene retorted sharply. I don't plan to stop fighting, not while I still draw breath, but I also see no real hope of this collar ever coming off, just as I see no hope that anyone will stop the Sionchan. Min, if this ship captain is willing, you should go with him. At least then one of us would be free. The door swung inward, and Renna entered. Egwene sprang to her feet and offered a stiff bow, Min mirroring the gesture. The cramped room made the formality awkward, but the Sionchan valued protocol over comfort. Ah, Your visiting day, Rena said, her tone light. I'd forgotten. Well, training continues even on visiting days. Egwene watched intently as the Soldam removed the bracelet, opened its clasp, and fastened it again around her own wrist. The mechanism remained a mystery. If she could have used the one power to investigate, she would have, but Rena would have sensed it instantly. As the bracelet clicked shut, a particular look settled on the Soldam's face that made Egwene's heart plummet. You have been channeling, Rena stated, her voice deceptively soft, a spark of ire in her eyes. You know that is forbidden, unless we are linked, Egwene moistened her lips. Perhaps I have been too soft with you. Perhaps you believe your current value grants you liberties. I think it was a mistake to let you keep your old name. I had a kitten named Tuli when I was a girl. From this moment, your name is Tuli. You will leave now, Min. Your visit with Tuli is over. Min hesitated only for a second, shooting Egwene one last tormented glance before she left. There was nothing Min could say or do that wouldn't worsen the situation. Yet Egwene couldn't help a longing look at the door as it closed behind her friend. Rena took the chair, her frown fixed on Egwene. You must be punished severely for this. We will both be summoned before the court of the Nine Moons, you for your unique abilities, and I as the Soldam responsible for your training. I will not permit you to shame me in the Empress's sight. This ends when you confess how deeply you cherish your life as domain and swear your future obedience. And Tuli, you must make me believe each and every word. Chapter 43. A plan. Standing in the dim corridor outside, Min flinched at the first sharp cry from within the room. Her feet carried her a step toward the door before she caught herself, and hot tears welled in her eyes the moment she halted. Light help me. All I can do is make it worse. Egwene, I am so sorry. Overwhelmed by a crushing sense of helplessness, she gathered her skirts and fled, the sound of Egwene's anguish following her down the hall. Staying felt impossible, yet running away filled her with shame. Blinded by her own weeping, she stumbled out into the street. Without realizing she had reached it, her original intention had been to return to her room, but now the very idea was unbearable. The thought of sitting safe and warm so close to where Egwene suffered was intolerable. She dashed the tears from her cheeks, wrapped her cloak tightly around her, and began walking with no destination in mind. Each time she wiped her eyes, fresh tears traced paths down her face. She was not used to crying openly, but then she was utterly unfamiliar with feeling this powerless. She only knew she had to put as much distance as possible between herself and those terrible sounds. Min. The low, urgent call stopped her in her tracks. At first, she couldn't identify the speaker. The street near the domain quarters was nearly deserted. Aside from a solitary street artist attempting to sketch two bored Xianshan soldiers, the few locals hurried past without quite breaking into a run. A pair of Soldam walked by, deep in conversation about how many more Marath domain they hoped to capture before their fleet departed. Their domain following meekly behind, with downcast eyes, Min's gaze slid past two women in heavy fleece coats before snapping back in stunned recognition as they approached her.
Ninave, Elaine?
Who else would it be? Ninaive's smile was tense. Both women wore expressions of tightly controlled worry. Min had never seen a more welcome sight. That color suits you, Ninaive went on, her voice softening for a moment. You should have worn dresses long ago, though I must admit I've considered breeches myself since seeing you in them. Her tone turned sharp as she drew close enough to see Min's face clearly. What is wrong? You have been crying, Elaine said immediately. Has something happened to Egwene? Min jumped and glanced back over her shoulder. A Soldam and her domain were descending the steps she had just used, turning toward the stables. Another woman adorned with lightning panels stood at the top of the stairs, conversing with someone still inside. Min seized her friends by their arms and hurried them down the street in the direction of the harbour. "It isn't safe for you here. Light, it isn't safe for you to be in Falme at all."
Domain are everywhere, and if they discover you...
You do know what domain are, don't you? Oh, you cannot imagine how good it is to see you both. I suspect it is about half as good as it is to see you, Nineve replied briskly. Do you know where Egwene is? Is she in one of these buildings? Is she unharmed? Min paused for only a heartbeat. She is, as well as can be expected, she said carefully. If she told them what was truly happening to Egwene at that very moment, she could all too easily picture Nineve charging back to intervene. Light, let it be finished by now. Light, make her yield her stubborn pride just once before they break her spirit completely. I do not know how to free her, though. I have found a ship's captain who might take us, but only if we can reach his vessel with her. He will not lift a finger to help before then, and I can hardly blame him. I have no notion of how to manage even that much. A ship, Nineve repeated, her voice taking on a thoughtful edge. A new, reckless glint entered her eyes, a stark shift from her usual stern practicality. Well, isn't that just typical? We chase across the world only to find our salvation bobbing on the water, waiting for us to be clever enough to grab it. I had planned to simply ride east, but I must admit the idea has been troubling me. From what I can gather, we would need to travel almost beyond Toman Head to be entirely free of Xianchan patrols, and then there's said to be some kind of conflict still raging across Almouth Plain. A ship never even crossed my mind. We have our horses, and we certainly don't have coin for fares. What is this captain asking? Min gave a helpless shrug. I didn't get that far. We're just as broke. My thought was to delay payment until we were already at sea. After that, well, I doubt he'd dock anywhere the Xianchan holds sway. Wherever he marooned us, it would have to be an improvement over this place. The real trick is persuading him to cast off. He wants to, but their patrols circle beyond the harbour too, and there's no knowing if one of their vessels carries a domain until it's upon you. "Give me a domain of my own on my deck," he says, "and I'll set sail this very hour." Then he mutters about currents and sandbars and treacherous coastlines. I don't follow half of it, but if I just smile and nod now and then, he keeps talking, and I believe if I can keep him talking long enough, he'll argue himself right into going. She drew a shaky breath, her eyes beginning to prickle with tears again. But I don't think we have time for that anymore. Nynaeve, they mean to send Egwene back to Xianchan, and soon. Elaine gasped. But why? She can locate metal ore, Min said, her voice thick with misery. She says she has a few days, and I don't know if a few days is enough for this man to convince himself. Even if it is, how do we remove that cursed collar? How do we even get her out of that house? I wish Rand were here, Elaine sighed. When both women looked at her, she flushed and added hastily, "Well, he does carry a sword. I wish we had someone with a sword. 10 someones. 100. It isn't swords or muscle we need right now," Nynaeve said sharply, "but wits. Men usually think with the hair on their chests." She touched her own chest absently, as if feeling for something beneath her coat. "Most of them anyway. We would need an army," Min said. "A large one. I've heard the Xianchan were outnumbered when they fought the Tarrabonas and the Domani, and they won every battle with ease." She quickly steered Nynaeve and Elaine across the street as a damane and her Suldam passed on the other side. She was relieved they needed no urging. The other two watched the linked women with the same wary tension she felt. "Since we lack an army, it falls to the 3 of us. I hope one of you has a thought I haven't. I've racked my brain, and I always hit a wall with the Adam, that leash and collar. The Suldam don't like anyone watching too closely when they fasten or remove them. I think I can get you inside, if that helps. One of you at least." They see me as a servant, but servants can have visitors if they stay in the servants' quarters. Nynaeve wore a pensive frown, but it cleared almost at once, replaced by a look of fierce determination. Don't you fret, Min. I have a notion or two. I haven't been idle here. You take me to this captain. If he's any more stubborn than the village council in full bluster, I'll eat this coat right here. Elaine nodded, a grin spreading across her face, and for the first time since arriving in Falmey, Min felt a genuine spark of hope. For a fleeting moment, she found herself reading the auras around the other two. Danger was there, but that was expected, and there were new images among the familiar ones. It happened that way sometimes. A man's heavy gold ring hovered above Nynaeve's head, while above Elaine's floated a red-hot iron and a sharp axe. They foretold trouble, she was certain, but it felt distant, a problem for another day. The vision lasted only a heartbeat, and then she saw only Elaine and Nynaeve watching her, waiting. He's down near the harbour, she said, leading the way as the sloping street grew more crowded the further down they went. The narrow streets were a chaotic tapestry of commerce and survival. Vendors with handcarts jostled against merchants who had hauled their goods from distant inland settlements, settling in for the long winter. Hawkers shouted their wares to the bustling crowd, while well-dressed foalmen in ornate cloaks pushed past rural families bundled in thick, practical wool. A palpable tension hummed beneath the surface. Many here were refugees from villages deeper inland, trading the mere threat of Xianchan for their oppressive, ever-present reality. Min understood the fear. She'd heard the grim stories of what happened when those invaders first arrived. Yet she saw little logic in fleeing to their very heart. A sudden hush would fall, and the crowd would dip into bows as Xianchan soldiers in polished armour marched past, or as a shrouded palanquin was borne up the cobbled incline. She was relieved to see Nynaeve and Elaine immediately follow suit. The bearers and soldiers ignored the obeisance completely, but failing to offer it was a sure way to attract unwanted, dangerous attention. As they navigated the press, Min learned the other two had been in the town only a few days less than she and Egwene. After a moment's surprise, it made sense. The streets were a relentless river of humanity, and Min had been clinging close to the dwelling where Egwene was held, paralyzed by the dread that one day she would arrive for her permitted visit and find the room empty. And now that day has come. Unless Nynaeve has a miracle tucked in her sleeve, the sharp scent of salt and tar grew stronger, and the shrieks of gulls circled above. Barefoot sailors, seemingly indifferent to the chill, began to appear more frequently in the throng. Their destination was an inn recently, and poorly rebranded as the Three Plum Blossoms. The ghostly outline of its old name, the Watcher, bled through the hasty paint on the sign. Though the street outside was packed, the common room was only half occupied, the inflated prices keeping most at bay. Fires roared in twin hearths, making the air stiflingly warm. The portly innkeeper in his shirt-sleeves watched their entrance with a frown. Min suspected it was her distinctively Xianchan dress that kept him from shooing them out, as Nynaeve and Elaine in their drab farm coats looked anything but prosperous. The man she sought was in his usual corner, grumbling into a cup of wine. "Got a moment to talk, Captain Doman?" she asked. He glanced up, smoothing his beard with a hand as he noted her companions. That bare upper lip still looked strange to her. "So you've brought friends to help drink my coin, eh?" "Well, that Xianchan lord bought my cargo, so coin I have. Sit," he suddenly roared. "Innkeeper, mulled wine over here, making Elaine jump." "He's harmless," Min assured her, taking a seat on a bench. "He just has the manners and volume of a bear." "A bear, is it?" Doman chuckled, a rough, grating sound. "Maybe so, but what of you, girl? Have you decided to stay put? That dress speaks of Xianchan to me." "Never!" Min shot back, her voice fierce. The arrival of a serving girl with steaming, spiced wine forced a tense silence. Doman waited until she had left with his payment before speaking again, his tone cautious. Fortune, prick me. I meant no insult. Most folk just want to get on with living, whoever's in charge. Nineve rested her arms on the scarred table, her gaze intent. We intend to get on with our lives as well, Captain, but preferably without Siongshan overseers. We hear you plan to sail soon. I'd sail this very hour if it were possible, Doman replied gloomily. Every few days this High Lord Turek summons me to prattle on about odd relics and old sights I've encountered. Do I look a flaming storyteller to you? I thought I could spin a few yarns and be on my way, but now I reckon, when my tales grow stale, it's an even bet whether he lets me go or simply separates my head from my shoulders. The man might appear gentle, but he's as tough as steel and just as unfeeling. Can your ship slip past the Xianchan? Nineve pressed. By fortune's sting, if I can get out of the harbour before a domain tears my spray to kindling, I can manage it. Once at sea, I must keep any Xianchan vessel with a domain at a distance. This coastline is littered with shallow waters, and spray draws little depth. I can navigate into channels those bulky Xianchan ships dare not venture. They have to respect the shifting winds near shore this season, and once I have spray clear, Nineve interrupted him. Then we'll book passage with you, Captain. There will be 4 of us, and I expect you to be prepared to depart the moment we step aboard. Doman rubbed his finger above his lip and stared into his wine. Well, about that, there remains the issue of actually leaving the harbour, you understand, these domainae. What if I promise you'll sail with something more powerful than a domain? Nineve said quietly. Min's eyes went wide as she grasped Nineve's plan. Elaine muttered almost inaudibly, "And you're the one who tells me to be cautious." Doman's attention was fixed solely on Nineve, his expression guarded.
"What are you saying?" he whispered. Nineve opened her coat and reached behind her neck, finally drawing out a leather cord that had been concealed beneath her dress. 2 gold rings dangled from it. Min caught her breath at the sight of one, the heavy man's ring she had glimpsed during her reading of Nineve in the street. But she knew it was the other, more delicate and fashioned for a woman's hand, that made Doman's eyes go round. A serpent consuming its own tail. "You recognize what this signifies," Nineve said, beginning to slide the serpent ring off the cord. But Doman closed his hand over it. "Put it away." His gaze shifted nervously. Min saw no one watching them, but he acted as if every eye in the room were upon him. "That ring is perilous, if it's spotted. As long as you understand its meaning," Nineve replied with a steadiness that made Min ache with envy. She pulled the cord from Doman's grip and fastened it again around her neck. "I know," he said, his voice rough. "I understand what it means. Perhaps there's a chance if you 4, you said? This young woman who enjoys hearing me ramble, I assume she's one of the 4, and you, and..." He frowned at Elaine. "Surely this girl isn't a person like you." Elaine drew herself up indignantly, but Nineve laid a hand on her arm and offered Doman a reassuring smile. "She travels under my protection, Captain. You might be astonished by what we can accomplish even before we earn the right to wear a ring. When we set sail, you'll have 3 aboard your ship who can stand against domain if necessary." 3, he exhaled. There could be a chance. Perhaps his face lit briefly, then sobered as he studied them. "I ought to take you to Spray this instant and cast off, but fortune prick me if I don't warn you what you're facing here if you stay, and maybe even if you come with me. Listen closely and heed my words." He took another wary glance around, keeping his voice low and his phrasing deliberate. "I saw a woman wearing a ring like that captured by the Xianchan. She was a lovely, slender thing, accompanied by a large warrior, a sizable man who looked skilled with a blade. One of them must have slipped, because the Xianchan had an ambush ready. The big man dropped 6 or 7 soldiers before he fell. The woman, they surrounded her with 6 domain.
emerging from the alleys all at once. I thought she would unleash something, you know what I mean, but I don't pretend to grasp these matters. One moment she seemed poised to obliterate them all, then a look of sheer terror crossed her face, and she screamed. "They severed her from the true source," Elaine whispered, her face pale. "No matter," Nineve said calmly. "We won't let the same happen to us. Right, maybe it will go as you say."
"But I'll carry that memory to my grave. Reimer, help me!" That's what she cried out.
One of the domain collapsed, weeping, and they fastened one of those collars around the woman's neck. I ran." He shrugged, rubbed his nose, and stared into his wine. "I've witnessed 3 women taken that way, and I've no stomach for it. I'd leave my own grandmother on the dock to sail from this place, but I felt you had to know." Min spoke carefully. "Egwene mentioned they hold 2 prisoners, a yellow named Rima, and she didn't know the second." Nynaeve shot her a sharp glance, and Min fell silent, her cheeks colouring. From the look on Captain Doman's face, revealing there were 2 Aes Sedai, not one had not helped their cause. Yet he suddenly stared at Nynaeve and took a long drink. "Is that why you're here, to free those 2? You said there would be 3 of you. You know what's necessary," Nynaeve told him firmly. "You must be ready to sail at a moment's notice, any time in the next 2 or 3 days. Will you do it, or will you stay here and gamble on whether they finally decide to take your head?" "There are other ships, Captain, and I intend to secure passage on one before the day is out." Min held her breath, her fingers knotted under the table. Finally, Doman gave a slow nod. "I'll be ready." Back on the street, Min was startled to see Nynaeve sag against the inn's front wall the moment the door closed. "Are you ill?" Min asked anxiously. Nynaeve drew a deep breath and straightened, adjusting her coat. "With some people," she said, "you must project absolute certainty. Show a flicker of doubt, and they'll steer you somewhere you don't want to go." Light, but I was terrified he would refuse. "Come, we still have plans to make. There remain a few modest complications to resolve." "I hope you don't mind fish, Min," Elaine said. "A few modest complications," Min thought as she followed them. She sincerely hoped Nynaeve wasn't merely putting on another show of certainty. Perrin watched the villagers warily, self-consciously adjusting a cloak that was too short, embroidered on the chest and dotted with holes no one had bothered to mend. Yet no one gave him a second look, despite his odd mix of clothing and the axe at his hip. Hurin wore a coat patterned with blue spirals beneath his cloak, and Matt was in a pair of baggy trousers that bunched where they were stuffed into his boots. It was all they had been able to scavenge back in the abandoned settlement. Perrin wondered if this village would soon be empty, too. Half the stone houses stood vacant, and up the dirt street by the inn, 3 ox carts were piled high with belongings, everything hidden under roped canvas. Families huddled around them, saying strained goodbyes to those staying behind, at least for now. It wasn't a lack of interest in strangers, Perrin decided. The villagers were deliberately avoiding looking at him and the others. These people had learned not to show curiosity. Strangers could be dangerous these days on Toman Head. They had met the same careful indifference elsewhere. There were more small, fiercely independent towns here near the coast, every one holding its breath until the Xianchan arrived. "I say it's time to fetch the horses," Matt muttered, before they decide to start asking questions. "There's always a first time." Hurin was staring at a large, blackened circle that scarred the brown grass of the village green. It looked weathered, yet no one had tried to erase it, maybe 6 or 8 months ago, he murmured, and it still reeks. The whole village council and their families. Why would anyone do such a thing? Who knows why they do anything, Matt muttered back. The Xianchan don't seem to need a reason for killing folks. I can't make sense of it either, Perrin admitted, deliberately avoiding the scorched ground. He turned to Hurin, who seemed fixated on the grim scene. "Hurin, are you absolutely certain about Fane's trail?" Hurin. It took calling his name twice more to break the sniffer's trance. Hurin? What? Oh, right. Fane. Hurin's nostrils flared, then immediately wrinkled in disgust. That stench is unmistakable, even faded. It makes a murderall seem fragrant. He definitely came through here, but I believe he was alone. No Trolloc scent, and if any dark friends were with him, they've been keeping a low profile. A commotion erupted near the inn, villagers shouting and gesturing toward the eastern hills. "Can we fetch the horses now?" Matt asked urgently. That could be the Sienkan. Perrin gave a quick nod, and they sprinted toward the abandoned house where their mounts were tied. As Matt and Hurin vanished around the corner, Perrin glanced back and froze. A long column of white cloaks was riding into the village. He bolted after the others. "The children of the light are here." A moment of stunned silence met his words before they all scrambled into their saddles. Using the buildings as cover, the three galloped west out of the village, constantly checking behind them for pursuit. Ingtar's orders had been clear: avoid any delay. White cloaks and their questions would be exactly that, even with convincing answers. Perrin had his own deeply personal reasons for avoiding them. The axe in my hands, what I wouldn't give to undo that moment. The wooded hills soon swallowed the village, and the lack of pursuing hoofbeats began to feel promising. Perrin signaled a halt. When the others stopped, looking at him with questions in their eyes, he listened intently. His hearing was sharper than it used to be, but he detected no chase. Steeling himself, he reluctantly reached out with his mind, seeking the local wolves. He found a small pack resting in the hills above the village. They'd just fled. A wave of profound astonishment washed over the connection. These wolves had heard tales, but never truly believed in two legs who could speak. Wrestling through the formal introductions, offering the image of young bull and his own scent, according to wolf custom, was a sweaty, tense process. Finally, he managed to convey his question. The wolves, initially disinterested in ordinary humans, eventually slipped down to investigate unseen. The images returned. White-cloaked men on horses, swarming the village, circling the houses, but none heading west. All they smelled, moving westward, was Perrin, his two companions, and their 3 horses. Perrin broke the connection with relief. "They aren't following us," he stated. "How can you possibly know that?" Matt demanded. "I just do," Perrin snapped, then softened his tone. I'm certain Matt looked like he wanted to argue, but instead shrugged. "Well, if we're not being hunted, I say we regroup with Ingdar and get back on Fane's trail. That dagger won't find itself while we're sitting here. We can't resume the tracking this close to the village," Hurin cautioned. "Not without risking the white cloaks. I doubt Lord Ingtar or Verin Sadai would thank us for that." Perrin agreed. "We'll follow the trail a few more miles for now, but everyone stay sharp. We can't be far from Falmy. Avoiding the white cloaks only to ride straight into a Xianchan patrol wouldn't be any help at all." As they moved on, he found himself puzzling over the white cloak's presence in the area. Lord Captain Goerfram Bornhold surveyed the village street from his saddle, his legion fanning out to encircle the small town. A burly man had bolted out of sight earlier, and something about him nagged at Bornhold's memory. Then it came to him, the young fellow who insisted he was a blacksmith. What was his name? Bayar reined in before him, offering a crisp salute. "The village is secure, my Lord Captain." Villagers, bundled in thick sheepskin coats, shuffled anxiously as soldiers in white cloaks pressed them toward the overloaded carts outside the inn. Children whimpered, clutching their mothers' skirts, but none of the adults showed defiance. Their eyes were hollow, resigned to whatever fate awaited them. Bornhold felt a flicker of relief at their passivity. He had no desire to make an example of these people, nor any wish to waste precious time. Dismounting, he handed his reins to a nearby soldier. "See, the men are fed, Bayar. Secure the prisoners inside the inn, with what provisions they can carry, then nail the doors and shutters shut. Let them believe I'm leaving a guard detail. Bayar saluted again and turned his horse to bark orders. The villagers were herded into the flat-roofed inn, while other soldiers scavenged for hammers and nails. Watching the subdued faces file past, Bornhold estimated it would be 2 or 3 days before anyone worked up the nerve to break out and discover no guards were posted. That was all the time he needed, but he couldn't risk alerting the Siankan to his movements now. He'd left enough men behind to make the questioners think his entire legion was still scattered across the Almouth plain, while he'd marched over 1,000 of the children, nearly the length of Toman Head undetected. Or so he believed. 3 brief clashes with Xianshan patrols had ended in their favor. The Xianshan were accustomed to fighting disorganized rabble. The disciplined children of the light had been a brutal shock. Yet the Xianshan fought with a ferocity that rivaled the Dark One's own legions. And Bornhold couldn't shake the memory of the one skirmish that had cost him more than 50 men. He still didn't know which of the 2 arrow-riddled women he'd stared at afterward had been the Aes Sedai. Bayar. One of his men handed him a pottery cup of water from a cart. It was bitterly cold. The gaunt-faced officer dismounted. "Yes, my lord captain." "When I engage the enemy, Bayar," Bornhold said carefully, "you will not participate. You will observe from a distance, and you will carry word of what happens to my son." "But my lord captain—" "That is my order, child Bayar," he cut in sharply. "You will obey, yes." Bayar straightened, his gaze fixed ahead. "As you command, my lord captain." Bornhold studied him. The man would follow instructions, but it would be wiser to give him a more strategic reason than merely informing Dane of his father's death. It wasn't as if he lacked crucial intelligence for Amador. Since that skirmish with the Aes Sedai, was it one of them? Or both? 30 skilled Xianshan soldiers and 2 women had inflicted twice their own casualties. Since then, he no longer expected to leave Toman Head alive. If the Xianshan didn't ensure it, the questioners very likely would. "Once you've found my son, he should be with Lord Captain Eamon Valder near Tar Valon. And delivered your message, you will ride to Amador and report directly to the Lord Captain Commander, to Pedron Nile himself, child Bayar. You will tell him everything we've learned about the Xianshan. I'll put it in writing for you. Make certain he understands that we can no longer assume the Tar Valon witches will be content to manipulate events from the shadows. They are taking a direct hand in the field now, and the world must be warned. If they openly fight for the Xiankan, we will certainly confront them again elsewhere." He paused. That final point was the most crucial. Under the dome of truth, they needed to understand that despite all their proud oaths, Aes Sedai would march to war. The idea left him with a hollow dread, a world where Aes Sedai wielded the power in battle. Part of him wondered if leaving such a world behind would be a loss at all. Still, there was one last message he needed delivered to Amador, and Bayar inform Pedron Nial how the questioners manipulated us. "As you command, my lord captain," Bayar replied, but Bornhold sighed at the man's expression. Bayar didn't truly grasp it. To him, orders were orders, whether they came from the lord captain or the questioners, no matter their nature.
"I'll put that in writing for you to hand directly to Pedron Nile," Bornhold added, though he doubted how much good it would do. A sudden recollection made him frown toward the inn, where some of his men were noisily nailing shutters and doors closed. "Perrin," he muttered. "That was the name, Perrin, from the 2 rivers. The Dark Friend, my lord captain." Perhaps Bayar. Bornhold wasn't entirely sure himself, but a man who seemed to command wolves in battle could hardly be anything else. This Perrin had certainly killed 2 of the children. "I thought I caught sight of him when we rode in, but I don't recall any prisoner who looked like a blacksmith. Their blacksmith left about a month back. My lord captain, some locals were grumbling that they'd have been gone before we arrived if they hadn't been stuck repairing their own cartwheels. Do you believe it was this Perrin, my lord captain? Whoever it was, he isn't accounted for, correct, and he might carry word of our movements to the Xianshan.
A dark friend surely would, my lord captain. Bornhold drained the last of his water and tossed the cup aside. There will be no meal for the men here, Bayar. I won't let these Sinshan catch us unprepared, whether it's Perrin of the Two Rivers or someone else who warns them. Mount the Legion, child Bayar, high above, a massive winged shape circled unseen. In the clearing atop the wooded hill where they had camped, Rand practiced sword forms, trying to keep his mind occupied. He'd had his chances to search for Fane's trail with Hurin. They all had, scouting in small groups to avoid drawing attention, and so far they'd found nothing. Now they waited for Matt and Perrin to return with the sniffer. They should have been back hours ago. Loyal was predictably reading, though whether his ear-twitching was over his book or the scouting party's delay was impossible to tell. Uno and most of the Shianaran soldiers sat on edge, oiling their blades or keeping watch through the trees, as if expecting Sianchan to emerge at any moment. Only Verin seemed undisturbed. The Aes Sedai sat on a log near their small fire, murmuring to herself and sketching patterns in the dirt with a long stick. Every so often she would shake her head, scrub it all away with her foot, and begin again. All the horses were saddled and ready, each of the Shianaran's mounts tied to a lance driven into the ground. Heron wading in the rushes, Ingtar said from where he sat against a tree, running a sharpening stone along his sword while watching Rand. You shouldn't waste time on that one. It leaves you completely exposed. For a moment Rand balanced on the ball of one foot, his sword held reversed in both hands above his head, then shifted smoothly to the other foot. Lan says, it's good for balance. Keeping his balance wasn't easy. Inside the void it often felt as if he could stand steady on a rolling boulder, but he didn't dare embrace the void now. He wanted to too badly to trust himself. What you practice too often you use without thinking. You might run your opponent through with that move, if you're fast enough, but not before he puts his blade through your ribs. You're practically inviting him in. I don't believe I could watch a man stand before me with such an open stance and not drive my sword into him, even understanding he might land a blow on me in return. It's just for balance, Ingtar. Rand teetered on one foot and had to drop the other to steady himself. He shoved the blade back into its scabbard and grabbed the tattered grey cloak he'd used for disguise. It was frayed at the hem and dotted with moth holes, but the thick fleece lining was a blessing as the western wind grew sharper and colder. I wish they'd return, as if his words had summoned them. Uno's voice cut through the air with low intensity. Riders approaching, my lord. The rasp of steel filled the clearing as men drew their weapons. Some vaulted into their saddles, seizing lances. The tension ebbed when Hurin led the group back into the clearing at a trot, then surged again at his report. We picked up the trail, Lord Ingtar. We followed it nearly to Falme, Matt said, swinging down from his horse. A faint colour in his pale cheeks seemed to mock the idea of wellness. His skin was stretched taut over his bones. The Shianarans crowded close, their excitement mirroring his own. It's just Fane, but there's nowhere else for him to go. He must have the dagger. We also spotted white cloaks, Perrin added, dismounting. Hundreds of them. White cloaks, Ingtar's frown deepened. Here? Well, if they leave us alone, we'll return the favour. Maybe if the Sionkan are distracted by them, it'll smooth our path to the horn. His gaze shifted to Verin, who remained seated calmly by the fire. I suppose you'll tell me I should have heeded your advice, Aes Sedai. The man did go to Falme. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, Verin replied serenely. With Tavren, what occurs is what was intended. These extra days may have been demanded by the pattern. It sets every thread precisely, and when we attempt to shift it, especially with Tavren involved, the weaving adjusts to return us to our destined place. An uncomfortable quiet followed, which she appeared to ignore as she idly sketched in the dirt with a stick. Now, however, I believe we should make our plans. The pattern has delivered us to Falme. The horn of Valeri has been taken there. Ingtar crouched opposite her across the fire. When enough voices say the same thing, I tend to listen. The locals claim the Siankan pay little mind to who enters or leaves Falme. I'll take Hurin and a few others into the town. Once he tracks Fane to the horn. Well, then we'll see what happens. With her foot, Verin smudged out a wheel she had drawn in the soil. In its place, she etched 2 short lines meeting at one end. Ingtar and Hurin! And Matt, since he can sense the dagger if he gets near enough. You do wish to go, don't you, Matt? Matt looked conflicted, but finally gave a stiff nod. I have to, don't I? I need to find that dagger. A 3rd line formed a bird track. Verin glanced sideways at Rand. I'll go, he said. That's why I came. An odd gleam entered the Aes Sedai's eyes, a knowing flicker that unsettled him. To help Matt find the dagger, he stated firmly, and to help Ingtar find the horn. And Fane, he thought to himself. I have to find Fane, if it isn't already too late. Verin added a 4th line, turning the bird track into an uneven star.
And who else?
She murmured, the stick hovering. Me, Perrin said, a heartbeat before Loyal added, I believe I would like to go as well, while Uno and the other Shienarans all started voicing their eagerness to join. Perrin spoke first. Verin noted as if that decided it. She drew a 5th line and enclosed all 5 within a circle. The hair on Rand's neck prickled. It was the same wheel she had erased earlier.
5 ride forth, she whispered. I truly would like to see Falme, Loyal said. I've never laid eyes on the Arith Ocean. Besides, I can carry the chest if the horn is still inside it. You'd best include me at least, my lord, Uno insisted. You and Lord Rand will require an extra blade at your backs if those wretched Sionchan attempt to interfere, one soldier declared, with the others murmuring their agreement.
Do not be foolish, Verin replied sternly, her gaze silencing the group. All of you cannot accompany us. No matter how indifferent the Siankan appear toward outsiders, 20 armed soldiers would certainly draw attention. You stand out, even without your armor. Moreover, 1 or 2 additional swords would hardly change the outcome. 5 is a small enough party to move without notice, and it is only right that the 3 Tavren among us should be included. Loyal, you must remain here as well. There are no Ogier on Toman Head. Your presence would attract more stares than the rest of us combined. Rand then asked, What about you? Verin shook her head. You are forgetting the Damane. She spoke the word with clear distaste. The only assistance I could offer would involve channeling the power, and that would be no help at all if it drew those women down upon you. Even at a distance one might sense a woman or a man, for that matter, channeling if the flow wasn't kept deliberately small. She avoided looking directly at Rand, a gesture he found oddly conspicuous, while Matt and Perrin suddenly became very interested in their own boots. A man channeling, Ingtar scoffed. Verin Sedai, why invent troubles? We have enough real ones without imagining that. Still, your presence would be valuable.
If we require your aid? No, the 5 of you must go alone, she insisted. Her foot scuffed across the wheel, drawn in the dirt, partly erasing it. She studied each of them carefully, her expression focused and grave. 5 will ride out. Ingdar seemed ready to press the issue, but under her steady look he merely shrugged and turned to Hurin. How long to reach Falme? The sniffer scratched his head thoughtfully. If we depart now and ride through the night, we could arrive by sunrise tomorrow. Then that is what we shall do. I'll delay no longer. Everyone, prepare your horses, Uno. You will follow with the others at a distance, keep out of sight, and do not allow anyone. Rand found himself staring at the sketched wheel as Ingtar continued issuing orders. It was a broken wheel now, with only 4 spokes remaining. For some reason the sight sent a chill through him. He noticed Verin watching him, her dark eyes sharp and intent like a bird's.
It required effort to look away and begin gathering his belongings. "You're letting your imagination run wild," he told himself with irritation. "She can't do anything if she isn't there." The rising sun broke the horizon with a crimson edge, casting long shadows down Falmey's cobblestone streets toward the harbour. A salt-tinged breeze carried the smoke of breakfast fires inland from the chimneys. Only a handful of early risers were outdoors, their breath forming small clouds in the chilly air. Compared to the crowds that would fill the streets within the hour, the town felt nearly deserted. Perched on an overturned barrel in front of a shuttered ironmonger's shop, Nineveh warmed her hands beneath her arms and surveyed what she wryly considered her army. Across the way, Min sat on a doorstep, wrapped in her Xianchan cloak, nibbling a wrinkled plum, while Elaine, bundled in her fleece coat, huddled at the mouth of an alley farther down. A large sack taken from the docks lay neatly folded beside Min. My army, Nineveh thought grimly. But there isn't anyone else. She spotted a soldam and her domain making their way up the street, a yawning, yellow-haired woman wearing the controlling bracelet and a dark-haired woman bearing the collar. The few townspeople sharing the street averted their eyes and gave the pair a wide berth. Scanning toward the harbour, she saw no other Xianchan in sight. Deliberately not turning to look the other way, she stretched and shrugged, as if working out a chill, then settled back into position. Min tossed her half-eaten plum aside, glanced casually up the street, and leaned back against the doorpost. The path ahead was clear, or she might have bent over to steady herself. Min was wringing her hands anxiously, and Nineveh noticed Elaine practically hopping with anticipation. "If they blow our cover, I'll knock their heads together." Yet she understood that if they were spotted, it would be the Xianchan deciding the fate of all three. She was painfully aware that her plan was untested. It might very well be her own mistake that doomed them. Once more, she promised herself that if things went sideways, she'd draw all attention to herself so Min and Elaine could get away. She'd told them to run if anything went wrong, letting them believe she'd flee too. What came after that? She didn't know. Just don't let them take me alive. Please, not that. A Suldam and her domain came up the street until they were framed by the three waiting women. A handful of locals gave the linked pair a wide berth. Nineveh gathered every shred of her rage. Leashed ones and leash holders. They'd clamped their vile collar around Egwene's neck, and they'd do the same to her and Elaine if they could. She'd made Min describe how Suldam enforced their will. She was certain Min had held back the worst of it, but what she'd shared was enough to kindle a white-hot fury in Nineveh's chest. In a flash, a white blossom on a thorny black branch unfurled to light, to Cedar, and the one power flooded her. She knew a glow now surrounded her, visible to those with the sight. The fair-skinned Suldam jolted in surprise, and the dark-haired Damani's jaw dropped, but Nynaeve gave them no opening. It was only a thread of the power she'd channeled, but she cracked it like a whip, snapping a speck of dust from the air. The silver collar sprang open and clattered onto the cobblestones. Nynaeve let out a sharp breath of relief as she sprang forward. The Suldam stared at the fallen collar as if it were a viper. The domain lifted a trembling hand to her throat, but before the woman in the lightning-patterned dress could react, the domain spun and drove a fist into her face. The Suldam's legs gave way, and she nearly crumpled. "Yes!" Elaine cried out, already rushing forward, Min right beside her. Before any of them reached the pair, the domain took one panicked glance around and then bolted down the street at full speed.
"We're not going to hurt you," Elaine called after her. "We're friends. Hush!" Nineveh snapped. She pulled a wad of rags from her pocket and ruthlessly crammed them into the staggering Suldam's open mouth. Min shook out a dusty sack and yanked it down over the woman's head, shrouding her to the waist. "We're making a scene already. It was true, and yet not completely."
The four of them stood in a street that was swiftly emptying, but the people hurrying away deliberately avoided looking in their direction. Nineve had counted on that, on folks doing their utmost to ignore anything involving the Xiangshan, to buy them a few precious moments. They'd talk eventually, but in hushed tones. It might be hours before the Xiangshan learned what happened. The hooded woman began to thrash, emitting muffled shouts through the sack. But Nineve and Min locked their arms around her and muscled her toward a nearby alley. The leash and collar dragged behind them, clinking over the stones. "Pick it up!" Nineve hissed at Elaine. "It won't bite." Elaine drew a deep breath, then gathered the silver metal cautiously, as if she fully expected it might. Nineve felt a flicker of sympathy, but not much. Everything depended on each of them sticking to the plan. The Suldam kicked and tried to wrench free, but between them, Nineve and Min forced her along down one alley into a slightly wider passage behind the houses, then into another narrow lane, and finally into a rough wooden shed that smelled of old hay, and by the look of the stalls had once housed a couple of horses. Since the Xiangshan arrived, few could manage the expense of keeping horses, and over the course of a day, Nineve had observed, no one had approached the stable. Inside, the air hung thick with the stale scent of dust and disuse. Once they crossed the threshold, Elaine let the silver leash fall and scrubbed her hands, clean on a handful of straw. With a subtle channeling of power, Nineve released the bracelet, and it dropped to the earthen floor. Their captive, the Suldam, let out a furious shriek and thrashed wildly against her bonds. "Are we ready?" Nineve asked. After receiving nods from the others, they pulled the sacking from the prisoner's head. The woman gasped, her blue eyes watering from the dust, but the flush on her face spoke more of rage than discomfort. She made a desperate lunge for the door, but the three of them seized her before she took a second step. Though the Suldam fought with surprising strength, they overpowered her. Soon she was left in nothing but her shift, bound securely hand and foot with coarse rope in one of the empty stalls, a gag firmly in place to silence her. Min gingerly touched her swollen lip and studied the lightning-patterned dress and soft boots they had laid out. "That might actually fit you, Nineve. It's never going to work for Elaine or me." Elaine, busy plucking stray bits of straw from her hair, nodded in agreement. "I can see that. You were the only real option anyway. They know Min's face too well by now." With hurried motions, Nineve shed her own garments and pulled on the Suldam's dress, with Min assisting on the buttons. The boots pinched her toes slightly, and the dress was snug across the chest, yet loose everywhere else, the hem brushing the ground lower than was customary. Still, it was a better fit than any of the others could have managed. Taking a steadying breath, she picked up the bracelet and fastened it around her left wrist. The ends fused seamlessly, leaving it feeling like nothing more than ordinary jewelry, a relief, as she had feared it would carry some immediate, dreadful weight. "Fetch the dress, Elaine," Nineve instructed. They had previously dyed two of their own dresses to a rough approximation of the domain grey and hidden them here for this purpose. But Elaine remained still, her eyes fixed on the open collar, her tongue nervously wetting her lips. "You have to be the one to wear it," Nineve pressed, her voice softer than she intended. The very idea of that collar made her skin crawl. She couldn't bring herself to be harsh. "Too many have seen Min. I would have taken it if this dress had fit you instead." Elaine let out a resigned sigh. "I know. I just wish I understood what it does to a person." She gathered her red-gold hair aside. "Min, could you help me?" As Min began undoing the buttons at her back, Nynaeve steeled herself, picked up the silver collar, and after only a heartbeat's pause, clasped it around the Suldam's neck. "She deserves this. If anyone does," Nynaeve told herself firmly. "Besides, she might actually tell us something useful." The bound woman's gaze dropped to the leash connecting her collar to Nynaeve's wrist, then lifted with pure contempt. "It doesn't work that way," Min murmured, but Nynaeve hardly heard. A strange awareness flooded her mind, not her own sensations, but a distinct bundle of feelings she knew belonged to the Saldam. The bite of the cords at her wrists and ankles, the foul taste of the gag, the prick of straw through her thin shift. Nineve swallowed, trying to push the invasive perceptions aside, but they clung stubbornly. She focused on the prisoner. "Answer my questions truthfully, and you won't be harmed. We aren't Xianchan. But if you lie to me—" She gave the leash a menacing tug. The Saldam's shoulders shook, her mouth twisting around the gag into an unmistakable sneer. It took Nineve a moment to recognize the muffled sound as laughter. Her own jaw tightened, but then an idea sparked. If that bundle in her mind contained everything the woman physically felt, perhaps she could add to it. Deliberately she concentrated. The Suldam's eyes flew wide with shock, and a choked cry escaped past the gag. With a frantic wave of her hands behind her, as if to push away some unseen force, she scrambled backward through the straw, a futile attempt to flee. Nynaeve stared in shock, quickly stripping away the extra layers of emotion she had woven into the connection. The Suldam collapsed into herself, sobbing. What did you just do to her?" Elaine's voice was barely a whisper. Min stood frozen, her jaw slack. Nineve's reply was rough. "The same trick Sheriam used on you when you hurled that cup at Marith, by the light. This is a vile business." Elaine swallowed hard. "I see. But the Adam isn't designed to function like that," Min insisted. "They've always said it only works on women who can channel."
I don't give a fig how it's supposed to work, only that it does.
Nynaeve grabbed the silver leash right at its junction with the collar and hauled the woman up until their eyes met. She saw pure fear staring back. "Listen carefully. I want answers, and if I don't get them, I'll have you wishing I'd just settled for a simple flaying." Raw terror washed over the woman's face, and Nynaeve's gut twisted as she understood the Suldam had taken her words at face value.
"If she believes I can do it, it's because she knows the truth. That's the real purpose of these leashes." She fought the urge to tear the bracelet from her own wrist, forcing her expression into stone. "Well, are you ready to talk, or do you require another demonstration?" The woman's frantic head-shaking was answer enough. Once the gag was removed, she only paused for a quick, dry swallow before the words tumbled out. "I won't report you, I swear it. Just take this off my neck." "I have gold. Take it all. I'll never tell a soul." "Quiet," Nynaeve commanded, and the woman fell silent instantly. "What's your name, Setter?" "Please, I'll answer anything, but please, you must remove it. If anyone sees me wearing this—" Setter's eyes dropped to the leash, then squeezed shut. "Please," she whispered. A sudden, grim realization struck Nynaeve. She could never force Elaine into that collar. "We should proceed," Elaine stated firmly. She was down to her shift now. "Just give me a moment to put on the other dress, and—" "Put your own clothes back on," Nynaeve interrupted. "Someone has to play the part of a Damain," Elaine argued. "Or we'll never reach Egwene. That dress fits you, and it can't be Min. That leaves me." I said, "Get dressed. We already have our leashed one." Nynaeve gave the leash a sharp tug, and Seta gasped, "No, please, no, if anyone sees me." She choked off under Nynaeve's icy glare. "As far as I'm concerned, you're lower than a murderer, lower than a dark friend. I can't conceive of anything more despicable. The mere fact that I must wear this thing on my wrist, to be even remotely like you for an hour, turns my stomach. So if you think there's any line I won't cross with you, think again. You don't want to be seen? Perfect. Neither do we, though. Let's be honest, nobody truly looks at a domain. Keep your head bowed like a proper leashed one, and you'll be invisible. But you'd better do everything in your power to ensure the rest of us go unnoticed too. If we're spotted, you certainly will be, and if that's not motivation enough, I promise I'll make you regret the very first kiss your mother ever gave your father. Do we understand one another?" "Yes," Seta breathed. "I swear it. Nineve had to remove the bracelet to slide Elaine's grey-dyed dress down the leash and over Satyrs' head. It fit poorly, baggy at the chest and tight across the hips, but Nineve's dress would have been just as bad and too short besides. Nineve could only hope people truly ignored Domain. She slipped the bracelet back on with profound reluctance. Elaine gathered Nineve's clothes, wrapped the spare dyed dress around them, and made a bundle, the kind a woman in simple farm clothes might carry while following a Soul dam and her charge. "Gawain is going to be sick with worry when he hears of this," Elaine said with a laugh that rang hollow and strained. Nynaeve studied her closely, then glanced at Min. The dangerous part was about to begin. "Are you prepared?" Elaine's smile vanished as she replied, "I am prepared." "Ready?" Min stated bluntly. "Where exactly are we headed?" Satyr inquired, hastily adding, "If I may ask." "Straight into the lion's den," Elaine informed her. "To waltz with the Dark One himself," Min added. Nynaeve let out a weary sigh and shook her head. "What they mean is, we're going to where the Domain are held, and we plan to free one." Seta was still staring in stunned disbelief as they hurried her out of the shed. On the deck of his vessel, Baal Domon watched the dawn break. The docks were starting to stir with activity, though the streets climbing from the harbour remained mostly quiet. A seagull, perched on a post, fixed him with a cold, unfeeling stare. "Are you certain about this plan, Captain?" Yarin questioned. "If the Siankans start wondering why we're all gathered on board, just ensure there's an axe close to every mooring line." Doman interrupted sharply. "And listen, Yarin, if any man tries to cut a line before those women are safely aboard, I'll personally crack his head open. But what if they don't arrive, Captain? What if it's Siankan troops instead? Get a grip, man. If soldiers show up, I'll make a dash for the harbour entrance, and may the light have pity on us. But until that happens, I intend to wait for those women. Now go look like you're not up to anything." Doman turned his gaze back toward the town, peering in the direction where the Domain were kept. His fingers tapped a restless rhythm on the ship's railing. A sea breeze carried the scent of morning cookfires to Rand, tugging at his worn, threadbare cloak, which he held tightly closed. There hadn't been a coat in his size among the supplies they'd gathered, and he figured it was wise to keep the intricate silver embroidery on his sleeves and the heron symbols on his collar concealed. The Sianchan's harsh stance toward the conquered carrying weapons might very well extend to anyone bearing a heron-marked blade. The long morning shadows stretched out before him. He could just make out Hurin riding into the maze of wagon yards and paddocks. Only a couple of men moved among the rows of merchant carts, dressed in the long aprons of wheelwrights or blacksmiths. Ingtar, who had entered first, was already out of view. Perrin and Matt followed at a distance behind Rand. He resisted the urge to glance back at them. They were supposed to appear unconnected, just 5 men entering Falmi early, but not together. He was surrounded by horse lots, the animals already crowding against the fences, anticipating their morning feed. Hurin peeked out from a narrow gap between 2 shuttered stables, spotted Rand, and gestured urgently before disappearing again. Rand guided his bay stallion in that direction. Hurin stood, holding his own horse's reins. He wore one of the long vests instead of his usual coat, and despite the heavy cloak hiding his short sword and swordbreaker, he trembled from the chill. "Lord Ingtar is back there," he said, nodding toward the narrow alley. "He says we'll leave the horses here and continue the rest of the way on foot." As Rand dismounted, the sniffer added, "Fane went right down that street, Lord Rand. I can nearly catch his scent from here." Rand led Red down the passage to where Ingtar had already secured his stallion behind the stable. The Shianaran noble hardly looked the part in a grimy, hole-ridden fleece coat, his sword appearing awkward belted over it, His eyes burned with a fierce, almost feverish intensity. After tying Red next to Ingdar's horse, Rand paused, considering his saddlebags. He hadn't been able to bring himself to leave the banner behind. He doubted any of the soldiers would have rummaged through the bags, but he couldn't say the same for Verin, nor guess what she might do if she discovered it. Still, having it with him set his nerves on edge. He decided to leave the saddlebags secured behind his saddle. Mat soon joined them, dressed in loose trousers tucked into his boots, and moments later Hurin arrived with Perrin, who was wrapped in his conspicuously short cloak. Rand thought the group looked like a pack of ragged cutthroats, yet they had managed to blend in without drawing much attention in the villages they passed through. "All right," Ingtar announced. "Let's see what we can find." They wandered out into the dirt lane as if they had no set purpose, chatting casually among themselves, and drifted from the wagon yards onto the sloping cobblestone avenues. Rand barely registered his own words, let alone what the others were saying. Ingtar's idea had been for them to appear like any ordinary party of men out for a stroll, but the cold morning streets were nearly deserted. 5 men together felt like a small crowd. They moved as a cluster, though it was Hurin who truly guided them, his nose twitching as he turned up one street and down the next. The rest followed his lead without question, as if each turn had been their intention all along. "He's weaved all over this town," Hurin muttered, his face tight with concentration. "His trail is everywhere, and the reek is so strong it's hard to tell what's fresh, but I'm certain he's still here. Some of this scent can't be more than a day old." "I'm sure of it," he added, sounding more confident. A few more souls began to appear, a fruit seller arranging his goods on a wooden stand, a man hurrying by with a thick roll of parchments under one arm and a sketchboard strapped to his back, a knife grinder quietly oiling the axle of his wheeled cart. Then 2 women passed them going the opposite direction. One kept her eyes lowered, a polished silver collar around her neck, while the other wore a dress embroidered with jagged lightning patterns and held a coiled silver leash. Rand's breath hitched. He forced himself not to look back.
"Was that?"
Mat's eyes were wide, staring from sunken sockets. "Was that a domain?" "That matches the descriptions we've heard," Ingdir replied sharply. "Hurin, are we going to cover every lane in this light-forsaken town?" "He's been all through here, Lord Ingtar," Hurin insisted. "His foulness is smeared on every stone." They had entered a district where the stone houses rose 3 and 4 stories tall, as large as roadside inns. Rounding a corner, Rand stopped short at the sight of a score of Sinchan soldiers standing guard before a grand house on one side of the street, and 2 women in lightning-marked gowns conversing on the steps of another directly across. A banner whipped in the wind above the guarded residence, a golden hawk gripping bolts of lightning. Nothing distinguished the house where the women spoke except their presence. The officer's armor gleamed in red, black, and gold, his helmet gilded and painted to resemble a spider's head. Then Rand spotted the 2 hulking, leather-skinned shapes crouched among the soldiers and nearly stumbled. Grolm. There was no mistaking those wedge-shaped heads with 3 staring eyes. "This can't be real. Maybe I'm still asleep and this is all some twisted dream. Maybe we never even set out for Falme." The others gaped at the creatures as they walked past the guarded mansion. "What in the name of the light are those things?" Mat whispered. Hurin's eyes looked as large as saucers. "Lord Rand, there those are." "It doesn't matter," Rand cut in. After a pause, Hurin gave a shaky nod. "We're here for the horn," Ingtar reminded them, his voice low and tense, "not to gawk at Sianchan monsters." "Focus on finding Fane, Hurin." The soldiers paid them little mind. The street sloped straight down toward the circular harbour, where Rand could make out the distant shapes of ships at anchor. Tall, blocky vessels with towering masts. "He's spent a lot of time here," Hurin said, rubbing his nose with the back of his hand. "The street reeks of him, layer upon layer. I think he might have been here as recently as yesterday, Lord Ingtar, maybe even last night." Matt suddenly clutched the front of his coat with both hands. "It's in there," he breathed out. He turned and walked backward, his gaze fixed on the tall house with the banner. "The dagger is inside. I didn't even sense it before because of those creatures, but I can feel it now." Perrin nudged him sharply in the ribs. "Stop staring before they think you've lost your mind," Rand muttered, glancing back. The officer was still watching them. Matt turned away, frustration etched on his face. "Are we just going to keep walking? It's in there, I'm telling you." "The horn is our priority," Ingdar insisted, his voice low and determined. "I intend to find Fane and force him to reveal its location." He didn't slow his pace. Matt fell silent, but his expression was a desperate appeal. "I need to find Fane as well," Rand thought. "I have to." Yet, seeing Matt's strained look, he said, "Ingtar, if the dagger is inside that house, Fane is probably there too. I doubt he'd let either the dagger or the horn out of his sight." Ingtar halted. After a brief pause, he conceded, "It's possible, but we won't learn anything from out here. We could wait for him to emerge," Rand suggested. "If he comes out now, he likely stayed the night, and I'd bet where he sleeps is where the horn is hidden. If he does appear, we can return to Verin by noon and devise a plan before dark." "I don't plan to wait for Verin," Ingtar stated firmly, "and I won't wait for nightfall either. I've waited long enough. I will have the horn in my hands before sunset. But we're not certain, Ingtar." "I know the dagger is in there," Matt insisted, "and Hurin confirmed Fane was here last night." Ingdar cut off Hurin's attempts to clarify. "This is the first time you've given us a specific time frame." "We are reclaiming the horn now, immediately." "How?" Rand asked. The officer had finally looked away, but at least 20 soldiers remained in front of the building, along with a pair of Grolm. "This is insane. Grolm shouldn't be here. Acknowledging that didn't make the creatures vanish, though. These houses all seem to have gardens in the back," Ingtar observed, scanning the area. "If one of these alleys runs along a garden wall, sometimes people guard their front so intently they forget about their rear. Come on." He headed straight for the nearest narrow gap between two tall houses. Hurin and Matt hurried after him. Rand exchanged a look with Perrin. His curly-haired friend offered a resigned shrug, and they followed as well. The alley was so narrow their shoulders nearly brushed the walls, but it ran between high garden barriers until it intersected a slightly wider path, cobblestoned and just big enough for a small cart. Only the backs of buildings overlooked it, with shuttered windows and stretches of stone, and the tall rear walls of gardens topped by nearly bare branches. Ingtar led them along this alley until they were across from the fluttering banner. He pulled his steel-backed gauntlets from under his coat, put them on, and leaped to catch the top of the wall, then hauled himself up enough to peer over trees, he reported in a low, steady voice. "Flower beds, pathways. There's no one in sight. Wait, a guard, just one man. He isn't even wearing his helmet. Count to 50, then follow me." He swung a leg over the wall and rolled inside, disappearing before Rand could protest. Matt began a slow count. Rand held his breath. Perrin's hand drifted to his axe, and Hurin tightened his grip on his weapon hilts. 50. Hurin was up and over the wall almost before Matt finished speaking. Perrin went right beside him. Rand thought Matt might need assistance. He looked pale and weary, but Matt showed no hesitation as he climbed. The stone wall offered plenty of handholds, and moments later Rand was crouched inside the garden with the others. The garden was deep in autumn's grasp. Flower beds empty save for a few evergreen shrubs, tree branches almost barren. The wind that stirred the banner also swept dust across the flagstone walks. For a moment Rand couldn't spot Ingtar. Then he saw the Shianaran, pressed against the back wall of the house, signalling them forward with sword in hand. Rand ran in a crouch, more aware of the blank windows staring down from the house than of his friends moving beside him. Pressing his back against the house wall beside Ingtar was a relief. Matt kept whispering under his breath, "It's inside. I can feel it pulling at me. Where's the guard?" Rand breathed out. "Dead," Ingtar replied flatly. "The man was too sure of himself. He didn't even try to shout. I stuffed him under one of those shrubs." Rand stared, overconfident. The only thing that stopped him from turning back right then was the raw pain in Matt's low muttering. "We are so close now," Ingtar murmured, almost to himself. "So close, follow me." Rand unsheathed his sword as they crept up the rear steps. He noticed Hurin freeing his short sword and notched swordbreaker, and Perrin reluctantly pulling his axe from his belt loop. Inside, the hallway was tight. A partly open door to their right smelled of cooked food and spices, a kitchen. Muffled voices and the occasional clink of a pot lid came from within. Ingtar gestured for Matt to take the lead, and they slipped past the doorway. Rand kept his eyes on the shrinking gap until they rounded the next corner. Ahead, a slim young woman with dark hair emerged from a doorway, carrying a tray with a single cup. They all froze. She turned away without glancing in their direction. Rand's breath caught. Her long white robe was nearly sheer. She disappeared around another bend. "Did you see that?" Matt rasped. "You could see straight through." Ingtar clamped a hand over Matt's mouth. "Focus on why we're here," he whispered sharply. "Find it. Find the horn for me." Matt pointed to a narrow, winding staircase. They climbed one flight, and he guided them toward the front of the house. The hallway furnishings were sparse and oddly curved. Here and there a tapestry hung, or a painted folding screen stood against the wall, simple scenes of birds on branches, or a lone flower. One screen showed a river, but aside from the rippling water and thin strips of bank, the rest was empty. All around, Rand could hear the soft sounds of movement, slippers shuffling, low murmurs of conversation. He saw no one, but his mind painted the scene all too clearly. Someone stepping into the hall to find 5 armed men skulking. Then a shout of alarm. "In there," Matt whispered, pointing to a large pair of sliding doors ahead, their only decoration carved handholds. "At least the dagger is." Ingtar glanced at Hurin. The sniffer slid the doors open, and Ingtar sprang through, sword raised. The room was empty. Rand and the others hurried in, and Hurin swiftly closed the doors behind them. Painted screens covered the walls and any other exits, diffusing the light from windows that likely faced the street. At one end of the spacious room stood a tall, circular cabinet. At the other, a small table held a single chair on the carpet, turned to face it. Rand heard Ingtar gasp, but he only felt a heavy wave of relief. There, on a stand atop the table, sat the curling golden horn of Valere. Beneath it, the ruby in the hilt of an ornate dagger glittered. Matt darted to the table, snatching up both horn and dagger. "We have them," he hissed triumphantly, shaking the dagger in his fist. "We have both." Not so loud, Perrin winced, his hands restless on the haft of his axe, as if they wished for a different grip. "We don't have them out of here yet?" "The horn of Valere," Ingtar breathed, sheer awe in his voice. He reached out hesitantly, tracing a finger along the silver script inlaid around the bell, mouthing the translation, then pulled back with a shiver of excitement. "It is. By the light it is. I am saved." Hurin was already moving the screens from the windows. He shoved the last one aside and peered down into the street. "Those soldiers are still there, looking like they've grown roots." He shuddered. "Those creatures, too." Rand moved to join him. The two beasts were unmistakably Grolm. "How did they even get here?" he muttered, a cold knot tightening in his stomach. The sight of them, so out of place in this city, sent a jolt of dread through him, a sharp, unwelcome reminder that their escape would be anything but simple. As his gaze drifted up from the street below, the words caught in his throat. He found himself staring over a low wall into the expansive, manicured garden of the grand estate directly opposite. It was clear other walls had been demolished, merging several neighbouring gardens into one sprawling, luxurious space. Women moved through it, always in pairs, seated on ornate benches or walking slowly along the gravel paths. Each pair was connected by a slender, gleaming silver chain linking a collar at one woman's neck to a bracelet on the other's wrist. One of the collared women glanced up. The distance was too great to make out her features clearly, but in that fleeting moment their eyes seemed to lock, and a cold certainty washed over him. The colour left his face. "Egwene," he whispered, the name a breath of dread. "What are you on about?" Matt said, frowning. "Egwene's safe back in Tar Valon. Wish I could say the same." "She's here," Rand insisted, his voice tight. The two women were already turning, moving toward one of the elegant buildings on the far side of the combined gardens. "Right across the street? Light help us? She's wearing one of those collars." "Are you certain?" Perrin asked, moving to the window to squint out. "I don't see her, Rand. And, well, you know I'd know her if I did, even from here." "I am sure," Rand said, his gut twisting into a hard knot as the figures vanished into a house facing the next street. She was supposed to be secure. She was supposed to be learning in the White Tower, far from this nightmare. I have to get her out. The rest of you. So. The voice was soft, slurred, and as smooth as the doors sliding shut. "You are not the guests I anticipated." Rand spun. A tall, shaven-headed man stood in the room, clad in a long, flowing blue robe. His fingernails were elongated and lacquered, so long Rand wondered how he managed anything practical. Two attendants hovered behind him, their dark hair shaved on one side, the remainder braided and hanging beside their right cheeks. One held a sheathed sword with reverent care. Rand had only that second to take it in before decorative screens at both ends of the room fell away, revealing doorways crammed with 4 or 5 armored Siankan soldiers, swords drawn and faces grim. "You stand before the High Lord Turak," the sword-bearer began, his tone furious, but a slight flick of a blue-nailed finger from the shaven-headed man silenced him. The other servant stepped forward with a bow and began to unfasten the blue robe. "When one of my guards was discovered dead," the man Turak said calmly, as his robe was removed, "I suspected the individual who names himself Fane. My suspicions began when Huan died so conveniently, and his obsession with that dagger was always apparent. He extended his arms, revealing a torso roped with hard muscle above a blue sash that held up his wide, pleated white trousers. His almost musical voice held a bored indifference to the weapons they held, and now to discover strangers in possession of not only the dagger but the horn. It will provide a small amusement to kill 1 or 2 of you for disrupting my morning. The survivors will then explain precisely who you are and why you came." He held out a hand without looking. The attendant placed the hilt of the curved sword into it and drew the blade. I would prefer the horn remain undamaged." Turak offered no further command, but one of the soldiers stepped confidently into the room and reached for the horn. Rand felt a hysterical laugh bubble up. The man in his armor seemed to disregard their weapons as completely as Turak did. Matt ended the absurdity. As the Xianshan's hand neared the horn, Matt slashed out with the ruby-hilted dagger. The soldier jerked back with a curse, looking more offended than injured. Then he screamed. The sound was pure, chilling agony, freezing everyone in place. The hand he held up was darkening to black, the corruption spreading visibly from the bleeding gash across his palm. His mouth opened in a silent wail before a raw, tearing howl erupted, and he began frantically clawing at his arm, then his shoulder, as if trying to tear the darkness from his flesh. The man convulsed violently, his body twisting and jerking before he collapsed onto the floor. He thrashed against the silk of the carpet, his screams cutting off as his face darkened to a deep, unnatural black, his eyes protruding grotesquely. A swollen, darkened tongue filled his mouth, silencing him. After a final ragged choke and a last drumming of his heels against the floor, he lay still. Every visible inch of his skin was the color of rotten tar, taut and fragile. Matt's mouth went dry. He adjusted his sweaty grip on the dagger. Even Turak looked on, his composure broken for a moment, his mouth agape. "You understand now," Ingitar said, his voice low and fierce. "We are not prey to be taken lightly." Then he was moving, vaulting over the horrific corpse toward the stunned soldiers who moments before had stood confidently beside their now dead companion. "For Shinoa," he shouted. "With me!" Hurin charged after him, and the soldiers scrambled back, the clash of steel ringing out as they retreated. At the room's far end, other Xianshan began to advance, but they too were driven back, less by Perrin's snarling, wordless swings of his axe, and more by the frantic, jabbing strikes of Matt's dagger. In a handful of heartbeats, Rand found himself isolated, facing Turak across the space. The High Lord held his sword upright before him, his moment of shock completely vanished. His sharp eyes were fixed solely on Rand. The blackened, burst body of his soldier might have been mere furniture. The two servants appeared to share this disregard. They had begun methodically folding Turak's ornate robe the instant he took up his blade, utterly unfazed by the dying man's shrieks. Now they knelt silently by the door, their faces blank masks, observing without a flicker of emotion. "I had a feeling it would come down to you and me," Turak said. He spun his blade with effortless grace, a full circle one way, then the other, his long, lacquered fingernails resting delicately yet firmly on the hilt. The nails were no hindrance at all. "You are very young. Let us discover what one must do to earn the heron mark on this side of the ocean." It was only then that Rand saw it, a heron standing tall on the blade of Turak's sword. He was facing a true blade master, armed with only fragments of training. With a frantic motion, he shrugged off the heavy, fleece-lined cloak, letting it fall to the floor to free himself from its weight. Turak waited, patient and poised. Rand desperately craved the emptiness of the void. He would need every ounce of focus and skill he could summon, and even then his odds of walking out alive were slim. But he had to survive. Egwene was so close now, almost within shouting distance, and he had to find a way to free her. Yet within the void waited Sedin, the male half of the one power. The very thought was a paradox. It called to him with a terrifying eagerness, even as it turned his stomach. And just as close as Egwene were the other women, the domain, if he touched Sedin. And if he lost control and channeled, they would know. Verin had been clear. They would know, and they would investigate, so many of them, so terribly near. Surviving Turak might only mean dying at the hands of the domain moments later, and he could not die until Egwene was safe. Rand raised his sword. Turak glided forward, silent as a shadow. Their blades met with a ringing crash, like a hammer striking an anvil. From the very first exchange, Rand knew the High Lord was testing him, applying pressure just enough to gauge his skill, then increasing it incrementally. It was raw speed of wrist and of foot that kept Rand alive as much as any technique. Without the void, he was perpetually half a step behind. The tip of Turak's heavy sword traced a stinging line just beneath Rand's left eye. A flap of his coat sleeve hung loose from his shoulder, darkened with blood. Beneath a neat tailor-precise slash under his right arm, he could feel a warm dampness spreading down his ribs. A look of profound disappointment settled on the High Lord's face. He stepped back with a dismissive flick of his wrist. "Where did you find that blade, boy? Or do they truly hand out the heron to anyone with a pulse in these lands? It is of no consequence. Make your peace with the world. It is time for you to die." He advanced again. This time Rand did not hesitate. The void enveloped him. Sedin surged toward him, glowing with the terrible, seductive promise of ultimate power. But he gritted his teeth and turned away from it, focusing only on the blade in his hand and the enemy before him. Ignoring the pain was like ignoring a barbed thorn twisting in his flesh. He refused to be filled with the power, refused to join with the male half of the true source. Instead, he became one with the sword in his hands, one with the floor beneath his feet, one with the very walls around him. He was one with Turak. He recognized the forms the High Lord used. They were variations of what he had been taught, but the core was familiar. The swallow takes flight met parting the silk. Moon on the water met the wood. Grouse dances. Ribbon in the air met stones falling from the cliff. They moved through the room like partners in a lethal dance, their music the relentless chime of steel meeting steel. The disappointment and disgust faded from Turak's dark eyes, replaced first by surprise, then by intense concentration. Sweat beaded on the High Lord's forehead as he pressed the attack, forcing Rand back. Lightning of three prongs met leaf on the breeze. Rand's thoughts hovered just outside the void, distant and barely noticed. It wasn't enough. He was facing a true blade master, and even with the void and all his skill, he was barely holding his own. Just barely. He had to end this before Turak did. Sedin? No. The old lesson echoed. Sometimes it is necessary to sheath the sword in your own flesh, but that sacrifice would do nothing for Egwene. He had to end it now. Now. Turak's eyes widened in sudden understanding as Rand glided forward. Until this moment, Rand had only defended. Now he unleashed a full, desperate assault. The boar rushes down the mountain. Every movement of his blade was a direct attempt to reach the High Lord, forcing Turak into a frantic retreat down the length of the room, almost to the door, doing nothing but parry and defend. In that instant, while Turak was still reeling from the boar, Rand charged. The river undercuts the bank. He dropped to one knee, his blade slashing in a wide final arc. He did not need Turak's sharp gasp or the brief resistance against his steel to know. He heard two distinct thumps and turned his head, already knowing what he would see. He looked down the wet, red length of his blade to where the High Lord lay, his sword fallen from a limp hand, a dark stain spreading across the intricate birds woven into the carpet beneath him. Turak's eyes were still open, but already clouded with a glassy film. The void within him trembled violently. He had faced Trollocs before, faced Shadowspawn, but never before had he crossed swords with another human being except in practice, or as a bluff. I just killed a man. The void shook, and Sedin roared at the edges of his mind, trying to flood in. He clawed his way free of it desperately, breathing hard as he looked wildly around the room. He gave a violent start when he saw the two servants still kneeling silently by the door. He had forgotten them completely, and now he had no idea what to do. Neither man appeared armed, yet a single shout from them could bring the entire palace down upon them. But they never looked at him or at each other. Their gazes were fixed, horrified and reverent on their master's body. Then, with a chilling synchrony, they produced daggers from beneath their robes. Rand tightened his grip on his sword, but instead of attacking, each man placed the point of his own dagger against his breast. From birth to death, they intoned together, their voices flat and final. I serve the blood, and they plunged the daggers into their own hearts. They folded forward almost peacefully, their heads touching the floor as if in one last deep bow to their fallen lord. Rand stared in utter disbelief. Mad, he thought, a hysterical laugh bubbling in his throat. Maybe I will go mad, but they already were. He was shakily pushing himself to his feet when Ingtar and the others came running back into the chamber. They all bore fresh nicks and cuts. The leather of Ingtar's coat was stained dark in several places. Mat still clutched the horn of Valera, his dagger in his other hand, its blade now darker than the ruby in its hilt. Perrin's axe was stained too, and the big man looked pale, as if he might be sick at any moment. "You dealt with them?" Ingdar said, his eyes sweeping over the 3 bodies. "Then we're done, if no alarm was raised," Ingdar continued, a note of grim relief in his voice. "Those fools we fought never once cried for help." "I'll check if the guards outside heard anything," Hurin said, and darted toward the window. Mat just shook his head, his expression a mix of awe and revulsion. "Rand, these people are insane. I know I've said it before, but I mean it. They truly are." Those servants back in the halls, he trailed off, and Rand held his breath, a cold dread washing over him, wondering if they had all taken their own lives. Mat finally found his words again. "Whenever they saw us fighting, they just dropped to their knees, pressed their faces to the floor, and wrapped their arms over their heads like children hiding from a storm. They remained motionless, never uttering a sound or attempting to aid the soldiers or raise any alarm. As far as I know, they're still in that same position." "I wouldn't rely on them staying knelt down forever," Ingtar remarked flatly. "We need to move now, and we need to run." "Go ahead," Rand told him, "but Egwene—" "Are you mad?" Ingtar cut in sharply. "We have what we came for, the Horn of Valere, our one real chance. How can you weigh one girl, even someone you care for, against the Horn and everything it represents? Let the Dark One take the Horn for all I care. What good is finding it if I leave Egwene behind in this place? If I did that, no power could save me. Not the Horn, not even the Creator. I'd be lost forever." Ingtar studied him, his expression impossible to read. "You truly mean every word of that, don't you?" Something stirring outside Hurin broke in urgently. A man just sprinted up, and now they're swarming like startled ants. "Hold on, the officer's heading inside. Go now," Ingtar ordered. He reached for the horn, but Mat was already darting away. Rand wavered until Ingtar seized his arm and dragged him into the corridor. The rest were rushing after Mat. Perrin shot Rand one anguished glance before following. "You won't save the girl by staying here to die." Rand ran with them. Part of him loathed the retreat, but another part vowed silently, "I'll return. I'll find a way to get her out." By the time they reached the bottom of the tight, spiraling staircase, a man's booming voice echoed from the front rooms, angrily demanding answers. A young serving girl in a sheer robe knelt at the foot of the stairs, and an older woman in plain white wool, her apron dusted with flour, knelt near the kitchen door. Both were exactly as Mat had described, faces pressed to the floor, arms wrapped over their heads, and neither stirred as Rand and the others rushed past. He felt a flicker of relief seeing the slight rise and fall of their breathing. They sprinted across the garden, scrambling hastily over the rear wall. Ingdar muttered a curse when Mat carelessly tossed the Horn of Valere over first and tried again to take it once they landed outside. But Mat snatched it back, insisting it's not even dented, before darting up the shadowed alley. Behind them, shouts erupted from the house. A woman screamed, and the heavy toll of a gong began to ring out.
"I will come back for her, no matter what it takes." Rand pushed himself to catch up with the others, his legs pumping as fast as they could go. Chapter 46. Out of the shadow, Nynaeve and the others caught the sound of distant yelling as they neared the building where the Damain were kept. The streets were growing busier, and the people around them moved with a new unease steps, quicker.
glances sharper and more wary as they took in Nynaeve in her lightning-embroidered dress and the woman she led by a silver leash. Elaine adjusted her bundle anxiously, peering toward the commotion one street over, where a banner bearing a golden hawk gripping lightning snapped in the wind. "What's going on over there?" "Nothing that concerns us," Nynaeve stated firmly.
"You hope it doesn't," Min added. "So do I."
She quickened her pace, hurrying up the steps ahead of the others and slipping inside the tall stone building. Nynaeve tightened her hold on the leash. "Remember, Sita, you need us to get through this safely, just as much as we do." "I know," the Sienkan woman replied earnestly. She kept her head down, concealing her face. "I won't give you any trouble, I swear it." As they climbed the grey stone steps, a Suldam and her Damain appeared at the top, descending as they went up. After one quick look to confirm the collared woman wasn't Egwene, Nynaeve averted her eyes. She used the Adam to keep Seta close, so if the Damain sensed the ability to channel, she would assume it came from Seta. Sweat traced a cold line down Nynaeve's back until she noticed the pair paid them no more mind than they did in return. All they saw was the lightning-panelled dress, the plain grey one, and the silver leash connecting them, just another pair of Suldam and Damain, with a local girl trailing behind carrying the leash holder's belongings. Nynaeve pushed the door open and they entered. Whatever commotion was happening under Turak's banner hadn't reached this place yet. The entry hall held only women, their roles clear by their clothing. 3 Damain in grey, each with a Suldam wearing the control bracelets. 2 women in dresses adorned with forked lightning patterns were deep in conversation, while 3 others crossed the hall alone. 4 women dressed like Min, in simple dark woolens, hurried past with trays. Min was already waiting further down the hall. She gave them a single glance before turning to move deeper into the house. Nynaeve guided Sita after her, with Elaine following closely. No one seemed to pay them any real attention, though Nynaeve felt a trickle of sweat trace her spine, a trickle she feared might soon become a flood. She kept Seta moving at a brisk pace to avoid any lingering looks, or, worse, questions. Seta, her eyes fixed on her own feet, needed so little urging that Nynaeve suspected she would have been running if not for the physical restraint of the leash. Near the rear of the house, Min took a narrow, spiralling staircase upward. Nynaeve prodded Seta ahead of her, climbing all the way to the 4th floor. The ceilings here were low, the halls empty and eerily silent, except for the soft, persistent sound of weeping. The weeping seemed to seep into the very air of the chilly corridors. "This place?" Elaine started, then shook her head. "It feels." "Yes, it does," Nynaeve agreed grimly. She shot a glare at Seta, who kept her face lowered. A pallor of fear had washed the Xianshan woman's skin, even paler than usual. Without a word, Min opened a door and entered, and they followed. The room beyond had been crudely partitioned into smaller spaces by rough wooden walls, with a narrow hallway leading to a window. Nynaeve crowded after Min as she hurried to the last door on the right and pushed inside. A slender, dark-haired girl in a grey dress sat at a small table, her head resting on folded arms, but even before she looked up, Nynaeve knew it was Egwene. A gleaming metallic ribbon connected the silver collar around Egwene's neck to a bracelet hanging on a wall peg. Her eyes went wide at the sight of them, her mouth moving soundlessly for a moment. As Elaine closed the door, Egwene let out a sudden, choked giggle, pressing her hands over her mouth to stifle it. The tiny room felt overwhelmingly cramped with all of them inside. "I know I'm not dreaming," she said, her voice trembling, "because if I were, you'd be Rand and Galad arriving on tall stallions." "I have been dreaming, though. I thought Rand was here. I couldn't see him, but I felt—" Her voice faded. "If you'd rather wait for them, Min said with dry humour. "Oh, no, no, you are all beautiful, the most beautiful sight I've ever seen. Where did you come from? How did you manage this? That dress, Nineve, and the Adam, and who is?" She let out an abrupt squeak. "That's Seta? How?" Her voice hardened into a tone Nineve barely recognized. "I'd like to put her in a pot of boiling oil." Seta had her eyes squeezed shut, her hands clutching her skirts, so tightly her knuckles were white. She trembled violently. "What have they done to you?" Elaine exclaimed. "What could they possibly do to make you wish for something so cruel?" Egwene never took her eyes off the Sionkan woman. "I'd like her to feel it. That's what she did to me, made me feel like I was drowning in." She shuddered. "The memory of physical weight? You don't know what it's like to wear one of these, Elaine. You can't imagine what they can do to you. I can never decide if Seta is worse than Rena, but they're all hateful." "I think I have an idea," Nineve said quietly. Through the Adam, she could feel the clammy sweat on Seta's skin, the cold tremors racking her limbs. The yellow-haired Sianchon was utterly terrified. It took all of Nineve's willpower not to make those terrors a reality right then. "Can you take this off me?" Egwene asked, fingers brushing the collar. "You must be able to, if you could put that one on." Nineve channeled a precise, focused trickle of power. The silver collar around Egwene's neck was a constant source of fury, but it was Seta's palpable terror, and the grim knowledge of how richly she deserved it, that truly stoked the fire within. That, combined with Egwene's own dark imaginings of what she wished to do to the woman, finally coalesced into a surge of power. With a soft click, the collar sprang open and tumbled to the floor. Egwene's fingers rose to her throat in stunned wonder. "Put on my dress and coat," Nineve instructed, while Elaine swiftly unfolded the garments from the bed. "We will walk right out of here, and no one will give you a second glance." For a moment, Nynaeve considered holding on to the embrace of Sedar. The anger still simmered, and the sensation was utterly intoxicating. Yet, with reluctance, she released it. This might be the one spot in all of Falme where a stray channeling wouldn't immediately draw a Suldam and her domain. But if a domain saw a supposed Suldam glowing with the power, alarms would sound for certain. "Frankly, I don't understand why you didn't just grab the thing and make a run for it days ago, even if you couldn't get it off." As Min and Elaine helped her into Nynaeve's worn dress, Egwene explained the cruel mechanics of the Adam. She described how moving the controlling bracelet from where a Suldam left it was possible, but how any attempt to channel without that connection left her violently ill. Just that morning, she had discovered the collar's physical catch, and learned that the mere intention of opening it caused her hand to cramp into a useless claw. She could touch it idly, but the instant the thought of release entered her mind, her muscles betrayed her. Nynaeve felt a wave of nausea. The bracelet on her own wrist now felt like a vile parasite. It was monstrous. She needed it off before she learned anything more, before some new horror made her feel permanently tainted for having worn it. Fumbling with the clasp, she yanked the silver band free, snapped it shut, and hung it on a wall peg. "Don't think this changes anything," she warned, shaking a fist under Seta's nose. "I can still make you regret the day you were born if you so much as whisper, and I don't need that cursed contraption to do it." You cannot mean to leave me here like this," Seta whispered, her voice trembling. "You mustn't tie me up. Gag me so I cannot cry out. I beg you." Egwene let out a cold, humorless laugh. "Leave it on her. She won't call for help. Gag or no gag, your best hope, Seta, is that whoever finds you is merciful enough to remove the Adam and keep your filthy little secret. And it is a secret, isn't it?" "What are you talking about?" Elaine asked, confused. "It's all I could do, think, when they left me alone up here," Egwene said, her tone shifting from bitter to one of grim, enlightened certainty. Suldam prattle about developing an affinity after a few years. Most claim they can sense channeling even when not leashed. I wasn't sure, but Seta here proves it. Proves what? Elaine demanded, though her eyes suddenly widened with dawning horror. Nynaeve, Egwene continued, the revelation lending her voice a hard, sarcastic edge. The Adam only work on women who can channel. Don't you see the beautiful, twisted irony? Your precious Suldam can channel the same as the domain they enslave. Seta groaned, shaking her head in frantic denial. A Suldam would rather die than admit it even to herself. They never train the ability, so they can't actually do anything with it. But the potential is there. They are living a lie. I tried to tell you, Min said, fastening the last buttons on Egwene's dress. That collar shouldn't have worked on her. Any ordinary woman could have fought you off while you fumbled with it. But how is that possible? Nynaeve breathed, her mind reeling. I thought the Seanchan leashed every woman who could channel. Only those they can find, Egwene corrected. Women like you, me and Elaine, born with the spark, ready to channel whether taught or not. But what about the Seanchan girls who aren't born with it yet could learn? Not just any woman gets to be a leash holder. Rena actually thought she was being friendly, bragging about the selection process. It's a system built on a foundation of willful ignorance, a hypocrisy worn like a badge of honor. The room seemed to grow colder with the weight of the truth now laid bare between them. In Seanchan villages, the arrival of the Suldam to test young girls is treated like a festival day. They are searching for any girl who can channel, hoping to find and leash them, but they also allow the others to try on a bracelet. This test reveals whether a girl can sense what the woman in the collar is feeling. Those who can are taken away to be trained as Suldam, women who possess the latent ability to learn. Seta was whispering a frantic, repetitive denial under her breath. I know she is terrible, Elaine said softly, but I feel compelled to help her. She could have been one of us, if not for the Seanchan twisting everything. Nynaeve was about to retort that their own survival should come first when the door swung open. What is happening here? Rena demanded as she entered. A gathering, her gaze locked onto Nynaeve, hands planted firmly on her hips. I did not give permission for anyone to link with my pet, Tuli. I don't even know who you... Her eyes then fell on Egwene. Egwene wearing Nynaeve's dress instead of the domain grey, and without a collar around her neck. Rena's eyes widened in shock. She never had the chance to cry out. Moving with a speed born of desperation, Egwene snatched the pitcher from the washstand and drove it into Rena's stomach. The pitcher shattered, and the Suldam crumpled forward, gasping for air. As Rena fell, Egwene was upon her, a fierce snarl escaping her lips. She pinned the woman flat, seized the discarded collar from the floor, and fastened it around Rena's throat. In one fluid motion, Egwene yanked the silver leash, took the bracelet from its peg, and snapped it onto her own wrist. Her expression was one of terrifying focus, lips drawn back, eyes fixed on Rena's face. Kneeling on the Suldam's shoulders, she clamped both hands over the woman's mouth. Rena's body convulsed violently, her eyes bulged and choked. Muffled screams fought against Egwene's grip, while her heels hammered the floorboards. "Stop, Egwene!" Nynaeve seized Egwene's shoulders, pulling her back. "Egwene, you must stop this, isn't you?" Rena lay gasping, her face ashen, staring wildly at the ceiling. Abruptly, Egwene collapsed against Nynaeve, her body shaking with ragged sobs. "She hurt me, Nynaeve. They all hurt me. They kept hurting me until I obeyed. I hate them. I hate them for the pain, and I hate them because I couldn't stop myself from giving in." "I know," Nynaeve murmured, gently stroking Egwene's hair. "It's all right to hate them, Egwene. They've earned that hatred, but you cannot let them turn you into their reflection." Seta had buried her face in her hands. Rena, trembling, touched the collar at her neck as if she couldn't believe it was real. Egwene pulled away, hastily wiping her tears. I am nothing like them." She practically tore the bracelet from her wrist and flung it aside. "I'm not, but I wish I could make them pay. They deserve nothing less," Min stated, her gaze hard on the two Suldam. "Rand would certainly kill anyone who committed such acts," Elaine added, her voice firming with resolve. "I have no doubt of it. Perhaps they do deserve it," Nynaeve said, "and perhaps he would, but men often confuse vengeance and killing for true justice. They rarely have the fortitude for what justice actually requires." She had presided many times with the women's circle back home. Men sometimes came before them, believing women might be more lenient than the village council, but they always thought eloquence or pleas for mercy could sway the outcome. The women's circle showed mercy where it was warranted, but justice was always served, and it was the wisdom who delivered the final word. She picked up the discarded bracelet and closed it. "I would free every woman here if I could, and destroy every last one of these devices. But since I cannot—" She hung the bracelet back on the peg beside its mate, then turned her attention to the Suldam. No longer leash holders, she reminded herself. Now, they would understand what it meant to be on the other end of the leash. Perhaps, if you remained perfectly silent, you might be left undisturbed here long enough to work the collars free. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and it could be you've done just enough good to offset the evil, enough that you might be permitted to remove them. If not, you will be discovered sooner or later, and whoever finds you will have a great many questions before those collars ever come off. I suspect you will come to know intimately the very existence you forced upon others. That is justice," she said, turning to the others. Renna's face was frozen in a mask of dread. Sita's frame trembled as she wept into her palms. Nynaeve steeled herself. "It is justice," she repeated inwardly. "It truly is," and ushered the others from the chamber. Their departure drew no more notice than their arrival had. Nynaeve supposed she owed that small mercy to the Suldam dress she wore, but she longed to tear it off and cast it aside. Even the filthiest scrap of cloth would feel purer against her skin. The girls trailed her in heavy silence until they emerged onto the cobblestone street. She wondered if their quiet stemmed from what had just transpired, or from the gnawing fear that someone might yet stop them. She frowned. Would they have preferred to work themselves into a frenzy and slit those women's throats? "Horses," Egwene said abruptly. "We'll need horses. I know which stable they took Bella to, but I don't believe we can reach her now."
"We must leave Bella behind," Nynaeve told her firmly. "Our path leads to the harbour and a ship." "Where is everyone?" Min whispered, and Nynaeve suddenly noticed the street was deserted. The bustling crowds had vanished. Every shopfront and window was shuttered tight. But from the direction of the harbour, a column of Sianchan soldiers advanced, 100 or more in disciplined ranks, led by an officer in his lacquered armour.
They were still some distance away, but they marched with a grim, relentless cadence, and Nynaeve couldn't shake the feeling that every hidden gaze was locked upon her. That's absurd. I can't even see their eyes inside those helms. And if an alarm had been raised, it would have come from behind us. Still, she halted. "There are more coming from behind," Min murmured. Now Nynaeve could hear the rhythmic tread of those boots as well. "I'm not sure which group will reach us first." Nynaeve drew a steadying breath. "They have no business with us." She looked past the approaching soldiers toward the harbour, crowded with the tall, blunt shapes of Sianchan vessels. She couldn't pick out the spray. She prayed it was still there and ready to sail. "We will walk right past them. Light. Let it be that simple." "But what if they insist you join them, Nynaeve?" Elaine asked, her voice low with worry. "You are wearing that dress?" "If they start asking questions, I will not go back," Egwene stated, her tone fierce and final. "I'd rather die. Let me show them what they've taught me." To Nynaeve's eyes, a sudden golden aura seemed to envelop her. "No," Nynaeve cried, but it was too late. With a deafening roar, the street beneath the front ranks of Xianchan's soldiers exploded, hurling dirt, stone, and armored men aside like debris from a geyser. Still glowing, Egwene whirled to face up the street, and the thunderous blast echoed again. Debris rained down around the women, shouting soldiers scattered in orderly retreat, ducking into alleys and behind doorways. In moments, the street was clear save for the wounded sprawled around the two fresh craters. Some moved weakly, their moans carrying on the air. Nynaeve threw her hands up, straining to watch both directions at once. You fool, we were trying not to draw attention. Any hope of that was now utterly gone. Her only prayer was that they could weave through the alleys to skirt the soldiers and reach the harbour. The Damain would certainly know now. They couldn't have missed that display. "I won't wear that collar again," Egwene vowed, her eyes blazing. "I won't!" "Look out!" Min screamed. With a piercing shriek, a fireball the size of a wagon arched above the rooftops and began its deadly descent, straight toward them. "Run!" Nynaeve yelled, launching herself into a desperate dive toward the nearest gap between two closed-up shops. She hit the ground hard on her stomach, the impact knocking the wind from her lungs, just as a searing sphere of flame slammed into the street behind her. A wave of blistering air roared down the narrow alley. Gasping, she rolled over and peered back. Where they had stood moments before, the cobblestones were now a shattered, scorched circle 10 paces wide. Across the way, she spotted Elaine, pressed tight against a wall in another alley entrance. Min and Egwene were nowhere to be seen. A cold dread clenched Nynaeve's heart, but Elaine, understanding her fear, shook her head fiercely and pointed urgently down the street. They had fled that way. Relief washed over Nynaeve, instantly boiling into a spike of pure irritation. That reckless fool! We could have slipped past them together, but there was no time for anger. She scrambled to the alley's edge and risked a quick glance around the corner. Another fireball, the size of a man's head, came streaking straight for her. She jerked back just as it exploded against the stone where her face had been, pelting her with sharp fragments. Fury, hot and immediate, channeled the one power through her before she even thought to reach for it. A brilliant fork of lightning lanced from the grey sky, striking somewhere up the street with a deafening crack. A second bolt followed, and then she was running, boots pounding down the grimy alley. Behind her, lightning stabbed into the alley's mouth, sealing it with a flash of searing light. If that river captain Doman isn't at the docks with his ship ready, I swear I'll... Light, just let us all get there in one piece. On the docks, Bayle Doman snapped, upright as unnatural lightning split the sky over the town, followed by a deep, rolling boom. There aren't near enough clouds for that kind of storm. Another explosion echoed, and a fireball smashed into a rooftop above the waterfront, sending shattered tiles flying. The docks, already mostly deserted, now saw the last few Xianchans scrambling, drawing swords and shouting in alarm. A man burst from a warehouse, a grotesque, leaping Grawm at his heels, both vanishing into a side street. One of Doman's crewmen, eyes wide with panic, snatched up an axe and raised it over a thick mooring cable. In 2 long strides, Doman was on him, one hand seizing the axe haft, the other clamping on the man's throat. "The spray stays until I give the order, Aedwyn Cole. They've lost their minds, Captain," Yarin shouted over the din. Another explosion rumbled across the harbour, scattering gulls into shrieking circles, and more lightning flickered, striking within Falme itself. "Those Domain will burn the whole town down with us in it. Let's cast off while they're busy killing each other. They won't even see us go. I gave my word," Doman stated, his voice flat. He ripped the axe from Cole's grip and flung it clattering onto the deck. "I gave my word. Hurry, woman," he thought, "whether you're Aes Sedai or something else entirely, for the love of a calm sea, hurry on the sparse, wind-scoured hills overlooking Falme. Lord Captain Geofram Bornhold noted the strange lightning flashing over the town and dismissed it. Some massive winged Xianshan creature was flapping frantically to avoid the bolts. If a storm was brewing, it would hinder the enemy as much as his own force. The rolling, nearly treeless hills still hid his 1,000 men, a long mounted line of white cloaks rippling in the cold wind that also snapped the banner beside him, the golden, wavy-rayed sun of the Children of the Light. They were positioned in the dips and hollows just out of sight of the town. "Go now, Bayar," he commanded. The gaunt-faced man hesitated, his doubt plain, and Bornhold hardened his tone. "I said, go, child Bayar." Bayar touched hand to heart in a stiff bow. "As you command, my lord captain." He wheeled his horse, every line of his body radiating grim reluctance. Bornhold put the man from his thoughts. He had done what he could there. Drawing himself up in his saddle, he raised his voice to carry down the line. "The Legion will advance at a walk." With a collective creak of leather and a soft jingle of tack, the long line of white-cloaked riders began to move slowly, deliberately, toward the waiting town of Falmey. Rand peered around the corner at the approaching Xiancan soldiers before ducking back into the narrow gap between two stables, his expression grim. They would be on him soon. Dried blood marked his cheek, and the cuts from Turak burned, though there was no time to tend them. Lightning flashed once more, the following thunder vibrating up through his boots. "What in the world is going on out there? Are they close?" Ingdar asked. "We must save the horn, Rand." Despite the enemy patrols, the strange lightning, and the distant explosions echoing from the town, Ingdar seemed lost in his own thoughts. At the alley's far end, Matt, Perrin, and Hurin kept watch on another Xianchan squad. Their horses were near now if they could just reach them.
"She's in danger," Rand muttered to himself. Egwene. A peculiar tension tightened in his mind, as if vital threads of his own life were fraying. Egwene was one of those threads, but there were others, all somewhere down in Falm, all feeling threatened. If any one of them snapped, his life would never be whole again. He didn't understand the feeling, but its certainty was undeniable. "One man could hold off 50 here," Ingdar remarked abruptly. The two stables pressed so close there was barely room for both of them. A single defender in a narrow pass. Not a bad end. Songs have been written for less. "Let's not talk about dying," Rand replied. "I'd rather avoid that, thanks." Another rooftop in the town burst apart in a shower of debris. How will I ever get back in there? I have to reach her. Reach all of them. He shook his head and risked another glance. The Xianchan were closer now, still advancing. "I never knew what he planned," Ingdar said softly, almost to himself. He had drawn his sword, testing its edge with his thumb. A plain, unremarkable man you'd overlook, even when he stood right before you. I was told to bring him inside Faldara, inside the fortress itself. I didn't want to, but I felt I had no choice, do you understand? I had to. I didn't learn his true purpose until he fired that arrow. Even now, I don't know if it was meant for the Amelin seat or for you." A cold dread settled in Rand's stomach. He stared at Ingdar. "What are you telling me?" he whispered. Ingdar, still studying his blade, didn't appear to hear. Everywhere, humankind is being swept aside. Nations fall and disappear. Dark friends walk among us, and these southerners neither notice nor care. We bleed on the borderlands to keep them safe in their homes, and every year, no matter what we do, the blight creeps farther south. They think Trollocs are bedtime stories, and Myrdral are tavern tales. He shook his head, frowning. It seemed the only path left. Why be destroyed for people who are ignorant and ungrateful? Why not secure our own survival? I told myself that serving the shadow was better than vanishing into oblivion, like Caroline or Harden. It all seemed so logical at the time. Rand seized Ingtar by the front of his coat. "You're not making any sense.
He can't mean this. He just can't. Say it plainly, whatever it is. You're talking like a madman for the first time. Ingtar met Rand's gaze. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. You are a better man than I, Rand. Shepherd or lord, you are better, the prophecy says. Let who sounds me think not of glory, but only salvation. I was thinking of my own salvation. I thought if I sounded the horn and led the heroes of legend against Sheol Ghul, it would be enough. They say no one can walk in the shadows so long that they can't return to the light. Surely that would have cleansed me of all I've been and all I've done. O light, Ingdar, Rand let go, and leaned heavily against the stable wall. I believe that wanting to return is enough. I think all you need to do is stop walking that dark path. Ingdar flinched as if Rand had spoken the word aloud. Dark friend. Rand felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach as Ingdar's confession hung in the air. When Verin had used the portal stone, Ingtar explained, he had lived countless other lives, glimpses of a fate where he sometimes held the horn of Valere but never dared to sound it. In every vision he tried to flee from what he had become, yet each escape demanded a worse price, a deeper betrayal, until he was utterly lost. You were willing to give it up to save a friend, Ingtar said, his voice breaking. You never thought of glory. Light, help me for a moment. Rand could not speak. The admission felt as shocking and unthinkable as if Egwene had confessed to some unspeakable crime, too monstrous to believe, yet too raw to be anything but the truth. After a heavy silence, Ingdar spoke again, his tone now resolute. There's always a price, Rand. Maybe I can pay it here, Ingdar. I don't. It is every man's right, Ingdar interrupted, to choose when to sheathe the sword, even a man like me. Before Rand could reply, Hurin came sprinting into the alley, breathless. The patrol turned off toward the town centre. He reported quickly. They're gathering down there. Mat and Perrin kept going. He peeked around the corner and ducked back. We need to move, my lords. Those Siankan soldiers are almost on us. Go, Rand, Ingdar said, turning to face the street and not looking back. Take the horn where it belongs. I always knew the Amelin should have given you the charge. All I ever wanted was to keep Shiannar from being swept away and forgotten. I know, Rand said softly. He drew a steadying breath, the words of an old blessing rising to his lips. May the light shine on you, Lord Ingtar of House Shinoa, and may you shelter in the palm of the Creator's hand. He placed a hand on Ingtar's shoulder. May the last embrace of the mother welcome you home. Hurin gasped beside him. Thank you, Ingtar whispered, and as he did, the tension seemed to drain from his frame. For the first time since the Trolloc raid on Fal Dara, he stood tall and unburdened at peace. Rand turned to find Hurin wide-eyed, staring at them both. It's time for us to leave, but Lord Ingtar is doing what he must. Rand cut in firmly. We go now. Hurin gave a tight nod, and Rand followed him at a run. The steady tramp of Sianchan boots echoed closer now. Rand did not look back. Mat and Perrin were already on their horses when Rand and Hurin reached them. From far behind, Ingtar's voice rang out, clear and defiant. For the light and for Shinoa, the sudden clang of steel joined a rising chorus of shouts. Where's Ingtar? Mat yelled. What's happening? The horn of Valere was tied to his saddle like an ordinary hunting horn, but the ruby-hilted dagger was at his belt. His thin hand curled protectively around it. He's dying, Rand answered bluntly as he swung onto Red's back. Then we have to help him, Perrin insisted. Mat can take the horn and the dagger ahead while we... He's buying our escape, Rand said. That was part of it, at least. We'll all take the horn to Verin. Then you can help her deliver it wherever it needs to go. What are you talking about? Perrin asked. But Rand was already digging his heels into the bay stallion's sides. Red surged forward, charging toward the hills beyond Falme behind them. Ingtar's final cry, For the light and for Shinoa, soared into the air, triumphant, and a crack of lightning split the sky in reply. Rand urged Red faster, leaning low over the horse's neck as they raced away. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was fleeing not just the Xianchan, but the weight of Ingtar's sacrifice and the duty that now pressed upon him. Ingtar was a dark friend. I don't care, he was still my friend, but the drumming of Red's hooves couldn't outrun his own thoughts. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain, and the duties piled up. Egwene, the horn, Fane, Mat, and his cursed dagger. Why can't they come one at a time? I have to handle all of it. Light, Egwene. He hauled back on the reins so abruptly that Red skidded to a stop, haunches dropping. They stood in a thin grove of leafless trees atop one of the hills overlooking the town. The rest of the riders thundered to a halt around him.
"Explain yourself," Perrin demanded, his voice tight. "You want us to help Verin deliver the horn. Where will you be?" "Maybe the madness is already taking him," Mat suggested, a forced lightness in his tone. "He wouldn't stick around if he was losing his mind. Would you, Rand? All three of you must take the horn to Verin," Rand stated flatly. His mind was a storm of obligations and fears, with Egwene at the center of it all. "You don't require my presence."
Mat's fingers traced the carved hilt of the dagger at his belt. "That's fine for the horn, but what about you? You can't be going mad already. You just can't." Nearby, Hurin listened with wide, confused eyes, grasping only fragments of their desperate conversation. "I am returning," Rand declared. "I never should have departed." The words felt clumsy and untrue even as he spoke them, a dissonant echo in his own skull. "I must go back immediately." That phrasing carried more conviction. Egwene remains there, recall, with one of those leashes around her throat. "Are you certain?" Mat pressed. "I didn't spot her. Fine. If you say she's there, then she is. We'll all deliver the horn to Verin, and then we'll all turn back for her. You don't imagine I'd abandon her, do you?" Rand gave a sharp shake of his head. The tapestry of fate and duty pressed in on him, a building pressure threatening to shatter his composure. "Light? What is becoming of me?" "Mat! Verin has to get you and that dagger to Tar Valon. It's the only way you'll ever be free of it. You cannot afford delays." Rescuing Egwene is not a delay. Mat shot back, though his grip on the dagger had tightened so fiercely his hand trembled. "We aren't going back," Perrin interjected, his voice grim. "Not now. Look." He gestured toward Falme. The fields and paddocks behind the town were darkening under the mass of Xianchan soldiers, thousands forming disciplined ranks. Among them were cavalry on armored horses and others riding scaled creatures, their officers marked by vivid banners. The ranks were sprinkled with grolm and other bizarre beasts, nightmarish approximations of birds and lizards, and hulking grey-skinned things with massive tusks he couldn't begin to name. At regular intervals stood Showdown, each linked to a domain. Rand's stomach twisted, wondering if Egwene was one of those collared women. In the town, the distant pop of a rooftop exploding occasionally punctuated the air, and forks of lightning still tore at the sky. High above, two winged creatures with vast leathery wings circled warily, avoiding the electrical storm. "All that for us?" Mat asked, disbelief coloring his words. "Who do they think we are?" A possible answer flickered at the edge of Rand's consciousness, but he violently rejected it before it could fully form.
"We can't go the other way either, Lord Rand," Hurin said urgently. "White cloaks, hundreds of them." Rand turned his horse to follow the sniffer's pointing finger. A rippling line of men in white cloaks was advancing steadily across the rolling hills. "Lord Rand," Hurin muttered, "if that lot so much as glimpses the horn of Valeri, we'll never get it near an Aes Sedai. We'll be lucky to escape with our lives."
"Maybe that's why the Xianchan are assembling," Mat said, a thread of hope in his voice. "Because of the white cloaks. Maybe this has nothing to do with us." "Regardless," Perrin said with dry practicality, A battle is about to start here in a matter of minutes. Either side could cut us down, Hurin added. Even if they never see the horn, if they do spot it. Rand found he couldn't focus on the threat of the White Cloaks or the Xianshan army. I have to go back. I must. He realized his gaze, like everyone else's, was locked on the horn of Valere. The gleaming golden curve hung from Mat's saddle, drawing every eye. It has to be present for the last battle, Mat said, nervously wetting his lips. Nothing says it can't be sounded before that. He untied the horn and held it, looking at them with anxious eyes. Nothing says it can't. No one else spoke. Rand felt his own thoughts were too loud, too demanding to permit speech. Have to go back. Have to go back. The longer he stared at the horn, the more the compulsion grew, a drumbeat in his skull. Have to. Have to. Mat's hand was unsteady as he lifted the golden horn of Valere to his mouth. The note that rang out was pure and brilliant, as golden as the artifact itself. The very air around them seemed to vibrate with the horn's final note, a resonance that sank into the ancient trees, the solid earth, and the vast sky itself. It was a single, all-encompassing sound that swallowed the world. From the stillness, a mist began to form, first as faint, ghostly tendrils, then swelling into dense, rolling banks that smothered the landscape in a featureless white. On his horse, Jofram Bornhold felt his spine go rigid as a new sound pierced the fog, a melody so heartbreakingly beautiful it ached, yet so filled with sorrow it choked him. It came from everywhere and nowhere. The mist was still thickening. The Xiancan. They've sensed us. They're making their move. His objective was still distant, the timing all wrong, but his sword came free in a rasp of steel, a sound echoed down the line of his soldiers, and he shouted the order, "The Legion will advance at a trot." Falmi was somewhere ahead, utterly swallowed by the impenetrable white. The rhythmic beat of hooves quickened. He could hear them, though he could see nothing. Suddenly, the earth directly before him erupted with a deafening crash, pelting him with soil and rock. Another explosion tore through the blindness to his right, followed by the horrific screams of men and horses. Then another to his left, and another muffled thunder and agony, all wrapped in fog. The Legion will charge! He drove his heels into his mount, lunging forward, and heard the answering roar as what remained of his force followed. There was only thunder, screams, and whiteness. His final flicker of thought was a pang of regret. Bayar would never get to tell Dane the story of his father's end. For Rand, the trees had vanished. Mat stood holding the horn, his face a mask of stunned reverence, while the echo of the call seemed permanently etched into Rand's mind. The fog enveloped everything in churning waves, as white as fresh snow, yet his vision pierced it, showing him impossible scenes. Falm lay both below him and somehow above, its landward edge, a dark mass of Xianshan formations, as lightning tore through its streets. In one dizzying view, white cloaks galloped to their doom, the ground erupting beneath them in gouts of flame. In the harbour, men scrambled on the decks of tall ships. On one particular vessel, a crew he recognized waited in terror. He could make out the weathered, worried face of Bail Doman. Rand clutched his head, the sensory overload threatening to split his skull. Though the forest was gone, he could see his companions perfectly. Hurin, coiled with anxiety, Mat, whispering fearfully to himself, Perrin standing with a grim acceptance, as if he had always expected this moment. The fog surged around them. "Lord Rand!" Hurin exclaimed, though there was no need to point down the sloping wall of mist, as if descending a mountainside, rode figures on horseback. The dense vapour hid details at first, but as they drew nearer, Rand's breath caught. He knew them. Men and women, their attire and armament spanning countless eras, yet every face was familiar. There was Rogosh Eagle-Eye, whose kindly white-haired appearance belied the piercing gaze that justified his name. The swarthy, broad-shouldered Gaidel Kane, with the twin hilts of his swords rising above his back. Birgitte, her hair a golden cascade, her silver bow gleaming, a quiver of silver arrows at her hip. And more, he knew their faces and their names, yet with each one he also perceived a cascade of other identities from other turnings of the wheel. Michael instead of Mikkel, Patrick instead of Pedrig, Oscar instead of Otterin, names that were strange, yet intimately known. Leading them was a tall, hook-nosed man with commanding, deep-set eyes and a great sword at his side, Arthur Hawkwing himself. Matt stared, utterly dumbfounded, as the spectral host reined in before them. Is this really all of you?" Rand saw they numbered just over 100, a fact he realized he had somehow always known. Hurin's jaw hung slack, his eyes wide with disbelief. "It requires more than mere courage to be bound to the horn," Arthur Hawkwing declared, his voice a deep, resonant instrument of command, or a woman, Birgit added pointedly, notching a silver arrow to her bowstring almost absently. Or a woman, Hawkwing conceded with a slight nod. Only a select few are tethered to the wheel, spun out time and again to serve the pattern's design across the ages. "You find yourselves in a war that was old before your grandfathers' grandfathers were born," he continued, his gaze sweeping over them, "and you have just sounded the muster." A grim smile touched his lips. "Let us see what chaos we can bring to the enemies of the light. You could tell him, Luz Therin, if only your memories of flesh and blood would return." The gaze was fixed on Rand. Rand shook his head, refusing to waste breath on denials. "Invaders have landed, men who name themselves Siankan. They wield chained Aes Sedai as weapons in their battles. They must be thrown back into the ocean, and there is a young woman, Egwene Alvear, a novice of the White Tower. The Siankan hold her captive. You must aid me in freeing her." To his astonishment, a few chuckles rose from the small host behind Arthur Hawkwing, and Birgit, testing the tension of her bowstring, let out a laugh. "You never do pick the easy ones, do you, Luz Therin?" Her tone was warm, the familiarity of centuries shared. "My name is Rand al'Thor," he snapped. "You must make haste. Time is slipping away." "Time?" Birgit said, her smile lingering. "For us, time is the fabric we are woven from." Beside her, Gaidel Kane let his reins fall, guiding his mount with his knees as he drew a blade in each hand. All along the line, the small band of heroes readied themselves, swords whispering from scabbards, bows lifted, spears and axes held at the ready. Justice gleamed like polished silver in Arthur Hawkwing's gauntleted grip. "I have stood with you in more battles than the stars have witnessed, Luz Therin, and faced you across the field just as often. The wheel spins us out for its own reasons, not our desires, to serve the pattern. I know you, even if you have forgotten yourself. We will scour these invaders from your shores for you." His warhorse sidestepped, and he glanced around, his brow furrowed. "Something is amiss here. A tether holds me, abruptly." He turned his piercing eyes on Rand. "You are present. Do you have the banner?" A ripple of whispers spread through the ranks behind him. "I do," Rand said. He tore open the straps of his saddlebags and drew out the dragon's banner. It unfolded in his grasp, the fabric falling almost to his stallion's knees. The murmuring among the heroes grew louder. "The pattern tightens around our necks, like nooses," Arthur Hawkwing declared. "You are here. The banner is here. The weave of this moment is fixed. We have answered the horn, but now we must follow the banner." And the dragon, Hurin, made a choked sound, as if the air had left his lungs.
"Light, burn me," Matt whispered, awe stripping his voice bare. "It's all true. Light, burn me." Perrin hesitated only for a heartbeat before swinging down from his saddle and striding into the clinging mist. A sharp, chopping sound echoed, and he returned carrying a straight, trimmed sapling pole. "Hand it to me, Rand," he said, his voice solemn. "If they require it, let me bear it." Working quickly, Rand helped him lash the banner to the pole.
When Perrin remounted, holding the standard aloft, a current of air, unfelt in the still fog, seemed to ripple the pale cloth, making the serpentine dragon writhe as if alive. "You should remain here," Rand told Hurin. "When this is finished, you will be safe here." Hurin drew his short sword, holding it as though it might truly be of some use from horseback. "Begging your pardon, Lord Rand, but I don't believe I will. I don't understand a tenth of what I've heard, or what I'm seeing." His voice fell to a mutter before strengthening again. "But I've come this far, and I mean to see it through." Arthur Hawkwing clapped the sniffer on the shoulder. "Sometimes the wheel adds new threads to our tapestry, friend. Perhaps you will find your place among us one day." Hurin straightened in his saddle as if he had been granted a royal title. Hawkwing then bowed formally from his saddle to Rand. "With your permission, Lord Rand, trumpeter, will you give us music from the horn? It is only fitting that the horn of Valeray should sing us into battle. Standard bearer, will you advance?" Mat set the horn to his lips again, and its call rang out, long and piercing. The mists themselves seemed to vibrate with the sound. Perrin nudged his horse forward. Rand drew the heron-mark blade and rode to place himself between them. The thick, billowing white fog obscured all, yet somehow the vision remained clear beneath him. Falm, where the power was being wielded in the streets. The harbour, the massed Siankan host, and the white cloaks falling in their final stand. It was all there spread out below, while he hung suspended above, the scene frozen just as it had been. It felt as though the horn's call had only just begun, as if time itself had held its breath while the heroes gathered, and now it rushed forward once more. The fierce notes Mat drew from the horn still vibrated in the heavy air, mingling with the thunder of hooves as the charge gained momentum. Rand plunged into the dense fog, unsure of his own direction. The mist grew thicker, swallowing the flanks of the heroic line until his companions blurred and vanished, first Mat, laughing between blasts of the horn, then Perrin with his unnaturally glowing eyes, the dragon banner whipping behind him, and finally Hurin bent low over his saddle with a look of terrified determination. Soon Rand rode on in eerie solitude, or so it seemed. In a strange, detached sense, he was still aware of them, just as he was aware of the distant clash in Falmi and the Xianchan host. He could not pinpoint their locations, nor his own. Gripping his sword tighter, he squinted into the shifting grey ahead. This lonely charge through the void felt fated, inevitable. Then Baalzamon materialized before him, arms spread wide. Red shied violently, throwing Rand from the saddle. He clutched his sword as he tumbled through the air, bracing for an impact that never truly came. It was like falling onto empty space. One moment he was airborne in the mist. The next he was standing on solid ground, his horse gone. Baalzamon advanced toward him, gripping a long staff blackened as if by fire. They were alone in the swirling fog, and behind his foe lay not mist, but a pure, lightless shadow. Rand remained aware of the other struggles, as if watching scenes from a dream. Arthur Hawkwing and the legendary heroes clashed with the Xianchan in the obscured wagon yards. Perrin wielded his axe defensively, guarding the banner more than attacking. Mat continued his wild, defiant sounding of the horn. Hurin fought on foot now, a short sword in one hand and a sword-breaker in the other, using every trick of his trade. Despite the Xianchan's numbers, it was their dark-armored ranks that gave ground. But Rand's focus narrowed to the figure before him. With deep reluctance, he sought the void, touched the true source, and was flooded with the one power. There was no alternative. His only chance, however slim, lay here. The power saturated him, humming in his veins, seeping into his clothes and his very sword. He felt incandescent, as if he should shine with a blinding light. The sensation was both exhilarating and sickening. Move. Rand ground out, "You are not my purpose here." The girl, Ba'alzamon's laugh was a crackle of flame. His burns had nearly vanished, leaving only faint, fading scars. He appeared a handsome, middle-aged man, save for his eyes and the fire that was his mouth. "Which one, Luz Therin? You have no allies now. You are mine, or you are dead, and if dead, you are mine regardless." "Liar," Rand snarled, launching a strike. The charred staff met his blade in a shower of sparks. "Father of lies? Fool did those ancient fools you summoned not tell you what you are." The fires of Ba'alzamon's face roared with mirth. Even embraced by the void, Rand felt a cold dread. Would they lie? "I don't want to be the dragon reborn." He tightened his grip. He flowed through the forms, parting the silk. The river undercuts the bank, but each cut was met and deflected by the staff, sparks flying, like from a blacksmith's hammer. "My business is in Falme, not with you, never with you," Rand said, thinking. "I must keep him distracted until Egwene is safe." In that detached way, he perceived the battle raging through the fog-bound horse lots and storage yards. "You pathetic creature, you have sounded the horn of Valere. You are bound to it now. Do you truly believe the serpents of the White Tower will ever let you go? The chains they intend for you will be forged so thick, you will never break free." The words struck Rand with such force that the shock reverberated even within the emptiness of the void. He doesn't know everything. He truly doesn't. He was certain his realization must be plain on his face. To hide it, he threw himself forward. Hummingbird kisses the honey rose. The moon on the water. The swallow rides the air. A jagged arc of lightning connected blade and staff, scattering a shower of brilliant sparks into the swirling fog. Yet Ba'alzamon retreated, his eyes burning like twin furnaces. From the corner of his awareness, Rand perceived the Xianshan being pushed back through Falme's cobblestone streets, fighting with a desperate fury. Domain unleashed the one power to rend the earth itself. But it washed harmlessly over the figure of Artur Hawkwing and the other heroes summoned by the horn. Will you choose to be a worm hiding under a stone? Ba'alzamon hissed. The seething darkness behind him seemed to pulse. You are your own executioner. The power rages inside you, scorching your very bones. It is consuming you. Only I possess the knowledge to teach you its mastery. Swear to me and live. Defy me and you will perish. Never. I just need to keep him occupied. Hurry, Hawkwing. Please, hurry. He attacked again. The dove takes flight. The falling leaf. This time the assault forced him back. Through a haze, he saw the Xiancan rallying, fighting their way back among the stable-yards. He pushed harder, his movements a blur. The kingfisher takes a silverback. On the distant battlefield, the Xianshan line buckled under a charge led by Artur Hawkwing and Perrin, fighting shoulder to shoulder, bundling straw. Ba'alzamon intercepted his strike in an explosion of crimson embers, and Rand barely leapt aside as the staff whistled past his head, the displaced air stirring his hair. The Xianshan ranks surged forward anew, striking the spark. A hail of sparks erupted as Ba'alzamon dodged and the Xianshan were driven back into the streets. A howl of frustration built in Rand's throat. The connection was now undeniable. His duel and the battle for Falme were won. His advance spurred the heroes. His retreat strengthened the Xianshan. "They cannot save you," Ba'alzamon taunted. "Those you care for will be taken across the vast Arith Ocean. Should you ever see them again, they will be collared slaves, and they will be turned against you by their masters." Egwene. I cannot let that happen to her. Ba'alzamon's voice crashed over his thoughts. You have a single path to salvation, Randall Thor. You, who were once Lews-Therin Kinslayer, I alone am that path. Serve me, and the world will be yours. Resist, and I will obliterate you as I have in lifetimes past. But this time, the destruction will reach your very soul.
It will be absolute and eternal. A thought, alien and distant, brushed the edges of the void. I have won again, Lews-Therin. It required effort to shut it out, to not dwell on the echo of those words from countless other turnings of the wheel. He adjusted his grip on his sword, and Baal-Zamon shifted his staff in response. It was then Rand understood Baal-Zamon moved as though the heron-marked blade posed a genuine threat. Common wisdom said steel could not harm the Dark One.
Yet Baal-Zamon watched the sword with unmistakable wariness. In that moment, Rand was not merely holding the blade, he was one with it. He could sense every infinitesimal particle of its making, and he felt the torrent of the one power within him flowing into the sword, weaving through the ancient complex matrices forged by Aes Sedai during the War of Power. Other voices came to him then. Lan's stern lesson: there will come a time when you want something more than you want life. Ingdar's final, desperate wisdom. It is every man's right to choose when to sheath the sword. A devastating image formed in his mind: Egwene, bound by a domain collar, her spirit broken, her life not her own. All the threads of my life are in peril. Egwene, if Hawkwing can reach the heart of the city, he can save her. Almost without conscious thought, he settled into the opening stance of heron wading in the rushes, balanced precariously on one foot, his sword held high and his body utterly exposed. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. Baal-Zamon stared, perplexed. Why do you stand there grinning like a simpleton? Do you not understand I can unmake you completely? A serenity deeper than the void settled over Rand. I will never serve you, father of lies. Not in 1,000 lifetimes have I bowed, and I am certain of that now, so come, let us finish this. It is your time to die. Baal-Zamon's eyes flared wide, becoming twin furnaces that forced sweat to bead on Rand's skin. The swirling darkness behind the figure surged forward, and Baal-Zamon's expression hardened into something pitiless. Then die, you insignificant worm. He thrust the star forward like a spear. Rand cried out as he felt it pierce his side, a searing, white-hot agony. The emptiness within him shuddered, yet he clung to it with his final shred of will. With that last strength, he drove the heron-marked blade deep into Baal-Zamon's heart. A scream tore from Baal-Zamon's throat, echoed by the darkness itself, and then the world shattered into fire. Min fought her way up the cobbled street, shoving through crowds of stunned, pale-faced people. Some stood frozen, others wailed hysterically. A few ran blindly, but most moved like broken marionettes, too terrified to flee. She scanned every face, hoping for Egwene, Elaine, or Nynaeve, but saw only the frightened citizens of Falme. An invisible pull drew her onward, relentless as a hooked line. Glancing back, she saw Sianchan's ships burning in the harbour, with more flaming wrecks visible beyond the mouth of the bay. Several blocky vessels were already distant specks against the setting sun, fleeing west as fast as their captive domain could whip the winds. One smaller ship, the Spray, was tacking away along the coast. She didn't blame Baal Doman for leaving after the day's horrors. It was a wonder he had waited at all. A single Sionkan ship, its towers scorched, still crept toward the harbour mouth. Then a figure on horseback appeared, riding across the water itself along the cliff-lined shore. Min's jaw went slack. Silver flashed as the rider raised a bow. A streak of light shot to the ship, a gleaming thread connecting archer and target. With a distant roar, fire engulfed the foretower anew, sending sailors scrambling. Min blinked, and the mounted figure was gone. The ship continued its slow escape, its crew battling the flames. She shook her head and turned back to the climb. After everything she had witnessed that day, even a legendary hero riding over waves was barely a momentary distraction. Even if it really was Birgit. And I did see Arthur Hawkwing. I know I did. Before a tall stone building she halted, ignoring the shell-shocked people brushing past her. The pull was strongest here. She hurried up the steps and pushed inside. The house was empty and silent. Most of Falmy was outside, collectively questioning their sanity. She moved through the quiet rooms into the rear garden. There, under an oak tree, Rand lay on his back, pale and unconscious. His left hand clutched the hilt of a sword, but the blade ended in a melted foot-long stub. His chest rose and fell too slowly, each breath ragged and uneven. Taking a steadying breath, Min knelt beside him. First, she had to remove that dangerous blade fragment. Prying his fingers open, she winced. The hilt had seared the heron emblem into his palm. She tossed it aside with a grimace. That burn wasn't what had felled him, though. Nynaeve can salve it later, she thought. A quick check showed most of his cuts and bruises were older. The blood dried and the bruises fading to yellow edges. But there was a perfectly round, burned hole through his coat on the left side. Gently, she opened the coat and lifted his shirt. A sharp hiss escaped her lips. A searing wound marked his side, though the heat of it had sealed the flesh. What truly unsettled her was the temperature of his skin. It held a deep, unnatural chill that made the surrounding air feel almost balmy. Gripping his shoulders, she hauled him toward the shelter of the house. He was dead weight, utterly limp. "You great stubborn ox," she grunted, straining. "Couldn't you have been built a little smaller? All this height and muscle. Maybe I should just leave you right here." She wrestled him up the porch steps, trying her best not to jostle him, and finally dragged him across the threshold. After letting him slump just inside the door, she rubbed the ache in her lower back, cursing the whims of the pattern under her breath, and hurried to scout the place. In the rear, she found a modest bedroom, likely meant for a servant, with a narrow bed heaped with quilts and a fireplace already set with logs. Swiftly, she tossed the blankets aside, lit the fire and a lamp on the bedside table, then returned for Rand. Maneuvering his limp form down the hall and onto the bed was no easy feat, but she accomplished it with only a few sharp breaths. Once he was settled, she tucked the covers around him. On impulse, she slid a hand beneath. The sheets were frigid, leached of all warmth by his own icy lack of heat. With a resigned sigh, she crawled under the covers beside him, shifting until she could cradle his head on her arm. His eyes remained shut, his breathing uneven. If she left now to find Nynaeve, she feared he'd be gone by the time she returned. He needs a real healer, she thought. All I can offer is a little human warmth. For a long moment, she simply studied his face. It was just a face to her now, impossible to read when its owner was unconscious. "I've always preferred older men," she informed him quietly. "Men with learning and a sharp wit. I have no use for farms, or sheep, or shepherds, especially not young ones." She sighed, brushing the soft hair back from his forehead. "But you're not really a shepherd anymore, are you, Light? Why did the pattern have to tangle me up with you? Why couldn't my fate be something straightforward, like being stranded on a deserted island?" A noise from the hallway made her lift her head just as the door swung open. Egwene stood there, her expression unreadable in the fire and lamplight. "Oh," was all she said. Min felt her cheeks flush. "Why do I feel guilty? This is ridiculous. I'm just trying to keep him warm," she explained, her voice tighter than she intended. "He's out cold and he's freezing." Egwene didn't step further into the room. "I felt him pulling a need. Elaine felt it too. I thought it must be linked to what he is, but Nynaeve didn't sense anything. She took a shaky breath. Elaine and Nineve are seeing to the horses. We found Bella. The Siankan abandoned most of their mounts. Nineve says we need to leave soon. And Min, you understand what he is now, don't you? I understand, Min said softly. She wanted to slip her arm free, but found she couldn't make herself move. Or I think I do. Whatever he is, he's injured. Keeping him warm is the only thing I can do. Maybe Nineve can help him. Min, you know he can't. He can't ever marry. He isn't safe. Not for any of us. Speak for yourself, Min retorted, a sudden defiant edge in her voice. She drew Rand's head closer against her. It's like Elaine said. You set him aside for the White Tower. Why should you care if I choose to hold on to him now? Egwene held her gaze for what felt like an eternity, looking only at Min, not at Rand. Min's face burned, but she refused to look away. I'll fetch Nynaeve, Egwene said finally. She turned and left, her posture rigid and proud. Min lay perfectly still, as if frozen, a sting of frustrated tears in her eyes. This is how it has to be. I saw it in all their threads light. I never wanted any part of this. This is all your fault, she whispered to Rand's motionless form. Then she shook her head. No, it isn't. But you'll pay for it, I suppose. We're all trapped now, like flies in a web. What if I told her there's another woman waiting in the wings, someone she hasn't even met? And what would you say to that, my handsome Lord Shepherd? You're certainly not unpleasant to look at, but... Light, I don't even know if I'm the one you'll end up with. I'm not sure I want you to pick me. Or will you attempt to juggle all three of us at once? It might not be your doing, Rand al'Thor, but it certainly isn't fair. Not Rand al'Thor, came a voice like a melody from the doorway. Luz Therin Telemon, the dragon reborn. Min's gaze snapped up. The woman was the most stunning creature Min had ever laid eyes on, with skin like polished alabaster, a cascade of raven hair, and eyes as deep and dark as a midnight sky. Her gown was a white so pure it made fresh snow look grimy, cinched at the waist with a silver belt. Every piece of her jewelry was silver. Min felt an immediate defensive prickling along her skin. What are you talking about? Who are you? The woman glided to the bedside, her movements so fluid they sparked a pang of envy in Min, though she'd never been the envious type, and gently smoothed Rand's hair as if Min were invisible. He doesn't truly accept it yet, I suspect. He knows, but belief is another matter. I have steered his path, nudged him, drawn him forward, lured him. He was ever stubborn, but this time I will mold him. Ishamael believes he pulls the strings, but the control is mine. Her fingertip traced a line on Rand's forehead to Min. It looked unsettlingly like the shape of the dragon's fang. Rand stirred faintly, the first sign of life he'd shown since she found him. "Who are you?" Min demanded, her voice tighter. Now the woman simply looked at her. Just a look. But it was enough to make Min shrink back against the pillows, pulling Rand closer in a fierce, protective grip. "I am called Lanfear, child." Min's mouth went instantly, completely dry. One of the Forsaken... No, Light, no, she could only manage a frantic shake of her head. The denial prompted a cold smile from Lanfear. Luz Therin was mine, and is mine, girl. Keep him safe for me until I return for him. And then she vanished. One moment she stood there, the next she was simply gone. Min stared, stunned, then realized she was clutching Rand's unconscious form desperately. She hated the part of herself that suddenly wished he were awake to shield her. With a gaunt face set into lines of grim determination, Bayar rode hard the setting sun at his back. He did not glance behind him. He had seen all he needed to see, all that cursed fog would allow. The Legion was destroyed, Lord Captain Geofram Bornhold was dead, and there was only one possible reason. Dark friends had betrayed them, dark friends like that Perrin from the Two Rivers. That warning he had to carry to Dane Bornhold, the Lord Captain's son, who was with the Children of the Light watching Tar Valon. But he carried a darker message, one for the highest authority, Pedron Nial himself. He had to report what he had witnessed in the sky above Falme. He drove his horse onward with his reins, his eyes fixed only on the road ahead. Rand opened his eyes to sunlight filtering through the broad, waxy leaves of a leather-leaf tree, still stubbornly green despite the advancing season. The breeze carried a sharp promise of coming snow. He was on his back, blankets over him. His coat and shirt were missing. A tight bandage was wrapped around his chest, and a dull ache throbbed in his left side. He turned his head and saw Min sitting on the ground beside him, watching. He barely recognized her in a dress. She offered a tentative smile. "Min, it is you! Where did you come from? Where are we?" His memory returned in jagged fragments. Distant events were clear, but the last few days were like shards of a shattered mirror, spinning wildly, offering only fleeting glimpses he couldn't quite grasp. "From Falme," she said. "We're 5 days east of there now. You've been asleep the whole time." "Falme." More pieces clicked. Matt had sounded the horn of Valere. "Egwene, is she? Did they free her?" He held his breath. "I don't know who they is, but she's free. We freed her ourselves. We? I don't follow. She's free. At least that's something. Nineveh and Elaine and me. Nineveh, Elaine. How you were in Falme." He tried to push himself up, but she pressed him back down effortlessly, her hands firm on his shoulders, her gaze locked on his. "Where is she?" "Gone." Min's cheeks flushed. "They've all left. Egwene, Nineveh, Matt, Hurin, and Verin." "Hurin fought to stay. He truly didn't want to abandon you. They're headed for Tar Valon. Egwene and Nineveh are returning to their studies in the White Tower. And Matt. Well, the Aes Sedai will have to deal with that cursed dagger of his. They took the Horn of Valere with them. I still can't believe I laid eyes on it. Gone, he whispered, the word bitter on his tongue. She couldn't even wait until I opened my eyes. Min's blush deepened, and she pulled back, her eyes dropping to her folded hands. He lifted his own hands, meaning to scrub the weariness from his face, but froze, staring in disbelief. There, branded clean and precise across his left palm, was a heron, a mirror to the one on his right. Once the heron to set his path, twice the heron to name him true. "No, denying it won't bring them back," she said softly, her voice edged with a frustration she usually kept hidden. He shook his head, a dull, persistent ache in his side tugging at his memory. He couldn't recall how he was hurt, but the pain felt significant, a silent alarm. He reached to pull the blanket aside, but Min swiftly batted his hands away. "Don't. It's not fully healed. Verin attempted a healing, but she said it didn't take properly." She hesitated, worrying her lower lip. "Moraine believes Nineveh must have intervened somehow, or you wouldn't have survived long enough for us to reach Verin. Yet Nineveh insists she was too terrified to even light a candle. There's something off about the wound. You'll have to let it mend the old-fashioned way." Her expression was clouded with concern. "Moraine is here?" He let out a short, harsh laugh. "When you mentioned Verin had left, I dared to hope I was free of Aes Sedai once more." "I am here," Moraine announced. She seemed to materialize then, gliding forward in serene blue silks, as if she were pacing the halls of the White Tower itself. She came to a stop beside the bed, looking down at him. Min was glaring at the Aes Sedai, and Rand had the distinct, almost comical impression that she was positioning herself as a shield between them. "I wish you weren't," he told Moiraine flatly. "As far as I'm concerned, you can return to whatever rock you've been under and stay there." "I have not been hiding," Moiraine replied.
her tone unruffled. "I have been occupied here on Toman Head, and in Falme. My efforts were insufficient, though they yielded valuable knowledge. I failed to free 2 of my sisters before the Xianshan forced them onto those ships with their leashed women, but I did what was within my power." "Your power. You dispatched Verin to herd me, but I am not your livestock, Moiraine."
"You claimed I could go where I wished, and I intend to go precisely where you are not." "I did not send Verin," Moiraine said, a faint frown touching her lips. "She acted on her own initiative. You have drawn the attention of many, Rand. Tell me, did you find Fane, or did he find you?" The abrupt shift caught him off guard. "Fane? No. Some hero I turned out to be. I aimed to rescue Egwene, and Min accomplished it before I could. Fane threatened to harm Eamon's Field if I didn't confront him, and I never even saw his face." "Did he sail away with the Xianshan?" Moiraine gave a slight shake of her head. "I do not know. I wish I did. But it is perhaps for the best you did not encounter him, not until you understand fully what he has become. He's a dark friend. He is far more worse than that. Padan Fane was once a creature of the Dark One through and through, but in Shadar Logoth I believe he crossed paths with Mordeth, a man whose fight against the Shadow was as corrupt as the Shadow itself. Mordeth sought to devour Fane's soul, to reclaim a mortal form, but he found a soul already branded by the Dark One's direct touch. What emerged from that? Conflict was neither Padan Fane nor Mordeth, but a new and profound evil, a fusion of both. This Fane, let us still use the name, is more dangerous than you can imagine. A meeting might have cost you your life or worse, left you something other than yourself. If he lives, if he didn't depart with the Xianshan, then I must—" His words died as she drew his heron-mark sword from beneath her cloak. The blade ended in a jagged, melted stump a mere foot from the hilt. The memory returned with a sickening force. "I killed him," Rand whispered into the quiet room. "This time I truly finished it." Moiraine set the shattered sword down, a worthless piece of scrap now, and brushed her hands clean. "The Dark One is not ended by a blade. His very appearance above Falme is a catastrophe. He should be incapable of such an act if the seals hold as we think, and if they do not, why does he toy with us instead of ending the world?" Min shifted where she sat, a ripple of discomfort. "In the sky?" Rand breathed, the concept staggering. "Both of you," Moiraine stated flatly. "Your struggle painted itself across the heavens for every soul in Falme to witness, likely for leagues up and down the coast if the rumours hold a grain of truth." Her tone shifted then, taking on a dry, almost sarcastic edge. "Congratulations, you've achieved what no false dragon ever managed, a celestial light show, quite the public debut. We saw it all," Min murmured, her voice thin. She covered Rand's hand with her own. Without another word, Moiraine drew a rolled parchment from beneath her cloak, the large kind used by street artists, unfurled. It revealed a smudged but vivid scene, a man with a face of living flame, wielding a staff against a swordsman amidst storm-racked clouds, the dragon banner whipping behind them. Rand's own features were unmistakable. "How many have seen this?" he demanded, a cold dread settling in his gut. "Destroy it! Burn it now!" The Aes Sedai let the parchment curl shut. "It would be a pointless gesture. I purchased that 2 days past in a village not 20 miles from here. There are hundreds like it, maybe thousands. The tale is already a wildfire, how the dragon reborn duelled the shadow in the skies over Falme." Rand looked to Min. She gave a reluctant nod, her grip on his hand tightening. She was afraid, but she held her ground, and in that moment he felt a sharp, unexpected pang of loneliness, wondering if this very weight was what had finally driven Egwene away. She was right to go, he thought. The truth, a bitter pill. The pattern coils ever tighter around you, Moiraine said, her earlier sarcasm gone, replaced by relentless gravity. You need my guidance now more than ever before. I don't need you, he snapped, the words harsh. I want no part of this. None of it. The name Lews Therin echoed in his mind, spoken not just by Baal-Zamon, but by the legendary Artur Hawkwing himself. I won't be him. The dragon is meant to break the world. I refuse it. You are what the pattern has made you, she replied, unwavering. You are already reshaping the age. The Black Ajah moves openly for the first time in 2 millennia. Arad Doman and Tarabon teetered on war's edge, and the news from Falme will push them over. Carrion tears itself apart in civil strife. I did nothing in Carrion, he protested. You cannot lay that at my feet. In the great game, inaction is often the most potent move, she said, with a weary sigh. You were the spark. Carrion was the powder keg. What do you imagine will happen in those nations when they hear of the signs in the sky? Men have always flocked to anyone claiming the title, but never before have they had such compelling advertisements. There is more. She tossed a small leather pouch onto the blankets over his chest. He opened it after a moment's hesitation. Inside lay fragments of black and white pottery. He knew them. Another seal on the Dark One's prison, he mumbled. Min gasped, her hand now clutching his for her own comfort. 2 seals, Moiraine corrected. 3 of the 7 are now broken, the one I carried, and 2 I discovered in a High Lord's manor in Falme. When all 7 fail, the patch over the bore will be ripped away. The Dark One will reach into the world once more. The only hope is for the Dragon Reborn to be there to stop him. When Rand moved to throw off the blankets, Min tried to stop him, fussing about his wound. He gently pushed her concerns aside. I need to walk. With many sighs and grumbles about his stubbornness, she helped him stand. He felt the tight bandages around his chest, and Min quickly arranged a blanket over his shoulders like a cloak, her worry etched plainly on her face. For a long moment he stood there, his gaze fixed on the shattered remains of the heron-mark blade lying in the dirt. His father's sword, Tam's sword, with a pain that felt like tearing his own soul in 2, he finally released the fragile, long-held hope that Tam was truly his blood father. Yet that painful truth did nothing to diminish his love for the man who had raised him, and Eamon's Field remained the only home he had ever known. Fane is what matters now, he told himself, the thought a cold anchor in the storm of his emotions. I have one duty left. Stop him. The 2 women had to practically carry him, each supporting an arm down to where the campfires were already flickering near a hard-packed dirt road. The scene that greeted him was a strange mix of the mundane and the momentous. Loyal was there, his nose buried in a thick book titled To Sail Beyond the Sunset, while Perrin sat motionless, his golden eyes reflecting the flames of a fire as he stared into its depths. Nearby, the Shienaran soldiers were busy with the evening meal preparations. Lan sat under the spreading branches of an oak, methodically sharpening his belt knife. The warder's eyes met Rand's, held for a careful second, then offered a slow, acknowledging nod. And then he saw it. The thing that stole his breath, there, planted firmly in the center of the camp. The dragon banner snapped and rippled in the evening wind. Someone had found a proper staff to replace Perrin's makeshift sapling. A hot spike of anger shot through his weariness. "What is that doing out in the open?" Rand demanded, his voice rough. "Where anyone passing on the road can see it. It is too late for hiding, Rand," Moiraine said, her tone infuriatingly calm. "In truth, it was always too late for you to hide." "That doesn't mean we need to put up a sign saying, 'Here I am,'" he shot back. "I'll never find Fane if some zealot kills me first, because of that cursed banner." He turned away from her, his focus shifting to his friends. The sight of them there, amidst all this, brought a different, sharper ache. "I'm glad you stayed," he said to Loyal and Perrin. "I would have understood if you hadn't. Why would I leave?" Loyal rumbled, his tufted ears giving a twitch of anxiety. "You are more Teverin than I ever imagined. It is true, but you are also my friend. I hope you still consider me yours." "I do," Rand said, the words feeling inadequate. "For as long as it's safe for you to be near me, and even after it stops being safe." The Ogier's worried expression vanished, replaced by a grin so wide it seemed it might crack his broad face. "I'm staying too," Perrin said quietly. There was no anger in his voice, only a deep, weary acceptance, as if he had just shouldered a heavy yoke he knew he could never put down. "The wheel weaves us tight into the pattern, Rand. Who'd have thought it, back when we were just causing trouble in Eamon's field?" Then the Shienerans began to gather, their movements solemn. To Rand's shock, they all sank to their knees in unison, their eyes fixed on him with an intensity that was unnerving.
"We would pledge ourselves to you," announced Uno, the one-eyed soldier. The men kneeling with him nodded in grim agreement. "Your oaths are to Ingtar and to Lord Agelmar," Rand protested, feeling the weight of their expectations settle on his shoulders. "Ingtar died with honor, Uno. He died so the rest of us could escape with the horn. The secret of Ingtar's final redemption he would keep locked away, a private hope that the man had found the light in his last moments."
"You must tell Lord Agelmar that when you return to Faldara—" "It is said," Uno replied, choosing his words with care, "that when the dragon is reborn, he will break all oaths and shatter all ties. Those bonds hold us no longer. We would give our oaths to you." In one fluid motion, he drew his sword and laid it on the ground before him, hilt pointing toward Rand. The other Shienerans followed suit, a line of steel gleaming in the firelight. "You fought the Dark One himself," said Massima, who had always looked at him with barely veiled contempt. Now the man's dark eyes burned with a frightening, zealous fire, as if he were gazing upon a holy vision. "I saw you, Lord Dragon. I saw I am your man unto death." The fervour in his voice was a new kind of weapon, and it terrified Rand more than any Trolloc ever had. "You must choose, Rand." Moiraine's voice cut through the charged silence. She might as well have been discussing the weather. "The world will be broken, whether you are the one to break it or not. Tarman Gaidon is coming, and that cataclysm alone will tear the earth asunder. Will you continue to hide from what you are, leaving humanity defenseless before the last battle? The choice is upon you." They were all watching him, every single one of them, waiting, the old Shieneran saying echoed in his mind. A cold truth he could no longer outrun. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. He drew a breath that felt like his first and his last, and made his decision. The tales began their journey immediately, carried by ship and galloping horse, by creaking merchant wagon and weary traveller on foot. They were told and retold, changing with each telling, yet always the same at their core, spreading to Arad, Doman and Tarabon and lands beyond. They spoke of signs and portents that had blazed across the sky above Falme. And in response, men in distant villages began to proclaim themselves for the dragon, only to be struck down by their neighbours, sparking skirmishes and sudden brutal violence. Other stories took root, growing taller with each mile. They told of a column that had ridden out of the setting sun across the vastness of the Almuth plain. 100 bordermen, the first whisper said, then it was 1,000. No, the rumours insisted it was 1,000 legendary heroes returned from the grave at the sounding of the horn of Valere. 10,000, and this mighty host, the stories swore, had met and utterly destroyed an entire legion of the Children of the Light. The forces of Artur Hawkwing had been driven back to the sea, yet legends spoke of their return. They rode toward the mountains, toward the rising sun. Every account agreed on one detail. At their forefront was a man whose visage had blazed across the sky above Falme, and they marched beneath the banner of the Dragon Reborn. People lifted their voices in desperate prayer, crying, "O light of the heavens, light of the world, let the promised one emerge from the mountain, as foretold in the prophecies, as he was in ages past, and will be in ages to come. May the Prince of the Morning sing, so the land grows green again, and the valleys teem with new life. Let the arm of the Lord of the Dawn protect us from the shadow, and the great sword of justice be our shield. Let the dragon ride once more upon the winds of time." This passage is drawn from Charldriana Te Calamon, The Cycle of the Dragon, penned by an unknown author in the Fourth Age. This concludes the second book of the Wheel of Time, Glossary and Note on Dating Systems. Following the breaking of the world, 3 primary calendars have been used. The first marked years after the breaking AB, established roughly a century after the breaking's chaotic end. Its starting point was largely symbolic. After the Trolloc Wars, with many historical records lost or disputed, a new calendar was introduced, counting years from the war's end as free years, FY, celebrating a presumed freedom from the Trolloc menace. The upheaval of the War of the 100 Years later gave rise to the current system, dating the new era, Ni, Adam, I-A Dam, a control device comprising a collar and a bracelet connected by a metallic leash. It forces a woman who can channel, known as a domain, to obey the will of the woman wearing the bracelet, the Suldam, Aes Sedai, I-Ze, Se, Dai, those who wield the one power. Since the time of madness, all Aes Sedai are women. They are often met with deep distrust and fear, blamed by many for the breaking of the world, and suspected of meddling in the affairs of nations. Ironically, most rulers still seek their counsel, even if that alliance must be hidden. See also Aja Amerlin seat, Time of Madness. Agelmar, Lord Agelmar of House Jagad, Aga Elmar, Jargad, the Lord of Fal Dara. His personal sigil is 3 red foxes in full sprint. Age of Legends, the era concluded by the War of the Shadow and the subsequent breaking of the world. It was a time when Aes Sedai achieved wonders now considered mythical. Aiel, the formidable people of the Aiel Waste, renowned as fierce and resilient warriors, they veil their faces before combat, a practice that spawned the phrase acting like a black-veiled Aiel to describe sudden violence. They are masters of weaponry and hand-to-hand combat, but refuse to wield swords. Their pipers lead them to battle with dance tunes, and they refer to battle itself as the dance. Aiel warrior societies. Every Aiel warrior belongs to a specific society, such as the Stone Dogs, the Red Shields, or the Maidens of the Spear. Each society maintains its own traditions and sometimes specialized roles. For instance, Red Shields often serve as peacekeepers, while Stone Dogs are known for taking vows that forbid retreat, fighting to the last if necessary. Though Aiel clans frequently feud, members of the same society will not raise weapons against each other, preserving crucial lines of communication even during inter-clan warfare. The Aiel Waste lies east of the spine of the world, a brutal and arid expanse where water is a closely guarded secret. Outsiders rarely dare to enter, not only due to the punishing environment, but because the Aiel people view all others as enemies and offer no welcome to strangers. Among the Aes Sedai, sisters belong to one of 7 Ajas, each distinguished by a color and a distinct philosophy. The Red Aja dedicates itself to hunting down men who can channel and gentling them, while the Brown Aja retreats from worldly affairs to pursue pure knowledge. Whispers speak of a forbidden Black Aja serving the Dark One, though no Aes Sedai will acknowledge such tales. Alana Mosvani is a sister of the Green Aja. In the old tongue, Alantin means brother, a shortened form of Tia Avende Alantin, or tree brother. Allah serves as the eldest elder of Stedding Tsofu. The name Aldib translates to west wind, the breeze that heralds the spring rains. From the village of Eamon's Field in Andor's Two Rivers come Nineve Almira, the former shepherd Rand Althor, and Egwene Alvera. In Shianar, Lady Amalisa of House Jagad is sister to Lord Agelmar. The Armelin seat is the lifelong leader of the Aes Sedai, elected by the Hall of the Tower. She wields near absolute authority and holds rank equal to any monarch. The throne she occupies bears the same name. Anaya is a sister of the Blue Aja. Angriel are precious relics from the Age of Legends that allow a channeler to safely wield more of the one power. The art of creating them is lost. The nation of Arad Doman lies along the Arith Ocean, while Arafel is one of the borderlands. Avendesera is the legendary Tree of Life from countless tales. Perrin Aibara, another youth from Eamon's Field, was once a blacksmith's apprentice. Baal Zamon, meaning heart of the dark in the Trolloc tongue, is believed to be their name for the Dark One. In Caer Hien, Lord Barthanes of House de Modred holds power second only to the king. His personal sigil is the Charging Boar. Beltane is the spring festival marking winter's end, new crops, and the first lambs. The Betrayer of Hope is another name for Ishmael. Legends celebrate the golden-haired archer Birgitte, who never missed with her silver bow and arrows. A bittern is a stringed instrument played upon the knees. The blasted lands are the desolate regions surrounding Sheol Gul, beyond the Great Blight. The borderlands comprise the nations that border the Blight: Saldea, Arafel, Kandor, and Shiennar. Geofram Bornhald is a Lord Captain of the Children of the Light. In the era known as the Time of Madness, male Aes Sedai, driven to insanity and wielding the one power with a terrifying strength lost to the modern age, reshaped the very planet. Their madness unleashed catastrophic earthquakes, toppling ancient mountain ranges and thrusting new peaks from the ground. They heaved the ocean floor into arid plains and drowned vast continents beneath sudden, violent seas. Entire populations were erased, and those who survived were flung to the corners of the earth, scattered like leaves in a hurricane. This global cataclysm is etched into memory, legend, and history as the breaking of the world. See also Time of Madness. Jarret Bayar serves as an officer within the rigid ranks of the Children of the Light. The capital of Andor is the grand city of Caemlyn. Carrion is both a nation bordering the spine of the world and the name of its capital. A city that was brutally sacked and set aflame during the Aiel War. Its national symbol is a golden sun with many rays ascending from a sky-blue field. Carolyn was one of the fragile nations that emerged from the shattered remnants of Artur Hawkwing's empire, only to fade into obscurity and vanish entirely centuries later. From the quiet region of the Two Rivers comes Mat Cauthon, whose full name is Matrim. To channel is to direct the flow of the one power. The Children of the Light are a severe, ascetic order, utterly convinced of their own righteousness, founded to combat dark friends, and now viewing all Aes Sedai and their allies as enemies. They are often mockingly called White Cloaks. The Keeper of the Chronicles is the Amerlin seat's second-in-command and chief archivist, typically chosen from the same Aja. Koren translates from the Old Tongue as the Return. In the aftermath of the breaking, the Covenant of the Ten Nations was formed, a fragile alliance dedicated to opposing the Dark One, which was later shattered by the Trolloc Wars. The substance known as Quendilla is also called Heartstone. Days Daemar, or the Game of Houses, is the intricate and often deadly web of political manoeuvring among the nobility, where indirect action and hidden motives are prized. In the borderlands, Daishan is an honorific meaning diademed battle lord. Among the Xianchan, a damane, a leashed one, is a woman who can channel, bound by an Adam and used as a living weapon. Lord Galadidrid Damodred is a half-brother to Elaine and Gorwyn, bearing the sigil of a winged silver sword. Dark friends are followers of the Dark One, believing they will gain power and eternal life upon his release. The Dark One, the source of all shadow and the counter to the Creator, was sealed away at the moment of creation. The catastrophic attempt to free him triggered the War of the Shadow, tainted Sedin, and ultimately caused the breaking of the world, bringing the Age of Legends to a violent end. To speak the true name of the Dark One is to invite his gaze, a reckless act that brings misfortune at the very least, and often utter catastrophe. For this reason, people rely on a host of euphemisms: the father of lies, sight-blinder, the lord of the grave, or the shepherd of the night. Others call him Heartsbane, Heartfang, Grassburner, or Leaf-blighter. So common is the fear that to accuse someone of naming the Dark One is to say they are courting doom. In the land of Andor, the throne passes not to a son, but to the eldest daughter, who bears the title Daughter Hair. Should a queen have no surviving daughter, the lion throne goes to her nearest female kinswoman. This tradition has shaped the nation's politics for centuries, creating a line of rule that is distinctly matriarchal. The Children of the Light hold their grand audiences in the Dome of Truth, located in Amador, the capital of Amadisia. It's a curious arrangement. While a king sits on the throne, true power rests with the children who rule the country in all but name. Their influence is a shadow over the entire nation. Then there are the creatures of legend and nightmare. A dragcar is a twisted remnant of humanity, a pale, winged horror with eyes too large for its face. Its song can strip away a victim's will, drawing them close for a kiss that consumes the soul before ending life. It's said with grim humor that its embrace is the last you'll ever know. Throughout history, men have arisen claiming to be the dragon reborn, gathering followers and often plunging nations into war. These false dragons, whether they could channel the one power or not, have all failed to fulfill the ancient prophecies. The most notorious among them include Rowlin Darksbane, Urien Stonebow, and in more recent memory, Loghain. Their rises and falls are a cycle of hope and devastation, a pattern the world knows all too well. The prophecies themselves, recorded in the Cara-Ethan cycle, are a dark promise. They foretell that the Dark One will once again touch the world, and that Luz Therin Telamon, the dragon, the kinslayer who broke the world in his madness, will be reborn to fight the last battle. It's a fate no one desires, for the coming of the dragon reborn signals a new breaking. The very symbol associated with him, the dragon's fang, a teardrop balanced on its point, is scrawled on doors as a mark of evil or a curse, a desperate attempt to draw the Dark One's destructive attention. During the Trolloc Wars, those channelers who betrayed humanity to serve the Shadow were known as Dreadlords, commanding monstrous hordes. In the present day, Queen Morgase of Andor is advised by Elida of the Red Ajah, an Aes Sedai whose occasional glimpses of the foretelling make her counsel both valuable and feared. By her side is Elaine, the daughter heir, whose sign is a golden lily, a symbol of a future rule that may yet be forged in the fires of the coming conflict. Padan Fain was a prisoner in the fortress of Fal Dara, accused of being a dark friend. Among the Aiel, the Far Daris Mai, or Maidens of the Spear, stand apart as a warrior society composed solely of women. Its members are forbidden from marriage and must relinquish any child they bear to be raised by others, ensuring the mother's identity remains a secret. Their creed holds the spear as their sole companion, their offspring, and their purpose. These children are especially valued due to a prophecy that one born of a maiden will one day unite the Aiel clans and restore their ancient glory from the Age of Legends. The one power is woven from 5 distinct threads known as the 5 powers: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Each individual who can channel possesses a natural affinity for 1 or 2 of these elements, granting them greater strength in those areas while being weaker in the others. True mastery of 3 is a rarity, and since the age of legends, no one has held great strength in all 5. The scale of this strength varies wildly from person to person. Specific acts of channeling demand skill in particular powers. Creating fire requires fire, influencing the weather needs air and water, and the art of healing draws upon water and spirit. Historically, a pattern emerged where men often showed greater strength in earth and fire, while women excelled with air and water, leading these to be informally dubbed male and female powers, despite the many exceptions. A common Aes Sedai adage suggests that water and wind can erode any stone, and that no fire is so fierce it cannot be quenched. A philosophy that perhaps conveniently gained prominence only after the last male Aes Sedai were gone. Any counter-saying from their time is lost to history. The flame of Tar Valon, a white, upward-pointing teardrop, serves as the symbol for the city itself, the Armelin seat, and the Aes Sedai order. Then there are the Forsaken, 13 legendary Aes Sedai of immense power who betrayed the world during the War of the Shadow, seduced by the Dark One's promise of eternal life. Legend claims they were sealed away with him, their names now used as warnings to misbehaving children. The term Gaidin, meaning brother to battles, is used by Aes Sedai for their warders. In Caerhien, King Galdrian of House Rietin holds the throne. Across the continent, Gawain is the son of Queen Morgase and brother to Elaine, his personal sigil a white boar. The tragic necessity of gentling refers to the Aes Sedai practice of severing a man from the one power. This drastic measure is taken because any man who learns to channel is doomed to a creeping insanity from the taint on Sedin, likely leading him to commit terrible acts with his power. Gentling halts this madness but does not cure it, and if performed in time, can prevent death, though the gentled man is left forever aware of the source he can no longer touch. Finally, a gleeman is a wandering performer, a master of tales, music, and spectacle who brings entertainment from town to town. Known for their distinctive patchwork cloaks, these performers travel the back roads, bringing their acts to small towns and rural villages. Goaban was one of the many nations carved from Artur Hawkwing's vast empire during the prolonged conflict known as the War of the 100 Years. It eventually declined and vanished from the maps around 500 NE. The Great Blight is a corrupted wasteland in the northernmost reaches of the world, a place utterly tainted by the Dark One's touch. It serves as a breeding ground and stronghold for Trollocs, Myrddraal, and countless other horrors born of the Shadow. The Great Hunt of the Horn is an epic collection of tales chronicling the legendary quests to find the Horn of Valere. These stories are set in the era between the Trolloc Wars and the War of the 100 Years. To recite the entire cycle would require weeks. Dark friends, in their twisted devotion, refer to their master as the Great Lord of the Dark, believing his true name is too sacred to utter. An ancient symbol of eternity, the Great Serpent, a snake consuming its own tail, predates even the age of legends. Among the Aes Sedai, a ring fashioned in this shape is given to women who have attained the rank of the accepted. The term Helene, from the old tongue, translates to forerunners or those who come before. Halfmen are another name for the dreaded Myrddraal. Harden was another short-lived nation born from Hawkwing's collapsed empire, situated in the lands between Caerhien and Shienar before fading from history. Artur Hawkwing himself was the legendary ruler who unified all territories west of the spine of the world. His reign ended with his death, which triggered the War of the 100 Years and severed contact with the armies he had sent across the Arith Ocean. His personal emblem was a golden hawk in flight. Heartstone is a miraculous, indestructible material forged in the age of legends. Any attempt to break it only makes the substance stronger. A hide is a traditional unit of land measurement, equivalent to a square 100 paces on each side. The Horn of Valere is the fabled artifact sought in the Great Hunt. Legend claims it can summon heroes from beyond the grave to battle the shadow. The 100 Companions were a group of 100 immensely powerful male Aes Sedai from the Age of Legends. Led by Luz Therin Telemon, they struck the final blow to end the War of the Shadow by sealing the Dark One away. In retaliation, the Dark One tainted Sedin, driving the 100 Companions insane and triggering the catastrophic breaking of the world. Hurin is a Shienaran man with a unique and unsettling talent. He can literally smell the residue of violence and track those responsible serving the king's justice in Fal Dara. He is known locally as a sniffer. Ilion is both a major port city on the Sea of Storms and the capital of the nation bearing the same name. Lord Ingdar of House Shinoa is a Shienaran noble and warrior whose sigil is the grey owl. Ishmael, meaning betrayer of hope in the old tongue, is counted among the Forsaken. He is said to have been the leader of the Aes Sedai, who turned to the shadow, and legend claims he even forgot his original name. The Kara-Athan cycle is another name for the prophecies of the dragon. Kith refers to one's closest friends and companions. King Laman of House de Modred ruled Cairhien, but lost both his throne and his life during the Isle War. Lan, fully titled Ollan Mandragoran, is a warder bonded to the Aes Sedai Moiraine. He is the uncrowned king of fallen Malkia, bearing the honorific Daishan, and is the last lord of his people. Lanfear, who named herself Daughter of the Night, is considered one of the most powerful of the Forsaken, second perhaps only to Ishmael. It is whispered she was once deeply in love with Luz Therin Telemon. The term league is a unit of distance. Lean is an Aes Sedai of the Blue Aja, who holds the prestigious office of the Keeper of the Chronicles. This glossary entry also references the Aja and the Keeper of the Chronicles. Leashed ones are known as Damain, regarding units of length. 10 inches equal 3 hands, which is 1 foot. 3 feet make a pace. 2 paces constitute a span. 1,000 spans are a mile, and 4 miles form a league. Luz Therin Telemon, also called Luz Therin Kinslayer, is referred to as the Dragon Liandrin, is an Aes Sedai of the Red Aja, originally from Tarabon. Loghain was a man who falsely claimed to be the dragon and was subsequently gentled by the Aes Sedai. Loyal is an Ogier hailing from Stedding Shangtai. Luke, known formerly as Lord Luke of House Mantia, was the brother of Tigraine. His vanishing into the Great Blight in 9071A is thought to be linked to Tigraine's own later disappearance, and his personal sigil was an acorn. For Luther, see the entry on Mondwyn, Luther Pendrag. Malkia was once a proud nation of the borderlands, now lost to the encroaching blight. Its symbol was a golden crane in flight. Manetheren was both one of the 10 nations that swore the Second Covenant and the name of its capital city. Both were completely annihilated during the Trolloc Wars. The Sienkan used the term Marath Damain from the old tongue, meaning those who must be leashed for women who can channel but have not yet been captured and collared. See also Damain, Adam, and Sianchan. Massima is a Shienaran soldier who harbours a deep hatred for the Aiel. The old tongue word Mashiara translates to beloved, but it carries the specific tragic connotation of a love that is lost forever and cannot be regained. Tom Merrilin is a travelling gleeman. For the unit mile, refer to the entry on length. Min is a young woman gifted with the ability to sometimes see and interpret visions in the auras surrounding people. Moraine is an Aes Sedai of the Blue Aja. Mondwyn, Luther Pendrag, was the son of Artur Hawkwing. He led the armies his father dispatched across the Arith Ocean and his banner featured a golden hawk with spread wings, clutching lightning bolts. See also Artur Hawkwing. Mordith was a counsellor who corrupted the city of Aridhol, turning its people to use the methods of Dark Friends against the Dark Friends themselves. This act led to the city's ruin and its new name, Shadar Logoth, meaning where the shadow waits. For 2,000 years, only one entity has survived there besides the pervasive hatred, Mordith himself, trapped within the ruins, endlessly waiting for a victim whose soul he can consume to regain physical form. Morgase is the queen of Andor and the high seat of House Trakand. Myrddraal are creatures of the Dark One, serving as the commanders of Trolloc hordes. They are twisted offspring of Trollocs, in which the original human stock re-emerges, corrupted by the same evil. They appear as eyeless men, but possess vision sharper than an eagle's in any light. Granted powers by the Dark One, they can induce paralyzing fear with a gaze and slip through shadows to vanish. A curious weakness is their aversion to crossing running water. They are known by many fearful names across different lands, including Half-Men, the Eyeless, Shadowmen, Lurks, and Fades. Pedron Neal is the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light. See also Children of the Light. Lady Nisura is a Shienaran noblewoman who serves as an attendant to Lady Amalisa. The one power is the force drawn from the true source. The ability to channel it is exceedingly rare. Most people cannot learn it at all. A small minority can be taught, and an even rarer few possess the ability inherently. These individuals will touch the source and channel, whether they intend to or not, often during their late teens or early adulthood, a terrifying and dangerous awakening. Without learning control, either through instruction or nearly impossible self-teaching, the outcome is invariably fatal. Since the time of madness, no man has ever been able to wield the one power without eventually succumbing to a complete and terrifying insanity. This madness, and the wasting sickness that follows, a rotting decay that claims the victim while he still lives, are both caused by the Dark One's corruption upon Sedin. For women, the death that comes from lacking control over the power is less gruesome, but it remains fatal all the same. The Aes Sedai seek out girls born with this ability not only to bolster their own numbers, but to save those girls from themselves. They hunt for men who can channel for a darker reason to prevent the catastrophic acts those men inevitably commit once madness takes hold. See also Channel, Time of Madness, True Source. The wheel of time weaves the lives of humanity into what is known as the pattern of an age, often shortened simply to the pattern. This tapestry forms the very fabric of reality for that age. See also Tavaran, among the Children of the Light, exists an order known as the Questioners. Their stated mission is to uncover truth in disputes and to root out Dark Friends. In practice, their primary method for discovering this truth is torture, and they typically operate with the absolute conviction that they already know the facts. Their goal is merely to extract a confession. The Questioners style themselves the Hand of the Light, and at times behave as if they are a separate entity entirely from the Children and their ruling council of the Anointed. Their leader, the High Inquisitor, holds a seat on that council. Their symbol is a blood-red shepherd's crook. Rhaegan is a warrior from Shienar. The Red Shields are one of the Aiel warrior societies. Rena is a woman of the Aiel warrior societies. Rena is a woman of the Aiel warrior, translates to those who come home or homecomers. A Sa'angreal is an object that enables a channeler to safely handle a vastly greater amount of the one power than would otherwise be possible. It is similar to, but exponentially more powerful than, an angreal. The increase in capacity provided by a Sa'angreal compared to an angreal is as dramatic as the increase an angreal provides compared to channeling unaided. These artifacts are remnants from the Age of Legends. The knowledge of their creation is lost. Far rarer than angreal, Only a precious few are known to exist. Sedar and Sedin are the two halves of the true source. Saldair is one of the borderland nations. Siwan Sanche, raised to the Amelin seat in 998 NE, was formerly an Aes Sedai of the Blue Ajar. While the Amelin is chosen from among the Ajars, she is considered to be of all Ajars and none simultaneously. Properly called the Athan Mire, the sea folk are a people who inhabit islands in the Arith Ocean and the Sea of Storms. They spend little time on land, living almost entirely aboard their ships, and they control the majority of the world's seaborne trade. Sienchan refers both to the descendants of Artur Hawkwing's armies, who sailed across the Arith Ocean and have now returned to reclaim their ancestral lands, and to the distant continent from which they originate. See also Helene, Koren, Riagel. Seandar is the capital city of Sianchan, where the Empress rules from the crystal throne within the court of the 9 moons. Selene is a mysterious woman encountered during a journey to Kerhian. Seta is another Sianchan woman who serves as a Suldam. Shadar Logoth is a city abandoned and feared since the Trolloc Wars. The very ground is tainted, and nothing from within its bounds is safe. See also Mordith. Shaitan is another name for the Dark One. Shaiol Ghul is a mountain located in the Blasted Lands, marking the site of the Dark One's prison. Shiriam is an Aes Sedai of the Blue Ager, who serves as the mistress of novices in the White Tower. Sheena is a borderland nation whose sign is a stooping black hawk. The chauffeur is a traditional Isle garment, a length of cloth typically in the color of sand or stone, wound around the head and neck to leave only the face exposed. The spine of the world is a vast, nearly impassable mountain range that acts as a formidable barrier between the Aiel Waste and the western lands. Asteding is an Ogier homeland, many of which were deserted following the breaking of the world. These places possess a forgotten shielding. Within their bounds, an Aes Sedai cannot channel the One Power or even sense the true source. Efforts to wield the power from outside have no effect inside Asteding. Trollocs avoid them unless forced, and even a Myrddraal enters only under dire necessity and with profound aversion. Dedicated dark friends often report a deep sense of unease within these spaces. Stilling is the Aes Sedai practice of severing a woman's ability to channel the One Power. A stilled woman can sense the source but can no longer reach for it. A Suldam is a woman who has proven capable of wearing the controlling bracelet of an Adam to leash a domain. Sunday is a widespread midsummer festival and day of feasting. Suroth is a Sionchan noblewoman of significant rank. Teishar translates from the Old Tonguers as true blood of the Maralelan, meaning web of destiny, refers to a major shift in the pattern centered on one or more Taveran. Tarman Gaidon is the prophesied last battle. Tar Valon, the city on an island in the river Erenin, is the heart of Aes Sedai authority and the site of the White Tower. A Taveran is an individual around whom the wheel of time weaves the threads of life to shape the pattern. Tyr is a major port city on the Sea of Storms. A Terrangril is an artifact from the Age of Legends that utilizes the One Power for a specific function, unlike the more general Angril. Their original purposes are mostly lost, and some are perilous, capable of killing or burning out a channeler. Tyr Avende Alantin means brother to the trees. The inscription on the horn of Valere, Tyr mi Aven, Moridin Isende Vadin, declares, "The grave is no bar to my call, Tigraine, as the daughter heir of Andor vanished after her brother's disappearance, triggering the succession in Andor and the events that led to the Aiel War." The time of madness was the chaotic era after the Dark One's counterstroke tainted, Sedin, when male Aes Sedai went insane and shattered the world, a period believed to have lasted nearly a century. The Aiel use the term tree killers for the Kerhianin, spoken with a blend of revulsion and bitter contempt, a label born from a cultural betrayal that cuts deeper than any axe. A tree singer is an osier possessing the rare gift of tree song, a profound ability to commune with living wood. Through this art, they can heal ailing trees, encourage rapid growth and blossoming, or craft objects directly from the wood without harming the source. These creations, known as sung wood, are exceptionally beautiful and durable, making them treasures of immense value. Sadly, this ancient talent appears to be fading from the world, with only a handful of osiers still able to practice it. Trollocs are monstrous soldiers of the Dark One, forged in the fires of the War of the Shadow. They are massive, brutish hybrids of human and animal stock, inherently vicious and taking pleasure in slaughter for its own sake. Notoriously deceitful, they can only be controlled through overwhelming fear. They organize themselves into tribal bands, such as the Dovol, the Kobol, and the Daemon, the Trolloc Wars, were a devastating period of conflict beginning around 1,000 years after the breaking, where these hordes laid waste to the world for over 3 centuries. They were eventually defeated and driven back into the Great Blight, but the cost was catastrophic, erasing entire nations and leaving historical records from that era in tatters. The true source is the fundamental energy that turns the wheel of time. It is split into complementary halves, Sedin, which can only be channeled by men, and Sedar, accessible only to women. Since the time of madness, however, Sedin has been dangerously tainted by the Dark One's touch. This force is also referred to as the One Power. The Tuatha'an, often called Tinkers, or the Travelling People, are nomadic folk who live in brightly painted wagons and adhere to a strict pacifist code known as the Way of the Leaf. They are master craftsmen, famously able to mend items, so they are better than new. Their peaceful reputation is so absolute that they are among the very few who can travel the Isle Waste without being attacked, as the Isle deliberately avoid any contact with them. Turak is a High Lord of House Aladon and a commander of the Sien-Chan forces known as the Hyleni. Verin is an Aes Sedai of the scholarly Brown Adjar. A warder is a warrior bonded to an Aes Sedai through a weave of the One Power. This bond grants him enhanced abilities such as rapid healing, extreme endurance, and a sense for the Dark One's taint. The Aes Sedai knows her warder's condition and location while he lives, and experiences his death at the moment it occurs. Customs vary by Ager. The Red Ager bonds no warders. The Green Ager may bond several, and others typically bond one. While consent is the ethical standard, the bonding has been imposed involuntarily. What the Aes Sedai gains from this link remains one of their most closely guarded secrets. The War of the 100 Years was a prolonged, chaotic series of conflicts among shifting alliances, triggered by the death of Artur Hawkwing and the collapse of his empire. Lasting from the year 994 to 1117 of the Free Years, it caused widespread depopulation and destruction across the continent, so severe that records are largely fragmentary. This war ultimately shattered Hawkwing's empire and gave rise to the modern nations. The War of the Shadow, also called the War of Power, marked the catastrophic end of the Age of Legends. It engulfed the entire world, reintroducing the horrors of war and seeing the One Power twisted into a weapon before finally concluding with the Dark One's re-imprisonment. Watchers over the waves are a dedicated fellowship, maintaining their vigil from the coastal town of Falme on Toman Head. They hold fast to the belief that the legendary armies dispatched across the Arith Ocean by Artur Hawkwing will one day make their triumphant return. The concept of the Web of Destiny, also known as Tamaral Elen, represents the interconnected threads of fate. Standard units of weight are defined as 10 ounces to a pound, 10 pounds to a stone, 10 stone to a hundredweight, and 10 hundredweight to a ton. Time itself is envisioned as a great wheel with 7 spokes, each spoke representing an age. As this wheel turns, the ages pass in their cycle, leaving behind memories that slowly soften into legend, then blur into myth, until they are utterly forgotten by the time that age revolves back into existence. While the pattern woven in each returning age possesses its own unique variations and is increasingly susceptible to change, it remains fundamentally the same age. The term White Cloaks refers to the organization known as the Children of the Light. The White Tower, situated in the city of Tar Valon, serves as both the palace of the Armelin seat and the central institution for the training of Aes Sedai. In village life, a wisdom is a woman selected by the women's circle for her extensive knowledge of healing, weather lore, and her inherent common sense. It is a position endowed with significant responsibility and authority, both official and tacitly understood. She is typically regarded as the equal to the village mayor, mirroring the relationship between the women's circle and the village council. However, unlike the mayor, a wisdom is chosen for life, and it is an extraordinary event for her to be removed from her role before her death. In different regions, this position might bear alternative titles such as guide, healer, wise woman, or reader. The author, Robert Jordan, was born in Charleston, South Carolina in 1948. Displaying an early aptitude for learning, he taught himself to read by the age of 4 with some help from an older brother, and was engrossed in the works of Mark Twain and Jules Verne by 5. He was an alumnus of the Citadel, the military college of South Carolina, where he earned a degree in physics. His service included 2 tours in Vietnam with the U.S. Army, during which he received several decorations, including the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Bronze Star with V device, and 2 Vietnamese Gallantry Crosses with palm. A passionate historian, he also wrote critiques of dance and theatre. His personal enjoyments ranged from outdoor pursuits like hunting and sailing to indoor pastimes such as chess, pool, and collecting pipes. He embarked on his writing career in 1977 and continued his creative work until his passing in September of 2007.